Chapter 1. Pirate Pursuit. Incident on the cruise ship. On the deck of a luxurious cruise liner, Xiao Yang leaned against the railing, smoking a cigarette, his half-closed eyes gazing into the depths of the ocean below. "Move your feet." A sudden voice interrupted his reverie. Turning his head, Xiao Yang beheld a heavily made-up woman who had stopped beside him, her eyes fixed upon him. He retracted his outstretched foot, allowing her to saunter past him, casting a disdainful glance over his form as she muttered, "Pauper. Not worth even $200. I wonder if he's even supposed to be here." Oomph. At her words, Xiao Yang furrowed his brow slightly, but chose to ignore her, instead becoming aware of the overwhelming scent of her cloying perfume. A retired soldier, he now worked as a security guard for a company in the Central Sea. A month prior, his girlfriend of a year had taken up with a wealthy magnate. Upon discovering her betrayal, they had a fierce confrontation, ultimately leading to their separation. With his heart heavy, Xiao Yang resigned from his job to clear his mind, purchasing a ticket for the lavish cruise, an expenditure that consumed more than half of his savings. This opulent vessel was a world cruise liner, replete with every conceivable entertainment option. The casino was the most frequented attraction, where Xiao Yang occasionally tried his luck, managing to win some money. After spending a while on the deck, he turned and made his way into the casino. "Hey there, handsome. Care to join me for a few rounds over there?" As he entered, a stunning woman clad in a cheongsam approached from his left, sizing him up with a smile before extending her invitation. After glancing at her beauty, Xiao Yang replied with a slight smile, "The stakes are a bit high over there, it's not really my scene." The gaming area to his left began at $1,000, a place he had visited once but never returned to. He typically frequented the right side, where the minimum bet was 100. "Oh, come on. If you lose, it's on me. If you win, we split it," she insisted, linking her arm with his and pulling him toward the higher stakes area. Standing an impressive 6 feet tall, with a sun-kissed visage and charming features, Xiao Yang exuded an irresistible allure, a quintessential heartthrob for women like her. "An hour later, you're incredible. Truly my lucky star. I just lost over 200,000, and you've helped me win it back." The woman leaned against him, a soft smile gracing her lips. Xiao Yang chuckled. "Just fortunate, that's all." Her eyes sparkling, she gazed at him dreamily and whispered, "I have a fine bottle of wine in my room. Would you care to join me for a drink?" Her hand grazed his abdomen. Xiao Yang regarded her with a mysterious, captivating smile. Why not? After exchanging their chips, they departed the casino. 40 minutes later, Xiao Yang lay on the bed, his hand caressing the smooth, delicate skin of the woman's back. "I should be going," he finally said, rising to dress before making his way toward the door. "What is your name?" The young woman slightly opened her eyes and inquired of Xiao Yang. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Yang turned his head and offered a faint smile. "There is no need for prior acquaintance. Fate will lead us to meet again. Farewell." With a thud, he opened the door and stepped outside, casually shutting it behind him. At the threshold, Xiao Yang lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and leisurely exhaled a few smoke rings before departing with a nonchalant air. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted outside upon hearing the commotion. Xiao Yang's expression shifted, and he sprinted towards the source of the sound, aware that it was the unmistakable crack of gunfire. "Captain, the pirates are overwhelming us with their firepower." "Captain, for more pirate ships are rapidly approaching the cruise liner from behind. Quick, order the guards to retaliate." The captain, maintaining a stoic demeanor, commanded, "Increase the cruise liner's speed." Bang! What is happening? "Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats inside. We are under pirate attack, but rest assured, we will fend them off." At that moment, 5 guards armed with rifles entered, and the lead guard shouted to the patrons of the casino before swiftly exiting with his comrades. "What? Pirates attacking? Is anyone going to be harmed?" "Who knows? We can only pray they repel the pirates, otherwise." Just then, gunfire erupted on the deck as over 20 guards fired upon the pursuing pirate vessels. At this moment, the cruise liner surged forward with maximum power into the depths of the Pacific, having veered off course to evade the pirates. Bang! A pirate fired a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher at the cruise liner, piercing a hole in its left side. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, a series of alarms blared from the control room. "Captain, this is dire. The left side of the cruise liner is severely damaged and taking on water. Captain, we're in grave danger. There's a dark reef ahead. We cannot avoid it. We are doomed." A terrified crew member stood up and shouted toward the captain, Quick! Hard a port! The captain commanded. Not far from the left, the waters were shrouded in darkness, the sky overcast with ominous clouds, thunder crashing, and a hurricane rising, creating towering waves and a cacophony of thunder. Captain Smith knew that to escape the pirates, the only option was to steer the cruise liner into the depths. Help! I haven't even married. I don't want to die. God, please save us. Chaos erupted within the cruise liner, with cries, curses, and sobs intermingling. With a hard turn to port, the cruise liner narrowly avoided the reef and sped towards the storm. Captain, should we pursue? A pirate aboard one of the ships asked an imposing one-eyed pirate. The one-eyed pirate glared at him fiercely and retorted, "That area is perpetually stormy, fraught with hidden reefs and devoid of signals. Entering would be tantamount to a death sentence. We can only wait for clearer skies to venture in. Send a signal for them to retreat. Do not pursue." The pirate cast a begrudging glance at the receding cruise liner, the prize slipping away. Drawing a signal pistol from his waist, he fired it into the air. In a moment, the 5 pirate ships turned about and began their return along the path they had come. "Humph! I shall venture forth to uncover the truth," declared the one-eyed captain, standing at the stern of the ship, his voice a cold whisper amidst the tempest. "Captain, the pirates have not pursued us." A guard captain rushed over, exclaiming. Suddenly, the instruments in the helm flickered erratically before failing entirely. "Captain, the instruments have malfunctioned. Captain, we have lost all signals. Captain." Bang! Without warning, the cruise ship collided violently with a submerged reef, resulting in a deafening crash, followed by an explosion at the bow, sending flames soaring into the sky. Numerous tourists were thrown into the tumultuous sea, chaos reigning on the deck as people scattered. Xiao Yang hastily sprinted onto the deck, veering to the right. At that moment, the ship was slowly sinking beneath the waves, the surface teeming with frantic heads and floating debris, cries for help resonating all around. Bang! Grasping a life buoy, Xiao Yang leaped into the water, acutely aware that failure to act would seal his fate. Plunging into the depths might, yet offer a glimmer of hope. He swam desperately forward as a torrential rain began to fall from the darkened sky, utterly uncertain of where he should head. Chapter 2. Cast away on a deserted island. Cough, cough. Xiao Yang sputtered, expelling seawater as he gradually opened his eyes, only to be met by the searing brilliance of the sun, forcing him to shut them once more. After a brief respite, he shielded his eyes with his hand and slowly sat up. "Where am I?" he wondered, squinting at his surroundings, discovering he lay upon a sandy beach, flanked by an endless shoreline stretching to the horizon. To escape the oppressive heat, he rose and staggered towards the nearby grove of trees. Beneath the shade, Xiao Yang shook his head to clear his thoughts. He recalled struggling against the tumultuous waves for an eternity before succumbing to exhaustion and losing consciousness. The ache coursing through his body compelled him to lean against a tree trunk for support. After resting for several minutes, Xiao Yang felt significantly more alert. He patted his pockets, only to find that his cigarettes, lighter, and money had vanished. Determined to ascertain his location, he rose and walked to the edge of the beach, following the coastline. After just a few minutes, hunger gnawed at him, and he felt parched. Glancing up, he spotted a coconut tree laden with fruit, yet its towering height of over 10 meters and smooth, upright trunk made it a formidable challenge to climb. Under normal circumstances, he might have attempted the climb, but now, fatigue coupled with hunger left him feeling weak and hesitant. A fall from halfway up would be disastrous. Dragging his weary body onward, Xiao Yang gazed at the magnificent ocean and the coconut trees, realizing that he was likely on an island. Is that someone over there? Suddenly, Xiao Yang noticed a figure lying on the beach, the waves lapping incessantly against them. Without delay, he hurried over to investigate, drawing closer to discover it was a woman. "Hey, wake up." Xiao Yang crouched down and gently shook her body. He noticed her face was pale, devoid of any color. "She's dead," he exclaimed, checking for a pulse, only to find there was none. Sighing heavily, Xiao Yang stood up, grasped her feet, and began to drag her towards the sea. He could not leave the body here. It was not only unsettling, but it would also quickly begin to decompose. After a while, he managed to pull the body into the depths of the ocean, allowing the waves to carry her away. In this maritime disaster, it was unclear how many lives had been lost, yet he considered himself fortunate to have survived. As he continued onward, the coconut trees became increasingly sparse, with only a few scattered about. However, Xiaoyang felt a surge of joy upon spotting 2 coconuts that had fallen onto the beach beneath the trees. They should still be drinkable, he murmured with delight, shaking the yellowed coconuts. Cradling them, he glanced around and suddenly dashed upward. He struck the coconuts repeatedly. After several blows, coconut water began to pour from the fractured openings. He quickly lifted one to his lips, savoring the refreshing liquid. After finishing one, he smashed the other, and upon consuming both, he felt rejuvenated. How refreshing! Xiaoyang smiled faintly, continuing to crack open more coconuts to extract the tender flesh within. As he indulged in the smooth coconut meat, he nodded in satisfaction. A fleeting glance around revealed a pink suitcase wedged between the rocks. Cautiously, he navigated the stones until he reached the suitcase, pulling it free and bringing it back to the shade of the coconut trees. No lock, he mused, tugging at the zipper, which opened with ease. The suitcase was not particularly large, just capable of holding a few articles of clothing. Inside, he discovered 2 women's garments, a set of cosmetics, an open box of condoms, and a small razor for shaving legs. All useless things, Xiaoyang muttered to himself, zipping the suitcase back up and placing it among the surrounding underbrush. Suddenly, a faint voice drifted from above. "Brother, wake up!" Woo-woo. Immediately alert, Xiaoyang stood and ran towards the sound. After a short sprint, he came upon a beach where a number of individuals were seated among the trees, both men and women. Some sat together, while others leaned against tree trunks, gazing out at the distant sea. His arrival did not pique their curiosity. They merely cast him a casual glance before turning away. On the sand, large letters spelling SOS were scrawled, evidently a desperate plea for help. As he approached, he counted 13 individuals, 5 men and 8 women, each bearing an expression of despondency. "Woo, brother, wake up, please wake up," pleaded a girl who appeared to be under 20, kneeling on the sand and shaking a man who lay there. Xiaoyang was taken aback from a luxurious cruise ship that had carried over 1,000 people. Only these few had survived. Xiaoyang approached to investigate for a while and discovered that the man had been lifeless for some time. "He has already passed away," Xiaoyang remarked, shaking his head as he addressed the woman, before departing and settling at the edge of the woods. He understood that these individuals were all awaiting the arrival of the rescue team. The woman wept for a while, glanced at the surrounding people, wiped her tears, and then made her way towards Xiaoyang, taking a seat beside him. "Brother, could you assist me?" she inquired softly, lowering her head in contemplation. Observing the woman before him, Xiaoyang nodded. "What do you need assistance with?" Upon hearing Xiaoyang's willingness to help, the woman became visibly excited. "Could you help me bury my brother?" Xiaoyang cast a glance at the deceased man and turned, stating, "Without tools, we can only resort to a sea burial." "A sea burial?" The woman was momentarily perplexed by Xiaoyang's words. "It means dragging your brother out to sea," a nearby man interjected. Upon hearing this, the woman looked toward Xiaoyang, who merely nodded in affirmation. Faced with Xiaoyang's assent, she was at a loss for how to proceed, and the expression on her face gradually shifted. After several minutes, she resolved to place her brother into the sea. Most of the people here were strangers to one another. Those who were acquainted huddled closely together. "Zegu, I am very hungry," a woman remarked to a man. "I'm also hungry and thirsty. What do we do?" "There's no food here," the man, referred to as Zegu, replied with a sense of resignation. An hour later, the sun slowly descended upon the ocean's surface, painting the sky with brilliant hues of sunset. Xiaoyang rose and walked down for a while, entering the woods, fully aware that no rescue would arrive that night. Once inside the woods, he picked up a dry wooden stick and cleared a small patch of dead branches and leaves, subsequently breaking off some twigs and leaves to lay upon the ground. As night fell, the temperature dropped slightly, bringing a refreshing chill. Xiaoyang reclined on the branches, gazing at the myriad stars above. Outside, the dozen or so individuals also made their way into the woods, leaning against the trunks as they settled down. Chapter 3. The Art of Friction Fire. As dawn broke the following day, Xiaoyang rose from his restless slumber. having been awakened multiple times by the incessant bites of pesky mosquitoes. His hands, feet, and face bore the marks of these unwelcome intrusions, adorned with small, red welts. This is no way to survive. If help does not arrive soon, I shall perish from hunger, he murmured, placing a hand on his stomach. Stepping out of the thicket, he descended towards the rocky shoreline, soon arriving at a cluster of jagged rocks. Observing the small sea snails clinging to the underside, he gathered a handful and, employing a stone, crushed them open to extract the delicate morsels. However, upon tasting the raw flesh, he spat it out in disgust, unable to endure its unpalatable flavor. This is intolerable. I must devise a means to kindle fire, he concluded, spitting out the remnants of the snail. After surveying his surroundings, an idea flickered in his mind, the ancient technique of friction fire. Having watched numerous survival shows featuring the likes of Bear Grylls and other adventurers, he had repeatedly absorbed their wisdom. Who would have thought I would one day find myself in such a predicament? He chuckled to himself, a hint of self-mockery evident in his tone. With determination, he navigated past the rocky formations to retrieve his hand-crank box from the underbrush. Extracting a razor blade, he searched for several dry sticks and began to whittle them down. He meticulously drilled a small hole in one piece of wood, then fashioned a straight stick, sharpening one end before assembling a nest of fine twigs and leaf beside it, preparing some tinder as well. Having set the stage, he pressed one foot firmly on the wood and began to rotate the stick vigorously with both hands. Once, twice, thrice, yet failure greeted him each time, the task proving far more arduous than anticipated. Exhausted, he slumped onto the ground, murmuring to himself, I never imagined it would be so challenging. Each attempt produced wisps of smoke, yet when he attempted to transfer the ember to the tinder, it extinguished. His palms were now sore and red, nearly blistered from the effort. After a brief respite, Xiao Yang once again squatted down, resolute in his mission, refusing to believe that the art of friction fire could be so elusive. Soon, the wood emitted a fresh swirl of smoke. This time, he remained patient, continuing to rub until a steady plume of smoke arose. Only then did he halt, quickly pouring the charred wood shavings into the tinder and gently blowing upon it. Suddenly, a flame erupted. Elated, he placed the tinder on the ground, gradually adding more twigs and leaves to stoke the fire. Success, he exclaimed inwardly. Once the fire blazed, he hurried back to the rocky outcrop to gather an abundance of small sea snails, placing them on the fire to roast. Big brother. Suddenly, a voice emanated from behind, prompting Xiao Yang to turn around, revealing the girl he had conversed with earlier. Big brother, have you started a fire as well? She exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the flames. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yang inquired, have they managed to ignite a fire too? Yes, the girl nodded. One of them had a lighter, but it was wet yesterday and wouldn't ignite. Just a moment ago, it finally caught fire. Xiao Yang nodded in response. Had it not been for the loss of his lighter, he would not have had to resort to the arduous task of creating fire by friction. Before long, 7 or 8 individuals made their way down, foraging for small sea snails and mussels among the rocky outcrops. A few glanced in Xiao Yang's direction, but quickly returned to their task of collecting sea snails. The girl settled down, her gaze fixed on the fire, lost in thought. Xiao Yang observed her, sensing that the recent loss of her loved ones weighed heavily on her heart. I am Xiao Yang. What is your name? He asked gently. Upon hearing his question, the girl managed a smile and replied, I am Zhou Yuan Yuan. You can call me Yuan Yuan, big brother. Yuan Yuan? Xiao Yang smiled faintly. That is a lovely name. You must still be a student. Yes, I am in my first year of university. Oh, a university student. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, with each taking turns to speak. Minutes later, Xiao Yang used a stick to extract the small sea snails from the fire. Here, use this wooden skewer to pick out the snail meat. It is ready to eat. He sharpened 2 small sticks and handed one to Yuan Yuan. Thank you, big brother, she said gratefully, accepting the skewer and delicately extracting the snail meat. In just a few minutes, the ground was littered with dozens of tiny shells. Though the meat was small, it would suffice to satiate their hunger. As for fresh water, they could only rely on coconuts for sustenance. Xiao Yang located a stone and, using his knife, cut down several slender saplings. He stripped the bark and connected two sticks, creating a pole approximately 7 or 8 meters tall, suitable for reaching coconuts. Is it that difficult? Hurry down. He approached a coconut tree, using the pole to knock the coconuts down. Yuan stood by, gazing up in admiration. After half an hour, Xiaoyang finally managed to dislodge 2 coconuts, bringing them to the rocky area. Ah yes, Yuan exclaimed, raising a coconut and savoring the refreshing coconut water. After finishing the drink, she felt revitalized, her energy restored compared to her earlier listless demeanor. Lindsay, be careful. Do you want to break my dagger? One of the others exclaimed. If you don't apply pressure, how will you cut through? As Xiaoyang and Yuan arrived at the top, they noticed several individuals gathered around a coconut tree, seemingly engaged in an endeavor. Upon closer inspection, they realized these individuals were attempting to chop down the tree with stones, aiming to procure coconuts. In the forest, 2 fires had been lit, with the women gathered around, enjoying small sea snails and mussels. Gazing towards the shore, a woman stood there, contemplating the boundless expanse of the azure sea. Look out! Move aside! Lindsay shouted, causing the crowd gathered around the coconut tree to scatter. With a resounding crash, the coconut tree toppled over, prompting several men to rush forward and gather the fallen coconuts. In total, there were 12 coconuts. Lindsay skillfully split one open with his dagger, and everyone received their share. Brother, shall we each have half? At that moment, a man in his 40s approached, holding a coconut, and smiled at Xiaoyang, saying, there's only 1 coconut left. Gratefully, Xiaoyang replied, thank you. I've already had my drink. You enjoy it. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuan was engaged in conversation with the woman by the sea. After everyone had finished their coconut water, they sat at the edge of the grove, conversing while awaiting the arrival of the rescue team. There was a collective belief that the rescue team would indeed arrive today. Chapter 4. The disheartening wait at noon. Beneath the blazing sun, the scorching rays enveloped the entire island. The group sought refuge in the woods, escaping the relentless heat. Mad, where's the rescue? One murmured. Indeed, this is an island. It should be easy to locate us. No need to rush. Perhaps they are on their way. Lindsay remarked, tilting his head towards the beach with a smile. Z is right. He, a rather unsightly man, chuckled softly. Lindsay merely cast a glance his way before turning to a woman nearby, his eyes softening with tenderness. Though her clothes and face bore traces of dirt, her beauty remained undeniable. With a delicate oval face, sparkling eyes that fluttered like butterflies, and her strikingly long legs paired with a voluptuous figure, she stirred the hearts of every man present. Hey, Z, are you perhaps interested in Song Fea? Silence. Lindsay shot a glare at the unsightly man, whispering, Fan Tong. You would do well to keep your mouth shut. Yes, Z, Fan Tong muttered, lowering his head repeatedly, thinking to himself, how dare he deny his feelings while attempting to silence me? Xiaoyang sat beneath the shade of a tree on the left, engaged in conversation with an older gentleman. It turned out that Brother Zhao was the chef aboard the cruise ship. During their chat, Xiaoyang expressed his astonishment. To be a chef on a luxury cruise ship is no small feat, ha ha ha. I, Zhao Lei, am merely a handyman. It is nothing remarkable. Zhao Lei waved his hand with a smile. Oh, Brother Zhao, do not be so modest, Xiaoyang replied with a gentle smile. Upon hearing their laughter, Song Fei glanced fleetingly in Xiaoyang's direction before turning her gaze back to the sea, a hint of sorrow in her eyes. Hey, how can you still laugh in our predicament? You appear quite cheerful, a voice suddenly called from behind. A woman approached, a foreigner with cascading golden hair and a striking figure. Her skin was not overly fair, and she appeared to be in her 20s, quite beautiful, speaking in fluent Mandarin. Xiaoyang assessed her briefly, then smiled. I'm simply glad to be alive. The foreign woman let out a wry smile and introduced herself. I am Jenny, from the beautiful country. Xiaoyang, he replied. Jenny glanced at Xiaoyang, smiled, and walked towards the beach. She shed her clothes, donning only her undergarments, and waded into the water, beginning to swim. Oh! Fan Tong cheered as he watched Jenny swim, then dashed to the beach, shedding his clothes and joining her in the sea. What a rascal! Lindsay muttered under his breath, observing Fan Tong's antics. At that moment, a few clouds drifted across the sky, casting shadows over the sun. Xiao Yang lifted his head, contemplated for a moment, then stood and walked towards Lin Zhe. We need to construct a shelter, otherwise, if it rains, we will have nowhere to seek refuge. Xiao Yang settled beside Lin Zhe and spoke. Lin Zhe cast a glance at Xiao Yang, gazing into the vast ocean, and pondered. You are right. It remains uncertain when the rescue will arrive. With that, he stood up and ventured into the woods, exchanging a few words with others. Soon, everyone began to gather fallen branches and commenced erecting a shelter near the forest edge. Can you climb up there? Lin Zhe inquired, eyeing a nearby coconut tree. Coconut leaves make excellent materials for building a refuge. I should be able to, Xiao Yang replied. Subsequently, Lin Zhe handed his dagger to Xiao Yang, who tucked it into his waist and gradually ascended the coconut tree. Before long, Xiao Yang reached the top, brandishing the dagger to first sever the coconuts and then methodically cut the leaves one by one. Below, Lin Zhe and 3 women collected the coconuts and leaves, diligently constructing the shelter. After an hour of collective effort from a dozen people, a shelter measuring approximately 7 to 8 meters in length and 5 to 6 meters in width was completed. Although the structure appeared somewhat rudimentary, it provided at least a modicum of protection from the sun and rain. As evening descended, Xiao Yang climbed onto a nearby rocky outcrop, surveying the tumultuous ocean, where towering waves surged and seabirds skimmed the surface. On the expansive beach, others frolicked as if on vacation, blissfully unaware of their dire circumstances. Time drifted slowly, and after 5 days, unease began to manifest on the faces of the group, their tempers fraying. Why hasn't the rescue arrived yet? A week has passed. Have they forgotten us? I don't want to stay here. I want to go home. Some individuals began to unravel emotionally, with 2 women embracing each other and quietly weeping. Perched on a massive rock, Xiao Yang observed the sunset, the evening sky ablaze with breathtaking hues, shifting into myriad forms. Yet his expression remained remarkably tranquil. At that moment, Song Feier approached and sat beside him, also gazing into the depths of the sea. Over the past few days, Xiao Yang had become acquainted with Song Feier, occasionally exchanging a few words. Lin Zhe, witnessing their companionship, let out a cold snort and turned away to retreat into the woods. Do you think rescue will come? Song Feier gently turned her head to ask Xiao Yang. Upon hearing her words, he lowered his gaze and slightly shook his head. I don't know. At this moment, he harbored little hope for rescue. If it were to arrive, it should have done so days ago. If rescue does not come, what do you plan to do? Song Feier inquired once more. Xiao Yang glanced at her, realizing he had never contemplated such a question. After a minute of silence, he slowly replied, What can I do? I don't know. I can't answer that question right now. With that, he stood up and walked towards the shelter. Xiao Yang, several people are experiencing health issues. What should we do? Upon returning to the shelter, Zhao Lei posed this question to Xiao Yang. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang furrowed his brow slightly, aware that merely consuming coconut juice would not suffice. During this period, they had not sought fresh water, having assumed that rescue would soon arrive. Should illness strike here in the absence of medical supplies, the situation could swiftly deteriorate. Brother Zhao, it appears we must convene for a serious discussion. Xiao Yang remarqued Zhao Lei. I shall go check on them. In the forest, within a makeshift shelter, 3 individuals lay resting, 1 man and 2 women, while Jenny tended to them. Xiao Yang, you've arrived, Jenny said upon noticing him approach. Xiao Yang nodded, inquiring, how are they faring? They're merely suffering from diarrhea. With careful attention to their diet, they should recover in a couple of days, Jenny replied. Ah, that is reassuring, Xiao Yang acknowledged, relieved that it was not a serious illness or contagious disease. Chapter 5. The anticipated rescue is not from help, but from pirates. As night descended, a bonfire blazed in the clearing amidst the forest, with everyone gathered around it. I contemplated that we could not continue in this manner. We needed to venture deeper into the island in search of fresh water and other sustenance. Xiao Yang cast a glance at those surrounding him and spoke up. I concurred with his sentiment. Zhao Lei interjected, we cannot subsist solely on seafood. We require additional provisions and fresh water. I am in agreement with their assertions. A young and beautiful woman named Lu Huiyi A waitress from the cruise ship chimed in. But what if there are dangers within the island? Zhou Yuanyuan murmured softly. We have remained here all this time, and none have ventured inside. Thus we remain oblivious to what lies ahead, Lindsay added. As for potential dangers, we shall exercise caution. There are numerous of us. I believe we should organize ourselves, Jenny suggested. How about this? Jenny and I will explore the lower woods, while Lindsay, you can lead Luo Yu into the interior. Xiao Yang glanced at Lindsay and continued, Fan Tong, you shall take Lu Yangwei to search the upper woods. The remainder of US will stay here to reinforce the shelter. Zhao, you need not accompany us. Your responsibility is to prepare the food. Why should we heed your orders? Fan Tong muttered under his breath, though Lindsay caught wind of it. Lindsay shot him a glare, prompting Fan Tong to turn his gaze away. Xiao Yang observed Fan Tong for a moment before standing and retreating to the outer tent, sitting down to gaze out at the vast ocean. Why didn't you call me along? A voice suddenly inquired. Xiao Yang turned to find it was the Korean, Jin Fan, who smiled slightly and remarked, You are an adept swimmer. It would be beneficial for you to remain and catch more fish and seafood from the reef area. With so many of us, we require a substantial amount of food each day. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Jin Fan nodded, I excel in diving. If I had goggles, I could plunge into the sea to catch lobsters. Goggles? Xiao Yang replied, recalling that they had discovered 2 suitcases near the reef in recent days, one of which contained a pair of goggles. When we return tomorrow, I will assist you in crafting a pair. Xiao Yang affirmed. The following morning, Xiao Yang, armed with a spear, descended with Jenny toward the lower woods. Zhao Lei accompanied Song Fei'er and Zhou Yuanyuan to the reef area to gather small sea snails. As Xiao Yang and Jenny ventured deeper into the forest, they soon arrived at a peculiar grove where the trees stood tall and singular, resembling banyan trees. Their thick roots deeply embedded in the soil, and the ground carpeted with decaying leaves. Let us proceed further in, Xiao Yang instructed Jenny, who followed closely behind him. Meanwhile, out at sea, 3 small boats cut through the waves, heading towards the island. Each boat contained only 2 individuals, and curiously, they were all rowing with paddles. The vessels not much larger than canoes. Captain, there is an island ahead, and it appears there are people on it, one man exclaimed, peering through a telescope and calling out to his companion. Upon hearing this, the one-eyed pirate swiftly seized the telescope to inspect, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he remarked, Indeed, there are survivors. My 2 days of searching have not been in vain. Ha. He then turned to his companions, instructing, Remember, do not kill them. They are our benefactors. After gesturing towards the island, the 3 ships immediately set sail in its direction. These individuals were the pirates who had attacked the cruise ship. Due to the treacherous storm zone filled with obscuring darkness, where their instruments malfunctioned, they could only anchor their large vessel offshore, rowing small boats to reach this location. Meanwhile, Jin Fan was in the rocky area, catching small fish no larger than fingers in some shallow puddles. A ship. Jin Fan slightly raised his head and spotted 3 boats approaching from the sea. Instantly, he joyfully waved his arms at them, shouting, We are here. He then turned and sprinted toward the beach, continuing to cry out, Rescue is here. Rescue is here. Come out quickly. Those atop the rocky area, gathering small sea snails, upon hearing the news of the rescue, immediately discarded their catch and rushed towards the shore. Hurry, the rescue has arrived. Finally, they are here. I knew they would find us. 8 individuals stood gleefully by the sea, excitedly waving their hands at the 3 boats. A long-lost smile graced Song Fei'er's face, while Zhou Yuanyuan waved her arms, shouting, We are here. We can finally leave this dreadful place. Jin Fan exclaimed loudly. The one-eyed pirate observed the commotion of the individuals on the beach, a cold smirk forming on his lips. In less than 10 minutes, the 3 boats docked in the shallow waters, and the one-eyed pirate, accompanied by 5 armed pirates, approached Jin Fan and the others surrounding them. The one-eyed pirate brandished a rifle and uttered a command, causing the 5 to swiftly disperse, sprinting towards the beach. Zhao Lei, watching the 6 approaching figures, sensed something amiss. Their attire did not resemble that of rescuers. Do not move. Crouch down. Everyone squat and remained still. Suddenly, the pirates rushing from both sides raised their rifles, shouting at the 8 individuals in English. You are not rescue personnel, are you? Why are you pointing guns at us? Jean Fan, witnessing this scene, quickly inquired. Bang! Crouch down. One pirate stepped forward and struck Jean Fan on the back with a rifle, but causing him to stumble and fall onto the sandy ground. Zhou Yuan and the others, seeing this, immediately screamed in terror, squatting down with expressions of fear plastered on their faces. Ha ha! The one-eyed pirate laughed heartily as he approached, scrutinizing the group before asking with a grin, Are you all from the cruise ship? Zhao Lei glanced at the downtrodden individuals, slightly lifting his head to respond. Why yes, may I ask who you are? We are pirates. The one-eyed pirate replied with a chuckle. Surprised, are you? But do not worry. We seek only wealth and will not harm you, haha. Upon hearing their declaration, the expressions of Song Fei-er and the other women turned even more frantic. Pirates, mere characters they had only encountered in films. Yet today, they found themselves face to face with real pirates. Zhao Lei's expression darkened dramatically. He understood that these marauders were devoid of humanity, exhibiting unparalleled cruelty. Once a ransom was paid, 90% of the captives would be cast into the sea to appease the sharks. The fate of women captured by these pirates was even more harrowing, as they would be subjected to the vile whims of their captors, leading to a most dreadful demise. You two, bind them with ropes, commanded the one-eyed leader to 2 nearby pirates. Without hesitation, they dashed into the ship, returning with a length of rope to secure the hands of the 8 captives, tying them together. Aside from you lot, are there any others? The one-eyed captain inquired, approaching Jean Fan with a sinister smile. Jean Fan glanced up at him, then lowered his gaze in contemplation. I am addressing you. Speak the truth. Otherwise, your head will be blown apart. The captain threatened, aiming his gun at Jean Fan's head with a grin. Do not fire. I will speak. Jean Fan exclaimed in terror. Yes, there are a few others. They went out and have yet to return. Oh, ha. The one-eyed captain sneered upon hearing this. Take them to the woods and keep watch. We shall wait for the others to return. Chapter 6. The Murder of Zhao Lei in the Woods. 8 individuals were seated in a clearing, guarded by 2 pirates whose eyes roamed hungrily over the women nearby, their lips curling into lewd smiles. After half an hour, Fan Tong and Lu Yongwei returned first. Damn it, we couldn't find fresh water and ended up covered in mosquito bites. It's maddening, Lu Yongwei exclaimed, though he added with a grin, at least we found some bananas. The 2 ambled over to a nearby shed when, suddenly, the 2 pirates hiding within leaped out, brandishing rifles at them. Don't move. They were unprepared for the assault and were swiftly taken back into the woods, bound and helpless. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang and Jenny emerged from the forest, chatting and laughing. I can't believe we stumbled upon a waterfall. They will be thrilled to hear about it, Jenny smiled. Xiao Yang nodded in agreement, adding, with fresh water sorted and the tracks of wild goats discovered, if we manage to catch a pair, we'll have a feast. As they conversed, they ascended, crossing the rocky area to find the beach eerily deserted, devoid of any signs of life. Suddenly, Xiao Yang's gaze fell upon 3 ships anchored in the shallow waters, and his expression shifted dramatically. If a rescue team were here, it shouldn't be this quiet, and the beach should be bustling with activity. Something feels off, he mused, a sense of danger creeping in from his years of military experience. What's wrong? Jenny asked, noticing him slow his pace. Look, Xiao Yang pointed towards the vessels. Jenny's eyes lit up with excitement. Ships? Could it be the rescue team? Not likely, Xiao Yang replied, furrowing his brow. If it were a rescue team, it wouldn't be this silent. It's rather strange. Inside the shed, the 2 pirates peered through the wooden slats, watching Xiao Yang and Jenny. They were poised to spring into action as soon as the pair drew nearer, but for now, Xiao Yang and Jenny remained over 30 meters away, making it premature for an attack. Xiao Yang halted, raising a hand to stop Jenny's advance. Brother Zhao, Xiao Yang called into the woods. Yuan. His voice echoed through the trees and across the beach, resonant and clear. In the forest, Zhao Lei lifted his head slightly at the sound, glancing at the nearby one-eyed pirate. Yuan's expression shifted to one of urgency upon hearing the call. Her lips moved, but no sound emerged. Half a minute passed with no response from the woods, and Xiao Yang squinted, contemplating. It's impossible that no one heard me. There are at least 8 people left at the camp, and even if some have gone out, they can't all be absent. Jenny, sensing something amiss, also changed her demeanor. Brother Zhao. Xiao Yang continued to shout, Yuan Yuan? Hui, Lu Qing, are you there? Come out. The one-eyed pirate furrowed his brow, recognizing the possibility of their exposure. Respond. Get him in here. Hurry. The one-eyed dragon approached Song Feier and her companions, threatening in a hushed tone. Hurry and shout. Now. The 3 pirates nearby immediately raised their rifles, aiming at them. Shout. I will shout. Do not fire. Zhao Lei quickly interjected. He then turned and called out in English. Xiao Yang, we are inside, come in. After shouting, he glanced at the one-eyed dragon, who nodded slightly. The call was acceptable, yet upon reflection, Zhao Lei felt something was amiss. Upon hearing Zhao Lei's response, Xiao Yang and Jinny's expression shifted. It was English. Zhao Lei was shouting in English. Danger, we must leave. Xiao Yang promptly instructed Jinny and pulled her to flee backwards. Observing Xiao Yang and her companion retreat, the 2 pirates inside the shed rushed out, triggering their weapons in the direction of Xiao Yang. Stop! Do not run! One pirate bellowed. Bullets struck the ground beside Xiao Yang and her companion, who hastened their pace and dashed into the woods. Who ordered you to fire? Upon hearing the gunfire, the one-eyed dragon stormed out, yelling at the 2 pirates. Boss! They were trying to escape. We had no choice but to shoot. One pirate quickly replied. They entered the woods ahead. Another pirate pointed, indicating the direction of the fleeing duo. Hearing this, the one-eyed dragon commanded, You 2, go and capture them. The 2 pirates immediately chased after Xiao Yang's fleeing direction. Suddenly, the one-eyed dragon recalled something and strode into the woods. Bring him back. Returning to the clearing, he unsheathed his curved blade, delicately wiping it with a cloth while gesturing toward Zhao Lei. A pirate promptly approached Zhao Lei, drew a dagger, and cut the ropes binding him, bringing Zhao Lei before the one-eyed dragon. Do you know what I detest the most? It is when others are dishonest with me. The one-eyed dragon said with a wicked grin, polishing the blade. Leader, I do not understand what you mean, Zhao Lei stammered in panic. You told me to shout, and I did. Ha. The one-eyed dragon chuckled coldly. Do you think I'm a fool? He was not speaking English. With a swift motion, a gleaming edge sliced across Zhao Lei's throat. His eyes widened in shock as he collapsed to the ground, blood pouring forth. This is the consequence of deceiving me, the one-eyed dragon said coldly. Drag him away. Toss him into the sea to feed the fish. Wu, Zhou Yuan, Lu Qing, and LV Huai screamed in terror upon witnessing Zhao Lei's demise. Fan Tong, Lu Yongwei, and Song Feier were equally horrified, unable to comprehend that the pirates would kill so mercilessly, forcing them to remain motionless on the ground. Be quiet. I demand silence. One pirate shouted at Zhou Yuan and the others. In the woods, Lin Zhe and Luo Yu were on their way back to the camp when they suddenly heard the cries of Zhou Yuan and her companions. Frowning, Lin Zhe trouble. Lin Zhe, what is it? Luo Yu inquired upon noticing Lin Zhe's sudden halt. Luo Yu, wait for me here, Lin Zhe said, bending slightly as he approached the camp. A few minutes later, Lin Zhe returned in a flurry. We must leave at once, he whispered urgently to Luo Yu. What happened? What is going on? Luo Yu asked, noticing Lin Zhe's distress. This is not a safe place for conversation. Move, Lin Zhe insisted quietly, leading the way deeper into the camp, prompting Liu to follow closely behind. Meanwhile, 2 pirates were in pursuit of Xiao Yang and his companion, chasing them into the labyrinthine woods. Xiao Yang, what shall we do? They whispered, hiding behind a thick tree root. Xiao Yang cautiously peeked around, observing that the pirates were merely a few dozen meters away, assessing the terrain and surveying the trees. He contemplated for a moment before murmuring a plan to Jenny. She bent low and began to stealthily make her way toward a large tree ahead, while Xiao Yang ascended the tree with his spear in hand. Chapter 7. The Retreat of the Pirates. Xiao Yang ascended a tree, finding himself approximately 3 meters above the ground. Nestled within a slight indentation of the trunk, his feet firmly braced against the sides, and a spear gripped tightly in his hands. Soon, he discerned the faint sound of footsteps, aware that the two pirates had approached the vicinity. Jenny, concealed behind a larger tree, peered through the crevices of its sturdy roots to catch sight of the two pirates. Gritting her teeth, she suddenly dashed out from behind the tree, only to retreat once more. There, the sound of gunfire rang out as one pirate, having spotted Jenny, hastily raised his rifle and unleashed a barrage towards the tree. Gradually advancing forward, Jenny scurried back behind the tree and dropped to the ground, bullets striking the roots above her head. "Come out!" The two pirates swiftly approached the tree, their attention wholly fixated on Jenny hidden behind it. Seizing the moment as the pirates passed by, Xiaoyang propelled himself downward with great force. Thud! A cry of despair erupted from the nearest pirate as the spear pierced through his body from behind. Ha! Bang! Crack! Before the second pirate could react, Xiaoyang leaped with a mighty shout, delivering a powerful kick that sent him sprawling. Without hesitation, Xiaoyang rushed forward, wrapping his arm around the pirate's neck and executing a swift twist. The movement was precise and devoid of any superfluous actions. "Jenny, come out. It's taken care of," Xiaoyang called out to the tree. Moments later, Jenny emerged from her hiding spot, brushing the dirt from her clothes. "Xiaoyang, you are remarkable. What did you do before?" she inquired, astonished at the sight of the lifeless pirate sprawled on the ground. Xiaoyang, kneeling to rummage through the pirate's belongings, replied succinctly, "I was a soldier." A subtle change flickered across his expression. In no time, he gathered the equipment from the two pirates, 2 AK rifles, 2 magazines, 2 daggers, a lighter, and a pack of cigarettes of an unknown brand. "Can you handle a gun?" Xiaoyang asked, looking up at Jenny. With a faint smile, she stepped forward, grasping a rifle and demonstrating her adeptness. "I grew up around firearms." Xiaoyang returned her smile and promptly handed her a dagger along with a magazine. As they swiftly made their way toward the camp, upon reaching the rocky area, they concealed themselves behind the stones, gazing towards the direction of the forest. "Jenny, stay here while I draw them out," Xiaoyang said, bending slightly as he edged closer to the camp along the forest's edge. "Be careful," Jenny whispered softly. "Why haven't they returned yet?" The one-eyed pirate cursed in frustration. "Go check if they're back," he commanded. "Yes, boss," replied a pirate, striding towards the beach. As the pirate stepped out of the woods, he unexpectedly encountered Xiaoyang. Hot, 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 hot. Without allowing the pirate a moment to react, Xiaoyang opened fire. The pirate's body had been struck by several bullets, all to the chest, and he collapsed immediately to the ground. The one-eyed dragon, upon hearing the gunfire, swiftly emerged with the remaining 2 pirates. At that moment, Xiaoyang had already dashed into the woods and crouched down. "Damn it!" The one-eyed dragon cursed upon seeing the fallen pirate. "Boss, the situation is dire for us," one pirate whispered. "If we don't leave now, a storm will soon unleash a hurricane." "Let us go," the one-eyed dragon commanded fiercely, hastening towards the seaside, with the 2 pirates providing cover from behind. Xiaoyang stood up, and just as he exited the woods, gunfire erupted. Rat-a-tat-tat. Upon spotting Xiaoyang, the pirates immediately opened fire to suppress him. Hearing the gunshots, he quickly dove back into the trees, the bullets striking the ground where he had just stood. 10 minutes later, Xiaoyang peeked out from the other side of the woods and saw the pirates had already set off in their boat. He dashed out. "I will return," the one-eyed dragon muttered, gazing at the island. This time, he had merely come to scout the situation, never anticipating he would encounter people from the cruise ship. From the few he had questioned, he learned that among the more than a dozen individuals, 7 were from affluent families. Capturing them could yield a ransom that would amount to an astronomical figure, which undeniably piqued the one-eyed dragon's interest. Standing by the shore, Xiaoyang watched the boats gradually recede into the distance. "Xiaoyang." At that moment, Jenny ran over and called out, also gazing at the 3 boats on the sea. "Have they fled?" "Yes, let us go in and rescue them," he replied. Upon returning to the woods, Zhou Yuanyuan and the others were overwhelmed with emotion upon seeing Xiaoyang and began to weep. "Where's brother Zhao?" Noticing Zhao Lei was missing, Xiaoyang inquired with curiosity. "Big brother, Zhao was killed by them. Sob, sob, sob." Zhou Yuanyuan cried out. Soon, Xiaoyang and the others found Zhao Lei's lifeless body on the beach. After laying Zhao Lei to rest, Silence enveloped the group, and their spirits sank to an all-time low. What about Lin Zhe and Luo Yu? Haven't they returned? Xiao Yang asked Song Feier, surveying the surroundings. Song Feier shook her head. We haven't seen them since they captured us. Hearing her words, Xiao Yang realized they must have known about Song Feier and the others being captured and had fled deeper into the island. Back in a makeshift shelter, everyone sat down, uncertain of what to do next. The pirate's corpse had been dragged by Fan Tong and Lu Yongwei to the beach and tossed into the sea, armed only with a dagger and a magazine. The rifle had been taken by the one-eyed dragon when he departed. What are your plans? The pirates could return at any moment. Xiao Yang looked at Fan Tong and the others. Let us wait for Zhe Ge to return before deciding, Fan Tong suggested. Glunting at Xiao Yang, Lu Yongwei nodded in agreement. Xiao Yang lowered his head in contemplation. If the pirates returned, they would undoubtedly bring many more men. By then, it might be too late to flee, and this place was no longer safe. Xiao Yang stood up, brushed off his clothes, and spoke. I believe it is time for us to part ways. When Lin Zhe returns, please inform him. Throughout this week, Fan Tong and Lu Yongwei had been incessantly sarcastic, and Xiao Yang had long since lost the desire to remain in their company. Among the group of over a dozen, only Zhao Lei, Zhou Yuanyuan, and Jenny were amiable companions. Song Feier was a partial ally, while Lin Zhe and Jin Fan could also be considered half-friends. As for the others, Xiao Yang could hardly engage them in conversation. From the very beginning, when Xiao Yang revealed that he was merely a security guard, their gazes were laced with disdain and contempt. In that moment, Xiao Yang acutely felt the chasm between the affluent and the impoverished, without wealth. They regarded you with utter disdain. Chapter 8. Separation. Upon hearing that Xiao Yang intended to depart, the crowd momentarily froze, only to swiftly don expressions of indifference. Having already escaped danger, they felt unconcerned about Xiao Yang. His absence merely meant one less person among them. Xiao Yang ventured into the woods and soon emerged, dragging a pink suitcase, a possession he had brought along and intended to take with him. Xiao Yang, are you truly leaving? Jin Fan inquired as he approached. Indeed, Xiao Yang nodded, offering a casual excuse. This place is not suitable for habitation. I wish to explore other locales. With that, he grasped the suitcase and began his descent. Big brother, I want to accompany you. At that moment, Zhou Yuanyuan sprinted after him, calling out. Indeed, only the impoverished associate with the impoverished. Fan Tong muttered under his breath upon witnessing Zhou Yuanyuan's pursuit. Right? Here, one might have mistaken him for a leader, Lu Yongwei chimed in. Guesting asidlong glunt at Xiao Yang. Song Feier observed Xiao Yang, her expression shifting slightly. Her lips moved, yet ultimately, she chose to remain silent. I shall accompany you as well, Jenny remarked with a smile as she approached. Jenny, you! Fan Tong exclaimed, rising abruptly in protest at Jenny's decision to join Xiao Yang. Why do you care where I go? Jenny retorted, turning to face Fan Tong with a mocking gaze. You should keep those petty thoughts to yourself. Swiftly, Xiao Yang led Zhou Yuanyuan and Jenny downwards. Wait. At that moment, El Huai stood up, calling out to the trio before hurriedly following them. Once the four had departed, Fan Tong's expression darkened. He had harbored feelings for Jenny, and her choice to leave with Xiao Yang incited feelings of anger within him. Why do you wish to accompany me? Xiao Yang questioned as he dragged his suitcase, looking at the three with a perplexed expression. Being with them feels somewhat stifling. El Huai pondered aloud after a moment. I share that sentiment, Zhou Yuanyuan echoed. In any case, it is an uncomfortable feeling. In response, Xiao Yang merely smiled, while Jenny remained silent. The quartet traversed through the woods, with Jenny carrying the suitcase, while Xiao Yang wielded a long stick to clear their path. After navigating through the forest and over uneven terrain for an hour, they found themselves atop a hill, gazing at the vista before them. Before them lay an expansive green meadow, dotted with countless mountains in the distance, interwoven with meandering rivers, ominous swamps, and foreboding forests, imbued with an air of mystery and peril. At that moment, a dark cloud drifted over the sea, obscuring the sun and casting a pall over the sky. Let us hasten. Rain will soon fall, Xiao Yang remarked as he turned to glance towards the ocean, observing the gathering storm clouds. The four descended the hillside. Though the meadow was adorned with vibrant wildflowers, their spirits were too dampened to appreciate the beauty. After several minutes, they reached the banks of a river that flowed from within the island, slicing the vast meadow in two. Xiao Yang crouched down, dipping his hand into the river, then bringing it to his lips to taste. It was fresh water. We continued our descent, he informed the trio. Jenny and the others merely nodded, now looking to Xiao Yang for guidance. To evade the impending downpour, Xiao Yang needed to swiftly locate a shelter from the wind and rain. After approximately 10 minutes of following the riverbank, we arrived at an end where the water cascaded over a large stone. This flat rock sloped at a 40-degree angle, leading down into a ravine. Suddenly, a rumbling thunder echoed through the sky, dark clouds gathering, transforming the daylight into near darkness. It seems we must descend, Xiao Yang remarked, glancing at the surroundings. How do we get down? Lu Huiyi inquired, gazing at the drop of at least 10 meters, her fear of heights making her hesitant. Follow me, Xiao Yang instructed, veering to the left, bending his body as he carefully descended. Keep your body close to the rock face as you make your way down. He called back. I can't. Lu Huiyi murmured in terror after descending a few meters, her legs beginning to tremble, unresponsive to her commands. Give me your hand. Jenny, 2 meters below her, extended her arm to pull her up. Xiao Yang had reached the edge of the stone, below which lay a large boulder beside a pool of water. He assessed the distance, approximately 2 meters high. Jumping down posed no challenge. Positioning himself, Xiao Yang pushed off slightly with his feet and leaped onto the stone before landing on the ground. Jump down. I'll catch you, he shouted to Zhou Yuanyuan above. Zhou Yuanyuan, displaying remarkable bravery, climbed down the rock face, steadied herself, and upon seeing Xiao Yang, jumped down directly. He quickly extended his hands, successfully catching her. Jenny, hurry. It's about to rain, he urged the two above. Suddenly, Lu Huiyi screamed, breaking free from Jenny's grasp and tumbling down the rock face. With a splash, she fell directly into the pool. Huiyi, Xiao Yang's expression shifted, and he dashed into the water to pull her up. I'm fine. Once on the shore, Lu Huiyi sat gasping for breath, her chest rising and falling rapidly, her collar loosened, revealing her fair, smooth skin and ample curves. Xiao Yang glanced over, momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly averted his gaze. Soon, Jenny nimbly jumped down as well. Thunder continued to rumble ominously, and flashes of lightning streaked across the sky. There's a place to shelter from the rain. Quickly, Jenny exclaimed, spotting a recess at the foot of the mountain. Zhou Yuanyuan helped Lu Huiyi to her feet, following Xiao Yang to the sheltered area. It was small, yet sufficient for all four to squeeze in. Just then, raindrops began to fall from the sky. Xiao Yang noticed some dry twigs by the riverbank and quickly bent down to gather them. Xiao Yang, what are you doing collecting these useless pieces of wood? Jenny inquired with curiosity. Quickly help me gather them. Do not ask so many questions, Xiao Yang replied while continuing his task. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuanyuan immediately rushed down to join in the collection of wood. Suddenly, a torrential downpour ensued, prompting the four of them to hastily retreat to a recessed area, where they placed the gathered branches and logs. Huddled together, they watched the relentless rain outside, droplets splashing against their feet. The rain intensified, accompanied by a fierce wind that rustled the trees across the way, while the river's water level steadily rose, transforming into a raging torrent. Ah, a snake! Suddenly, Lu Hui exclaimed, clinging to Xiao Yang. Looking down, Xiao Yang spotted a water snake slithering towards them. Without hesitation, he drew his rifle and struck it down with the butt of the gun. The snake was small, merely the size of toe. After dispatching it, Xiao Yang picked up the water snake, unsheathed his dagger, and skillfully removed its skin and entrails, discarding them into the river. Chapter 9. Searching for a campsite. The rain persisted for over an hour before gradually subsiding. The sparse dark clouds in the sky began to disperse, and the gloomy atmosphere slowly brightened. After a mere 10 minutes, the rain ceased, and the four emerged from their shelter. The birds in the woods stirred to life, chirping incessantly. In the valley, the air was infused with the refreshing scent of damp earth. Where shall we go? El Huiyi inquired. Let's first find a suitable spot to erect a shelter, and then we shall consider our next steps, Xiao Yang replied, producing a cigarette from his pack and lighting it with a lighter. He coughed slightly after taking a puff, feeling the smoke irritate his throat with its potency. Placing the firewood into a handcart, the four of them proceeded along the riverbank. After half an hour, they arrived at a clearing at the foot of a mountain. Surrounded by sparse trees and adjacent to the flowing river, an ideal campsite. Let's construct our shelter here. This location seems quite favorable, Xiao Yang remarked as he surveyed the area. Let us get to work, Jenny suggested, placing the handcart and rifle together before heading to the riverbank to collect a few stones. Armed with a dagger and stones, she ventured into the thicket at the mountain's base to begin chopping. Zhou Yuan and El Hui busied themselves nearby, gathering fallen branches and dry wood. Xiao Yang climbed halfway up the slope, cutting down some palm fronds. Soon, Jenny returned with a bundle of flexible roots, resilient enough to withstand considerable bending without breaking. After retrieving the palm fronds, Xiao Yang continued his ascent in search of larger leafy plants. Upon reaching the mid-slope, he looked up at the summit, contemplated briefly, and decided to climb higher. The outer layers of the mountain were composed of loose rock, prone to falling, while low-lying plants covered the surface, with a few trees emerging from the crevices. After several minutes, Xiao Yang reached the summit, gazing down with a smile. At the base of the mountain lay the seashore, revealing the vast expanse of the azure ocean, stretching endlessly before him, with two solitary islands visible in the distance. To his surprise, he had circled back to the coast, albeit to a different shoreline. After a few minutes, he discovered several small palm trees nearby. After excavating their cores, he found 7 or 8 plump, creamy white grubs. Upon returning to the clearing, Jenny and the others had gathered numerous roots and some dry wood, which they laid out on the ground. I found something delightful, Xiao Yang announced, placing the palm leaves down and revealing the palm cores and grubs. Grubs? Is that what you consider a treasure? Zhou Yuan and El Hui expressed their disdain, unwilling to consume the revolting insects. Oh, you simply do not understand. You should try this, Xiao Yang shook his head, offering the palm cores to the three while keeping one for himself. Not bad, albeit with a hint of bitterness, El Hui murmured as she sampled the palm core. Xiao Yang chuckled as he produced a cigarette and lit it, brandishing a dagger as he approached a tree, delicately scoring its bark. After a short while, he managed to strip off several strips of bark, which possessed remarkable tensile strength and could serve as makeshift rope. Jenny, sharpen one end of those miscellaneous roots with the dagger, he instructed. With the bark in hand, Xiao Yang called out to Jenny, crabs. Sister Hui, there are crabs here. Hurry. Zhou Yuan noticed 2 small crabs scuttling by the riverbank, her excitement prompting her to sprint ahead. Once the bark was prepared, Xiao Yang moved to a nearby tree, slender enough to fit within a bowl circumference and towering over 3 meters, its trunk standing straight amidst the flat ground surrounding it. At that moment, Jenny approached, cradling a collection of sharpened roots in her arms. Are you planning to construct a shelter beneath this tree? She inquired, regarding him thoughtfully. Indeed, Xiao Yang nodded. We have approximately 2 hours until nightfall. We shall address other matters after tonight. Jenny acknowledged his words with a nod, and Xiao Yang handed her the lighter, instructing her to ignite a fire in the adjacent clearing. Grasping the lighter, Jenny opened the hand-drawn box and poured out the dry firewood. It dawned on her why Xiao Yang had collected the wood earlier. Following the rain, everything was damp, rendering the search for dry wood futile. Xiao Yang utilized the dagger to carve a groove into the trunk, then encircled the tree with the roots, planting them 2 meters away in the grass. He bent the roots toward the trunk and secured them with the strips of bark, thus erecting a circular framework for the shelter. Subsequently, he laid branches across the framework and bound them with bark before adorning it with palm leaves, each delicately nestled among the branches. Big brother, look, we caught so many crabs, Zhou Yuan exclaimed as she approached, waving a piece of grass adorned with 7 or 8 crabs. Very good, Xiao Yang smiled gently. Take them to the fire. Okay, she replied cheerfully, darting towards Jenny. By now, Jenny had successfully ignited the fire and was roasting the snake meat, culled from the serpent Xiao Yang had slain, skewered on a stick. Sister Jenny, This is for you, Zhou Yuanyuan said, presenting the crabs by the fire before taking a seat on a log. Jenny smiled, accepting the crabs and placing them directly into the flames. El Huai also strolled over from the riverbank, carrying a few crabs of her own. After 10 minutes, the shelter was finally complete, and Xiao Yang stepped inside to assess the space. It was somewhat cramped but sufficient for 4 occupants. Xiao Yang, come eat crabs, Jenny called out to him. As Zhou Yuanyuan and El Huai were not consuming the snake meat, Xiao Yang and Jenny each took half, while the larvae remained uncooked. Having gone an entire day without food, they were ravenous. The roasted crabs were devoured eagerly, producing delightful crunching sounds with each bite. I have good news for you, Xiao Yang announced with a grin after they were satiated. If we climb to the mountain's summit, we shall find the sea below. The sea? They exclaimed in disbelief. Are you serious? Upon hearing this, Lu Hui joyfully inquired, wonderful. We can once again revel in the pleasures of the seaside. Zhou Yuanyuan chuckled softly. I have visited many coastal retreats, where the sandy shores are often marred by the detritus of the ocean, cast ashore by tumultuous waves. With a smile, Jenny interjected, we shall require some containers to hold fresh water. Nodding in agreement, Xiao Yang replied, you are absolutely correct. We shall venture to the beach tomorrow. After some conversation, Xiao Yang proceeded to construct a small shelter nearby. With the collective efforts of the 4, this modest refuge was assembled in less than half an hour. As dusk fell, Xiao Yang placed several palm leaves within the shelter to insulate the damp ground underneath. When night enveloped the surroundings, Jenny and the other 2 women entered the shelter, while Xiao Yang rested in the smaller refuge. Armed with a firearm, he felt assured against any potential nocturnal threats from wild beasts. Chapter 10. Collecting marine debris. The following morning, the sun's radiant rays illuminated the valley. In the forest, vibrant birds chirped joyfully on the branches, flitting about in search of insects. Xiao Yang emerged from the shelter, stretching his limbs. He had not slept well the previous night. As the unfamiliar surroundings kept him in a state of half-sleep, his mind ever alert. Big brother, Jenny and her companions stepped out from the shelter behind him, and upon seeing Xiao Yang, Zhou Yuanyuan exclaimed with delight. Let us go, Xiao Yang responded, gathering his rifle and dagger as he began to ascend the mountain, with Jenny and her friends hastily trailing behind. Be cautious. The roots of those weeds are not very secure. If you need to lean on them, do so gently, Xiao Yang advised, turning to face the trio. They followed closely, carefully making their way up the slope, with Xiao Yang proceeding at a slow pace for safety. Oh no! Zhou Yuanyuan suddenly cried out, having stepped on a loose rock layer that crumbled beneath her, sending debris tumbling down. Be careful! Jenny turned, grasping her arm. After nearly an hour, they finally reached the summit. Wow! The ocean is truly beautiful, Zhou Yuanyuan exclaimed, gazing at the sea with joy. The azure waters met the sky, with seabirds hunting over the surface and waves crashing against the cliffs, creating a soothing cacophony. Jenny surveyed the area, noting that the descent to the beach required navigating a slope of over 30 degrees, which appeared manageable. Let us head down over there, Xiao Yang said, pointing to the right, and Jenny and her friends followed his lead. After walking a few dozen meters, they arrived at a dip, resembling an opening about a meter high, easily navigable with a jump. Xiao Yang approached, assessed the situation, and leaped down, with the others mimicking his actions. They then carefully descended the slope, leaning against the mountainside for support. The pace of their descent was considerably swifter than their ascent. More than half an hour later, the 4 reached the foot of the mountain, making their way toward the palm grove ahead. Towering coconut trees, each standing 10 to 20 meters high, filled the area. Harvesting coconuts was no simple task. The ground was uneven, dotted with small puddles in various locations. Wow, so many coconut trees, Zhou Yuanyuan exclaimed. What good are they if you can't reach them? Jenny retorted playfully. Big brother can. He can climb trees, Zhou Yuanyuan chimed in. Xiao Yang looked up at the coconut trees, chuckling, hee, they're quite high. I wouldn't dare climb them. While he could manage trees of 7 or 8 meters, those exceeding 10 meters were daunting. If his strength faltered, a fall could be perilous. Exiting the palm grove, they entered a thicket, and beyond it lay the beach. The shoreline was adorned with numerous coral reefs, rugged and uneven, with sharp edges that could easily inflict cuts if one were not careful. However, the coral reef is dotted with numerous small puddles, where one might find fish stranded by the retreating tide, along with an assortment of other seafood, such as sea snails and crabs. Beyond the coral reefs lies the deep sea, teeming with various sharks and jellyfish, rendering it rather perilous. On the beach, scattered remnants of driftwood and discarded plastic bottles can be observed. Come, let us venture to the coral reef. We shall feast first, Xiaoyang proclaimed as he strolled towards the shoreline. I cannot swim, murmured Zhou Yuanyuan, gazing at the distant coral reef. Xiaoyang slowly shed his clothing, revealing a well-toned physique, his six-pack abs causing a faint blush to rise on El Huai's cheeks. Not bad at all, Jenny remarked with a slight smile, admiring Xiaoyang's sculpted abdomen. Yuanyuan, since you cannot swim, why not gather some bottles and wood on the beach? We'll start a fire upon our return, Xiaoyang suggested to Zhou Yuanyuan before making his way into the water. Jenny, casting a glance at Xiaoyang, chuckled softly and began to disrobe as well, donning only a set of blue lingerie that accentuated her voluptuous form. Upon witnessing Jenny's actions, El Huai hesitated, battling her inner turmoil before gradually beginning to remove her garments. Xiaoyang spotted a patch of coral reef ahead, leaping into the water and swimming towards it. Upon reaching the outskirts of the reef, he carefully climbed atop. In the small puddles atop the coral, he discovered several tiny fish, each no larger than a thumb. Though small, these fish could still provide a satisfying meal. Xiaoyang crouched down, capturing the little fish and placing them into his pocket. Jenny and El Huai remained nearby, exploring the coral reef. After a brief interval, Xiaoyang returned to the beach, retrieving his clothing and heading towards the thicket, where Jenny and El Huai were on their way back. Upon returning to the thicket, Zhou Yuanyuan had gathered a considerable amount of firewood and 3 plastic bottles in a clearing. Big brother, you are back, Zhou Yuanyuan exclaimed joyously as she ran toward Xiaoyang. Yes, Xiaoyang replied with a smile. Please fetch some dry grass. Okay, she responded eagerly, dashing back into the nearby bushes. Shortly after, she emerged with a handful of dry grass. Xiaoyang produced a lighter, igniting the grass and placing it in the clearing, gradually adding small twigs. Once the fire blazed to life, he retrieved the small fish and a sea snail from his pocket. Zhou Yuanyuan quickly found several twigs, skewering the tiny fish and placing them by the fire to roast. When Jenny and El Huai returned, they bore only a few oysters and a couple of small sea snails. Xiaoyang, there are many oysters and small sea snails at the coral reef, as well as sea urchins, but we have nothing to carry them in, Jenny remarked, looking at Xiaoyang. Nodding in understanding, Xiaoyang acknowledged that this was indeed a shortcoming in his planning. Understood. I will devise a solution, he replied, with a meager collection of fish, oysters, and sea snails. The 4 of them found their provisions woefully insufficient, merely serving to quell their hunger momentarily, leaving them far from satiated. Let's ascend, he suggested. Xiaoyang stood up and gazed upwards. A mere 100 meters above him, sparse trees and coconut palms flourished. The 4 of them ascended, quickly arriving at the scattered grove. Xiaoyang identified a slanted coconut tree standing 5 or 6 meters tall and plucked several coconuts from its branches. Jenny, you 3 should construct a shelter. We shall spend the night here, he remarked, surveying the surroundings. No sooner had he spoken than he brandished his dagger, venturing into the thicket to strip some bark and chop down a few branches. He tore the bark apart, bent the branches, and proceeded to entwine the strips of bark around them, intent on weaving a fish trap. While Xiaoyang diligently crafted the trap, Jenny and the others set about erecting their shelter in a small clearing nearby. Drawing from their previous experience, Jenny had already mastered the art of shelter construction. Chapter 11. Discovering wild boars. Once the 3 of them had assembled the skeleton, they sat on the ground sipping coconut juice. At that moment, Xiaoyang approached with 2 fish traps, each half a meter long, round in shape, equipped with a lid that could be opened. Both ends were tied with a vine for ease of transport. Wow, big brother, what is this? Zhou Yuanyuan inquired curiously, gazing at the fish trap. This is a fish trap. After catching fish, you simply open the lid, place them inside, and close it again. Xiaoyang demonstrated as he picked up one of the traps. Jenny examined the fish trap, chuckling, "Not bad. I didn't expect you could make this." Hee hee. Xiao Yang smiled modestly, making this as a trivial matter. With that, he grabbed a coconut beside him and tilted his head back to drink. After finishing, he ventured in the nearby woods and chopped down several slender trees. These saplings were small enough to be grasped with one hand. He cut them to a length of 1.5 meters, then used a dagger to carve across into one end, inserting 2 shorter branches at the base. Next, he wrapped the branches with strips of bark, securing them tightly before sharpening the protruding prongs. Thus, a simple fish spear was crafted. Xiao Yang skillfully fashioned 4 such spears, which could serve not only for fishing but also as weapons. When he returned to the clearing with the 4 spears, he found Jenny and the others had already bound numerous horizontal branches around the skeleton of their shelter. "Xiao Yang, there are no palm leaves here. How shall we cover the roof of the shelter?" Jenny approached him with a question. "Palm leaves? There are plenty above," Xiao Yang replied with a smile. He then led them on a trek of about 10 minutes, where they discovered 7 or 8 small palm trees amidst the woods, alongside numerous large-leaved plants over a meter tall, bearing red fruits resembling corn, though their edibility was uncertain. With knives in hand, Xiao Yang and Jenny began to harvest palm leaves, while Lu Huai and Zhou Yuanyuan gathered the foliage. Xiao Yang also cut down some large leaves, and the 4 of them returned to their campsite, arms laden with their bounty. These palm leaves could be woven together, ensuring that even in the rain, water would not seep through. In the clearing, Xiao Yang tore the palm leaves into strips and began to interlace them, crafting a mat-like structure. Once he had woven enough, the 3 women quickly took up palm leaves to learn the technique, asking Xiao Yang for guidance whenever they encountered difficulties. After weaving several mats, Xiao Yang felt hunger creeping in. "Jenny, Huai, we're going out to look for food," he announced as he stood up. Yuan, you stay here. Make sure the fire doesn't go out, and just continue weaving," he instructed, before grabbing a spear and fish trap and setting off. The trio arrived at the coral reef and dispersed. Xiao Yang swam in the sea, wishing to dive but lacking goggles. Thus, he could only search for seafood within the coral. Small fish, crabs, sea snails, mussels, and oysters were all gathered into the fish trap. "Hey, this one is quite large." In the crevices of the coral reef, Xiao Yang discovered a sea fish weighing approximately half a kilogram, trapped within. He swiftly captured it. After finishing with this reef, he swam over to the adjacent one, continuing his quest. His fish basket was already brimming with an assortment of seafood. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuanyuan, feeling somewhat bored, busied herself weaving palm leaves. Growing weary, she stood up to stroll around and observe her surroundings. Suddenly, she spotted a small creature wandering near the coconut grove and dashed over to investigate. "A pig? How could there be a pig here?" As the small animal approached, Zhou Yuanyuan widened her eyes in astonishment, realizing it was a tiny wild boar, seemingly just learning to walk. With a sudden leap, she sprang from behind a tree and tackled the little boar, capturing it effortlessly. "Uh-huh, I've got you," she exclaimed with glee, holding the boar tightly in her arms. The young boar squealed and squirmed, desperately attempting to break free. Suddenly, Zhou Yuanyuan felt a tremor behind her. Turning around, her expression shifted dramatically as she beheld a large wild boar charging towards her. "Oh my goodness!" she gasped, panic gripping her as she fled forward. In her haste, she stumbled and fell into a puddle, losing her grip on the little boar. The pursuing wild boar, upon seeing its young escape, cast a glance at Zhou Yuanyuan before darting after the little one. Ugh! Zhou Yuanyuan was now covered in mud, her face and mouth smeared as well. Rising to her feet and surveying her disheveled appearance, she hurried towards the sea. Upon reaching the shoreline, she plunged into the water to wash away the muck clinging to her clothes. "Yuanyuan, what are you up to?" Jenny approached, inquiring curiously. "I was caught a little wild boar, but it got away," Zhou Yuanyuan replied, "and there was also a large wild boar." "Wild boar?" Jenny exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "Where? Take me there." If they could capture a large wild boar, it would be sufficient sustenance for the 4 of them for about a week. After Zhou Yuanyuan had cleaned herself off, she returned to the shore and led Jenny towards the coconut grove. Jenny readied her rifle, prepared to hunt the large boar. Knowing the importance of accuracy, due to the boar's formidable strength, especially when injured, as it could become exceedingly aggressive. Where'd it go? The two of them searched the coconut grove, but found no trace of the boar. It must have fled to another area, Jenny remarked, scanning her surroundings. Let's head back. After leaving the grove, they made their way back to the campsite. Zhou Yuanyun settled onto a log by the fire, seeking to dry her clothes. Within 10 minutes, Xiao Yang and Lu Huiyi returned. Their haul had been quite fruitful, with both fish baskets nearly filled with seafood. More than enough for a hearty meal for the four of them. Xiao Yang, Zhou Yuanyun began, I just spotted a large wild boar in the coconut grove, along with a little one. As they grilled fish skewers, Jenny turned to Xiao Yang, inquiring about the wild boar. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang was momentarily taken aback, surprised that wild boars might appear in this vicinity. I'll go take a look, he said. Shortly thereafter, the aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air, while the oysters resting on the fire had already opened their shells. LV Huiyi, wielding a branch, carefully extracted the sea snails from the flames. Jenny removed several oysters, deftly prying open their shells with a dagger, and savored the succulent flesh within. Zhou Yuanyun held a few skewers of perfectly grilled fish, relishing each small fish. Her eyes half closed in bliss as she savored the delightful taste, a sensation of pure pleasure. Xiao Yang, too, indulged in the crimson crabs, cracking them open with satisfying sounds as he enjoyed each bite. Huiyi, this fish is for you. Xiao Yang offered a half-kilogram sea fish to LV Huiyi. Thank you, she replied with a smile as she accepted the grilled fish. After satisfying their hunger, everyone sat on the ground sipping coconut juice, taking a well-deserved rest. A mere 10 minutes later, Xiao Yang hung the woven palm leaves above the shelter, layering some large leaves beneath for added comfort. You all continue weaving the palm leaves. I will check the coconut grove, he instructed the trio before taking up his rifle and departing from the campsite. Chapter 12. The coconut crab. Xiao Yang ventured into the grove of coconut trees, ascending towards their verdant heights. On the grass below, a few fallen coconuts lay scattered, some of which had been gnawed upon by various creatures. Near the base of the mountain, he stumbled upon wild boar droppings and evidence of their foraging, cloven earth marked by their powerful snouts. These signs clearly indicated that wild boars frequently roamed this area. After a thorough search revealed no trace of the beasts, Xiao Yang collected 2 coconuts and made his way back to the camp. Suddenly, he noticed a coconut beneath a nearby tree twitching slightly, prompting him to rush over. To his delight, he discovered a sizable coconut crab feasting on the coconut flesh. He quickly set down his coconuts and, with a swift motion, used the butt of his rifle to pin down the crab's formidable pincers, capturing it from behind. It weighed at least 5 or 6 pounds. Huh, he chuckled, admiring the coconut crab in his grasp. The coconut crab, the largest terrestrial crab, is renowned for its tender, rich meat and abundant fat, making it a rare delicacy. Upon returning to the campsite, he found that Jenny and the others were absent, presumably having ventured to the beach. He procured a vine and securely bound the coconut crab, placing it within the shelter. After reinforcing the structure with some dry timber and laying down the remaining coconut fronds to create a bed, he added a few logs to the fire pit to ensure a lasting flame. He retrieved a cigarette from his pack, noting there were 6 remaining. Lighting it with a burning branch, he also picked up a metal lighter from the shelter, aware that such lighters could easily run out of fuel, thus requiring cautious use. After a brief respite, Xiao Yang armed himself with a spear and departed the campsite, heading towards the beach. Not far ahead lay a rocky area, where the relentless waves battered the stones below. He climbed onto the rocks, shedding his shirt, and as he descended, the waves soaked his trousers up to his thighs. With spear in hand, he diligently searched the crevices for fish. Above him, a sheer cliff rose 7 or 8 meters, its base littered with exposed rocks. Gradually, he made his way toward the cliff, occasionally diving beneath the surface. Emerging from the water, he raised his spear, triumphant, as it bore a grouper weighing approximately 2 or 3 pounds. Yes, he exclaimed, a smile spreading across his face as he hurried back to shore. Upon returning, he gathered his clothes and rifle, making his way back to the camp. Halfway there, he spotted Jenny and her companions ascending from below. It appeared they had explored a nearby cove. He had not noticed them earlier due to the large bend in the path that led to another side he had yet to visit. Back at the camp, he removed the entrails from the grouper and skewered them onto a stick. Moments later, Jenny and her friends entered from outside. Big brother. As soon as Zhou Yuanyuan entered, she exclaimed with delight, "Look, what we found." Hearing her voice, Xiao Yang turned his head and saw Zhou Yuanyuan cradling a tin can. Upon seeing the tin, a spark ignited in Xiao Yang's eyes. "Let me see." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuanyuan promptly handed the tin can to him. Xiao Yang observed the tin. It was well sealed and appeared to be a square container for resin glue. "Where did you find it?" Xiao Yang inquired, looking at the three of them. "It has a siphon at the top, and we discovered it in the mud," Jenny replied with a slight smile. Xiao Yang chuckled, took out his dagger, and swiftly pierced the top of the tin can, then made a decisive cut. "The inner wall is quite thick." "Not bad," Xiao Yang murmured as he exerted force. 2 minutes later, the top of the tin was opened, and Xiao Yang inhaled, detecting a faint scent of glue inside. "Ah, what is this?" Suddenly, Lu Huei shouted as she rushed out from the shelter. Upon hearing her, Jenny quickly dashed inside and re-emerged with a tied coconut crab. Xiao Yang looked up and remarked, "This is a coconut crab. It was caught in the coconut grove." "Such a large crab," Zhou Yuanyuan exclaimed, her eyes wide as she pointed at the coconut crab in astonishment. "We'll save it for dinner tonight," Xiao Yang stated, taking the tin can and departing the campsite. At the seaside, Xiao Yang cleaned the tin can with sand and mud, then found a stone to hammer down the edges, ensuring there would be no risk of cuts. "With this tin can, I can cook," he said, filling it with water and lifting it, delighted to find no leaks. In the evening, the four of them sat on the beach, watching the sunset, which was always so beautiful in its afterglow. As night fell, they returned to the campsite, gathered around the fire, grilling sea fish and some small sea snails. In the tin can, they boiled the crabs that Jenny and the others had brought back in coconut juice. "Coconut crab boiled in coconut juice must be delicious. Ha ha," Zhou Yuanyuan laughed. "I want to eat coconut crab." Lu Huei smiled gently at Xiao Yang. "Let us save the coconut crab for tomorrow. With so much seafood tonight. Isn't that enough for you?" Xiao Yang replied with a grin. As they ate and chatted, they eventually returned to the shelter to rest late into the night. The next morning, the sky was overcast as the four of them made their way to the nearby siphon. As the tide had receded, the mud was exposed, revealing small puddles where they searched for sea snails. "Wow, a large sea snail," Zhou Yuanyuan exclaimed, grasping a fist-sized sea snail with excitement. Xiao Yang caught a small eel in one of the puddles and placed it in the fish cage. Lu Huei, meanwhile, used a spear to hold down an octopus but was too timid to grab it, so she called Jenny for assistance, who usually collected shellfish. An hour later, the four returned, their faces beaming with smiles. Back at the campsite, Jenny and the others took charge of cooking, while Xiao Yang ventured into the woods and fetched a multitude of vines. "Xiao Yang, what do you need so many vines for?" Upon seeing Xiao Yang return with a bundle of vines, Jenny inquired with curiosity. "You will find out shortly," Xiao Yang replied with a faint smile. He set down the vines, seated himself, and began to weave slowly. After half an hour, 3 small vine nets were meticulously crafted. "What purpose does this serve?" Jenny asked, examining the net. "It is for storing items," Xiao Yang responded with a gentle smile. After satisfying their hunger, Xiao Yang gathered several coconuts and placed them into the vine net. The seafood was stored in metal cans, which were then placed in another vine net. After tidying up the campsite at noon, the four of them set off toward the coconut grove. Chapter 13. Moving again, returning to the valley. They placed their belongings inside the shelter. Lu Huei took out various items: a tin can, 7 water bottles, including 2 large 2-liter bottles. All were capped. Without the caps, they would not drift ashore. Exhausted from the endless climbing up and down, Zhou Yuanyuan murmured within the shelter. Xiao Yang surveyed the surroundings. The valley was desolate, prompting him to decide to explore the woods on the opposite riverbank. "Jenny, I'm stepping out for a moment," he called out to the shelter before heading toward the river. The river flowed placidly, the water only reaching ankle deep. The riverbed was strewn with pebbles and sand, where small fish, shrimp, and crabs thrived amidst the crevices of the stones. After crossing the river, he ventured into the woods beyond. By the seaside in the hut, Lindsay, Fan Tong, Song Feier, Lu Qing, and Lu Yongwei sat on the ground, all bearing grim expressions. Jin Fan had taken Tong Yao, Lu Ou, and Lu Linlin to the rocky area, in search of food. In recent days, the small sea snails in the rocky region had dwindled, insufficient for the 9 of them. Other than coconuts, their only sustenance consisted of small sea snails and some shellfish to satiate their hunger. Now, they feared that pirates might return, leaving the group in a state of constant unease. Lindsay made no remarks regarding Xiao Yang and his companion's departure, acknowledging that each person had their own aspirations. It seems we must also leave this place to search for more food on the island. He finally spoke after a prolonged silence, glancing at the others. Aren't we waiting for rescue? Lu Qing immediately inquired upon hearing him. Lu Qing, a woman in her 30s, donned a purple qipao, her curvaceous figure accentuated by her delicate, oval face and captivating eyes. Rescue? Huh, Fan Tong scoffed. Do you truly believe help will arrive? Indeed, if they intended to come, they would have done so by now. Lu Yongwei chimed in. We are starving daily, and if they haven't come yet, we might well perish. Upon hearing their exchange, Song Feier furrowed her brow. She had felt unwell that morning, and with only a meager portion of sea snails to eat, her condition was deteriorating. Feier, what do you think? Lindsay asked her. Song Feier lowered her head, contemplating but remaining silent. Her mind was in disarray, leaving her uncertain about making a decision. If we remain here and fail to find food, within 3 days, we will all succumb to illness, Lindsay stated gravely, observing the group. While we still possess strength, venturing into the island may yield food. If you do not wish to leave, I shall follow Xiao Yang's lead and depart alone. I refuse to perish here. With that, Lindsay stood and walked into the woods. As they watched him leave, the expressions on the others' faces darkened. They understood that Lindsay spoke the truth. Yet the thought of departing left them anxious. What if the rescue team arrived and could not find them? Half an hour later, Jin Fan and Luo Yu returned, and Lindsay shared his thoughts with them, leaving the decision of whether to accompany him to their discretion. Outside the shed, numerous shells were placed to collect rainwater. The heavy rainfall 2 days prior had allowed them to gather a sufficient amount of water, enough to last for 2 days. Lindsay emerged with 2 mineral water bottles, pouring the collected rainwater into them. At noon, a fire crackled with dozens of small sea snails and a few clams roasting over it. This meager fare was hardly sufficient for 9 individuals, as the meat from the small snails was scant. Observing the meager provisions, no one made a move to eat. Lu Linlin and Lu Ou felt their bodies weakening, experiencing fatigue and slight dizziness. They had just discussed their situation and decided to follow Lindsay. Let us eat. Once we finish, we shall depart, Lindsay announced, prompting the group to finally dig in. Within 2 minutes, the food vanished, and they collected the remaining rainwater into the bottles. Armed with sticks, the 9 of them ventured into the forest. Zeej, where are we headed? I do not know. Xiao Yang, having circled the nearby woods, discovered that aside from some small birds and animals, there were no larger creatures like wild goats. The resources here were scarce. Aside from a river, there was nothing else, rendering this place unsuitable for habitation. It was impractical to traverse the mountains daily to reach the coast. In pursuit of a better life, Xiao Yang was compelled to make a decision. Upon returning to the camp, Zhou Yuan and Jenny were preparing food, having boiled the seafood in a tin. Lu Hui gathered some firewood nearby. Jenny, I think we must leave this place. As he sat down, Xiao Yang gazed at Jenny. She merely nodded, refraining from inquiring further, understanding that Xiao Yang's decision was grounded in reason. Zhou Yuan and Lu Hui remained silent, prepared to follow wherever Xiao Yang led. The resources here are too limited, and the chances of finding food are slim. Thus we must relocate, Xiao Yang explained. You decide. I trust you, Jenny replied with a smile. Xiao Yang returned her smile, and shortly after, the seafood was ready. Zhou Yuan was the first to extract a coconut crab, tearing off its claws. Big brother, here, a claw for you, she exclaimed, handing a large claw to Xiao Yang. Once everyone was satisfied, they began to pack their belongings, taking along 2 large sea snails that remained uneaten. Following the river upstream, they soon arrived at a pool. Shall we climb up? Zhou Yuanyuan inquired, gazing upwards. Yes, you go first, Xiao Yang replied, allowing her to step onto his shoulder, helping her ascend the boulder. Next was Lu Huai, followed by Jenny, and finally, Xiao Yang leaped onto the stone. 10 minutes later, all four had safely climbed up and reached the grassland. Xiao Yang cast a glance towards a mountain peak and led them in that direction. Upon reaching the end of the grassy expanse, they ascended the slope, ultimately arriving at a grove of trees, into which they ventured directly. Xiao Yang took the lead, with Jenny trailing behind, armed with 2 rifles, thus unperturbed by the possibility of encountering carnivorous beasts. After approximately half an hour of trekking, they began their descent down the slope, and soon came across a troop of monkeys. Chirp, chirp, upon spotting the arrival of Xiao Yang and his companions. The monkeys emitted warnings from the branches above. Descending the incline, they reached a flat expanse of overgrown grass. Xiao Yang observed the surroundings, bent down, and plucked a leaf for closer examination. What is this? The curious Zhou Yuanyuan inquired. This is a type of wild vegetable known as planago, whose leaves are edible, and the roots can be brewed into a nourishing soup, Xiao Yang explained while examining the leaf. Upon completing his explanation, Xiao Yang straightened up and surveyed the patch of grass, discovering an abundance of platago in the area. Chapter 14. Settling in the valley, observing the plantain leaves amidst the weeds, Xiao Yang promptly called for Jenny and her companions to gather them. Just pluck the leaves, he instructed, producing a metal can. The 3 of them immediately bent down to harvest the plantain leaves from the surrounding area. Within a mere 10 minutes, the can was filled to the brim with leaves, and they then departed from the weedy patch, continuing along the base of the mountain to their left. Xiao Yang noticed numerous animal tracks and droppings, indicating the presence of large herbivores in the vicinity. After walking for a while, they approached a peak, separated from another mountain by no more than 100 meters. They traversed the narrow passage between the 2 mountains. This region was characterized by lush reeds, towering over a meter high, such that a person could only be seen from the head up when standing amidst them. Be cautious. Places like this often harbor venomous snakes, Xiao Yang warned, turning to the 3 of them. He began to strike the reeds with the butt of his gun, hoping to startle any nearby creatures, as most animals tend to flee at the sound. After approximately 10 minutes, they successfully emerged unscathed from the thicket, arriving at the expansive heart of a plain. The view was breathtaking, with the vast land encircled by surrounding mountains. Let us proceed, Xiao Yang urged as the 4 of them hurried toward the center of the plain. A wide river bisected the plain, branching into numerous smaller streams. The area was dotted with low shrubs, sandy patches, and weedy sections. This place is splendid, Jenny remarked, surveying the surroundings. Big brother, there are fish in the river, Zhou Yuanyuan exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the swimming fish. Xiao Yang looked and confirmed that indeed several fish, no larger than a toe, were darting about in the water. The river appeared shallow, reaching only to the calves, and its crystal-clear waters revealed the riverbed beneath. Many beautiful pebbles adorned the riverbanks. Quite nice, Xiao Yang nodded. The afternoon was waning, and darkness would soon descend. They had little time to explore elsewhere. The 4 continued to walk alongside the river, searching for suitable locations to construct a shelter. After a few minutes, Xiao Yang spotted a recessed area on the left, nestled between 2 peaks. Let us go have a look over there, he suggested. No sooner had he spoken than he led them toward the mountain. Walking straight for over 200 meters, they reached the base of the peak. From the outside, the mountain appeared hollow, with only a single entrance visible at the front. Nature truly is a master craftsman, Xiao Yang marveled at the entrance. Let's go inside. Jenny glanced at the entrance and pulled Lu Huai and Zhou Yuanyuan along with her. Seeing the 3 of them enter, Xiao Yang followed suit. Before he could step fully inside, he noticed 2 large mounds of earth on either side, covered in weeds. They walked through the mounds and quickly reached the entrance. The entrance to the mountain was only 7 or 8 meters wide, flanked by sheer cliffs soaring several dozen meters high on either side. 4 individuals entered through the entrance, and after traversing a mere 10 meters, they found themselves before a grove of trees. Through the gaps in the foliage, they discerned an open space within. Leading the way, Xiao Yang ventured into the woods, making his way toward the clearing. As he emerged from the trees, he arrived at a vast expanse of land, entirely covered in lush green grass, devoid of any weeds, and remarkably level. This clearing appeared to span over 100 square meters, encircled by towering trees, and curiously, the terrain of the clearing was elevated, with the surrounding trees growing below it, accompanied by a gentle slope. "What do you think?" Jenny inquired of Xiaoyang, her enthusiasm for the location evident. "It's getting late. Let us construct a shelter here," Xiaoyang replied with a subtle smile. Venturing deeper into the forest, he observed a variety of trees, many of which were unfamiliar to him. Yet one species he recognized was the cedar. The leaves of the cedar bore sharp spines that could prick one if not careful, but it served as an excellent building material. Placing their belongings on the grass, Xiaoyang took up a dagger and selected a sturdy branch. He began to strike the cedar trunk with the wood, initiating the process of felling the tree. The cedar's material was relatively easy to cut through, and both Xiaoyang and Jenny focused on branches of a wrist thickness. Once felled, they stripped the spines from the cedar and set them aside. Meanwhile, Zhou Yunyuan and Lu Hui busied themselves gathering dry wood nearby, preparing materials for the evening's fire. The dried spines of the cedar would serve as fine tinder. Half an hour later, with their collective efforts, they had successfully cut down approximately 30 cedars. The cedars were lightweight, and Xiaoyang carried 7 or 8 of them back to the grassy area. In a bid to expedite their work, he set the cedars down and began digging holes along the edge of the grass. After excavating 6 holes, he took 2 cedars and cut them to a height of 2 meters, planting them upright. He then cut 2 additional cedar pieces to a height of 1 meter 80 and set them into the ground as well. Before long, Jenny returned carrying more cedar, and after placing them down, she joined in to assist. To enhance stability, Xiaoyang dug 3 more holes in the center and planted additional cedars. Once the 9 cedars were firmly in place, they laid smaller cedar branches across them, securing everything with vines. At this point, Lu Hui and Zhou Yuanyuan, having set down their wood, rushed over to lend a hand. For those unfamiliar with the task, Xiaoyang patiently instructed them on how to position and bind the materials. An hour later, they had erected a frame for a shelter measuring 6 or 7 meters in length and 5 meters in width. The only task remaining was to cover the roof, yet they found themselves lacking palm leaves or large leaf plants for this purpose. "Follow me." Xiaoyang suddenly smiled at Jenny and the others, grab a cedar. Upon hearing this, the 3 promptly picked up a cedar and followed him as he retraced their steps. After a brief 15-minute walk, they arrived at a patch of reeds, and it became clear to Jenny and the others that Xiaoyang intended to use these reeds to construct the roof. "Let's get to work," Xiaoyang said with a gentle smile, bending down with his dagger in hand to begin harvesting the reeds. Jenny smiled as she grasped the dagger, commencing the labor of harvesting alongside Xiaoyang. The expanse of thatch was abundant, stretching far and wide, and a single day would scarcely suffice to complete the task. In less than 10 minutes, the duo had gathered a substantial amount of thatch. Subsequently, Xiaoyang bound the thatch into bundles, utilizing strands of the thatch itself as twine to secure the collections. After half an hour, 8 bundles were prepared, and the 4 of them shouldered the load of thatch made of cedar back to their camp. "How heavy! My shoulders ache," exclaimed Zhou Yuanyuan, furrowing her brow. "I feel the same," Lu Hui chimed in urgently. "Let us set it down for a moment and rest before continuing," Xiaoyang called to the 2. After 4 brief respites, they finally managed to transport the thatch back to the campsite. Upon their return, twilight began to envelop the sky. The 4 hastily laid the thatch atop the shelter, securing it with 3 cedar logs to ensure it remained firmly in place. Once the roof was completed, they surrounded the sides and rear with additional thatch. By the time these tasks were accomplished, darkness had fully descended. Xiaoyang kindled a fire in the center of the shelter, preparing for dinner, which consisted of 2 large sea snails and a tin of plantain soup. That night, the 4 took refuge in the shelter. In the deep of night, a gentle rain began to fall, nearly extinguishing the fire. Xiaoyang rubbed his eyes awake, seated himself beside the flickering flames, and added some wood, listening to the soothing sound of the rain outside. Chapter 15. The search for prey as dawn broke the following day. The surrounding woods resonated with the cheerful chirping of birds. Xiaoyang rubbed his eyes and awoke to find only a few glowing embers remaining in the fire pit. Hastily, he gathered some cedar leaves and placed them into the pit, blowing gently until the flames sparked to life, and then added more firewood. With the fire ablaze, Xiaoyang rose and stepped out of the shelter, taking in the beauty of the new day. Suddenly, a rumble emanated from his stomach, and he instinctively placed a hand on it, realizing his hunger. His sole thought at that moment was how to satiate his appetite, as their supplies had been exhausted. Shortly after, Jenny and the others stirred from their slumber, the fatigue of the previous day dissipating with a night's rest. "When did you wake up?" Jenny inquired as she approached him. Xiaoyang smiled slightly. "I've just awakened as well. Let's find some food." He returned to the shelter to add larger logs to the fire, ensuring it would burn longer. The four of them then ventured out of the valley. "Fish! There are fish here!" Zhou Yuanyuan exclaimed joyfully, darting toward a tributary where she spotted several small fish. Xiaoyang examined the stream and noted that the fish were quite small, each merely the size of a thumb. And he pondered how many it would take to fill the bellies of the four of them. "Jenny, you stay here with them to catch fish. I shall scout across the way," Xiaoyang instructed her. "Be careful," Jenny cautioned, aware that Xiaoyang intended to hunt larger game alone. He nodded and proceeded towards the opposite side, reassured by the presence of Jenny's rifle. Across from them lay a range of mountains, undulating and promising the presence of larger animals. Only after Xiaoyang had departed did the trio begin to catch the small fish in the tributary. "Sister Huai, quickly, block the entrance," Zhou Yuanyuan called out to Lu Huai below. Lu Huai promptly bent down, using her hands to fill the middle of the stream with soil, effectively isolating it from the river and trapping the small fish within. Beside the tributary was a modest puddle, where they placed their catch to keep them alive. Xiaoyang walked for a good half-hour before reaching the foot of the mountain, entering through a recessed area. Inside was a hollow, lush with dense weeds and thorny shrubs, adorned with various berries. Approaching the bushes, he plucked a berry and tasted it, nodding in approval at its sweetness with a hint of tartness. He then selected a few lighter-colored berries, which were predominantly sour with only a trace of sweetness, indicating they were not yet ripe. After sampling some berries, he continued deeper into the thicket, where he discovered several burrows, likely made by rodents. After surveying the surroundings, Xiaoyang followed the edges until he reached the innermost part. Suddenly, the air filled with a distinct clucking sound. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the nearby woods. Xiaoyang turned and discovered that a few exquisite pine grouse had been startled, taking flight deeper into the forest. He glanced at the departing birds and ventured into the woods, where the path ascended gently, though not steeply. Xiaoyang tread carefully on the carpet of fallen leaves and scattered twigs. After a short distance, he encountered a cluster of pine trees. Drawing his dagger, he made several incisions on the trunks, prompting the trees to exude resin. Pine resin is an exceptionally flammable fuel, suitable for crafting candles. After marking a few trees, he continued his ascent, noticing small squirrels scurrying into their tree hollows upon spotting him. The forest was abundant with parasitic plants, their roots intertwined. Suddenly, a faint sound emerged from the thicket to his right, prompting Xiaoyang to crouch and dash over. He beheld a porcupine, slowly making its way into the underbrush, its movements deliberate. The porcupine was adorned with long quills, alternating in black and white, varying in thickness. When threatened, it would raise its quills to intimidate potential foes. A series of gunshots rang out, and the porcupine collapsed. Shortly thereafter, Xiaoyang emerged from the woods, carrying the creature on his back. "We've caught 18 fish," one voice exclaimed. "No, it's 19, retorted another. "That one is too small to count. Small fish still count." Zhou Yuanyuan and LV Huai squatted by a small puddle, bickering over their haul. "Here comes Sister Jenny." Zhou Yuanyuan turned to see Jenny emerging from a nearby valley. Moments later, Xiaoyang returned, still shouldering the porcupine. Upon seeing him, Zhou Yuanyuan joyfully shouted, "Big Brother is back." Jenny smiled at the sight of the game on Xiaoyang's shoulder. "Big Brother, what is this?" Zhou Yuanyuan ran over, her curiosity piqued. "This is a porcupine," Xiaoyang replied with a slight smile. "Let us head back. My stomach has been growling for quite some time." Big brother, we caught a lot of fish. Indeed, quite impressive. Upon returning to the riverbank, Xiaoyang set down the porcupine and began to process it with his dagger. LV Hui dashed back to the campsite to fetch a tin can and several water bottles. Half an hour later, the entire porcupine had been prepared, filling a large tin with meat, though a few pieces and some bones remained uncontained. Back at the campsite, Xiaoyang constructed a rudimentary stove from stones and placed the tin over the fire. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuanyuan and LV Hui took the remaining meat to roast. Raw meat spoils quickly in the wilderness, so Xiaoyang aimed to cook it thoroughly. After several minutes, steam began to rise from the tin, and the water reached a boil. Lacking seasoning, he could only boil it as such, prioritizing a full stomach over flavor. Xiaoyang, I discovered bamboo not far from here in Hollow, Jenny informed him. Bamboo, Xiaoyang exclaimed with delight. Where? Take me to see it after we eat. The prospect of bamboo filled him with joy, for its utility is boundless. Weaving utilitarian items, constructing bamboo houses, and crafting bows and arrows. Let us first satiate our hunger, Jenny remarked with a gentle smile. What about the fish outside? Zhou Yuanyuan inquired. Xiaoyang responded with a slight smile. The fish? They shall be tended to. They are not going anywhere. Approximately 10 minutes later, the porcupine began to emit a delectable aroma. Zhou Yuanyuan and LV Hui gazed at the iron can, swallowing in anticipation, their hunger palpable. Can we eat now? They asked eagerly. Just a moment longer. Xiaoyang stirred the contents of the iron can with a wooden stick, ensuring the meat cooked evenly. After another 10 minutes, undeterred by the heat, Xiaoyang picked up a piece of meat, chewed it thoughtfully, and nodded. Yes, it is ready to be consumed. Upon hearing his words, the three of them eagerly grasped the meat, blew gently to cool it, and began to indulge. Delicious. The flavor is delightful. It would be even better with some salt, Jenny remarked with a smile. Salt? Upon hearing Jenny's suggestion, Xiaoyang pondered. While table salt was no longer available, he could procure sea salt. Although sea salt was inedible as is, it could be utilized for curing meat. This inspired Xiaoyang to resolve in his heart to venture to the seaside to extract some sea salt. Chapter 16. The transformation of the camp after satisfying their hunger. The four individuals took a moment to rest within the confines of their tent. As Xiaoyang gazed out at the verdant meadow, he realized that to attain a better quality of life, it was imperative to construct a wooden cabin promptly. The abundance of cedar trees in the vicinity made the task of building such a dwelling far from daunting. Residing in a tent posed potential hazards, especially if a tempest were to strike unexpectedly. Once the accommodation issue was resolved, they could contemplate other matters. 10 minutes later, Jenny led Xiaoyang and the other two away from the campsite, directing their steps toward a nearby valley. This valley, though modest in size, welcomed them with a refreshing coolness, surrounded by lush vegetation and graced by a babbling brook that wound its way toward the river. As they ventured deeper, they soon discovered a small grove of bamboo nestled at the heart of the valley. Elated, Xiaoyang meandered through the bamboo thicket, noting the variety of species present, including a species of giant bamboo, suitable for crafting bows, arrows, and bowls. Finding a sturdy stone, he unsheathed his dagger and selected a mature giant bamboo, crouching down to commence his work. Before long, the sound of bamboo being chopped resonated through the grove. Hui, there's a hole here, Zhou Yuanyuan called softly, beckoning to Lu Hui from the nearby bamboo thicket. Could there be animals inside? Lu Hui, intrigued, prodded the hole with a bamboo branch. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Large birds. There are big birds inside. Upon hearing the commotion, Zhou Yuanyuan looked up to see a few bamboo chickens on a patch of ground beside the bamboo grove, and she hurriedly dashed over. However, by the time she arrived, the bamboo chickens had already vanished into the nearby underbrush. After more than an hour, Xiaoyang had felled 2 giant bamboos and, alongside Jenny, cut them into 2-meter lengths for easier transport. Yuan, Hui, let us head back. Noticing the absence of the 2 girls, Xiaoyang called out. As his words echoed, the 2 emerged from the thicket. Big brother, we discovered several holes. Zhou Yuanyuan exclaimed with a grin as they returned. Holes? Xiaoyang paused for a moment, intrigued. Show me. Under their guidance, They swiftly arrived at the entrance of the hole. Xiaoyang crouched down for a closer inspection. This appears to be a burrow of bamboo rats. Let's return. We can explore further tomorrow. With the bamboo secured on their backs, the four made their way back to the camp. Xiaoyang aimed to create some basic tools first. The valley was not far from the camp, merely a 10-minute walk. Upon returning, they placed the bamboo outside the tent, and Xiaoyang grasped his dagger. Embarking on his crafting endeavor, lacking a machete or axe, he resorted to using a piece of wood to strike against his dagger, breaking the bamboo with precision. Meanwhile, Jenny took Zhou Yuanyuan and Lu Huai into the nearby woods to gather cedar. Following Xiaoyang's instructions, they harvested as much as they could, regardless of size, without hesitation. As Xiaoyang meticulously carved a bamboo bowl, he noticed the interior was rather thick, prompting him to delicately scrape it with his dagger. After successfully crafting 6 bamboo bowls, he then fashioned 5 pairs of chopsticks, one pair measuring nearly half a meter in length, twice the size of the others, intended for a special purpose. After finishing, he returned to the shed, picked up a bottle of mineral water, and drank heartily. Once quenched, he lit a cigarette, noting that only 2 remained. Zhou Yuanyuan and Lu Huai returned, each carrying several pieces of cedar, which they laid upon the grass. Wow, this bamboo bowl is exquisite. We finally have bowls and chopsticks, Zhou Yuanyuan exclaimed, rushing over to examine the bamboo bowl and chopsticks on the ground. Lu Huai also picked them up for a closer look, nodding in approval. Casting a glance at Xiaoyang, she mused to herself, I never expected Xiaoyang to craft bamboo bowls, and quite delicately too. The bowl was about the size of 2 clenched fists, larger than the average ceramic bowl. Shortly thereafter, Jenny returned with several more pieces of cedar, and Xiaoyang handed her some water. This bowl is lovely, Jenny remarked, smiling at Zhou Yuanyuan's bamboo bowl. If only we had a table, it would feel more like home. Hearing this, Xiaoyang chuckled and shook his head. We are still far from home, but we could take our time, achieving it step by step. The table was simple. With the bamboo, crafting a table would be entirely feasible. You can take charge of the arrangements, Jenny said, offering Xiaoyang a gentle smile. As Xiaoyang prepared to construct the table, Jenny and the others ventured down to gather more cedar. Soon, a clearing emerged in the woods below. The table would be challenging to make. The first step was to flatten a dozen 2-meter-long bamboo poles, which required considerable skill. If the poles were trimmed too small or too large, the tabletop would become uneven. Using 6 1-meter-long bamboo pieces as table legs, he would carve grooves to facilitate fitting them together, employing a mortise and tenon structure, and also fashion some bamboo strips for securing the joints. Half an hour later, Jenny and the others returned with more cedar. Xiaoyang, let's step outside for a moment, Jenny called out. It's been several days since we last bathed, and since it's still early, we should take the opportunity to wash up. A bath? Xiaoyang replied with a slight smile. Would you like me to protect you? Sure. Let's all wash together. Jenny shot him a teasing glance before turning and swaying her enticing hips as she headed outside. What a temptress. I'll have my way with you sooner or later, Xiaoyang murmured, watching the trio vanish from sight. Soon, a thought of peeking entered Xiaoyang's mind. But he quickly shook his head, muttering, how could I have such a thought? That's terrifying. But perhaps a glance wouldn't hurt, would it? Alas, no. An hour later, Jenny and the others returned, laughter echoing as they approached. Xiaoyang had also completed the table, which measured 2 meters in length and half a meter in width, positioned to the left of the shed. Outside the shed, a remaining 2-meter-long bamboo pole stood. This bamboo was just right for crafting bows and arrows, although Xiaoyang pondered what to use for bowstrings. With bows and arrows, one could hunt common game, such as wild chickens and rabbits. As for the rifle, it was best left and used unless absolutely necessary. Xiaoyang was reluctant to fire even a few shots, as each bullet was precious. With all this wood, are you planning to build a house? Jenny approached Xiaoyang and inquired. Xiaoyang nodded and replied, in the face of a storm, this shelter is inadequate. To be honest, I had such thoughts upon my arrival. Jenny smiled faintly. Is that so? Haha. Xiaoyang burst into laughter. It seems our thoughts are perfectly aligned. After a busy afternoon, Xiaoyang felt a tad weary. As evening fell, Liu Huai and Zhou Yuanyuan heated the meat in the iron pot, ready for a meal. Although there was little porcupine meat left, It sufficed to satiate their hunger. With bowls and chopsticks at hand, the four of them enjoyed the meat in bamboo bowls. As the night grew cooler, Xiaoyang stoked the fire a bit more. Watching the three nestled together in slumber, he leaned against the wooden wall, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he gradually closed his eyes. Chapter 17. Before the storm morning. The bright sunlight bathed the entire plain, and the air was thick with humidity. Zhou Yuanyuan and El Huai were busy catching small fish from a puddle, preparing to take them back for cooking. Yuan, remove the fish's entrails before cooking, one of them instructed. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang and Jenny emerged from a ravine, dragging several bamboo poles and calling out to the two women. Upon returning to the campsite, they set the bamboo down beside the shelter. Xiaoyang then took 2 large mineral water bottles and continued toward the ravine. Just as they exited, Zhou Yuanyuan and El Huai entered, cradling a tin can in their hands. "Where are you going?" El Huai inquired, noticing Xiaoyang carrying the water bottles along with Jenny. "To the bamboo grove. You two should cook the fish first. We'll return shortly," Xiaoyang replied with a smile before heading out. Upon reaching the bamboo grove, he filled the 2 bottles with water from a nearby stream and proceeded to the entrance of a cave within the grove. Jenny watched in curiosity, uncertain of his intentions. Without hesitation, Xiaoyang placed the bottles opening at the cave's mouth, allowing the water to flow inside. Soon, the entire bottle was emptied. "Jenny, go fill this bottle with water from the stream and hurry back," he commanded, handing her the empty bottle. Jenny took it and dashed toward the stream, while Xiaoyang began pouring the other bottle's contents into the cave. After several exchanges, Xiaoyang noticed a ripple in the water inside the cave, causing a surge of anticipation. He drew his dagger, waiting patiently. After about 2 minutes, movement was detected within the cave, and a plump bamboo rat emerged. With a swift motion, as the rat crawled out, Xiaoyang plunged his dagger into its head. "Oh, a big rat!" exclaimed Jenny, her eyes wide in astonishment. Xiaoyang lifted the bamboo rat, weighing it in his hands with glee. "This is not a mere rat. It's a bamboo rat, quite different, ha." He estimated the creature to weigh at least 5 pounds, feeling its heft. Upon returning to camp, they found El Huai had already cooked the fish. Xiaoyang glanced at the dish, observing that the fish had been boiled to a mushy consistency, resembling fish soup. Sorry. This is how I cook instant noodles," El Huai apologized sheepishly. Xiaoyang smiled gently. "It's fine, as long as it's edible." He inwardly mused that it would have been better grilled. Zhou Yuanyuan curiously eyed the lifeless bamboo rat on the ground, having never seen such a large rodent before. With a bamboo bowl in hand, Xiaoyang sipped the fish soup, struggling to swallow the small fish bones and fragments of flesh. "I hope I don't choke," he murmured to himself. Jenny and Zhou Yuanyuan carefully picked out the fish bones with chopsticks, savoring the delicate fragments of meat and the flavorful broth. Although the taste was mild, it was still enjoyable. After finishing their meal, Xiaoyang wiped the sweat from his brow, remarking, "Why is it so stifling today? How peculiar." As he spoke, he lifted his gaze to the sky, which was clear and bright, with the sun shining high above. After processing the bamboo rats by the riverside, Xiaoyang began to split the bamboo and carve it into thin strips, while Jenny and her 2 companions watched attentively. He meticulously shaped a long bamboo piece into slender strands and gradually began to weave them together. Half an hour later, a bamboo basket emerged from his efforts. Although its appearance was somewhat unrefined, it was functional, eliciting a subtle smile from Xiaoyang. "I find it quite attractive," Lu Huai remarked. "With this bamboo basket, foraging for wild vegetables or picking some berries will be much more convenient." "I want to learn, Xiaoyang. Please teach me," Lu Huai said with a smile. "I want to learn too," Zhou Yuanyuan chimed in eagerly. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang nodded with a smile and proceeded to carve some additional bamboo strips, teaching them patiently. Hand in hand. To his surprise, after only 2 demonstrations and a brief explanation of the weaving technique, both of them nearly mastered the skill. "This is not difficult at all," Lu Huai laughed as she wove. "It's a matter of practice. As long as one is earnest in learning, it becomes quite effortless," Xiaoyang replied with a gentle smile. Observing the 2 of them weaving diligently, he picked up a large bamboo and began crafting a bow. Growing bored, Jenny took a dagger and wandered off to chop down some cedar wood. The bough, crafted from a giant bamboo, was remarkably resilient and flexible, making it resistant to breakage. In no time, the bow was completed, yet Xiao Yang found himself troubled over what to use for the bowstring. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, prompting him to rise and dash into the woods. Before long, he discovered a type of old vine suitable for making bowstrings. Its bark, once stripped, exhibited great elasticity. He cut down the vine, peeled off the bark, and returned to the shelter, carefully tearing it into strips, placing them in the sun to dry, and soaking them in a nearby stream. "Big brother, look, this is the bamboo basket I wove. What do you think?" Zhou Yuanyuan exclaimed excitedly as she dashed over from the bamboo grove. Quite impressive. It's very sturdy," Xiao Yang responded, examining the basket with a satisfied nod and smile. Delighted by his praise, Zhou Yuanyuan beamed with happiness. At noon, Xiao Yang placed the bamboo rats by the fire, and an enticing aroma began to waft through the air. "It smells wonderful," Zhou Yuanyuan murmured, inhaling the delightful scent. The bamboo rat, with its tender and flavorful meat, is rich in nutrients and highly prized, truly a rare delicacy. After half an hour, the perfectly roasted bamboo rat was ready to be enjoyed. As Jenny savored the delicious bamboo rat, she occasionally glanced at Xiao Yang, silently thinking to herself how fortunate she was to be with him, allowing her to taste such exquisite food. Zhou Yuanyuan and Lu Huai could hardly contain themselves, their mouths stuffed full, savoring each bite with delight. "This is absolutely delicious," Zhou Yuanyuan exclaimed after finishing her meal, wiping her mouth with her hand and smiling broadly. "Indeed, this is my first time eating bamboo rat. I never expected it to be so delightful," Lu Huai agreed, nodding with a smile. Once they had satisfied their appetites, Xiao Yang led Jenny and the others across to the opposite side, while Zhou Yuanyuan and Lu Huai carried the bamboo basket. Half an hour later, they arrived in the valley, gathering berries from the thorny bushes. Suddenly, a particular plant caught Xiao Yang's attention. "Is this sand ginger?" Xiao Yang ched down, examining the plant before exclaiming with delight, and upon pulling it from the ground, he confirmed it was indeed sand ginger. Sand ginger is an excellent ingredient, suitable for cooking alongside various dishes, and can also serve as a spice. Many are unaware that sand ginger can be brewed into a soup, possessing the ability to dispel cold and alleviate pain, while also benefiting the spleen and stomach. Soon, their basket was filled with numerous berries, leaving the unripe ones for another day as harvest. Upon returning to the campsite, Xiao Yang hung the basket inside the shelter and continued to explore the nearby valleys with the three companions. In a lower hollow, he stumbled upon another wild vegetable. "Shepherd's purse. Sister Jenny, big brother, come quickly. I've discovered a fruit tree." In the hollow, Zhou Yuanyuan excitedly called out from a dish. Chapter 18. The storm approaches while three individuals were foraging for wild vegetables amidst the weeds. They heard the call of Zhou Yuanyuan and hurried over. "It's a papaya tree," exclaimed Xiao Yang with delight upon spotting the fruit-bearing tree, and he promptly made his way down to the gully. Upon reaching the top of the small ravine, Xiao Yang leapt down a 1-meter-high slope, traversed the low-lying grasses, and arrived at the base of the papaya tree. The tree bore 3 ripe yellow papayas and 5 or 6 green ones, standing at a height of 3 to 4 meters. Xiao Yang carefully climbed the trunk and plucked the 3 fully ripened papayas. Looking up, he noticed another papaya tree about 20 meters away in the gully, but its fruits were still green and not yet ripe. Unripe papayas can be cooked or eaten raw, though their flavor lacks the sweetness of their ripe counterparts. "Xiao Yang, why not pick them all?" Jenny inquired loudly, watching him return with the 3 papayas in his arms. Xiao Yang ascended the slope, chuckling as he explained, "Why pick them? They're not ripe yet. We'll come back when they're ready." In this secluded valley, they had gathered an abundance of shepherd's purse and plantain, filling several baskets. And they had also discovered 2 papaya trees. Upon returning to the campsite, Xiao Yang hung the baskets and skillfully sliced one of the papayas with his dagger. "Wow, so sweet," Zhou Yuanyuan exclaimed, savoring the delightful sweetness of the fruit with her first bite. Xiao Yang Morelis Miled, finishing his share and placing the remaining 2 papayas back in the basket for future enjoyment. In the afternoon, Xiao Yang retrieved the bark of a vine and began to weave it meticulously, akin to braiding hair. This woven vine bark became more resilient and less prone to tearing. Once completed, he took out his bow, slightly bending it, and securely fastened the vine at one end into the groove, repeating the process at the other end. With the bow assembled, he turned his attention to crafting arrows. Observing Xiao Yang's industriousness, Jenny and the others ventured out to catch fish in a nearby tributary. After completing the arrows, Xiao Yang tested them and found them quite satisfactory, though he still required arrowheads. These could be fashioned from the feathers of wild chickens and various birds, or from broad plant leaves, such as those of large grass or palm leaves. Unhurried in his search for materials, Xiao Yang took another bamboo stalk, split it with his dagger, and cut it to a length of 2 meters. He then sliced 5 additional bamboo pieces, each 1.5 meters long, and laid them out on the ground, spaced apart. Next, he placed the shaved bamboo strips atop the 5 pieces and bound them securely with bamboo strips, ensuring each segment was fastened. In less than half an hour, everything was ready. This could serve as a bed, a bamboo door, or a fence. However, when used as a bed, it was prudent to lay some straw on top to prevent injury from the bamboo strips. Is this a blueberry? I'm not sure. It looks similar. Let us taste one. Zhou Yuanyuan and Lu Huai crouched in a patch of shrubs and weeds on the plain, murmuring as they gazed at a small bush on the ground. Upon a diminutive shrub, several deep blue berries hung delicately. Indeed, blueberries, exclaimed Zhou Yuanyuan as she plucked one and savored its flavor. Delicious. They taste just like blueberries. Lu Huai echoed, joyfully tasting one herself. Oh, you two hurry. The fish are about to escape. Jenny called from a nearby tributary. Upon hearing her, the duo swiftly dashed upwards, filling the gap with mud and sand to prevent several small fish from swimming into the river. An hour later, the three had caught over 20 fish in various tributaries. At that moment, a silhouette appeared in the distance. Jenny, look, what is that? Zhou Yuanyuan suddenly pointed out. Having spotted the figure, Jenny turned her head to see an animal resembling a deer approaching the river for a drink, though it was too far to discern clearly. Excitedly, Jenny ran towards it, but her footsteps alerted the deer-like creature, causing it to turn and flee towards the nearby mountains. By the time Jenny reached the spot, the creature had vanished into the hills. After all, 2 legs could hardly match the speed of 4. Much of the area remained unexplored by them, having only investigated nearby valleys. Although the creature had escaped, Jenny's heart raced with excitement, for she knew that herbivores still roamed these parts. They placed the fish in a small puddle for safekeeping and began their trek back to camp. Shortly after their departure, a raccoon appeared at the puddle's edge, surveying the surroundings. Upon sensing no danger, it leapt into the water. Raccoons typically hunt at night, being bold and fierce carnivores that prey on birds, snakes, frogs, fish, and various small animals, often employing ambush tactics. Returning to camp, they found Xiao Yang still busy. Xiao Yang, is this a bed? Lu Huai inquired, lifting a bamboo enclosure off the ground. You may consider it a bed, Xiao Yang replied with a gentle smile. As they chatted, a gust of wind swept through, and the sky gradually darkened. The oppressive heat dissipated, giving way to a refreshing coolness. Outside the plains, ominous clouds gathered, thick and heavy, illuminated by flashes of lightning. It's going to rain, Xiao Yang remarked, furrowing his brow at the sky. No wonder it's so stifling today. A storm is upon us. Rain. Jenny paused, concerned. What about the fish in the puddle? We must retrieve them. Quickly gather 2 bamboo tubes, Xiao Yang urged. Upon hearing this, the 3 seized the bamboo tubes and dashed outside, where the wind howled and the trees rustled ominously. Why are there fewer fish? Jenny questioned in alarm. Never mind. Just catch them, she exclaimed, filling her tube with water from the tributary and placing the captured fish inside. Just then, the dark clouds surged ominously, casting an aura of night around them. After catching fish, the 3 of them braved the fierce winds to return to their camp. Xiao Yang, surrounded by the flickering flames, constructed a shelter using some damp firewood, uncertain if it could withstand the impending tempest. Upon their return, he placed 2 freshly woven bamboo barriers in front of the shelter to mitigate the force of the wind. Thunder rumbled ominously as darkness enveloped the entire island. Wild gales lashed out while lightning streaked across the sky. In the nearby woods, the crackling sounds of branches snapping echoed as stout limbs were wrenched from their trunks by the ferocious winds, crashing to the ground below. A tremendous roar heralded the sudden deluge, as torrential rain poured down in an instant. Fortunately, the valley where Xiaoyang took refuge was encircled by sheer cliffs, which shielded him from the worst of the storm. Otherwise, his makeshift shelter might have been obliterated. Yet, some gusts still penetrated through the entrance and above, albeit their strength was manageable. As the tempest raged, Xiaoyang pondered anxiously, wondering if they could endure such a fierce storm. If Lin Zhe and the others were still residing by the sea, this tumultuous weather could very well spell disaster for them. Chapter 19. Lin Zhe's predicament in a secluded ravine. Within a cave at the foot of a cliff, a tempest raged outside, with howling winds and torrential rain wreaking havoc, causing trees as thick as a bowl to snap and crash to the ground. Inside the cave, a campfire flickered, casting shadows as Lin Zhe and his companions sat around it, their brows furrowed in concern. Scattered on the ground were several yellow wild fruits, each the size of an egg. Lu Qing and Song Feier leaned against the wall, their gazes fixed on the prostrate Lu Linlin, whose pallid face and squinting eyes revealed her distress, her lips trembling slightly. Lin Zhe, if we don't find a solution soon, Linlin. Song Feier's voice broke the silence, laced with urgency. Hearing this, Lin Zhe's frown deepened. Solution? What solution could I possibly offer? I have no knowledge of herbal medicine, and with the storm raging outside, how can we venture out? Are we to simply abandon her to fate? Lu Qing interjected, her voice tinged with desperation. We don't have anyone here knowledgeable in herbs. How can we search? Fan Tong remarked, attempting to deflect blame. This isn't Lin Zhe's fault, he added. Linlin is gravely ill. If we don't treat her, she won't survive another 2 days. Luo Yu gently touched Lu Linlin's forehead. Concern etched on his face. What then? Shall we just let Linlin lie here and await death? Song Feier exclaimed, her frustration boiling over. The thought of a living person succumbing before her eyes was unbearable. Her words cast a heavy silence over the cave. Let me think of a way. Lin Zhe finally spoke after a prolonged pause. A way? Jean Fan mocked. Do you even understand herbal medicine? We're starving, subsisting on these bitter, sour wild fruits that we find on the ground. We should have left with Xiaoyang in the first place. Lin Zhe clenched his fists at Jean Fan's words. Feel free to leave any time. No one is stopping you. Lu Yongwei shot back at Jean Fan. Jean Fan glared at Lu Yongwei. It's people like you, so self-righteous, who pushed Xiaoyang away. At least he knew some herbs. Remember when Luo Yu and you had diarrhea? It was he who found the herbs to help you. You ungrateful lot. I truly don't understand your sense of superiority. Rest assured, once the rain stops, I will leave to find Xiaoyang. Staying with you will only lead to starvation, Jean Fan declared, striding to the cave entrance, gazing longingly at the downpour, wishing for it to cease. Lu Yongwei glared at Jean Fan, momentarily at a loss for words, for Jean Fan's remarks held some truth. Yet in their eyes, Xiaoyang was merely a penniless security guard, not worthy of their regard. The expressions of Song Feier and her companions began to shift. Linxia, once a towering figure in their minds, now appeared less formidable. They had hoped that by following him, they could at least stave off hunger. However, it seemed his strength was merely superficial, masking a lack of practical skills. Having been here for 2 days, all he had done was gather wild fruits beneath a tree. After 2 days of consuming these bitter fruits, they found themselves nearly too weak to stand. Lin Zhe found himself in a state of helplessness. He had watched survival shows several times and even participated in one, a group survival program. However, he realized that many aspects were prearranged by the production team. Now, fate had played a cruel joke on him, thrusting him into a genuine wilderness survival scenario. He had initially believed he could lead them to thrive here, at least ensuring their bellies were full, yet reality proved to be far more complex. With a deep sigh, Lin Zhe acknowledged that this situation was untenable. Brother Zhe, perhaps we should return to the seaside? Fan Tong suggested. At least there are small seashells to eat. He genuinely wished to avoid the yellow wild fruits any longer. Indeed, Brother Zhe, seafood is infinitely preferable to these wild fruits. Lu Yongwei promptly concurred. Song Fei gazed at the three with disappointment. Their discussion revolved around sustenance, showing no concern for Lu Linlin. At that moment, her expression shifted, and she silently resolved to take action. Lu Qing observed Song Fei recognizing that she had formulated a plan, but chose to remain silent. All right, once the rain subsides, we shall return to the seaside. Lin Zhe finally nodded in agreement. In the valley, Xiao Yang and his three companions huddled by the fire. A bamboo barrier shielded them from most of the rain, though droplets occasionally fell from the thatched roof above. After 2 hours, the rain gradually lightened, but thunder still rumbled in the sky, and flashes of lightning illuminated the entire island. Night had fallen, and Xiao Yang prepared a soup of wild vegetables. The four of them sipped from bamboo bowls, consuming the leafy greens. Why does this soup taste a bit bitter? LV Huei inquired after taking a sip. Xiao Yang smiled faintly and replied, "That's the nature of this wild vegetable. Drink up, it's harmless." In the deep of night, Jenny and her companions nestled together for warmth as they slept, while Xiao Yang remained by the fire, whittling arrow shafts with his dagger. Outside, the rain had ceased, replaced by a gentle breeze that brought a refreshing coolness. The clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, revealing stars and a crescent moon shortly thereafter. The following morning, the sun rose, casting brilliant rays upon the forest, where dew glistened like jewels on the ground. In the ravine, Lin Zhe, Fan Tong, and Lu Yongwei busied themselves in the cave, preparing to return to the seaside. What about Linlin? Song Fei approached Lin Zhe, inquiring with concern. Lin Zhe turned to her, his gaze slightly evasive as he muttered, "I have no solution. We cannot remain here waiting for death for the sake of one person." "Are you saying we should abandon her?" Song Fei asked coldly. "How can I manage this?" Lin Zhe suddenly raised his voice. "She is gravely ill. I am powerless. If you wish to take care of her, then do so yourself." With that, he stormed out. Fan Tong and Lu Yongwei exchanged glances with Song Fei before following him, while Luo Yu and Tong Yao approached, briefly observing Song Fei before exiting the cave. Jin Fan had left early that morning, his whereabouts unknown. Everyone was aware he had mentioned seeking out Xiao Yang the previous evening. Song Fei watched as several individuals departed, then turned back to Lu Linlin, gently caressing her beautiful visage. Lu Linlin, merely 23 years of age and freshly graduated from university, was a radiant and vibrant young woman. Initially, she had intended to explore and then join her family's company, but fate had other plans, leading her to encounter an unfortunate incident on cruise. "Linlin, you must hold on. I will seek help for you." Song Fei offered her a sip of water before rising and exiting the cave. Upon stepping out of the ravine, she veered left, recalling that Xiao Yang had ventured downward into the woods. She reasoned that if she descended further into the island, she might locate Xiao Yang and the others. "Fei," a voice called out from the adjacent thicket, followed by the emergence of an individual. "Sister Lu Qing?" Song Fei paused in surprise upon recognizing her, exclaiming, "What brings you here?" Lu Qing approached with a smile. "I knew you would go in search of Xiao Yang. Let us go together." "Sister Lu Qing, let us proceed," Song Fei replied, and the two descended further together. Chapter 20. Song Fei's plea for help. Lin Zhe had not ventured far when he turned back to glance at the rear, only to discover that Song Fei and Lu Qing were not following. "Where are Fei and Lu Qing?" Lin Zhe inquired of Tong Yao, who was trailing behind. Tong Yao shook her head. "They have not come along." "Don't worry, Zhe, they will surely catch up," Fan Tong replied with a faint smile. "All right," Lin Zhe nodded. "Let's proceed at a slower pace." With that, he headed toward the seaside, followed by the others. Meanwhile, Song Fei and Lu Qing pressed onward. But having not consumed a proper meal in days, coupled with skipping breakfast, they found themselves breathless after merely 100 meters. They felt utterly drained, merely holding on by sheer will. At a small puddle of water on the grassy terrain, they took a few sips and continued their ascent up the hillside, scanning the area in hopes of spotting Xiao Yang and the others. Upon reaching the base of the slope, they began their climb. The ground was slick from a recent downpour, and by the time they reached the summit, their clothes were caked in mud, having slipped twice along the way. Their faces smeared as well. "Fair, let us take a moment to rest," Lu Qing suggested, sitting down on the damp grass. Upon hearing this, Song Feier also collapsed onto the ground, surveying their surroundings. "Sister Lu Qing, do you think we will find Xiao Yang and the others?" she asked, turning her gaze towards Lu Qing. Lu Qing lowered her head slightly, wearing a bitter smile. "This island is vast. Searching for a few individuals is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. I am uncertain. Even if we fail to locate them, we have done our utmost." She sighed. After resting for about 10 minutes, the two rose and made their way toward the nearby woods. Suddenly, Song Feier slipped, nearly tumbling down the slope. Fortunately, Lu Qing grasped her hand and wrapped her arm around a tree trunk, pulling her back to safety. "Be careful. It's slippery here on the incline," Lu Qing cautioned softly. With gratitude, Song Feier nodded. "Thank you, Sister Lu Qing. Had it not been for you, I might have met a dire fate." Gazing at the steep slope, she realized that a fall could have been fatal. Chirp, chirp. Nearby, a few monkeys swung from the branches of a large tree, chattering at them. "Let us leave the woods," Lu Qing remarked, glancing at the monkeys. Observing her surroundings, she identified a shortcut that would lead them downward. After half an hour, they finally descended the mountain and arrived at a patch of reeds. Crossing the reed field, they reached an open area ahead. By this time, their clothes were completely soaked, the rainwater from the reeds splattering onto them as they passed. Exhausted, they sat down in the clearing. Song Feier's complexion was pale. She felt as though she were on the brink of collapse, her entire body aching and devoid of strength. Lu Qing was not faring much better, equally drained. Determined to find Xiao Yang and the others swiftly, they stood and pressed onward. At this moment, Xiao Yang led Jenny and the others into the woods across the way. "Big brother, hurry, catch it!" Zhou Yuanyuan exclaimed joyfully as Xiao Yang, bow in hand, pursued a wild hare that darted up the mountain. Jenny also ran up the right side, aiming to encircle the hare. With a rustle, Xiao Yang startled several wild chickens as he dashed through the forest, sending them flying from the underbrush. "Jenny, move in. The hare is heading your way," Xiao Yang shouted across to her. As the sound of thumping echoed, Jenny spotted the hare approaching, quickly crouching down with her rifle aimed at it. The gunfire rang out. Song Feier and Lu Qing, walking through a hollow in the mountain, suddenly heard the shot, their faces lighting up with excitement. "It must be Xiao Yang. They took their guns with them when they left," Song Feier exclaimed to Lu Qing. "The shot came from the mountain to the right. They must be up there. Let us hurry," Lu Qing replied jubilantly. The two of them summoned their remaining strength and climbed up the right side of the mountain. Xiao Yang examined the hare, noting it had been hit twice. Jenny's marksmanship was quite impressive. At that moment, a peculiar plant caught his eye. He approached and discovered it was yam, with tendrils extending and several yam beans hanging from them. Typically, yams grow deep underground, making them difficult to harvest without tools like a hoe. But yam beans are also quite delectable. "Huai, Yuan, bring the basket," he called down to the two at the base of the mountain as he gazed at the yam beans. "What is this?" Jenny inquired, coming closer to inspect the yam beans. "It's a plant called yam, and it's edible," Xiao Yang explained. Song Feier and Lu Qing, who had climbed halfway up the mountain, heard Xiao Yang shout and once again tapped into their reserves of strength, hastily making their way toward the sound. Soon, Zhou Yuanyuan and Lu Huai arrived with a basket. "There may be more yam plants nearby. You should search for them, but be cautious." After gathering the yam beans, Xiao Yang advised the three. Upon hearing his words, they dispersed to look around. After searching for about 10 minutes without finding any additional yam plants, the four were compelled to descend the mountain. "Xiao Yang." Suddenly, a faint voice came from the right. Lu Huai, trailing behind, initially thought it was a figment of her imagination. "Xiao Yang, Yuan." This time, the voice was much louder, and Xiao Yang, in the lead, heard it as well. "Is someone calling? It sounds like Lu Qing," Zhou Yuanyuan remarked. "Let's go check it out." Quickly, the four raced toward the source of the voice. At that moment, Lu Qing lay hidden in the underbrush, calling out insistently, while Song Feier crouched a bit further back, seemingly exhausted and faint. They had expended all their energy climbing the mountain, and if Xiao Yang and the others did not find them, they would perish there. Xiao Yang. Lu Qing called out softly, her vision beginning to blur. At that moment, she glimpsed a figure rushing towards her, but soon she succumbed to unconsciousness. It was Lu Qing and Song Feier. Quickly, carry them back. After more than half an hour, Xiao Yang and the others returned with the two. Yuan. Please prepare some wild vegetable soup. Xiao Yang instructed the two. Oh, and don't forget to cook the fish in the bamboo tube as well. Are they all right? Jenny asked anxiously, her gaze fixed on Xiao Yang. After a quick examination, Xiao Yang reassured her, they are fine, do not worry. They are merely exhausted. By the way, please take care of the wild rabbit and bring it back to roast. All right. Jenny cast a glance at the two unconscious girls before heading out with the rabbit. Xiao Yang offered a sip of water to each of them, and after a few minutes, Lu Qing gradually opened her eyes. Xiao Yang, is that you? Do not speak. You're very weak, Xiao Yang whispered gently. 10 minutes later, Lu Hui brought a bowl of wild vegetable fish soup in a bamboo bowl. Xiao Yang accepted the bowl and carefully fed Lu Qing. Upon seeing the food, Lu Qing eagerly began to eat. At that moment, Song Feier also slowly regained consciousness. Upon seeing Xiao Yang, she struggled to sit up and exclaimed, Xiao Yang, please save Lin Lin. Chapter 21. Rescuing others after consuming the wild vegetable fish soup. Song Feier and Lu Qing gradually regained their strength. Following a brief rest to recover their vitality, Song Feier revealed the news of Lu Linlin's illness. Xiao Yang, Linlin is gravely ill. She may not survive the night, Lu Qing whispered. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang furrowed his brows. He was not one to turn a blind eye to suffering, yet he possessed only a rudimentary knowledge of herbs, leaving him uncertain about his ability to save Lu Linlin. Regain your strength first, then take me to find Lu Linlin, Xiao Yang instructed Lu Qing. Given that Song Feier's condition was more precarious than Lu Qing's, it was Lu Qing who would lead the way. Before long, Jenny had roasted a hare and presented it to them, tearing off the hind legs and offering them to the two women, while the remaining portions were shared among the four. As they savored the tender rabbit legs, Lu Qing felt an overwhelming joy. She had finally tasted meat, her eyes brimming with tears of emotion. She could hardly have imagined that Xiao Yang and his companions lived so well, with fish, hares, wild vegetables, and papayas, back when they were by the seaside. She had looked down on Xiao Yang to some extent. Now, witnessing his kindness towards her and Song Feier, a pang of guilt stirred within her. After indulging in the rabbit meat and resting for a mere 10 minutes, Lu Qing felt significantly revitalized. Walking was no longer a challenge. As for her beautiful qipao, now muddied, she found herself unconcerned. Soon, Xiao Yang led Lu Qing away from the valley. Sister Feier, do you want some? Zhou Yuanyuan inquired, holding a piece of meat towards Song Feier. Song Feier smiled at Zhou Yuanyuan and replied, No, I'm quite full. Thank you, Yuanyuan. Today marked the first time she had eaten so heartily since arriving on the island, and it was undoubtedly the most delectable meal. Sister Feier, what about Lin Zhe and the others? Lu Hui asked as she settled down. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's name, Song Feier's expression shifted slightly. They went to the seaside? She responded. Noting the change in Song Feier's demeanor, Lu Hui refrained from probing further. Moments later, Jenny and the others departed the valley and made their way to a tributary in search of small fish, while Song Feier remained in the shelter to rest. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang and Lu Qing had already begun their descent down the mountain, both maintaining a silence between them. Xiao Yang, I owe you an apology for my behavior at the seaside. Lu Qing finally spoke after much internal struggle. Xiao Yang paused, momentarily taken aback, then smiled gently. There is no need for apologies. You did not err in any way. Let us proceed. Saving her is of utmost importance. Lu Qing gazed at Xiao Yang, her lips twitching slightly as if to articulate something further. Yet she found herself at a loss for words, aware of the lingering tension he held towards her. After resting for half an hour, Song Feier felt sufficiently restored and decided to step outside. Upon reaching the entrance, she spotted Jenny and the others catching fish in the upper tributary, prompting her to approach them. Ah, Sister Feier, why aren't you resting in the shelter? Zhou Yuanyuan looked up to see Song Feier approaching. My health has improved, so I thought I would come out and see if there was any assistance I could offer. Song Feier replied as she walked. Now, her mood has subtly shifted, no longer exuding the same aloofness as before. Where is Jenny? She glanced around, curious to inquire. Oh, Sister Jenny has gone up there, Lu Huei said, pointing towards a mountain on the right. Upon hearing this, Song Feier nodded and noticed a small puddle nearby, teeming with a few little fish swimming about. Did you catch these fish? Song Feier crouched down, stirring the water with her hand. Yes, Zhou Yuan replied cheerfully. Whenever we have time, we come here to fish. Observing the smiles of Zhou Yuan and Lu Huei, Song Feier couldn't help but smile wryly, feeling happy for them. At least they wouldn't go hungry following Xiao Yang, unlike her, who struggled to fill her stomach with Lin Zhe and his companions. Before long, Song Feier joined in the fishing, and the three of them explored nearby tributaries, catching fish and then darting off to another stream. When fatigue set in, they rested on the sandy ground, and noticing the dirt on her body, Song Feier walked to the river and lay down to wash herself. An hour later, Jenny emerged from the mountain gorge above. She had gone to check if there were any animals inside, as the deer she had seen the day before was now nowhere to be found. Although she couldn't locate the deer, she had made a small discovery. In the woods above the gorge, she found a wild chicken nest and collected 6 wild eggs to bring back. Sister Jenny, you're back, Zhou Yuan exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Jenny return. Yes, Jenny replied with a faint smile. I didn't expect to find so many wild chickens and little birds in there. Suddenly, as she spoke, Jenny's expression shifted. She swiftly drew her rifle and fired several shots towards the grass on her right. The three of them were momentarily stunned, turning to see a venomous snake lying dead nearby. Jenny approached the snake, examining it. This is a viper, highly poisonous. A bite from it could be fatal. She turned back to the three. Be cautious when you are out here. They all patted their chests, nodding in agreement, shaken by the encounter. After a while, they placed the fish they had caught into a bamboo tube to bring back to the camp. Jenny put the wild chicken eggs into a basket and took her knife to the woods below. Yuan, why are you cutting so much wood? Song Feier asked, noticing the pile of timber on the grass. Big brother said he wants to build a house here. Zhou Yuan replied with a smile. Sister Fur, the berries are delicious, sweet and tangy. Build a house. Song Feier mused. It seemed Xiao Yang intended to settle here. As evening approached, Xiao Yang returned carrying Lu Linlin on his back, with Luo Qing trailing behind. Upon seeing Xiao Yang bring Lu Linlin back, Song Feier hurried over. Xiao Yang laid Lu Linlin on the thatch in the shed. Her complexion was pale, and her condition appeared dire. He quickly poured a bottle of water into a tin can and set it on the stove, while Jenny moved the flames from the fire pit into the stove to cook. Xiao Yang plucked a piece of sand ginger, shattered it with a bamboo stick, and placed it into an iron canister. She was afflicted by the chill that had penetrated her body, triggering a cold exacerbated by her lack of nourishment, which had diminished her physical defenses. Xiao Yang spoke, suggesting they administer a small amount of sand ginger water to her. The dampness within the cave could potentially worsen her condition. 10 minutes later, Xiao Yang brought half a bowl of sand ginger water to Lu Linlin, gently pouring it in her mouth drop by drop. Song Feier and the others observed anxiously from aside. After administering half a bowl, Xiao Yang relocated the fire pit closer to Lu Linlin. Now, all they could do was await her awakening. Xiao Yang turned to Song Feier and instructed later, you should offer her another dose of sand ginger water. El Huei poured the remaining sand ginger water from the iron canister into a bamboo bowl, placing it on the table. She then commenced cooking small fish. As for the yam beans, they merely required a thorough cleansing of the soil before they could be boiled directly. Chapter 22. Lu Linlin awakens as night descended. A few individuals gathered in the shed, savoring fish soup and yam beans. These beans are truly delectable, Zhou Yuan exclaimed with a playful giggle. The yam beans were tender and smooth, exuding a refreshing aroma, albeit a tad small, easily consumed in a single bite. Song Feier wasted not a drop of the fish soup in her bamboo bowl, even relishing the small bits of fish, fully aware of the scarcity of food. Her hunger had become unbearable. After satisfying her appetite, she administered ginger water to Lu Linlin. whose complexion had begun to show a slight improvement. Xiao Yang set aside half a bowl of fish soup, along with 2 yam beans and a wild chicken egg, knowing that Lu Linlin would surely crave sustenance upon awakening. Her ailment stemmed from extreme hunger, which had weakened her immune system, allowing coldness to infiltrate her body. The cave's perpetual dampness made illness all too easy to contract. Xiao Yang, when will Linlin awaken? Song Feier asked, her voice tinged with concern. I do not know, Xiao Yang replied, shaking his head. However, her color has improved somewhat, so there is no need for excessive worry. Lu Qing lay on the straw, gently stroking her belly, reveling in the satisfaction of having eaten well. Soon, fatigue overcame her, and she drifted into slumber, utterly exhausted from the day's trials. Hearing her, Song Feier approached the shed, leaned against the wooden wall, and gradually closed her eyes, succumbing to sleep as well. Noticing Song Feier had dozed off, Jenny moved to support her, laying her down for a more comfortable rest. In just a few days apart, they have changed so much, Jenny murmured with a sigh. Xiao Yang pondered the whereabouts of Jin Fan. From Lu Qing, he learned that Jin Fan had come searching for him, yet no word had reached him since. Had he lost his way or ventured elsewhere? Despite the uncertainty, Xiao Yang felt little anxiety, well aware of Jin Fan's capabilities. As the night deepened, all the women had succumbed to sleep while Xiao Yang sat by the fire, lost in thought. Suddenly, a faint cough broke the stillness. Turning his head, he saw Lu Linlin slightly opening her eyes. Xiao Yang warmed the fish soup and approached her, gently helping her sit up to drink. Take your time, he whispered. Once she finished the soup and the bits of fish, he proceeded to peel the wild chicken egg for her. With food in her stomach, Lu Linlin sensed a slight improvement in her condition. Xiao, Xiao Yang, she murmured weakly, her voice barely above a whisper. Do not speak, just rest. Xiao Yang replied softly, laying her back down. Lu Linlin gazed at him, offering a faint smile before closing her eyes again, drifting back into slumber. Sighing deeply, Xiao Yang lifted his gaze to the sparse stars above, lost in contemplation. The following morning, upon awakening, Xiao Yang took the 2 papayas, sliced them open, and placed them on the table. A bamboo bowl contained half a bowl of berries, while a metal simmered with ginger water. 10 minutes later, Jenny and the others roused from their slumber. Lu Qing and Song Feier, upon rising, discovered that their bodies had returned to their usual state, free from a fatigue that had plagued them in the previous days. There are papayas and berries on the table. Let us partake, Xiao Yang suggested to them. After a while, Lu Linlin also awakened, her complexion becoming somewhat rosy, no longer as pale as before. Linlin, you're all right. How wonderful. Song Feier exclaimed joyfully as she approached and embraced her. Lu Qing also wore a smile, her heart lightened with joy. Drink some ginger water, Xiao Yang said, bringing over half a bowl of ginger water. You all should have some too, to warm your stomachs. After consuming a couple of slices of papaya, Xiao Yang slung his rifle and took his bow and arrows, stepping out of the valley. Linlin, rest well. We're going out to find food, Song Feier said to Lu Linlin before leaving the valley with Jenny and the others. The fish in the river swam too swiftly and without a fishing net. It was impossible to catch any. Let us go upstream. We have yet to explore that area, Lu Huai suggested, pointing upwards. Xiao Yang walked directly to the end of the plain, which also marked the river's conclusion. The water cascaded into a pool more than 3 meters deep, beneath which flowed a small river. Not far away, a dark green river meandered. On both sides of the river were dense woods, and several hundred meters ahead loomed a few mountain peaks. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yang decided to investigate a nearby ravine. Jenny noticed Xiao Yang heading towards the ravine on the right. Although it was a bit distant, she could still make out his silhouette. You all stay here. I will go check up there, she said to Song Feier and the others before dashing upwards. Xiao Yang ascended a slope and made his way into the woods, constantly on the lookout for animal tracks or droppings on the ground. Once within the forest, Xiao Yang crouched among the underbrush and observed his surroundings. A wild chicken was foraging for insects on a patch of grass a few meters ahead. Slowly, Xiao Yang readied his bow and aimed at the wild chicken. Whoosh! The arrow flew past the bird, embedding itself in a tree trunk, causing the wild chicken to take flight in fright. So close. Xiaoyang muttered as he stood up, walked to the tree, retrieved his arrow, and continued deeper into the woods. Xiaoyang discovered numerous wild chicken droppings and feathers scattered on the forest floor, indicating a significant presence of wild chickens. Among the grass, he spotted 2 wild chicken nests, with some eggshell fragments suggesting that a brood of chicks had already hatched. Taking out his dagger, Xiaoyang cut 2 vines and fashioned a snare in a small clearing, placing a grasshopper on the branch as bait. Suddenly, gunfire erupted from the mountain below, startling Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang, hurry! Jinny's anxious voice called out, prompting Xiaoyang to race downhill. He dashed down the slope with remarkable speed. More gunfire rang out as Jinny fired a few more shots. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Xiaoyang witnessed a large wild boar charging towards Jinny, who hastily climbed a tree. Xiaoyang swiftly drew his rifle and rushed over, pulling the trigger at the wild boar. Bang! Bang! The wild boar let out a few frantic cries before collapsing, struggling to rise but failing to do so, the grass stained with its blood. Xiaoyang raised his rifle, aiming at the creature without firing, maintaining a distance of 7 or 8 meters. Upon witnessing the boar sprawled on the ground, Jinny descended from the tree, picking up the rifle that lay on the ground as she approached. With a sharp crack, she fired directly at the boar's head, which immediately fell lifeless onto the grass, its limbs twitching momentarily before stilling completely. Where did this wild boar come from? Xiaoyang asked in astonishment, gazing at Jinny. I have no idea, Jinny replied with a wry smile. I came here looking for you, and as soon as I stepped in, this boar charged at me from the hillside to the right. No matter where it came from, Xiaoyang said with a cheerful grin, this boar is so large that it will sustain us for quite a while. Go and gather everyone. Xiaoyang looked at the massive creature, easily weighing over 200 pounds, feeling a profound sense of joy. With sufficient food, he could then organize other matters effectively. Chapter 23. A feast of wild boar. Half an hour later, Jinny arrived with Lu Huai and a few others. Xiaoyang had already extracted the wild boar's entrails with a dagger and placed them on the grass beside him. Upon seeing such a large wild boar, astonishment flickered in their eyes, quickly replaced by exhilaration. This substantial creature would provide them with sustenance for quite some time. Jinny drew her dagger and joined Xiaoyang in skinning the boar, subsequently slicing the meat into portions of approximately 30 to 40 pounds each for ease of transport. The 5 of them, including Song Feier, each carried their share of meat, heading back to the camp. Xiaoyang gathered the entrails and some of the fat into the boar's skin. How heavy! Zhou Yuanyuan exclaimed joyfully, cradling a chunk of meat. Just over 30 pounds. What is heavy about that? Jinny laughed, playfully chiding her. Despite the weight of their burdens, smiles adorned their faces. Upon returning to the camp, Xiaoyang first separated the bones and placed them in an iron pot to boil. He then moved a table to the grass and laid the boar meat upon it, cutting it into strips with his dagger. Before long, Lu Qing and Jinny returned with the cleaned entrails. After 30 minutes, the bones in the pot were thoroughly cooked, and everyone eagerly gnawed on them, savoring the meat still clinging to the bones. Zhou Yuanyuan crushed some berries in a bamboo bowl and poured the juice over the bones for added flavor. Leaning against the wooden wall, Lu Linlin joyfully munched on a bone. Although it lacked seasoning, the presence of meat was already a delight. As they feasted on the meat, the entrails simmered in the pot until everyone was content, patting their bellies while seated on the grass and engaging in conversation. Xiaoyang divided the cooked entrails into 6 bamboo bowls and rendered the fat in the iron pot to produce lard. After preparing several bamboo tubes, he poured the cooled lard into them. At noon, Xiaoyang drew 8 circles in the grass and instructed Jinny and the others to dig holes within them. Why are you up? Xiaoyang inquired upon noticing Lu Linlin standing. Lu Linlin smiled slightly. I am nearly recovered. After resting for so long, I thought it wise to move about a bit to hasten my recovery and lend a hand. With that, Lu Linlin joined Song Feier and the others. Xiaoyang shook his head and constructed several racks beside the shelter using small cedar wood. He shaved some bamboo strips and threaded small chunks of meat onto them, hanging them on the racks. Half an hour later, the 8 holes were completed and the group returned to assist in hanging the meat on the racks. Jinny, accompanied by Lu Huai and Lu Qing, ventured into the woods to gather some branches. They then kindled a fire beneath the racks, placing wet leaves atop to create a simple smoking process. Though lacking sea salt for curing, this method of smoking would help preserve the meat for several days. While Jenny tended to the fire, Xiaoyang inspected the holes he had dug in the center of the grass. Each was about half a meter deep, sufficient for their needs. Yin, take a basket and collect some stones by the river, Xiaoyang called to Zhou Yuanyuan. Let us go together, Song Feier suggested. After the two departed, Xiaoyang procured 2 tall and substantial cedar trees to place in the center. In less than 10 minutes, the duo returned with a basket. Xiaoyang inserted the cedars into the holes. If they felt loose, he placed stones beneath them before covering them with soil. Do you need assistance? Song Feier inquired from the side. Xiaoyang glanced at her and replied with a smile. Not just yet. Let's wait a bit. Upon hearing his words, Song Feier smiled quietly and remained silent, merely observing him. Xiaoyang then gathered a few more cedars and planted them in other holes. It took him nearly an hour to successfully plant 8 cedars. After shaking them to ensure their stability, he nodded in satisfaction. Big brother, have some water, Zhou Yuanyuan said cheerfully as she approached with a bamboo cup. Xiaoyang accepted the cup and drank the water in 2 gulps. After a half-hour break, he sharpened one end of the cedars with a dagger and crafted some bamboo strips. He then called the others over to teach them how to insert the wood into the grassy earth. Xiaoyang laid 1 cedar horizontally across a post and secured it, then directly inserted 2 cedars into the ground, positioning them against the horizontal beam, and bound them tightly with bamboo strips. This is a matter of practical skill. Give it a try, he encouraged the group with a smile. But remember to be cautious while binding. The bamboo strips can be quite sharp. The group nodded and began to insert the wood into the soil, feeling a sense of curiosity as this was a novel task for them. Xiaoyang remained close, patiently instructing them, and if the bindings were not secure, he would redo them himself. After half an hour, a wooden wall was completed, and the cedars were all used up. Xiaoyang, should we cut more wood? Jenny asked as she noticed the supply had been exhausted. Xiaoyang pondered for a moment. No need. Let's cut bamboo tomorrow. It's more suitable. With 2 hours left until dusk and nothing else to do, Song Feier and the others ran off to play by the river. Xiaoyang began digging a pit in a sandy area with a piece of wood. The soil was remarkably loose, and in under half an hour, he had excavated a round hole, which gradually filled with water. Xiaoyang, what are you digging for? Lu Linlin approached and asked with a smile, even changing her form of address. To raise fish, Xiaoyang replied with a slight smile. I will keep the fish we catch here, and when we wish to eat, we can simply catch them. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Yuanyuan and El Huai placed the small fish they had caught in the pit. Lu Qing lay in the river, washing the dirt and grime from her qipao. When she stood up, her curvaceous figure was exquisitely revealed, particularly her beautiful hips. The current way of life left Lu Qing feeling quite content. At least there was food to eat every day. Yet, a sense of anxiety crept into her heart, fearing that Xiaoyang might send her and Song Feier back to Linzhe. She had no desire to return to Linzhe, wishing to avoid the experiences of the recent past. She glanced at her alluring figure, then turned her gaze towards Xiaoyang by the puddle, and a thought suddenly flickered in her mind. He is quite handsome. I suppose I am not at a disadvantage. Lu Qing murmured to herself. As night fell and darkness enveloped the campsite, she returned to find herself feasting on offal, while 2 pieces of meat roasted over the fire. A thoughtful provision left by Xiaoyang. The meat on the rack had already been smoked to perfection. Would you care for some berry juice? Zhou Yuanyuan inquired, holding a bamboo bowl. It's delicious drizzled over the meat. Give me some. I want some too. Xiaoyang observed the others clamoring for the berry juice, a faint smile gracing his lips as he savored the offal in his bowl. It seems a trip to the seaside is in order, Xiaoyang contemplated quietly. Chapter 24. Lu Qing's decision as dawn broke. A beam of sunlight streamed into the campsite, awakening Xiaoyang and his companions. Lu Linlin, still recovering from her ailment, remained behind to prepare a meal. Xiaoyang, accompanied by Jenny and others, made their way toward the bamboo grove. Why are there fewer fish? Exclaimed Zhou Yuanyuan, astonished as she approached the water's edge. She had counted 15 the previous day, and now only 9 remained, a loss of 6. Hearing this, Xiaoyang joined her by the water, noticing the absence of any fish leaping about. However, he discerned tiny footprints in the sand. It appears that other animals have feasted on them, he remarked, crouching to examine the prints. They resembled feline tracks, leading him to ponder whether wildcats roamed in the vicinity. Though the loss of a few fish did not trouble him greatly, he guided the group onward toward the valley ahead. Upon reaching the bamboo grove, Xiaoyang and Jinny took charge of cutting down the bamboo, while Song Fei'er and Lu Qing, along with 2 others, dragged the harvested bamboo back to the campsite. After 2 hours, over 20 bamboo poles lay stacked on the grassy ground. Once back at the shelter, they all enjoyed a hearty meal and took a moment to rest. After refreshing themselves, they returned to the valley to continue their work. By midday, more than 50 additional bamboo poles had been added to the grassy expanse. In the afternoon, Xiaoyang refrained from cutting bamboo, entrusting Jinny, Song Fei'er, and El Huai with the task. He split the bamboo in half, sharpening one end before proceeding to bundle them around the pillars. You 2 stay here. I will fetch some reeds. He instructed Zhou Yuanyuan and Lu Qing before departing the valley for the reed field. Watching him leave, Lu Qing narrowed her eyes slightly. Yuanyuan, stay here. I'll assist him, she said, not waiting for a response as she stepped outside. Oomph. Left all alone, Zhou Yuanyuan muttered, pouting. As Lu Qing approached the reed field, she spotted Xiaoyang descending with a piece of wood in hand. Torn between her thoughts, she eventually steeled herself and walked directly toward him. Upon reaching the reed field, Xiaoyang drew his dagger and began harvesting the reeds. The sweltering sun caused beads of sweat to form on his brow. Xiaoyang, Lu Qing called out as she approached from behind, her gaze fixed on him. Surprised to see her, Xiaoyang blinked momentarily. What brings you here? Lowering her head, Lu Qing bit her alluring lip, and in a sudden move, she pressed her lips against his, murmuring, I do not wish to leave you. Xiaoyang's mind went blank as Lu Qing pushed him down into the pile of reeds. What does this mean? Do not speak. Half an hour later, Xiaoyang lay amidst the reeds with a look of sheer enjoyment. Lu Qing, what is the meaning of this? He asked, still perplexed by her actions. Adjusting her chi pao, Lu Qing whispered, I feared you would send us away, so... Xiaoyang, hearing her words, let out a bitter smile. I have never entertained such thoughts. You are free to come and go as you please. I would never impose upon you. I understand there is a barrier in your heart regarding us. Lu Qing leaned against Xiaoyang's chest and said, I can feel it. Upon hearing her words, Xiaoyang remained silent, maintaining a certain distance from her, because he understood that once they departed from this place, they would cease to recognize one another. Perhaps you should return later, he suggested softly, noticing the blush on Lu Qing's face. He then stood up, bundled the straw, and carried it back with a stick. As Lu Qing watched Xiaoyang's figure gradually recede, a smile graced her lips. She had not expected him to be quite capable. As a widow, after her husband's passing, she had taken over the company and had not been with a man for several years. A woman in her 30s, at an age ripe with desire, had spent these years preoccupied with her business, neglecting matters of the heart. Upon returning to the camp, she placed the straw beside the shelter and went to check the bamboo strips that Zhou Yuanyuan had tied, finding them somewhat loose. She secured them more tightly. Big brother, you're back. Zhou Yuanyuan emerged from the woods and spotted Xiaoyang. He turned around and asked, what were you doing down there? I want to drink some water. Zhou Yuanyuan replied with a nod. Drink water? Is there water down there? Xiaoyang asked, momentarily taken aback, unsure as he had never ventured down. Xiaoyang laid 2 bamboo poles horizontally on the grass and arranged the broken bamboo strips neatly on top, binding them securely with thinner bamboo strips. He then transported them to the posts, placing them atop a horizontal beam for additional stability. After a while, Song Fei'er and Lu Huai returned, dragging several bamboo poles. By the afternoon, Xiaoyang had completed the enclosure of the house, leaving a doorway in the middle. The upper sections would have to wait until the framework was constructed to continue. When Jenny and the other women saw the partially constructed house, they erupted into joyful laughter. Once the upper sections were completed and the roof was placed, the house would be finished. In the evening, Xiaoyang crafted a bamboo fence and placed it over a water pit securing several large stones on top to prevent animals from accessing the fish within during the night. That night, everyone gathered around the table, enjoying smoked meat and engaging in cheerful conversation. Will the house be ready tomorrow? Lu Qing inquired, glancing at Xiaoyang. I feel somewhat uncomfortable sleeping in the shelter. Xiaoyang shook his head, replying, it will take at least 2 more days. We have nearly enough bamboo. Jenny, tomorrow you and Yuan should go forage for wild vegetables and catch fish. Lu Qing can stay behind to assist me. Jenny nodded, understanding Xiaoyang's concern. Food was always the priority. Lu Qing cast a glance at Xiaoyang, a gentle smile on her face. That night, Xiaoyang spread straw over the 2 bamboo fences for Jenny and the others to sleep on. In the deep of night, with the moon bright and the stars sparse, a crescent moon hung in the sky, casting silver light over the island, resembling a beautiful silver garment. By the riverbank, a raccoon appeared near the water pit, attempting to catch fish inside, but thwarted by the bamboo fence. It tried various methods to open it, but ultimately had to retreat, glancing back with each step. The next morning, after Jenny and the others arose, they took their baskets and headed outside, leaving only Xiaoyang and Lu Qing in the shed. Xiaoyang, Lu Qing called softly as she approached him, pressing closely against his side, her captivating eyes fixed on his. Enchantress, Xiaoyang murmured as he lifted Lu Qing and carried her back to the thatch. 40 minutes later, following their morning exercise, Xiaoyang began constructing a bamboo frame, with Lu Qing assisting him. Once the frame was completed, they crafted some bamboo strips and carried the structure into the house. Xiaoyang climbed onto the frame, while Lu Qing handed the bamboo pieces up to him. He placed the received strips horizontally atop the pillars and secured them with bamboo strips, leaving a window in the center to ensure ample light. It was nearly noon when Jenny and the others returned, having foraged for some wild vegetables, gathered a few berries, and brought back a wild chicken. Chapter 25. The house is completed at noon. Lu Huai was preparing a meal, combining minced wild chicken, plantain, and shepherd's purse into a hearty stew. Xiaoyang collected the tail feathers of the wild chicken, intending to craft arrows. Once the stew was ready, it was served in 6 bamboo bowls. Though there were 7 people, leading to Zhou Yuan and Lu Linlin sharing a bowl. Lu Qingjia, you seem to have become more beautiful today, Zhou Yuan exclaimed, gazing at Lu Qing, whose face glowed with vitality. Indeed, Lu Huai remarked, gently touching Lu Qing's face in surprise. Perhaps it's because I've been eating well and sleeping soundly these past few days, Lu Qing replied with a subtle smile. Song Fei touched her own face, lacking a mirror to ascertain her appearance. The house was nearly complete, with only the roof remaining. Thus, Xiaoyang split the remaining bamboo and used a wooden stick to clear the joints. Once everything was prepared, he began constructing the roof. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuan, Lu Huai, and Lu Linlin ventured outside to catch fish, while Jenny, Song Fei and Lu Qing went to the overgrown area beyond the thatched field to forage for wild vegetables. Days passed slowly, and 3 days later, in the small hall of the house, a long table was set with an array of food, berries, papaya, a golden brown roasted hare, and a pot of wild vegetable fish soup. Today marked the first day of residing in the house, and to celebrate, they had prepared a sumptuous feast. Cheers! Xiaoyang joyfully declared, raising his bamboo bowl filled with fish soup in lieu of wine. Jenny used a dagger to carve the hare and served it into each person's bowl. After satisfying their appetites, they enjoyed some papaya and berries while engaging in cheerful conversation. Big brother, didn't you say you would teach us how to make a lasso? Zhou Yuan asked Xiaoyang with a smile. Ha ha ha, Xiaoyang no dead sleek flea, grinning. I'll take you to the bamboo forest shortly. You also promised to take us to the seaside once the house was finished. Lu Linlin chimed in with a laugh. Rest assured, we shall depart for the beach tomorrow morning, Xiaoyang replied, smiling. Upon hearing this, Song Fei and the others burst into joyful laughter. Soon after, Xiaoyang led them to the bamboo forest to teach them the art of lasso making. You can place some berries or plant seeds, even insects, in a lasso, Xiaoyang explained, crouching down to demonstrate. If a wild chicken eats these berries, it will trigger the slip knot. He tested it, and the knot swiftly ensnared his finger, causing a nearby bamboo to spring away. You see, this is how it works, Xiaoyang continued. In the wild, The first priority is securing fresh water, followed by food and shelter. Now, you may try for yourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, the 6 of them scattered to search for materials to craft their lassos. Xiao Yang went to chop down a giant bamboo, intending to create several more bows and arrows. Brother Xiao Yang, come and see how my lasso turned out. Lu Linlin approached him with a smile. Xiao Yang arrived at the lasso created by Lu Linlin and took a closer look. The slipknot was rather tight and could use some loosening. Additionally, the nearby trees or bamboo must possess elasticity. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Yang inspected the lassos of Song, Fei, and the others. Though there were minor issues, his explanations sufficed for their understanding. Half an hour later, the group returned to the valley, where Zhou Yuanyuan and Lu Linlin hurried into the adjacent woods to continue practicing their lassoing skills. Over the past few days, they had forged a strong friendship, likely due to their similar ages. Xiao Yang was crafting bows and arrows in the shelter, while Song Fei, and the others observed intently. How do you attach a small stone to the arrowhead? Lu Qing inquired, holding up an arrow. This enhances its lethality, Xiao Yang replied with a smile. It's quite sharp, Song Fei remarked, gently touching the small stone affixed to the arrowhead. In the wild, one must not only learn to craft lassos but also to hunt, Xiao Yang elaborated. For instance, by examining animal tracks, droppings, or even scents, you can track your prey. Can you teach us how to shoot arrows? Song Fei asked, gazing at Xiao Yang. He smiled slightly. The bows and arrows I'm making now are for you. Once we return from the seaside, I will begin your lessons. Remember, one must rely on oneself. Only by becoming strong can one hope to survive. The others nodded in agreement, understanding that had they possessed skills in hunting and tracking, they might not have faced such dire circumstances previously. After crafting 3 bows and arrows, Xiao Yang began weaving a backpack. The backpack, when worn, could carry a multitude of items and was far more practical than a basket. As they watched him weave, Song Fei, and the others expressed a desire to learn. But Xiao Yang informed them that before mastering weaving, they must first learn to split bamboo strips. Xiao Yang, how do you know so much? Jenny asked, intrigued. Do not inquire. The answer is simply my rural upbringing, Xiao Yang replied with a gentle smile. During my military service, I trained in the forests, relying solely on myself to survive for a month amidst the desolation. Oh, Jenny exclaimed, her face displaying exaggerated astonishment. Before long, Xiao Yang had completed the backpack. As the sun set, darkness enveloped the land. He strolled alone to the riverbank, stripped off his clothing, and reclined on the riverbed. The water felt cool against his skin, with fish swimming about. With his eyes closed, he savored the sensation of the river flowing over him. Meanwhile, Jenny was in the cabin, slicing smoked meat and placing it into an iron pot to cook alongside some wild vegetables. High-quality ingredients often require only simple cooking methods. Yuan, what are you doing? Jenny called out upon seeing Zhou Yuanyuan adding berries to the pot. Cooking the berries together will surely be delicious, Zhou Yuanyuan replied, nodding. Don't add them. The soup will turn black, and how will we drink it? Jenny quickly cautioned. Does turning black mean we can't drink it? Zhou Yuanyuan pouted and murmured a few words before walking away. That girl. Lu Qing observed Zhou Yuanyuan's demeanor and found it somewhat amusing. 10 minutes later, Jenny used long chopsticks to transfer the cooked food into a bamboo bowl. Indeed, after boiling, the berries had turned the broth a deep blue, and even the wild vegetables and smoked meat had altered in hue. Why is it this color? Xiao Yang exclaimed in surprise, gazing at the deep blue broth. Yuanyuan added some berries. Song Fei replied with a slight smile. Berries? Xiao Yang paused momentarily. Will adding berries make it taste better? After saying this, he took a sip and found the flavor to be rather peculiar. Chapter 26. Amusing incidents by the sea the following morning, as dawn broke. Lu Huai rose early and prepared a dish of shepherd's purse. After everyone had a taste, they tidied up their belongings and secured the bamboo door before departing the valley with Xiao Yang. Upon reaching the waterhole outside, they lifted the bamboo fence to observe the small fish within, then proceeded downwards. The journey to the seaside would take approximately 2 hours. Stepping out from the plain, they arrived at a narrow path, moving forward while navigating several turns as they ascended the hillside. Xiao Yang, carrying a rifle and wielding a long stick, led the way, followed closely by Jenny. Each individual held a stick, which could serve both as a weapon and a walking aid. Song Fei bore a backpack, and when fatigue set in, they took turns carrying it. After traversing the hill, crossing fields of weeds, and passing through a thicket, they eventually reached a sheer cliff overlooking the vast ocean. Xiaoyang surveyed the surroundings and pointed to the right, indicating their descent. They walked rightward, navigating down a narrow, rocky path until they reached the shore. The beach was somewhat small and unfamiliar to them. It was adorned with numerous rocky formations, particularly beneath the cliff on the left. Curiously, there were no coconut trees in sight. The woodland was filled with various shrubs and diminutive trees. Once they set down their backpacks, Jenny and the others swiftly removed their shoes and dashed into the sea to frolic. Wow, I found a large conch. Look, there's also a starfish here. Can we eat it? Xiaoyang observed them with a smile and fashioned a spear from his long stick before making his way to the rocks. Upon reaching the rocky outcrop, he shed his clothing and ventured toward the outer formations. The waters were teeming with dark, shadowy depths, which potentially harbored sharks. Standing in the shallows beside the dark reef, he remained motionless, spear poised in hand, watching the marine life swim about. Suddenly, Xiaoyang noticed a dark mass and cautiously approached. To his surprise, it was a stingray, a fish with a peculiar appearance, its elongated tail equipped with a venomous barb. It is also known as a devilfish. The stingray lay still on the ocean floor, and without hesitation, Xiaoyang thrust his spear into its back, lifting it from the water. Returning to their designated area, he placed the stingray on the ground, gathered some firewood, and kindled a flame. Extracting a metal canister from his backpack, he used a dagger to slice the stingray's flesh, placing it inside the canister along with a splash of water. He then arranged several large stones to create a makeshift stove, setting the canister atop it to cook. Outside, the sounds of laughter from Song Fei and the others echoed. "Big brother, look, we found several large conchs." At that moment, Zhou Yuanyuan, with her delicate and fair feet bare, ran over, hands outstretched to reveal 3 sizable conchs. "Ha! Place in the backpack," Xiaoyang replied with a gentle smile. Complying, Zhou Yuanyuan deposited the conchs into the backpack and turned back toward the sea. After half an hour of merriment, they finally returned, exhausted. "What kind of meat is this?" Lu Qing gazed at the thorny stingray simmering in the iron pot and remarked, "What does it matter what kind of meat it is, as long as it is edible?" Lu Linlin chuckled as she retrieved a bamboo bowl from her backpack. After serving the meat from the pot, Xiaoyang took the iron vessel to the seaside, filling it with seawater and returning it to the stove to boil. "What are you boiling the seawater for?" Song Fei inquired. "Here, curiosity piqued. By evaporating the seawater, we will obtain sea salt," Xiaoyang explained. "Sea salt?" Jenny approached, intrigued. "Isn't sea salt inedible?" "Indeed, it is not for direct consumption," Xiaoyang nodded. "However, it can be utilized for curing meats. The meat cured with sea salt, once smoked, can be preserved for an extended period." "Oh, I never considered that," Jenny exclaimed, astonished by the prospect of using sea salt for preservation. Throughout the morning, Xiaoyang focused on the production of sea salt, and during his breaks, he instructed them on how to use a harpoon to catch fish in the shallow waters. "Remember, do not venture beyond the shallow areas. That is the deep sea," Xiaoyang cautioned, pointing outward. "Sharks may inhabit those depths, and one careless step could cost you your life." Upon returning to the camp, Xiaoyang poured the crystallized sea salt into a prepared bamboo tube. "Linlin, the fish have escaped to your side." "Where?" "They swim too swiftly." Zhou Yuanyuan and Lu Linlin chased after the fish in the shallow waters. Song Fei watched as the fish darted away from her feet, casting a disapproving glance at the two of them. "Stop running around," Jenny shouted at them. "You scared away my fish." "Ha! I caught a fish," Lu Qing exclaimed joyfully, raising her harpoon aloft with a fish weighing over a pound speared upon it. Seeing Lu Qing's success, Song Fei and Lu Huai became even more focused on the fish beneath the water. Zhou Yuanyuan and Lu Linlin had ventured deeper, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. An hour later, Zhou Yuanyuan and Lu Linlin returned from below, holding something in their hands. Big brother, we found an iron can." Even before they arrived, their voices had reached him. Xiaoyang observed the can in Zhou Yuanyuan's grasp. It was round, resembling a milk powder tin. Is it leaking? Xiaoyang took the can and examined it, asking, "Where did you find it?" "It does not leak. We tested it," Lu Linlin replied with a smile. "We discovered it lodged in a rock, and it was filled with silt when we first retrieved it." "Very good," Xiaoyang nodded with a smile. "The interior of this milk can is quite thick and heavy. It will be perfect for cooking." Moments later, Song Fei'er and the others returned, with only Jenny and Lu Qing having caught fish. Venturing into the woods, Jenny and the others constructed a simple shelter using several dry branches. The roof was covered with twigs and leaves, while a layer of leaves lined the ground, providing a comfortable resting place within. In the afternoon, the sun shone brilliantly in a cloudless sky, accompanied by a gentle sea breeze. The waves crashed against the cliffs below, producing a soothing sound. Song Fei'er rested in the sanctuary, accompanied by several other women, while Xiaoyang vigilantly tended to the fire. His purpose for this journey was solely to procure sea salt. After a while, Song Fei'er emerged, taking a seat beside Xiaoyang as they gazed upon the boundless expanse of the ocean. "What is the matter? Are you missing home?" Xiaoyang inquired, admiring the exquisite beauty of her face. In response, Song Fei'er nodded. "Of course, I can't help but wonder how the company is faring." With a slight smile, Xiaoyang replied, "I never imagined you would be a domineering CEO." Song Fei'er shook her head with a wry smile. "It's merely a family business." "A family business? It seems you are indeed from a wealthy background," Xiaoyang remarked as he reclined, watching the seabirds soar overhead. Chapter 27. Return to the valley. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky was painted with hues of fiery clouds, while a flock of seabirds soared low above the rocky pillars. Xiaoyang sat upon a stone by the sea, gazing into the depths of the ocean. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuanyuan, Lu Linlin, and Lu Qing were joyfully frolicking on the beach. "Hurry up. If you don't run, we'll roast you. Keep going. Keep going." They had drawn a rectangular line in the sand and captured 3 hermit crabs, setting them aside. The first crab to cross the line would be declared the winner. "Yuan, come back. If you don't return soon, we will eat the conch." Song Fei'er shouted from the beach. "No more playing. Let us eat the conch." "Hey, your crab is the slowest. The conch is mine." "Exactly, you sly cat." Unbothered by their taunts, Zhou Yuanyuan dashed towards the campsite, inadvertently stepping on one of the hermit crabs and burying it in the sand. As night fell, stars began to twinkle in the sky, and a crescent moon hung above the treetops. "Brother Xiaoyang, why hasn't the rescue team come to save us?" Lu Linlin inquired, looking at him with concern. Xiaoyang pondered for a moment before responding. "Firstly, this cruise ship was on a tour, and unless a signal was emitted, it's possible no one knows the ship has sunk. Secondly, the rescue team may have searched but failed to locate this island. Thirdly, they might have encountered pirates." At this point, Xiaoyang could think of no other explanations. The group fell silent, heads bowed, contemplating the plausibility of his words. Then, "Does that mean we might never return?" Song Fei'er said, her face etched with worry. "As long as we are alive, we will eventually devise a way to return." Xiaoyang reassured them, his gaze steady. He was right. Lu Qing nodded, adding, "As long as we live, there is hope." In the dead of night, the girls lay sleeping in their shelter, while Xiaoyang sat alone by the fire, deep in thought, a branch in hand, sketching patterns in the earth. The following morning, armed with a spear, Xiaoyang ventured into the dark reefs beyond the beach in search of fish. With a swift motion, he plunged the spear into the water, precisely striking a fish adorned with blue stripes. "Ha! Caught one!" he exclaimed joyfully. Returning to the campsite with the fish, he found Lu Qing and the others emerging from the shelter. "Xiaoyang, you caught fish?" Lu Qing exclaimed, astonished by the catch on his spear. "We're going to catch fish too. Let us go." Lu Huai chimed in excitedly, grabbing a spear and heading towards the shallow waters, the others following suit. Yesterday, Xiaoyang had filled 5 bamboo tubes with sea salt, and he intended to return to the valley by noon, watching them gather fish in the shallows. He hung the sea fish on a branch and made his way upward. Climbing the narrow gravel path, he reached the precipice and continued forward. Not far ahead, he navigated through the trees and soon arrived at the upper beach. "As I stroll along the beach, After a mere 10 minutes, several coconut trees come into view. Where has Xiaoyang gone? Perhaps he ventured further up? Never mind him. Let's roast some fish ourselves, as our stomachs are growling with hunger. Lu Qing and El Huai each caught a couple of sea fish and promptly skewered them with a branch, placing them over the fire to grill. Huai, take down the fish hanging from the branch and roast them too. Lu Qing instructed upon spotting the fish suspended from a branch. Zhou Yuan and Lu Linlin soon returned, bringing back a handful of shellfish resembling clams. Be careful not to extinguish the fire, Lu Qing exclaimed as she noticed Zhou Yuan tossing the clams directly onto the flames. Once Zhou Yuan set the clams down, she picked up a nearby branch and placed it over the fire to burn. Half an hour later, Xiaoyang returned, carrying a net woven from tree bark laden with 6 or 7 coconuts. Meanwhile, Lu Qing and the others had already begun feasting on the grilled fish. Xiaoyang, there are still some clams here for you. Lu Qing pointed to the clams scattered on the ground. I have half a fish left, Song Feier offered, passing a piece of grilled fish to Xiaoyang. Jenny stood up, opened the bark net, and extracted the coconuts, deftly using a knife to carve through their tough shells. Where did you find the coconuts? Song Feier inquired. Not far below, there are several coconut trees, Xiaoyang replied with a smile as he accepted the grilled fish. When shall we return? Lu Qing asked. In a bit. Let us catch a few more fish to take back, Xiaoyang replied, glancing at the girls. Then I shall search for sea snails, Zhou Yuan declared, pulling Lu Linlin along as they dashed downwards. Upon hearing they would soon return, Song Feier and the others promptly grabbed their spears and waded into the shallows. After enjoying some grilled fish, Xiaoyang seized the clams on the ground and began eating. Once satisfied with the clams, he picked up a spear and made his way towards the dark reefs. Yuan, do not venture too far. It is perilous out there. I'm not afraid. Just hold on to me, Zhou Yuan exclaimed as she navigated the outer rocks, the waves crashing relentlessly, threatening to sweep her away with a single misstep. Lu Linlin, trailing behind her, pulled at Zhou Yuan's arm, who was trying to retrieve a tattered fishing net from the water's edge. What do we need that ragged net for? Lu Linlin questioned. There are fish hooks in it, Zhou Yuan replied, tugging forcefully, causing the net to tear apart. She managed to haul half of it back to shore, extracting a fish hook from within. When we return, we can go fishing, she said with a slight smile. Clutching the hook, let us head up and gather some clams, Lu Linlin suggested to Zhou Yuan as she began walking upwards. Zhou Yuan tucked the fish hook away and hurried to catch up. An hour later, Xiaoyang had brought back 2 sea fish and also caught 2 sea snails. Song Feier and the others had managed to catch a few smaller fish. Where are Yuan and Linlin? Xiaoyang inquired as he surveyed the area and noticed their absence. They went up above, Lu Qing replied, glancing upwards. I see them. They returned. Soon after, the two returned, having gathered dozens of clams and placed them into the basket. Jenny opened the remaining 3 coconuts and poured the coconut water into a mineral water bottle. After tidying up their belongings, they store the harpoons in the shelter for future use. Big brother, I found a fishing hook, Zhou Yuan exclaimed, presenting the hook to Xiaoyang with a smile. Xiaoyang accepted the hook, examining it with satisfaction. With some fishing line, they could certainly catch fish. At that moment, a gentle sea breeze swept by, and Xiaoyang glanced at the sky, noticing clouds gradually gathering. We should hurry. It seems like it might rain soon, he remarked, casting a look at Song Feier and the others. Let us go. Time to head back, Zhou Yuan said, tugging Lu Linlin's hand as they ascended. Xiaoyang slung the basket over his shoulder and followed suit. Chapter 28. The Golden Ring of Hu Feng. As soon as they reached the plain, rain began to pour, prompting Song Feier and her companions to hasten their pace. Run quickly, shouted Zhou Yuan, leading the way. Upon returning to the valley, their garments were drenched halfway. The dwelling was constructed with a central hall and 2 adjoining rooms, featuring a pit in the middle for the convenience of starting a fire. With rain falling outside, the group gathered around the fire to dry their clothes. Xiaoyang, I believe it would be prudent to install a door at the entrance for added safety, suggested Song Feier, looking at him. Feier is correct. We never know when a bear or another wild beast might intrude, putting us in peril, added Lu Qing. Upon hearing their remarks, Everyone turned their gaze toward Xiao Yang, awaiting his decision. Let us install a door then. I too think it would provide more security and allow for a more restful sleep at night, Jenny chimed in. Xiao Yang nodded in agreement, saying, You make valid points. But installing a wooden door is no simple task. We must take our time. The entrance was a staggering 6 to 7 meters wide, making the task of fitting a door quite challenging, especially as he lacked axes or machetes. A dagger would make it difficult to chop down thicker trees. Perhaps crafting a door out of bamboo would be a more feasible option. After an hour, the rain ceased. Once the downpour ended, Xiao Yang led them to the riverbank, where the water had risen slightly. Ascending towards a nearby ravine, they soon arrived at a bamboo grove. Upon entering, Lu Qing and the others rushed to inspect their snares, eager to see if they had captured any prey. I caught one. I caught one. Within a minute, Lu Qing's voice echoed through the bamboo forest. Before long, she emerged with a bamboo chicken, running toward Xiao Yang. It's dead. Has it been dead for long? Is it still edible? Xiao Yang smiled as he took the bamboo chicken, examining it. It appeared to have been caught the previous night, and its body was still relatively pliable. It's fine to eat, he confirmed with a nod. The successful catch filled Lu Qing with joy. A few minutes later, Song Fei-er and her companions returned empty-handed, indicating their snares had yielded no results. Xiao Yang, let us try setting snares in another location, suggested Song Fei-er. Certainly, Xiao Yang replied with a slight smile. Jenny, please take them with you. Jenny nodded and led Song Fei-er and the others away. Watching them depart, Xiao Yang plucked the feathers from the bamboo chicken and ventured deeper into the bamboo grove. Surrounded by the towering bamboo, he contemplated crafting a door from the giant stalks, thereby avoiding the need to fell trees. Soon, the sound of bamboo being chopped resonated throughout the grove. Jenny, please help me cut down some vines, called Song Fei-er from a nearby thicket, where she and her 6 companions were busy in the woods. Lu Qing, clutching 2 vines, was setting snares within the thicket, while Song Fei-er and Lu Huai were not far off, following suit. They yearned to ensnare a quarry to validate their triumph. Jenny took it upon herself to survey the surroundings. Armed with a rifle, she scanned the area for their safety. Jenny, look over there. What is that? Suddenly, Yuan approached Jenny, bending low and whispering, pointing towards a thicket not far ahead. Jenny crouched down to examine the foliage, where, obscured from view, lay an oval object larger than a basketball, hardly noticeable unless one looked closely. As she gazed at the object, Jenny was at a loss. Yet, her intuition warned her that it could pose a threat, though its distance obscured her clarity. I have no idea what that is, Jenny murmured. I'll go take a look. Yuan exclaimed, attempting to stride forward, but Jenny grasped her hand firmly. We cannot be careless. Unfamiliar things often carry danger. Jenny whispered to Yuan, it's best to inform Xiao Yang to come and inspect it. Upon hearing this, Yuan merely pouted but refrained from advancing, turning instead to retreat a few steps back. In truth, Jenny felt a twinge of curiosity herself and cautiously made her way towards the object. When she was still 10 meters away, she halted, noticing a few bees buzzing around the object. Indeed, there was danger, Jenny thought to herself, turning on her heel to leave. Minutes later, Song Fei-er and the others had set up snares nearby, and Jenny led them away from the ravine. Upon reaching the mouth of the valley, they heard the sound of bamboo being chopped within. Xiao Yang was still inside. Let's go see. They exchanged a few words before entering the bamboo grove, where they found Xiao Yang diligently chopping bamboo. Xiao Yang, why are you cutting down so much bamboo? Jenny inquired, noticing several enormous bamboo poles stacked on the ground, feeling somewhat puzzled. Hearing her voice, Xiao Yang turned and smiled. Didn't you say you wanted to install a door at the entrance? I thought I could make a bamboo door. Nodding and understanding, the group moved closer to assist. You all drag these bamboo poles back and place them beside the entrance, Xiao Yang instructed. One for each of you, let us go. Jenny called out, picking up a pole and dragging it outward. Song Fei-er and the others followed suit. The immense bamboo was long and heavy, and both Yuan and Lu Linlin struggled a bit under its weight. They placed the bamboo beside the entrance. Shortly after, Xiao Yang returned with 2 poles in tow. Back at the house, Lu Qing produced a bottle of mineral water filled with coconut juice, distributing it among them. Xiao Yang, We wish to venture out to forage for some wild vegetables, Song Feier spoke up. Xiaoyang glanced at the sky. It was still early, and darkness was not imminent. So he nodded in agreement. As Jenny prepared to depart, she paused momentarily before approaching Xiaoyang and said, Xiaoyang, I stumbled upon a beehive nestled in the woods of the ravine above. If you have the time, you should go take a look. It's in the third ravine. With that, she joined Song Feier and the others as they exited. A beehive? Xiaoyang murmured to himself, pondering whether it might be a hornet's nest. I suppose I should investigate. He then made his way outside. Upon arriving at the ravine, he ascended into the woodland, meticulously scanning the surrounding thickets. Along the way, he encountered the snares set by Song Feier and her companions. Eureka! How cleverly concealed! After a search lasting nearly 10 minutes, Xiaoyang finally discovered the hive hidden amidst the foliage. He dared not approach too closely, instead crouching down approximately 5 to 6 meters away to observe. Soon, several guard bees emerged, golden-ringed hornets. Upon seeing the size and coloration of the bees, Xiaoyang gasped in astonishment. The golden-ringed hornet, the largest species among wasps, is known for its fierce temperament, earning it the moniker murder hornet. Its body exhibits a striking pattern of brown and black hues. Should one be stung, even by a few, the threat to life is significant. It is prudent to maintain a safe distance from their hive. Chapter 29. The desire to stockpile food. Stepping out of the mountain ravine and returning to the valley, Jenny and the others had yet to arrive. Xiaoyang first took the plucked bamboo chicken and diced the meat with a dagger, placing it into an iron pot. Within minutes, the sound of their chatter echoed from outside. Soon, they returned, with Lu Qing and Lu Linlin carrying 2 baskets filled with freshly washed wild vegetables, while Zhou Yuanyuan cradled 2 slightly yellow papayas in her arms. Did you check the beehive? Jenny approached directly and inquired. Xiaoyang nodded. I did. Next time we go there, avoid getting close to the beehive. It would be best not to venture into that ravine at all. Those are killer bees, and getting stung could be life-threatening. His words were not exaggerated, for once the golden-ringed hornets attack, they do so in swarms. Hearing this, Jenny nodded slightly. It seemed they could no longer return to that ravine. Big brother, if we don't go to that ravine, won't our snares be useless? Zhou Yuanyuan placed the papayas into the basket and voiced her concern. How would they be useless? Xiaoyang replied with a gentle smile, tomorrow morning. I will accompany you to check the snares. As long as we keep our distance from the beehive, we will be fine. The water in the iron pot began to boil, and Xiaoyang gently placed the wild vegetables inside, adding a bit of lard. He then stirred it with a pair of long chopsticks, and after a while, the vegetables were cooked, although they needed to simmer longer due to the bamboo chicken meat. Bring me some bowls, Xiaoyang called out to the girls. Soon, Song Feier and the others approached with their bamboo bowls. Xiaoyang served them a portion of the wild vegetables and bamboo chicken meat, ladling in some broth, ensuring each received a similar amount. Though the food was scarce, it was sufficient to stave off hunger. This soup is delicious. It has such a sweet flavor. I really like it, one of the girls remarked. Xiaoyang smiled slightly at her comment, as the sweetness stemmed from the bamboo chicken. Under the eaves hung 4 sea fish. Now, Xiaoyang needed to prepare provisions, setting aside some food as reserves for times when they might struggle to find sustenance. Jenny, tomorrow, gather all the small fish from the puddle outside, remove their innards, and place them into bamboo tubes, Xiaoyang instructed. Are we cooking them? Song Feier asked. No. Xiaoyang shook his head. I plan to marinate them first. Then sun-dry them. Once they become dried fish, they can be stored for later use. Oh, you mean stockpiling food? Jenny's eyes lit up with realization as she looked at Xiaoyang. He nodded. Precisely, stockpiling food for unforeseen circumstances. That's a great idea. If one day we run out of food, we can eat this. Lu Qing smiled gently. Then let's go catch more fish tomorrow, Zhou Yuanyuan exclaimed, looking at the group enthusiastically. There are still areas nearby that we haven't explored, and they may pose some danger. Be cautious when setting the snares. Xiaoyang advised Song Feier and the others. Once the snares are set, you can head to the tributary to catch fish. As they chatted, darkness descended, and Jenny and the others entered the room. Xiaoyang sat alone by the fire, lost in thought. It was evident that relying solely on himself to procure food for so many was untenable. Thus, he resolved to impart survival skills to them, teaching them how to find sustenance on their own. It was not until deep into the night that Xiao Yang returned to his chamber to rest. The sky was adorned with countless stars, and a few meteors streaked across the heavens, while the moon had just begun to rise. On the following morning, as dawn broke, Jenny and the others awoke. By this time, Xiao Yang had already sliced 2 papayas and placed them on the table. Xiao Yang, do you feel that it has become a bit chilly since last night? Lu Qing inquired, taking a bite of the papaya. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yang replied, when we were on the cruise, it was around October, wasn't it? We've been on the island for quite some time, so a drop in temperature is to be expected. Does this island experience 4 seasons as well? Lu Qing asked again. Xiao Yang chuckled wryly. How would I know? If it gets cold, just cover up with more thatch. If it remains cold, we can always light a fire in the room. Let us enjoy the papaya. Zhou, Yuan exclaimed, rushing over to grab 2 pieces, handing one to Lu Linlin. Each person gets 2 pieces. Don't take more, Xiao Yang cautioned, observing Zhou Yuan's exuberance. Fei, Hui, come over for papaya. We need to check the snares in the valley, he called out to the 2 nearby. Upon hearing about the snares, they hurried over to take their share of papaya. Let us eat as we walk, Xiao Yang suggested, leading them outside. Upon reaching the valley, Xiao Yang gathered them around. Look, that object is a beehive. Stay far away from it, he cautioned, crouching down and pointing at the hive nestled among the leaves. If stung, it could be fatal, understand? The 6 girls nodded in unison before venturing into the nearby thicket to inspect the snares. Xiao Yang, come quickly. Suddenly, Song Fei's voice rang out, prompting Xiao Yang to dash over. Fei, what is it? He asked. I've caught a wild chicken, she exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, a wild chicken was ensnared by 1 foot, its body suspended and wings flapping vigorously. It appeared to have been trapped not long ago. Xiao Yang, elated, seized the wild chicken's wings and loosened the snare. Let me see. Let me see. Song Fei eagerly approached, leaning against Xiao Yang's left side. At that moment, Xiao Yang felt a soft, springy object collide with his arm. Hold on tight and don't let go, he instructed, handing the wild chicken to Song Fei with a smile. Not like that. You need to grasp both its wings. Song Fei took the wild chicken, marveling at its beauty, especially its long tail. 10 minutes later, the other 5 emerged from the thicket. Lu Hui had also caught a wild chicken, though unfortunately, it was already lifeless. Lu Linlin held a small bird in her hands, while many of the lariats wielded by the others remained untriggered. Well, let us return. Today, as harvest has been quite satisfactory, Xiao Yang remarked with a smile at the group. Big brother, neither of the 2 lariats I set up were triggered, Zhou Yuan expressed her disappointment. Xiao Yang turned to Zhou Yuan and Lu Qing, smiling gently. Here, we emphasize teamwork, regardless of which lariat ensnares the prey. It is still a victory. You must understand that not every lariat will capture its quarry, but do not lose heart. Persevere and believe in yourselves. After offering his words of encouragement, Xiao Yang led them away from the ravine. Upon returning to the valley, he fashioned 3 bamboo tubes and handed them to Jenny, who then guided them to the waterhole to open the bamboo enclosure. Chapter 30. Exploring the jungle after a brief interlude of several minutes. Jenny and her companions meticulously extracted the entrails from the small fish, counting a total of over 30, varying in size, which they placed into 3 bamboo tubes. Upon returning to the house, Xiao Yang poured some sea salt into the tubes and shook them gently, ensuring the salt was evenly distributed over the fish. All set. After a few hours of marinating, we can take them out to dry, he declared with a smile as he arranged the bamboo tubes. What shall we do with this wild chicken? Inquired Song Fei, holding up the bird. Xiao Yang pondered for a moment. Let us raise it for now. With that, he proceeded to the shed, splitting a bamboo stalk and carving out several slender strips, sharpening one end of each. He then constructed a bamboo cage on the grassy patch beside the shed. By inserting the strips into the ground, spaced 2 fingers apart to form a square, and adding some split bamboo to create a surrounding fence topped with a cover, the cage was completed. Opening the bamboo enclosure, he placed the wild chicken inside and secured it, ensuring it could not escape. What will it eat? Zhou Yuan asked, crouching outside the cage, gazing at the wild chicken. Berries, wild greens, insects, whatever you have will suffice, Xiaoyang replied. Soon after, Jenny and Lu Qing returned, bringing the prepared wild chicken and small birds. I brought back wild chicken feathers. Jenny beamed at Xiaoyang. Just place them in the shed, he instructed. As it was still early, Jenny and the others departed the valley, venturing towards the upper ravines where she had previously spotted numerous wild chickens. She believed that setting snares there would yield a higher chance of success. Remaining in the house, Xiaoyang chopped the wild chicken and small birds into pieces and placed them in an iron pot to cook, knowing that delaying would lead to spoilage. After a brief taste of the cooked meat, he too left the valley. Reaching the end of the river, Xiaoyang ascended the steep mountainside, which was adorned with low-lying vegetation, making the climb challenging yet rewarding. After half an hour, he finally reached the summit, continuing onward, traversing the rugged terrain at the peak. He walked forward, occasionally glancing into the distance. After 10 minutes, he stumbled upon a patch of lush green grass, a slope leading downwards, leading into a forest several hundred meters below. In pursuit of hunting other animals, he realized he must leave the plains and venture deeper into the island. The hillside was awash with wildflowers of various hues, a stunning sight, as butterflies and bees flitted among the blooms, gathering nectar. Is this wild onion? Xiaoyang exclaimed, spotting several plants resembling scallions. He crouched to examine them, pulling one from the ground. Indeed, it was wild onion. He smiled with delight, knowing that adding it to his meals would greatly enhance their flavor. Scanning the area, he noticed an abundance of wild onions and also discovered some plantain growing amidst the grass. Xiaoyang plucked a wildflower and placed it in his mouth, savoring its sweetness with a slight smile. Sweet. As he descended the hillside, he stumbled upon some animal droppings and faint footprints amidst the underbrush. Examining the droppings, he deduced that they belonged to a herbivorous creature, possibly a wild goat or an antelope. This discovery sparked joy within him, for he had at least uncovered the presence of grazing animals. Continuing his descent, he soon reached the edge of a vast forest, where towering trees stood tall, some so grand that one could scarcely embrace their trunks, reaching heights of over 20 meters. Perhaps the island's perennial rainfall contributed to the lush growth of its flora. On the ground, he also spotted wild boar tracks, which were somewhat scattered, indicating that these creatures frequently roamed this area. Xiaoyang chose a spot and ventured into the woods. As he walked deeper, he noted thickets of low, scraggly shrubs, favored haunts for snakes. Thus, he picked up a sturdy stick and proceeded cautiously. Cooing sounds erupted from nearby birds, startled by his presence, as they took flight, while some pine trees seemed to retreat from his approach. Suddenly, a small green snake, no larger than a thumb, slithered among the tangled branches, flicking its tongue at Xiaoyang. With a swift motion, he struck it down with his stick, sending it tumbling into the grass. Damn, a little snake trying to scare me, he muttered, pressing onward. After 10 minutes of walking, the sound of flowing water reached his ears, prompting him to hasten out of the forest. Upon emerging, he beheld a river meandering through the landscape. Testing the water with his stick, he discovered it was quite deep, the 2-meter-long pole nearly submerged. Crouching down, he splashed his face with the river water, surveyed his surroundings, and then stood to follow the riverbank downstream. Across the river lay a meadow, and not far off, 3 modest peaks rose in a triangular formation. Approximately 10 minutes later, he exited the woods at a wide bend in the river, where the water became less profound, reaching only knee-deep. Suddenly, the bleating of sheep pierced the air. Xiaoyang looked up to see several wild goats grazing on a hillside not far across the river. Though they were at a distance, he could easily identify them as wild goats. Elated by this sighting, he hurriedly waded into the river and made his way towards the slope. Due to the flat terrain, the wild goats quickly noticed him. The lead goat bleated twice before turning to descend the slope, prompting the others to follow suit. Xiaoyang, having sprinted for a short while, looked up only to find the wild goats had vanished over the ridge. Damn, he cursed under his breath, quickening his pace to reach the slope. Peering down the hillside, he saw that a dozen wild goats had already made their way into the forest below, disappearing from view. Suddenly, Xiaoyang felt a pair of eyes fixated upon him. As I glanced towards the sloping hillside, An instant wave of trepidation washed over me. There on the incline stood a solitary gray wolf, its gaze locked onto mine, our eyes meeting in a silent standoff. Recognizing it as a wild wolf, I cautiously retrieved my rifle. After a moment of mutual observation, I discerned that there was but a single gray wolf, which alleviated my anxiety somewhat. However, I was acutely aware that a pack must be lurking nearby. I raised my rifle, aiming at the gray wolf, and began to slowly retreat. The wolf, upon witnessing my withdrawal, did not pursue me, but continued to observe, as if I were an intriguing new species. Suddenly, with a piercing howl, the gray wolf threw back its head. At the sound, I swiftly turned and made my way to the riverbank, wading across with urgency, knowing that the wolf was summoning its companions. Once across the river, I dashed into the thicket, not daring to look back. Within 2 minutes, a pack of over a dozen gray wolves emerged upon the hillside, among them a particularly large and robust blue-hued wolf, unmistakably the alpha of the pack. Chapter 31. Constructing the bamboo gate, Xiao Yang emerged from the thicket, returning to the hillside. Glancing back, he noted that the wolf pack had not pursued him, allowing him a moment's respite. He exhaled deeply, contemplating the unsettling encounter with the wolves in broad daylight. Could their lair be in close proximity? After a brief pause, he foraged through the grass, unearthing some wild scallions, before ascending towards the mountain peak. Meanwhile, Jenny and the 5 others were engaged in catching small fish in a tributary, having just descended from a nearby hollow on the right. Linlin, hurry and drive them into the tributary, Lu Qing called out, standing beside the entrance of stream, directing her voice to Lu Linlin, who was knee-deep in the river wielding a stick, splashing the water in an effort to herd the fish towards the tributary. The group of 6 was divided into 3 pairs. Jenny and Zhou Yuanyuan were in the middle section, while Song Fei'er and El Huai positioned themselves downstream. As Xiao Yang made his way down the mountain, he spotted Lu Qing and Lu Linlin attempting to corral the fish. Xiao Yang, Lu Qing exclaimed joyfully upon noticing him. Xiao Yang approached with a smile, inquiring, "How many fish have you caught?" "Only 3 so far," Lu Linlin replied with a grin. "Take your time. I shall return first," Xiao Yang said, bidding them farewell as he headed towards the valley. Having seen the wolf pack, he resolved to swiftly construct a gate at the entrance, lest they surprise him one day. Upon reaching the valley's entrance, he scrutinized the sheer cliffs on either side. He realized that by wedging bamboo into the crevices, he could forego digging holes altogether. A slight smile crossed his face as he observed the indentations and protrusions along the cliffs. The ground was composed of hard-packed earth, making excavation a daunting task. Without further ado, he seized a massive bamboo pole nearby, measuring it against the entrance. After making the necessary adjustments, he cut off the thinner end and secured it into the groove. Testing its stability, he found it firmly entrenched, nodding in satisfaction. Continuing with his task, he inserted a total of 6 bamboo poles, each approximately half a meter in height. With no more grooves available, he paused his efforts. Just then, Jenny and the others returned, spotting Xiao Yang at work on the bamboo gate, and rushed over. "Do you need help?" Song Fei'er was the first to inquire. "Indeed," Xiao Yang replied with a smile. "I need a few more poles. Jenny, could you take them to the bamboo grove to gather some more?" Upon hearing this, the group promptly turned and made their way outside, as Xiao Yang pondered how to best install the bamboo gate. Half an hour later, Song Fei'er, El Huai, and Lu Qing returned, dragging several bamboo poles behind them. "Xiao Yang," Jenny asked, "do you still need more bamboo?" Setting the poles down, Song Fei'er looked at him expectantly. "Please fetch a few more of this type of bamboo." Xiao Yang indicated the massive bamboo he had already used. After the trio departed once more, Xiao Yang took the bamboo, splitting it to fashion bamboo strips. Just as he prepared the strips, Jenny and the others returned once again, bringing more bamboo along. "Please leave me here. You all go back and prepare the meal," Xiao Yang said, looking at the others. "I will stay," Lu Qing quickly interjected. The others, including Song Fei'er, glanced at Lu Qing before entering the valley. "By the way, what are we cooking for lunch? It seems there is no food left in the house," Jenny inquired, taking a few steps before turning back. "Let us cook all the smoked meat," Xiao Yang suggested after a moment of contemplation. "Smoked meat? There is still plenty left. Are we cooking all of it?" Jenny asked, puzzled. Yes, we must cook it. Otherwise, it will no longer be edible, Xiao Yang explained. The smoked wild boar meat from last time, due to not being cured with sea salt, can only be preserved for a limited time. Have you missed me? Lu Qing, after the others departed, approached Xiao Yang, embracing him and whispering tenderly. Xiao Yang smiled slightly. We spend every day together. What is there to miss? Just say it. I want to hear it from your lips, Lu Qing urged, gently caressing Xiao Yang's face. I do miss you. Is that sufficient? He replied softly, glancing into the valley. Let us focus on installing the door first before discussing anything else. With that, he gently pushed Lu Qing aside, picked up a bamboo pole, and measured 3 meters before cutting it. He harvested 7 or 8 bamboo poles, all 3 meters in height, and propped them upright against the horizontal bamboo, instructing Lu Qing to hold them steady. He then wove bamboo strips through the gaps of the horizontal bamboo, securing them tightly. 8 poles were tied on each side, leaving a space of over 2 meters in the middle for the installation of a bamboo door. Now, having exhausted the bamboo supply, they would need to wait until the afternoon to gather more. There are no more bamboo poles. Let us head back, Xiao Yang stated, looking at Lu Qing. With a playful smile, Lu Qing took his hand and led him outside. Big brother, sister Lu Qing, it's time to eat, came the call from Zhou Yuan Yuan in the valley. It's time to eat. Shall we return? Not so fast. Just because you piqued my interest doesn't mean you can escape. Half an hour later, Xiao Yang and Lu Qing returned to the house, where Jenny and the others were already satiated. Apologies for the delay. We were almost finished with the installation, Xiao Yang addressed the group. Lu Qing remained silent, moving to the table to fill a bamboo bowl with the smoked meat from the iron pot. Jenny narrowed her eyes slightly, sensing that the two shared some unspoken secret. The flavor has changed somewhat, Xiao Yang murmured as he savored the smoked meat. After finishing their meal, he took them to shelter and began to instruct them on archery. Why aren't the arrowheads affixed with stones? Zhou Yuanyuan inquired curiously, noticing the absence of stones on the arrows. Once you've mastered your technique, we will attach them, Xiao Yang responded with a smile. With only 3 bows available, Jenny and the others took turns practicing. Draw back, align your eyes, Xiao Yang meticulously guided them. Take your time, there is no need to rush. Outside the shelter, he erected a wooden post about 7 or 8 meters away, directing them to aim at the target. Everyone finds novelty delightful, and thus they engage in the continuous practice of archery. After imparting some fundamental knowledge, Xiao Yang encouraged them to gradually hone their skills. Mastery in archery cannot be achieved overnight. It demands a steady accumulation of experience to attain the realm of effortless precision, where every shot finds its mark. Lin Lin, it's my turn, Zhou Yuanyuan exclaimed joyfully. Watch me. With a swift motion, Zhou Yuanyuan seized the bow, knocked an arrow, and drew the string in one fluid motion, releasing the arrow that struck directly at the center of the wooden target. I did it, she exclaimed, leaping with joy upon seeing the arrow embedded in the wood. Observing this, Xiao Yang nodded gently, recognizing that Zhou Yuanyuan possessed a remarkable talent for archery. Chapter 32. The Scheme for Golden Ring in the afternoon, 2 hours later. Jenny and her companions sat in the shed, weary from 2 hours of archery, having even snapped 2 bowstrings. Xiao Yang, let me help you shave your beard, Jenny said with a smile, approaching him with a dagger. Be careful, Xiao Yang replied, and Jenny stood before him, assisting him with the shaving. As he gazed at her ample bosom, Xiao Yang instinctively swallowed hard. Without the beard, you look considerably more handsome, Jenny remarked, admiring his striking features. Of course, I am inherently a handsome fellow, Xiao Yang boasted with a grin. Lu Qing, sitting nearby, glanced at Xiao Yang and smiled faintly. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Xiao Yang stood up and entered the house, emerging with 3 bamboo tubes. He tore a slender strip from a bamboo shoot, and after preparing several strands, he extracted the marinated fish from the tubes, threading them one by one onto the bamboo strips before hanging them on the bamboo, extending from the shed to dry. Is this all there is to it? Song Feier asked curiously, observing the fish. Indeed, what else would there be? Xiao Yang replied with a slight smile. It's quite simple. Just marinate them and hang them out to dry. We also caught some fish outside. We can go retrieve them from marinating, Lu Huei chimed in cheerfully. No need to rush, Xiaoyang waved his hand. Let us first chop some bamboo to install the bamboo door. We can marinate tonight without haste. Let us go chop bamboo, Jenny said, brandishing her dagger with a smile. Xiaoyang nodded and led them out of the valley. Upon reaching the bamboo grove, the two began to chop bamboo swiftly. There's a new burrow, Zhou Yuanyuan exclaimed from the left side of the grove, crouching down to examine the fresh soil. We don't know how to catch them, Lu Linlin said. We should inform Brother Xiaoyang. What are you two doing? Song Feier approached and inquired. Sister Feier, we discovered a new burrow, Zhou Yuanyuan whispered. It must be a burrow made by bamboo rats. Bamboo rats? Song Feier pondered for a moment. Are they like mice? They are not mice. Zhou Yuanyuan quickly clarified. They are larger than mice and are called bamboo rats. They are quite delicious. Having never seen or tasted a bamboo rat, Song Feier was unaware of their appearance. Half an hour later, Xiaoyang and Jinny had felled over a dozen bamboo stalks. The 7 of them each dragged 2 stalks back to the valley. Big brother, I found 2 more bamboo rat burrows, Zhou Yuanyuan exclaimed excitedly to Xiaoyang. The openings are large. There must be big bamboo, rats inside. No need to rush, Xiaoyang replied with a gentle smile. We can catch them in a couple of days. After dragging the bamboo back to the entrance, they set it down, and Jinny and the other 6 dashed outside. Xiaoyang split a giant bamboo in half, then placed 3 2-meter-long bamboo pieces on the ground, spaced about half a meter apart. Continuing, arranged the split bamboo neatly, leaving a gap of approximately 10 centimeters. Then, bind it securely with bamboo strips. After constructing the bamboo door, install in the center, securing the right side with bamboo strips, while the left side is tied with a sliding knot. To keep the door closed, simply insert a bamboo rod through the sliding knot horizontally. The door cannot be opened unless this rod is removed. How exhausting. Let us move quickly. You go ahead. Just as the bamboo door was installed, the voices of Zhou Yuanyuan and Lu Qing could be heard. Shortly after, 6 individuals returned carrying 2 bundles of thatch. Did you go to cut the thatch? Xiaoyang asked, surprised that they were gathering thatch instead of fishing in the river. Yes. The weather has turned colder these past few days, and we are running low on thatch for our room, Song Feier replied. They then placed the thatch on the grass beside the house to dry. As dusk fell, the group sat in the shelter. Xiaoyang crafted 2 more ropes from tree vine bark to attach to the bough. After splitting 2 bamboo stalks and peeling off bamboo strips, he began weaving a bamboo sieve. What are you weaving this time? Jinny approached and squatted down to inquire. A bamboo sieve, Xiaoyang replied with a slight smile. It's for drying things. Later that evening, Lu Huai warmed some smoked meat in a tin can, making it ready to eat. Xiaoyang collected the dried fish, while Jinny and the others brought the thatch back into the house. After a hearty meal, the 6 of them entered the room, leaving Xiaoyang alone by the fire. Laughter from the women occasionally echoed from within. It's too dangerous. I need to find a way to eliminate it, Xiaoyang muttered to himself. He contemplated the nest of the golden-ringed wasp in the ravine, realizing that if Song Feier and the others accidentally disturbed it, it could lead to dire consequences. Thus, Xiaoyang resolved to bring it down to eliminate this threat. The following morning, Xiaoyang rose early, equipped with a 7 to 8 meter long bamboo pole, to which he tied some dry branches and leaves before exiting the valley. Upon reaching the ravine and entering the woods, a gentle breeze carried the scent of rotting fruit. This smell, it seems to be guava, Xiaoyang murmured as he sniffed the air. Guava, also known as pear guava, is a fruit that blooms year-round, and when ripe, it is delicious and juicy. The aroma wafted from above the trees, suggesting the presence of guava trees. Nevertheless, Xiaoyang decided to focus on removing the wasp nest first. He muttered to himself as he approached the nest, crouching down to inspect. Several golden-ringed wasps guarded the nest. Xiaoyang carefully piled branches and leaves a few meters away from the nest, then took out a lighter to ignite them, adding some damp grass on top. Soon, the fire began to emit white smoke, which rapidly grew thicker and drifted towards the nest. Xiaoyang then lit the branches on the bamboo pole and extended it beneath the nest to set it ablaze. Soon, sensing danger, the golden-ringed hornets emerged in droves, only to meet their demise in the flames, falling lifeless to the ground. The white smoke disoriented the golden-ringed hornets, slowing their movements. As the hive heated up, The hornets inside could no longer endure the heat and attempted to escape. However, those that crawled out of the hive's entrance met a fiery end. In less than a short while, the ground was strewn with the corpses of golden-ringed hornets. "Goodness!" Xiao Yang exclaimed as he saw one of the hornets flying past him. He quickly swatted at it with his hand. "Damn, that was close to a sting," he said, his heart racing. After several minutes, the golden-ringed hornets inside the hive succumbed to the heat, while those that attempted to escape were incinerated as well. Xiao Yang cautiously approached the hive, observing it closely. After a while, when no hornets emerged, he felt reassured enough to take the hive and exit the ravine. Upon reaching the riverbank, he submerged the hive in the water, ensuring that all the golden-ringed hornets inside were dead before placing it on the sandy shore. With a dagger in hand, he began to pry the hive apart, revealing numerous lifeless hornet bodies along with some larvae. "What a treasure!" he whispered excitedly, gazing at the pupae within. Hornet pupae, rich in protein, are a rare delicacy, both nutritious and delectable. Chapter 33. Harvesting guava. Upon returning to the valley with the beehive, Jenny and her companions were taken aback. "Didn't you say it was perilous? How did you manage to retrieve it alone?" exclaimed Song Feier in astonishment. "It is precisely because it is dangerous that I went to procure it," Xiao Yang replied, as he produced 2 bamboo bowls and extracted the pupae from the hive. "Are these the larvae of wasps?" Lu Qing inquired, approaching and picking one up to examine. "Indeed, these are the pupae. They are quite nutritious," Xiao Yang responded with a grin. I wouldn't dare to eat that," Lu Linlin admitted, her trepidation evident upon seeing the pupae. After a while, they managed to extract enough to fill 2 large bowls. "Where are you headed?" Xiao Yang asked, noticing Jenny and LV Huai carrying baskets. "We are off to gather wild vegetables," Jenny replied. "No need for that. I shall take you to pick guavas instead," Xiao Yang declared with a smile, setting aside the bowls containing the pupae to cook later, and led them away from the valley. As they traversed the wooded ravine, climbing higher, Song Feier and Lu Linlin ventured to inspect their snares. After ascending more than 20 meters, they indeed spotted a guava tree thriving on a small plateau. Numerous guavas had already fallen to the ground. Some were entirely rotten, while others had been partially devoured by animals and insects. Xiao Yang plucked one from the tree, taking a bite, and found it delightfully sweet with pink flesh inside. "Only pick those from the tree. Avoid those on the ground, as they may harbor insects," he advised, plucking a few more. Without hesitation, Yuan scrambled up the tree, munching on one while gathering more in her hands. Yuan, bring some down." Upon hearing this, Yuan hastily tossed the guava she held to the ground. "Do not pick the overly firm ones. Select those that are slightly soft," Xiao Yang called out to her. Meanwhile, Lu Linlin and Jenny pulled down a branch, collecting the guavas that hung from it. "So sweet, absolutely delicious," Song Feier exclaimed, laughing after tasting one. Half an hour later, they were all sated, and the 2 baskets brimmed with guavas. Many remained unripe on the tree, while some were already turning white, indicating they could return in a few days for more. "Xiao Yang, how did you discover this guava tree?" Lu Qing asked with a smile. "You were setting snares below. How could you have noticed the guava tree above?" Xiao Yang replied with a slight smile. "Oh, by the way, we haven't checked our snares yet," Jenny suddenly interjected. "Oh dear, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Quick, let us inspect the snares. We might have caught something." "Xiao Yang, you take these 2 baskets back. We shall go check the snares," the 6 of them decided, heading toward the riverbank. Lu Qing and LV Huai placed down the baskets and departed, leaving Xiao Yang standing alone in a daze. With a wry smile, he picked up a basket in each hand and made his way back to the valley. Upon returning, he laid out the marinated fish to dry in the sun. Having consumed guava, and with no urgency to cook the bee pupae, Xiao Yang sat in the shed, diligently weaving a bamboo sieve. In less than an hour, he crafted both a sieve and a dustpan. At that moment, Jenny and her 5 companions entered, their laughter resounding joyfully, and Xiao Yang deduced they must have had a fruitful day. "Big brother," the voice of Zhou Yuanyuan echoed even before her arrival. Soon, the 6 approached from the grassy expanse, and upon seeing the wild chickens they clutched, Xiao Yang felt a surge of astonishment. 3 wild chickens, 2 squirrels, and 2 yellow birds, Jenny exclaimed with delight. Is it really that many? Xiao Yang marveled. How many snares did you set? Each of us set 4 or 5 snares in different ravines. Jenny replied with a faint smile. There are still 2 wild chickens that haven't perished. Song Feier chimed in cheerfully. Quickly, put them in the cage, Xiao Yang urged. Those that are alive should be kept. We have enough food for now. In no time, Song Feier and Lu Huiyi placed the living wild chickens into the cage, while Zhou Yuanyuan produced 2 handfuls of berries from her pocket to add to them. At noon, Xiao Yang prepared the cleaned wild chickens, squirrels, and birds by chopping them into pieces and placing them in an iron pot to cook, adding some wild onions for flavor. Once ready, he poured a bit of lard and began frying the bee pupae. So delicious, Zhou Yuanyuan murmured after tasting the fried bee pupae. They're soft and fragrant. Seeing Zhou Yuanyuan enjoy the bee pupae, Song Feier couldn't resist having one herself. Is it truly that tasty? Lu Qing expressed skepticism, but once she had a taste, she found it impossible to stop. Chuckling at the sight of his companions relishing the bee pupae, Xiao Yang smiled gently, feeling the protein invigorate his body with energy. After finishing one bowl, he set aside the remaining bee pupae for later. Among the 6 women, only Lu Linlin abstained from indulging in them. After their meal, the group settled down in the shed to rest. Jenny, come here, I have something to discuss. Xiao Yang called out to Jenny and stepped into the woods. What is it? Jenny inquired as she followed him. Xiao Yang contemplated for a moment before saying, outside the mountains, I encountered a pack of wolves and a herd of wild goats. Wolves. Jenny's expression shifted upon hearing this. Could they come here? Xiao Yang shook his head. I don't know. I wanted to share this with you to gauge your thoughts. We shouldn't inform the others. If they knew, it would surely instill fear in their hearts. Once fear takes hold, it hinders one's ability to act decisively. Resources are limited here in the plains. To live a better life, we must seek other prey outside, Xiao Yang explained, looking at Jenny. And what do you think? Jenny momentarily struggled to devise a solution. Tomorrow, we shall venture out. We have firearms, so there is no need for fear. There are wild goats, and I cannot resist the temptation, Xiao Yang whispered. I'll follow your lead, Jenny replied with a slight smile. Yes, for now, let us keep this information from them, Xiao Yang reiterated with emphasis. Jenny nodded and departed from the woods. Pray tell, what could the elder brother and sister Jenny be discussing? It seems rather enigmatic, whispered Zhou Yuanyuan. Her head bowed close to Lu Linlin's ear. How would I know? Perhaps you should eavesdrop, Lu Linlin suggested, her eyes darting. All right, Zhou Yuanyuan stood up, only to see Jenny emerging from the forest, prompting her to hastily sit back down. Xiao Yang did not follow. Instead, he descended to the edge of the precipice, where he noticed a puddle on the grass, formed by water seeping down from the cliff. After a rainfall, this puddle would brim with water. Song Feier stood up to inspect the small fish hanging outside on the bamboo, discovering that they had been sun-dried to a somewhat hardened state. After resting in the shed for half an hour, they ventured back outside. Chapter 34. Capturing wild goats by the river in the midst of a river. Jenny and her 5 companions were in pursuit of a large fish. Quick, catch it. It's darting towards you. A fish weighing over 3 pounds was flailing in the water, a sight they had never encountered before. The 6 of them surrounded it, and after a spirited chase, they finally managed to seize the fish. We got it! We got it! Exclaimed Lu Huiyi, her hands gripping the fish triumphantly. Hurry, put in the puddle, Yao Yuanyuan urged. Our clothes are all wet. What is there to fear about being wet? We're bathing here, Lu Qing remarked as she swiftly removed her clothes and placed them on the shore. Seeing Lu Qing's actions, the others quickly followed suit. Lu Qing, why is yours so big? Yours will grow too. Ah, don't touch me. Laughter filled the air as they frolicked in the river, playfully chasing one another. Wow, Sister Fei, your skin is simply exquisite, so fair, smooth, and tender, and so ample. Don't touch me, you have it too. The river was alive with the vibrant hues of spring, and with their fair skin and long legs, if Xiao Yang were to catch a glimpse, he would surely be taken aback. Ah, Xiao Yang is coming out. Quickly, put on your clothes. A moment later, Song Fei glanced up and noticed Xiao Yang emerging from the riverbank. She hurried ashore to don her clothing. Seeing them dress, Xiao Yang smiled slightly and headed downstream with a basket in hand. Xiaoyang, where are you going? Lu Qing queried, just as she finished putting on her clothes. Xiaoyang responded with a gentle smile. You all continue bathing. I'm just going to the valley across the river, haha. No sooner had he spoken than he waded through the river towards the distant valley. Are we still going to wash? No more washing. Let us go find wild vegetables in the grassy area below, Jenny suggested. As Xiaoyang entered the valley, he made his way toward the pine forest. Previously, he had cut down a few pine trees, and now he was there to collect resin. After several days, a considerable amount of pine resin had accumulated beneath the trees. As he gathered the resin into his basket, he suddenly noticed something peculiar. There were still pine mushrooms nestled among the pine needles. Typically, pine mushrooms are harvested in May to June and again in September. Yet here, they were in October. This discovery surprised Xiaoyang. After a brief search, he found 7 or 8 pine mushrooms beneath the surrounding trees. Although they were nearing decay, they were still edible. Exiting the valley, he realized that Jenny and her friends had vacated the river, leaving no trace of their whereabouts. Glancing around, he saw no one and decided to return. Back at the shed, he hung up the basket and went inside to retrieve a few guavas to snack on. After enjoying the fruit, he ventured into the woods to gather some firewood, stacking it neatly in the shed. Half an hour later, Jenny and her companions returned. Xiaoyang, look, we caught a big fish in a river. Lu Huei laughed, holding up the fish. Oh, it's so big? Impressive. It seems to be a grass carp. Xiaoyang gazed at the large fish and remarked, it must have swum down from upstream, where the banks are lush with dense aquatic vegetation and the river is relatively deep. Are there big fish up there? Let's venture upstream tomorrow to catch some. Zhou Yuan exclaimed joyfully. Xiaoyang shook his head. The water up there is quite deep. Catching them by hand would prove quite challenging. By the way, I will weave a net from tree bark when I have time, and then we can go fishing. Upon hearing Xiaoyang's words, Zhou Yuan and Lu Linlin exchanged cheerful smiles. With time still on their side, they all ventured into the woods to gather firewood, while Xiaoyang took the grass carp to prepare below. As night fell, Xiaoyang combined the fish meat, pine mushrooms, and some wild vegetables in an iron pot to cook, adding in a bit of lard and wild onions. Zhou Yuan and Lu Qing secretly indulged in the bee pupae on the table. You two, don't eat them all. They are quite rich. You'll end up with a headache later. Don't say I didn't warn you, Xiaoyang called out to them. After about 10 minutes, Xiaoyang poured the cooked food from the iron pot into bamboo bowls. Song Feier sniffed the broth and found it fragrant, with a hint of sweetness. Before taking a sip, Xiaoyang, how is this soup so delicious? What did you put in it? She inquired. Didn't you see the pine mushrooms in your bowl? Xiaoyang replied with a slight smile. Pine mushrooms? Song Feier glanced in her bowl and noticed a few pieces of the mushroom. This soup is truly delightful. It's my first time tasting such exquisite broth. Both Lu Qing and Lu Linlin chimed in. Is there any more soup? Zhou Yuan asked as she ran to the iron pot, only to discover it was all gone. The last bit was drunk by Hui Yi, Lu Qing said with a laugh. After finishing the fish and wild vegetables in his bowl, Xiaoyang began munching on the bee pupae. Tomorrow, Jenny and I will be heading out for a while, likely until noon. You all should remain near the plains and not wander too far. Xiaoyang informed Song Feier and the others. Where are you going? Zhou Yuan inquired curiously. To search for food. I've discovered a herd of wild goats, so I need to take Jenny along, Xiaoyang explained. Upon hearing that Xiaoyang was going hunting, they nodded in agreement. A wild goat, if captured, would suffice for their sustenance for 2 days, not to mention the goat's skin, which would serve as excellent insulation. As night descended, the temperature dropped, and Song Feier and the others huddled together in the thatch, yet a slight chill still lingered. The following morning, Xiaoyang awoke to find Jenny already up. The two of them slung their rifles over their shoulders and took a few guavas before departing the valley. They munched on the fruit as they walked, stopping by the river to freshen up before continuing onward. How many bullets do you have left? Xiaoyang asked Jenny. 12 rounds, plus a magazine with 30 more, Jenny replied, patting the magazine at her waist with a smile. Xiaoyang nodded. That is sufficient. I have over 30 rounds as well. Before long, they reached the foot of the mountain and began their ascent. Upon reaching the summit, they gazed down at the slope below and, indeed, a herd of wild goats was grazing on the verdant underbrush, numbering nearly 20. What should they do? Jenny's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of so many goats, her heart racing with exhilaration. Xiao Yang surveyed the surroundings and noticed a small, concave ditch to their left. If they descended from there, the goat herd would likely remain oblivious to their presence. "Let us proceed down that way," Xiao Yang suggested softly, gesturing towards the ditch. Jenny nodded in agreement, and the two of them crouched low, making their way through the ditch as they cautiously approached the herd of wild goats. "Maw! Maw!" After a while, Xiao Yang heard the bleating of the goats. Unbeknownst to them, several gray wolves were lurking not far off in the low-lying grassland to their right, patiently waiting for the opportune moment to pounce on the unsuspecting goats. Chapter 35. The Wolf's Lair. As the two individuals stealthily approached the herd of wild goats, three wolves on their right suddenly launched a surprise attack. The bleating of the goats echoed, followed by a cacophony of frantic footsteps. This startled Xiao Yang, prompting him to hastily ascend the slope for a better view. To his astonishment, he beheld the herd of wild goats had already fled into the woods, while he quickly spotted the three wolves viciously tearing into one of the goats. "What happened?" Jenny inquired as she rushed to Xiao Yang, realizing the goat herd had vanished. "Look," Xiao Yang whispered, gesturing towards the right. "Wolves?" Jenny's expression shifted slightly upon seeing the trio, and she turned to Xiao Yang, asking, "What shall we do now?" Despite carrying a firearm, she felt a wave of trepidation at the sight of the wolves. Furrowing his brow, Xiao Yang scanned the vicinity, noting that only 3 wolves were present. With no sign of a larger pack nearby, he promptly retrieved his rifle and whispered to Jenny, "We must eliminate those 3 wolves and seize the goat." "Is that advisable?" Jenny expressed her concern, fearing that the pack might arrive and complicate matters. "Let us act swiftly before more wolves appear. We shall be fine," Xiao Yang asserted resolutely. No sooner had he spoken than he dashed towards the 3 wolves, prompting Jenny to follow suit, rifle in hand. The sharp cracks of gunfire rang out, bang, bang. A gray wolf collapsed instantly, howling in agony, while another, struck in the thigh, joined its cries. The third wolf, panicked, fled into the distance. By the time Xiao Yang reached the goat, it lay lifeless. Without hesitation, he hoisted the carcass and sprinted towards the summit, while Jenny aimed her weapon at the retreating wolf. "Jenny, hurry up!" Xiao Yang shouted, aware that trouble would ensue should the pack come in response to the commotion. The fleeing wolf, perched atop a mound of earth, howled skyward, summoning its comrades. Upon hearing the call, Xiao Yang's expression shifted, urging him to quicken his pace. Jenny reached the mountain top and, upon glancing back, noticed several dark figures appearing on the meadow beyond the woods. She realized the pack was approaching. Shortly after Xiao Yang and Jenny's departure, a multitude of wolves emerged at the base of the slope. A massive azure wolf king approached the body of its fallen companion, licking the lifeless form before glancing at the wounded wolf still moaning in distress. With a sudden roar, the wolf king raised its head to the heavens, seemingly releasing its pent-up fury. Wolves are known for their vengeful nature and formidable agility. Even the mighty grizzly bear would think twice before confronting them. After the howl, the wolves behind rallied, sprinting toward the summit. At that moment, Xiao Yang and Jenny had reached the plain, making their way towards the valley. Lu King, Fai Ia, returned to the valley. Spotting Lu Qing and her companions fishing in the river, Xiao Yang called out urgently, "What has transpired? Do not inquire. Swiftly return with me." Back to the entrance, allowing Jenny and the others to carry the wild goats back to the shed, he closed the bamboo door behind him. At that moment, a dozen wolves stood atop the mountain, gazing down at the plains, yet failing to spot any prey. After a brief while, they turned their heads and departed. "Is this truly a wild goat? It is my first encounter. Indeed, it resembles what I have seen on television." The group outside the shed, caressing the wild goat, engaged in discussion. Yuan, Lin, please fetch the basket and backpack from inside," Xiao Yang instructed the two, drawing out his dagger to begin skinning the goat. Jenny also unsheathed her dagger, and as soon as Xiao Yang had removed the hide, she commenced butchering the meat. Song Fei and her companions observed and learned, feeling no sense of revulsion, for Xiao Yang had previously informed them that to survive here, one must acquire various survival skills. After the hide was stripped and the remnants of flesh cleaned away, He handed the dagger to Lu Qing, instructing her to assist Jenny in butchering the goat meat, while he took the hide into the woods, propping it open with branches. He then cleaned it thoroughly and laid it out on the grass to dry. Jenny extracted the bones, placing them into an iron pot for Song Fei'er and Lu Huiyi to boil. The strips of meat were placed in the basket and backpack. Xiaoyang quickly returned from the house with a bamboo tube, pouring sea salt into the backpack and mixing it by hand to commence the curing process. Are you planning to smoke the goat meat? Lu Qing inquired, observing Xiaoyang's actions. He nodded. Yes, half will be eaten fresh, and the other half will be smoked. Yuan, are you trying to add berries to the pot again? Remove them at once. Berries enhance the flavor. What nonsense! Step away, or I shall swat you. Oomph. What about wild onions? The voices of Song Fei'er and Zhou Yuan echoed from within the house. After half an hour, once the bones were boiled, they began cooking the thoroughly cleaned entrails. Zhou Yuan sat at the table with a large bone, pouring berry juice over from a bamboo bowl, savoring it with delight. Yuan, is it truly delicious? Lu Qing approached to inquire. Zhou Yuan, upon hearing this, nodded eagerly. Sister Lu Qing, it is incredibly tasty. You should try some. Indeed, quite delightful. After applying some berry juice, Lu Qing took a bite and nodded with a smile. Do give me some, Lu Linlin called out, rushing over. By midday, after everyone had eaten their fill, they practiced archery on the grass. Xiaoyang ventured into the woods, stripping many strips of bark from the trees. This bark was soft yet resilient, perfect for weaving into nets. Big brother, we have perfected our archery. When shall we affix the stone tips? Shortly thereafter, Zhou Yuan approached, laughing. Tomorrow we shall attach them, Xiaoyang replied with a gentle smile. It was time for them to wield their bows and arrows for hunting, accumulating practical experience. After tearing the bark into strips, he hung them in the shed before departing the valley with his rifle. Upon reaching the riverbank, he surveyed the surroundings, ensuring there was no danger before entering the water to collect several large stones to bring back. Returning to the shed, Xiaoyang shattered the stones, selecting several suitable small rocks for crafting arrowheads, which he meticulously sharpened. After honing a dozen sharp stones, he affixed them to the arrow shafts, binding them securely with tree bark. He also fashioned 3 quivers from bamboo, tying a vine in the center for ease of carrying. Your arrows are exquisite, Song Fei'er remarked, approaching and examining one arrow with a smile, particularly admiring the pheasant feathers adorning it. Beauty is of little use. Practicality is paramount, Xiaoyang replied with a gentle smile. You have taught us so much, Song Fei'er said, gazing at him with a smile of her own. Had we known these skills before, our circumstances would have been vastly different. Hearing this, Xiaoyang merely lowered his head, smiling quietly, without uttering a word. Now, Song Fei'er felt an overwhelming curiosity toward Xiaoyang. Chapter 36. Taking them hunting in the afternoon, as the sun began its descent. Xiaoyang hung the marinated lamb on a rack beside the shed, preparing to smoke it over an open flame. Jenny and her companions returned with small fish they had caught from a puddle, learning to marinate them under Xiaoyang's guidance. Zhou Yuan and Lu Linlin, enjoying guavas, squatted beside a cage, tossing a few fruits inside to feed the wild chickens. Xiaoyang, are you going to cook that lamb? Lu Huiyi inquired as she emerged from the house. Xiaoyang looked up, responding, Yes, I'll cook it all. Raw meat won't last long. It will be ready for tomorrow as well. Nodding in understanding, Lu Huiyi retreated indoors. Here, for you, Song Fei'er said cheerfully, presenting Xiaoyang with a few guavas. He accepted the fruit with a smile and began to eat. How long will the lamb be smoked? She asked, glancing at the meat hanging on the rack. A few hours, I suppose, Xiaoyang replied with a grin. Oh, Song Fei'er nodded thoughtfully. Xiaoyang, do you have a girlfriend? She suddenly shifted the conversation, catching him off guard. After a moment of surprise, he sighed and replied, Yes, but we broke up. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't be here on this cruise. Oh, Song Fei'er's expression lit up with curiosity. Why did you break up? It just wasn't a good fit. Is it that simple? It really is that simple. Despite her many questions, Xiaoyang offered only vague responses, leaving her with no choice but to relent. As dusk fell, the group gathered indoors, seated on stools while enjoying lamb, some boiled, some roasted, accompanied by various organ meats, with a fire crackling in the center of the hall. Linlin, is that strap on your pants useful? Xiaoyang asked, eyeing the decorative piece. Lu Linlin glanced down and chuckled. Not at all, it's just for show. Give it to me. I have a use for it, he requested. Without hesitation, Lu Linlin removed the strap and handed it over, not inquiring about its intended purpose. After a satisfying meal and about half an hour of conversation, Jenny and her friends retired for the night. Xiaoyang took out a canister of milk powder, filled it with pine resin from the basket, and set it to heat on the stove. As the canister warmed, the resin began to melt. He prepared 3 smaller bamboo tubes to the side for later use. Next, he cut the strap into segments, each approximately 20 centimeters long. Once the resin had fully melted, he placed the strap in the center of the bamboo tubes and poured the liquid resin over it. After a while, the resin solidified, and he set the tubes aside. Soon, 3 large candles were crafted, and Xiaoyang retired to his room for the night. The following morning, after rising, everyone enjoyed a few guavas before following Xiaoyang outside. Zhou Yuanyuan, Jenny, and Song Fei each carried bows and quivers, with 6 arrows per bamboo tube. Lu Linlin, Lu Huai, and Lu Qingtian carried baskets. Patience, they knew, was paramount when it came to hunting. Xiaoyang addressed the group, advising them to observe their surroundings, the terrain, and to remain vigilant for their own safety. Be attentive to all directions. Even the slightest rustle could send the prey fleeing. Listening to Xiaoyang's words, Jenny and the others nodded in understanding, realizing the multitude of factors to consider while hunting. Soon, Xiaoyang led them to a patch of wild grass. Do you see that wild rabbit ahead? Xiaoyang whispered, crouching low and pointing at the creature not far away. Watch closely how I proceed. With that, he drew his bow and stealthily crept towards the low-lying grass, careful to avoid detection by the rabbit. As he neared the rabbit, he cautiously lifted his head to gauge the distance before quickly lowering it again. Circumventing the rabbit, he positioned himself a mere 10 meters away, nocking an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow was released, striking the rabbit in its belly. I hit it, Zhou Yuanyuan exclaimed joyfully, springing to her feet and rushing over, followed closely by Jenny and the others. Remember, patience is key. Only release your arrow when you feel certain, Xiaoyang advised, picking up the rabbit and explaining to the group. Now, you may explore freely and seek your own prey. Upon hearing Xiaoyang's words, the 2 groups dispersed, eager to hunt. Xiaoyang glanced around before making his way toward a nearby hill. The mountain was densely wooded, the ground carpeted with fallen leaves and scattered grasses. Spotting a hidden porcini mushroom among the leaves, Xiaoyang's spirits lifted, and he immediately knelt to gather it. The porcini, a delectable edible fungus, is a rare culinary delight in the wild. Just as he harvested one, he discovered 2 more within a meter's reach. Fortune was indeed on his side. Lu Linlin, stay still. Just lie here, Zhou Yuanyuan whispered to Lu Linlin, who remained crouched as Zhou Yuanyuan, bow in hand, navigated a low, winding area of uneven ground. Peering up slightly, Zhou Yuanyuan spotted 2 plump wild rabbits amidst the grass not far off. Lu Linlin, tense and focused, kept her eyes locked on the rabbits. Song Fei and Lu Qing were nearby, pursuing a wild rabbit across another patch of grass. Meanwhile, Jenny and El Huai skirted the edge of the forest, making their way around a bend and entering the woods, where they spotted several wild chickens darting into the thicket. Let's go, Kitli, Jenny urgé et lui, before stealthily advancing toward the chickens. Ah, I hit it, Zhou Yuanyuan joyfully shouted from the grass, rushing over to find a wild rabbit with an arrow lodged in its thigh, lying motionless. Lu Linlin hurried over, equally thrilled. Haha, my archery skills are impressive, aren't they? Zhou Yuanyuan grinned at Lu Linlin. Indeed, Lu Linlin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Wait, isn't there another rabbit? I thought there were 2. One escaped into its burrow. We'll come back for it another time, Zhou Yuanyuan replied, happily carrying the rabbit back. Song Fei and Lu Qing returned with their heads bowed, having pursued a wild rabbit that had darted into its burrow, leaving them unable to capture it. Upon arriving back at their original spot, Xiaoyang emerged from the mountains, cradling a dozen or so porcini mushrooms. Big brother, I've caught some game. Yuan exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Xiao Yang, raising the wild rabbit triumphantly. Song Fei'er cast her a disapproving glance, while Lu Qing merely smiled faintly. What is this? Song Fei'er inquired, astonished at the sight of the mushrooms in Xiao Yang's arms. These are porcini, a type of edible fungus, Xiao Yang replied with a smile, placing the mushrooms into Lu Qing's basket. Are there more on the mountain? Song Fei'er asked eagerly. Indeed, but the fresher the fungi, the more delectable they are. This should suffice for our meal today. We can return tomorrow for more. Xiao Yang explained. After a while, Jenny and Lu Huiyi returned, holding a black-billed grouse. Wow, Sister Jenny, is that a wild chicken? Its feathers are so beautiful. Lulin hurried over to inquire upon seeing the grouse. Xiao Yang gazed at the bird with a slight smile, noting that the tail feathers of the grouse make excellent materials for crafting arrows. Chapter 37. Lin Zhe's frantic decision returning to the valley. Without any need for Xiao Yang's intervention, Jenny and her companions began to process 2 wild rabbits and a grouse. Song Fei'er and Lu Qing took it upon themselves to clean the porcini mushrooms. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang ventured into the nearby woods, wielding a dagger to fell some fir trees. At the southern edge of the island, on the beach, Lin Fan, Fan Tong, and Lu Yangwei were arranging some logs in a line, binding them with vines. Tong Yao and Luo Yu stood aside, furrowing their brows in concern. Zhe, are you certain this contraption will carry us away from this wretched place? Fan Tong inquired skeptically, eyeing the makeshift raft. Indeed, Zhe, perhaps you should reconsider? Lu Yangwei echoed. I cannot endure another day here. Lin Zhe exclaimed passionately, I want to go back. No one shall stop me. As a wealthy scion, he had millions awaiting his return for indulgence. The time spent in this desolate place had nearly driven him to madness. Devoid of alcohol and sustenance, he struggled with hunger and sleeplessness, even losing the affection of the woman he cherished. Observing Lin Zhe's escalating madness, Fan Tong thought to himself, I dare not embark on this raft. The turbulent seas outside are perilous, and I have no desire for a swift demise. Linsha, let us wait for rescue. Venturing out there is far too dangerous, Tong Yao urged. To hell with rescue. Lin Zhe retorted fiercely, I shall return on my own. With that, he shoved the raft towards the sea. Zhe, don't do this. You will perish. Luo Yu cried out, rushing forward. Even if I die, I refuse to remain here. Lin Zhe shouted defiantly. Fan Tong and Lu Yangwei understood that Lin Zhe had completely unraveled. No words of reason would sway him. I want to go home. I want to go home. He lamented, mumbling to himself, his eyes devoid of their former brilliance. As Lin Zhe stood on the raft, propelling himself further into the ocean with a long pole, Luo Yu crouched down, quietly weeping. Fan Tong, Lu Yangwei, and Tong Yao hurried to the shoreline. Watching Lin Zhe's receding figure, uncertain of what to do next, their hearts heavy with unease. Just yesterday, Lin Zhe had been fine. Today, it was a shadow of himself, leaving them bewildered as to what had gone awry. What shall we do now? Lu Yangwei turned to Fan Tong for guidance. Fan Tong, in response, shook his head slightly and walked towards the woods. Without Lin Zhe, Tong Yao and Luo Yu felt as though they had lost their anchor, engulfed by confusion and helplessness. Tong Yao gazed into the depths of the sea, her eyes stripped of color. Lu Yangwei glanced at Tong Yao and Luo Yu, and suddenly, a smile crept upon his lips. Turning away, he headed towards the woods. Having long been intrigued by the 2 women, but always overshadowed by Lin Zhe. With Lin Zhe now at sea, an opportunity had arisen. Back in the woods, seated in the rudimentary shelter, Lu Yangwei whispered a few words into Fan Tong's ear, who responded with a faint, cunning smile. Now that Lin Zhe is gone, this place is ours to command, Fan Tong remarked with a smirk. Ha ha! Lu Yangwei let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, indeed. Once we locate Xiao Yang and deal with him, Song Fei'er and the others will be ours. He chuckled. Even if we cannot return, having so many beautiful women by our side renders the question of returning insignificant. Fan Tong gazed at Lu Yangwei with a mischievous grin. Ah, great minds think alike. He laughed, patting Lu Yangwei on the shoulder. However, as the 2 shared their laughter, a grimace of distress appeared on the faces of Tong Yao and Luo Yu, who stood outside. What shall we do now? Tong Yao whispered, clutching Luo Yu's hand, her voice laced with fear. Luo Yu glanced into the woods and pulled Tong Yao toward the rocks beyond the beach. Sister Luo Yu, please, keep quiet and listen to me, she urged, covering Tong Yao's mouth. We cannot stay here any longer. If we do, we might face peril tonight. Did you hear what they said? Tong Yao nodded vigorously, her face betraying her terror. The only way to save ourselves now is to find Xiao Yang and Song Feier, Luo Yu murmured, wiping away her tears. But we have no idea where they are. How can we find them? Tong Yao asked anxiously. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Yu replied, we shall walk along the coastline. We are bound to find them. The coastline? Which direction should we take? Tong Yao questioned, looking out towards the beach. When Xiao Yang left, he headed down from where we landed before. We must go there, Luo Yu declared resolutely. Even if it costs me my life. I refuse to let those two have the upper hand. Very well, Tong Yao affirmed, nodding. But what if Sister Feier and Sister Lu Qing have already found Xiao Yang? What if they? Luo Yu sighed. That depends on whether fate has decreed our demise. Wait here for me, and do not wander off. Before Tong Yao could respond, Luo Yu ventured into the woods. Luo Yu, is that you? Where's Tong Yao? Upon seeing Luo Yu enter, Lu Yongwei inquired, his gaze darting curiously over her figure. Luo Yu smiled gently, throwing a flirtatious glance at Lu Yongwei. She's gathering small sea snails near the rocks. There isn't much firewood left. Why don't you all go collect some? Lu Yongwei prompted. Hey, what is this? Now that Lin Zhe is gone, have you taken command? Fan Tong smirked at Luo Yu. Oh, not all. With Lin Zhe gone, Tong Yao and I will have to rely on you from now on. Are you suggesting we frail women should gather firewood? Luo Yu replied playfully. Indeed, you make a valid point, Lu Yongwei chuckled. How about this? You and Tong Yao gather seafood, while Fan Tong and I collect firewood. Luo Yu beamed at them, her expression enchanting. Lu Yongwei, captivated by her charm, felt an irresistible urge to seize her then and there. Yet he restrained himself, and he and Fan Tong ventured into the woods to gather firewood. Fan Tong, tonight, Luo Yu is mine. Do not even think of competing with me. As the two figures departed, Luo Yu's expression darkened, prompting her to hastily enter the shelter. She retrieved a black suitcase and made her way towards the shoreline. Within that suitcase lay several outfits and various other belongings. Sister Luo Yu, let us go. No time for words. Clutching the suitcase, Luo Yu swiftly ascended with Tong Yao, and soon the two vanished from the beach, disappearing into the woods. Minutes later, when Lu Yongwei and Fan Tong emerged with firewood, they noted the absence of Luo Yu and Tong Yao. Where could they be? They must be busy gathering small sea snails. They wouldn't return so soon, Fan Tong replied. Trouble. The suitcase is gone. Quickly, let us check outside. Lu Yongwei exclaimed upon noticing the black suitcase was missing from the shelter. He dashed out towards the sea, with Fan Tong following closely behind. After searching the vicinity, they found no trace of the two women. Damn it, those wretched women have escaped. Lu Yongwei seethed, gritting his teeth. If we catch them, they shall pay dearly. With that, the two began to scour the area in opposite directions, desperately seeking any sign of their quarry. Chapter 38. The delectable porcini. It was midday, and the weather was somewhat overcast, the sun obscured by a thick layer of clouds. Xiao Yang neatly stored the dried small fish into a bamboo tube and placed it inside a pink suitcase in the room. The smoked meats and the fish yet to be dried hung beneath the eaves, air drying in the cool breeze. Lu Qing and El Hui busily placed the sliced porcini into an iron pot, and after a brief simmer of several minutes, added bamboo chicken to the mix. Meanwhile, Song Feier and Jenny roasted 2 wild rabbits by the fire. Zhou Yuan and Lu Linlin ventured into the nearby woods to gather firewood. Brother Xiao Yang, should I place this firewood on the grass? Lu Linlin inquired, clutching a bundle of wood. Xiao Yang glanced skyward and replied, best to store it in the shed. I fear it may rain soon. Once the smoked meats were properly hung, he returned to the entrance, dragging back 2 used giant bamboos. What a delightful aroma. Sister Lu Qing, take a whiff. El Hui remarked with a gentle smile as she inhaled the enticing scent wafting from the pot. Indeed, Lu Qing responded with a slight smile. There seems to be a savory soy fragrance. It must be the porcini releasing its essence as it cooks. The two wild rabbits, meanwhile, were perfectly roasted to a golden brown by Song Feier and Jenny. Jenny, there is still a good amount of lamb in the bowl. If we don't eat it, will it spoil? Song Feier glanced at the bamboo bowls on the table, each filled with tender lamb. It should be fine. The weather isn't too warm right now, Jenny replied uncertainly, unsure of the answer. About 10 minutes later, Xiao Yang and Zhou Yuan re-entered the scene. Well, after such a lengthy cooking period, it should be ready, Xiao Yang mused as he inspected the porcini in the iron pot, cautious about consuming anything undercooked. What shall we do with all this lamb? Lu Qing asked Xiao Yang. We can place the lamb in the iron pot to continue cooking. Lamb benefits from a longer simmer, becoming more delectable as it tenderizes, Xiao Yang suggested with a faint smile. Once the rabbits were done roasting, Jenny skillfully sliced them into substantial pieces, devouring them with her hands. Lu Qing and El Huai transferred the remaining lamb into a milk powder can, added some water, and set it on the stove to simmer further. The porcini, with its rich and succulent flesh and robust stem, combined with the fragrant bamboo chicken, created a dish not only nutritionally abundant, but also exquisite in taste. However, one must ensure that mushrooms are thoroughly cooked. Otherwise, they might lead to unfortunate outcomes. Delicious. Absolutely delightful, Zhou Yuan exclaimed, taking a bite of the wild rabbit and sipping the porcini broth, nodding vigorously and murmuring happily to herself. As Song Feier savored the porcini, she occasionally cast glances at Xiao Yang, feeling a profound sense of validation in her earlier decision. She could scarcely fathom how different her life might have been otherwise. Wow, so full, Lu Linlin remarked, rubbing her belly with a contented smile, savoring the delightful sensation. She felt an overwhelming gratitude toward Xiao Yang, for without him, she might have met her end long ago. After satisfying his hunger, Xiao Yang moved to the shed, crafting several ropes from the bark of vines before breaking down the giant bamboos. With a dagger, he skillfully whittled a bamboo piece, gradually crafting a bow. After a while, Song Feier emerged, seated herself beside Xiao Yang, and observed his bow-making endeavor. Are you crafting a bow? She inquired. Xiao Yang nodded, replying, Indeed. If each person possesses a bow, we shall not have to take turns. Hey, Xiao Yang, Song Feier asked, do you think we are now competent enough? If we were to live alone outside, we wouldn't starve, would we? At her words, Xiao Yang paused momentarily, then smiled gently. Would you dare to eat raw food? What would you do if you couldn't find wild fruits or similar sustenance? What do you mean? Song Feier was perplexed by his mention of raw food. Fire, Xiao Yang explained. How would you start a fire in the wilderness? With fire, the chances of surviving outdoors increase significantly. Without it, you might not last 3 days. Upon hearing this, Song Feier suddenly realized the gravity of her oversight. She had not even considered the most essential element. Can you start a fire? She gazed at Xiao Yang inquiringly. Big brother can start a fire. At that moment, Zhou Yuan rushed out with a smile. The first time I saw Big Brother, he created a fire without a lighter. Oh, is that so? A spark of excitement lit up Song Feier's eyes. How do you start a fire? Can you teach me? Perhaps another time, Xiao Yang chuckled, returning to his task. Big brother, we want to go hunting. Zhou Yuan looked at Xiao Yang with eagerness. Filled with confidence after her first successful hunt, she urged him. Go ahead, but be careful and don't wander too far, Xiao Yang advised with a nod. I'll go too, Song Feier exclaimed, rushing inside to grab her bow and arrows before joining Jenny and the others for their hunting expedition. After crafting 3 bows, Xiao Yang tested them, feeling satisfied with their strength, and continued to fashion arrows. At that moment, Lu Qing walked out alone from the house, smiling softly at Xiao Yang. Hey, aren't you going hunting with them? Xiao Yang asked, surprised. How could I go hunting and leave you by yourself? Lu Qing approached him playfully. With a mischievous grin, Xiao Yang set down his dagger and bamboo strips, scooped Lu Qing up in his arms, and carried her inside. For Xiao Yang, it was essential to seize the moment and relish the fruits of his labor. Ah, you scoundrel. That's not what I meant. What did you mean then? Isn't that what you desire? That's not it, Sop. Across the river, in the valley above, Jenny led Song Feier and the others into the woods, checking traps while also scanning the underbrush for wild chickens. What is that? It looks like a fawn. Let's surround it. Avoid using bows. It's best to catch it alive, Jenny whispered as they crouched amidst the thickets. A fawn grazed on tender leaves on the hillside. Soon, the five dispersed gradually, attempting to encircle the young deer. At this moment, a surge of excitement coursed through the hearts of the group. Such an exhilarating encounter was unprecedented for them. The fawn, blissfully unaware of the impending danger, continued to nibble on the tender leaves of the shrubs. Suddenly, it paused, casting a wary glance around, as if sensing something amiss, and turned to ascend the hill. "Stop!" Lu Linlin shouted, launching herself forward. Alas! The fawn swiftly pivoted, evading her grasp and darting to the right, causing Lu Linlin to tumble to the ground. A sound escaping her lips. "Fire! It's running your way!" Jenny exclaimed loudly. Song Fire bent low, extending her arms to block the fawn's escape route. In no time, the five of them had encircled the creature, trapping it in their midst. "Take it slow. Don't rush. We mustn't frighten it," Jenny whispered, her voice tinged with anxiety. LV Huey cautiously approached, her gaze fixed intently on the fawn, while the other four remained poised, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. Chapter 39. Capturing the fawn in the meadow, the fawn observed the group, retreating a few steps. Lu Huey approached the fawn, bending down to lift it into her arms. Hee, she chuckled joyfully, and the fawn, not struggling, merely extended its neck to gaze at the surroundings. "Sister Huey, is it heavy?" Lu Linlin inquired, stroking the fawn's head. "Not heavy, perhaps around 20 pounds. Lu Huey replied with a smile as she assessed its weight. "Let's take it back and care for it," Jenny suggested with a smile. The group then exited the valley, heading towards the campsite. Upon returning to the shelter, they found Xiao Yang crafting arrows. "Xiao Yang, we caught a fawn," Jenny exclaimed cheerfully. Hearing this, Xiao Yang stood up and walked over to Lu Huey, who was cradling the fawn. "This deer appears to be a juvenile. We should keep it for now," he said with a slight smile. "Where shall we keep it?" Song Feier asked. "Follow me," Xiao Yang replied thoughtfully, waving at Jenny and the others before leading them to the base of the woods. By the cliff's edge, he pointed out a flat area that could be enclosed to house the fawn. "We can gather the small cedar logs from the meadow and create a fence," Xiao Yang instructed Jenny. Nodding in agreement, Jenny, along with Song Feier and the others, gathered the cedar logs, sharpening one end with their daggers to stake them into the ground. They then wrapped vines around the logs to secure them. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang constructed a simple shelter beside the enclosure using branches and leaves, providing a refuge for the fawn in case of rain. Once the fence was completed, Lu Huey gently placed the fawn inside. "In the future, when you go hunting, remember to bring back some tender shoots and leaves to feed it," Xiao Yang advised the group. Back inside the shelter, Zhou Yuanyuan and Lu Linlin took down a basket and began eating guavas. Just then, Lu Qing emerged from her room. "Oh, Sister Lu Qing, why is your face so rosy?" Zhou Yuanyuan remarked, astonished by her complexion. "It seems as though you've used some skincare products." "Oh, it's probably just the sun," Lu Qing replied, touching her face before retreating back into her room. "The sun?" Zhou Yuanyuan questioned Lu Linlin. "But doesn't tea seem sunny today?" Sister Lu Qing might have a secret. She could be hiding cosmetics, Lu Linlin whispered. After finishing the arrows, Xiao Yang took down the strips of bark hanging in the shelter. He selected a small cedar log and began weaving a fishing net with the bark strips. Jenny and the others gathered around, intrigued by Xiao Yang's intricate handiwork. "It looks so simple," Song Feier murmured. "It appears simple, but it's not as easy as it seems," Lu Huey interjected. An hour later, Xiao Yang had woven a net half a meter high, and Song Feier reached out to touch it. "The holes are quite large. Won't the fish escape?" she asked. "We're aiming to catch larger fish," Xiao Yang replied with a gentle smile. After a while, Zhou Yuanyuan, Lu Linlin, and Lu Huey, feeling a bit bored, grabbed their bows and arrows and dashed outside. "Xiao Yang, I wish to create a fire pit in the room. It has become rather chilly in the evening," Jenny expressed. "You need not consult me on these matters. Proceed as you see fit," Xiao Yang replied. "You may gather some stones by the riverbank to form a circle within which we can kindle a fire." "What a splendid idea." "Feier, let's collect some stones," Jenny exclaimed, seizing Song Feier's hand and heading indoors to fetch 2 baskets before venturing outside. "Indeed, it has turned colder. I too must prepare a fire pit in the room, Xiao Yang murmured as he watched them depart. As dusk fell, Zhou Yuanyuan, Lu Linlin, and El Huai returned, with Lu Linlin clutching a bamboo chicken. Did you venture into the bamboo grove? Xiao Yang inquired, eyeing the bamboo chicken. Yes, we sought to catch bamboo rats, but found none. However, we discovered a bamboo chicken ensnared in a trap we set a few days ago and brought it back alive. Lu Linlin replied with a smile. Place it in a cage, Xiao Yang instructed as he set aside the woven fishing net. That evening, the mutton would suffice for their meal, negating the need to prepare any other dishes. In the dead of night, as Jenny and the others slumbered, a gentle rain began to fall outside. Feeling a chill, Xiao Yang added a few logs to the fire pit, sitting beside the flames. He pondered how the nights would grow colder, and their attire was rather thin, insufficient to ward off the cold. To combat the chill, the best remedy would be to capture a few wild goats, as their pelts provide the finest protection against the cold. After a while, Xiao Yang reclined on the thatched mat, closed his eyes, and listened to the sound of the rain, gradually drifting into slumber. The following morning dawned. Though the rain had ceased, the sky remained overcast. Early in the day, Jenny and Song Feier set out, claiming they would check the traps. Xiao Yang consumed a small portion of the mutton left from the previous night before departing the valley alone. He walked to the foot of the mountain and began his ascent. Upon reaching the summit, he gazed down the slope, only to discover that the wild goats were absent that day. Suddenly, a gray wolf sprang from the underbrush to his left, lunging toward Xiao Yang. His heart raced. He immediately rolled to the side, narrowly evading the wolf's attack. The wolf, thwarted, turned and bared its sharp teeth, charging at him once more. Xiao Yang swiftly dodged it, and the wolf missed, landing beside him before attempting another fierce leap. "Ha!" Xiao Yang shouted, boldly confronting the beast, seizing its head with both hands and forcefully pinning it to the ground. With a crack, the sound of breaking bones echoed as the wolf fell silent. A wild wolf dared to ambush me. It greatly underestimated Xiao Yang. He scoffed at the lifeless body on the ground. It seemed the Wolf King was quite cunning, having sent a lone wolf to lie in wait. Xiao Yang gazed down the slope, musing to himself. Suddenly, a cluster of dark figures appeared at the bottom of the hill, drawing ever closer. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a pack of wolves. With a cold sneer, Xiao Yang raised the carcass of the wild wolf high above his head, allowing the Wolf King below to behold it. Upon seeing the lifeless body of its companion, the Wolf King bared its sharp fangs, saliva dripping from its maw, its eyes brimming with murderous intent, as if it yearned to devour Xiao Yang. After holding the carcass aloft for some time, Xiao Yang hoisted it onto his shoulder and turned away, descending from the mountaintop. A piercing howl erupted from the Azure Wolf King, its head thrown back in a primal cry, which was echoed by the other wild wolves in a chorus of howls. As Xiao Yang reached the plains, he silently contemplated. The wolf's fur would provide warmth as well. They would undoubtedly seek vengeance, and when that time came. Chapter 40. Shadows of the Night Wolf. Upon returning to the riverbank outside the valley, I laid the carcass of the wild wolf down and extracted my dagger, beginning the process of skinning the animal, occasionally glancing upwards. After a span of several minutes, I sliced the wolf meat from its body and rinsed it thoroughly in the water. Shortly thereafter, Jenny and the 6 others returned from across the river. Back already? Xiao Shan called out to them. Yes, perhaps due to the rain last night, we managed to ensnare only a single wild chicken, Jenny replied, raising the fowl in her hand. What did you catch? It was only then that Jenny noticed the wolf meat by the riverbank. A wild wolf. Xiao Yang responded with a faint smile. Wolf. The others, including Song Feier, exclaimed in surprise, hastily crossing the river to join Xiao Yang. Is this truly wolf meat? Zhou Yuanyuan asked in astonishment, picking up the wolf's head. Lu Linlin examined the wolf's pelt closely, while Lu Qing touched the hide with her hands. Place the meat in the basket. Let us return, Xiao Yang instructed, glancing upwards before addressing the group. Once back in the valley, Xiao Yang directed Lu Huai to place the cut wolf meat into a metal pot for cooking. Meanwhile, Song Feier and Lu Qing skewered some of the wolf meat onto small sticks to roast. I've never tasted wolf meat in my life, Lu Linlin remarked. Of course. Do you think wolf meat is a common delicacy? No one here has ever tried it, came the response. "Jenny, have you ever eaten it?" Lu Linlin inquired. Turning to her, Jenny shook her head no. As they chatted, Xiao Yang gathered several cedar logs to reinforce the bamboo door at the entrance. "It should be about 3 meters high. They shouldn't be able to leap over it," Xiao Yang said, surveying the bamboo door with a smile. By noon, as they feasted on wolf meat, the truth emerged. It was not as delectable as they had imagined. "It's a bit tough and not particularly tasty," one remarked. "Do not fret, it's still meat. A splash of berry juice will enhance the flavor," Xiao Yang suggested, gnawing on a roasted wolf leg while seated in the shelter. After satisfying their hunger, Xiao Yang cautioned them against venturing outside, as danger could be lurking. "Xiao Yang, are you truly going out?" Jenny asked anxiously, fearing a retaliatory attack from the wolves. "Do not worry. Once I step out, just secure the door," Xiao Yang assured her with a grin as he exited through the bamboo door. Once Xiao Yang departed, Jenny promptly closed the door. Approaching the riverbank, he lifted his gaze towards the mountain, sensing that several pairs of eyes were watching him. However, he felt little trepidation. His intent was to lure the creatures out and eliminate them, as their persistent gaze posed a threat. Deliberately, Xiao Yang walked across the river and into a ravine, then emerged once more. What patience, he mused inwardly. Next, he strolled to a guava tree, plucking some fruit before meandering back to the valley. Yuan, what are you doing here?" Upon reaching the entrance, he spotted Zhou Yuan seated atop a withered log, bow and arrow in hand. "Big brother, you've returned. It was Jenny who asked me to wait here for your return." Upon hearing Xiao Yang's voice, Zhou Yuan quickly rose and exclaimed, then extracted the bamboo that was lodged in the bamboo door. Once inside, Xiao Yang secured the bamboo and led Zhou Yuan back. In the afternoon, Xiao Yang diligently crafted arrows in the shed and fashioned several spears over 2 meters in length. "Xiao Yang, do you think the wolves will come tonight?" Jenny inquired as she approached. "They will come." A glint of menace flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes. Observing Jenny's anxious demeanor, he smiled gently. "Do you believe we should not provoke them?" Jenny nodded subtly in response. "That is where you are mistaken. We reside here, and it is inevitable we will encounter them. It has merely come sooner than expected," Xiao Yang stated calmly. "Only by eliminating them can we feel secure enough to venture out for hunting." Xiao Yang understood that the wolf pack claimed its territory, and no other carnivorous creatures would inhabit this area beyond the hillside. Silence. "It has emerged, Yuan. This spider is enormous. Could it be venomous?" "We need not capture it with our hands," Zhou Yuan said, using a twig to lure a black widow spider out from a small hole. "Oh dear, its appearance is quite terrifying. Perhaps we should leave," Lu Linlin whispered, her fear evident as she gazed at the spider. "What is there to fear? Oh, it's coming out," Zhou Yuan joyfully exclaimed as the black widow spider climbed the twig. She raised the twig and ran towards the grass, with Lu Linlin hurriedly following behind. Yuan, why are you running so fast?" Lu Qing stepped outside and caught sight of Zhou Yuan racing past. "Big brother, look, a giant spider. Goodness, that's a black widow. Quickly put it down," Xiao Yang shouted urgently upon seeing the spider on the twig. "If it bites you, it could be disastrous." Startled by Xiao Yang's voice, Zhou Yuan trembled, causing the spider to fall to the ground. Xiao Yang swiftly picked up 2 twigs, captured the spider, and dashed back inside to place it in the fire to roast. "Next time, do not play with such creatures. If it bites you, no one will be able to save you," Jenny scolded Zhou Yuan and Lu Linlin outside. As night fell, Lu Huai and Lu Qing were preparing wild chicken soup. Xiao Yang placed several spears next to the bamboo door by the cliff, glanced outside, and then returned indoors. At that moment, Jenny brought a bowl of wild chicken soup to the table. Will anything truly happen tonight? Jenny still harbored concerns. "Rest assured, tonight you shall remain in the room and not venture out," Xiao Yang responded after taking a sip of the soup. Just then, a pack of more than a dozen wolves descended from the mountain, their eyes gleaming with ferocity as they dashed into the nearby ravine. The night was adorned with sparse stars, and a hazy moonlight spilled over the plains. The wolves roamed restlessly across the expanse. Xiao Yang positioned his rifle and bow by the bamboo door, seated himself at the cliff's edge, leaning against the stone wall, and narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps approached, and upon glancing, he realized it was Jenny. "What brings you here?" Xiaoyang opened his eyes and inquired of Jenny. "I have been worried about you, unable to sleep. They too are restless." Jenny replied softly. Soon, Song Fei'er and the others approached, bows and arrows in hand. "What brings you all here?" Xiaoyang murmured with a frown. "In times of fortune, we shall share. In times of adversity, we will not allow you to bear the burden alone," Lu Qing said with a slight smile. "Indeed," Zhou Yuanyuan added, pouting slightly. "All right, since you are here, lean against the stone wall and remain silent," Xiaoyang instructed the group quietly. Upon hearing this, they immediately settled against the stone wall, not uttering a sound. At that moment, the atmosphere grew tense, every breath audible. Mere minutes felt as if they had stretched into an entire night. After half an hour, a gentle moonlight spilled outside the door. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside, causing Song Fei'er and the others to grip their bows tightly, fear coursing through them. While Lu Linlin and LV Hui's legs trembled slightly. "They have arrived," Xiaoyang whispered, his eyes wide with anticipation. Chapter 41. Repelling the wolf pack, the sound of footsteps drew nearer, and under the moonlight, a dozen silhouettes rushed into view. Suddenly, silence enveloped the scene as the wild wolves halted, parting to reveal the Azure Wolf King, its sharp fangs glistening as it advanced slowly. Upon spotting the bamboo gate, the Azure Wolf King raised its head slightly, prompting the other wolves to spring into action, frantically gnawing at the bamboo with their fangs, while several others rammed against the gate, producing a series of thuds. "Attack!" Xiaoyang roared, swiftly seizing a spear from beside him. He dashed to the bamboo gate, thrusting the spear through the gaps to stab at the wolves with fervor. The injured wolves howled in anguish. Song Fei'er and Lu Qing gritted their teeth, mimicking Xiaoyang's actions as they too lunged at the wolves with their spears. Zhou Yuanyuan, Lu Linlin, and LV Hui, lacking spears, resorted to shooting arrows. Soon, 4 or 5 wolves were wounded, retreating in disarray. One wolf was pierced to death by Xiaoyang, collapsing beside the bamboo gate, blood spilling profusely. "Do not use firearms." Just as Jenny reached for her rifle, Xiaoyang immediately intervened. "We have limited ammunition. Let us rely on our bows and arrows," he urged in a hushed tone, pressing her hand down. The Azure Wolf King, witnessing the demise of one of its comrades and the injury of several others, cast a fierce glance at Xiaoyang and his companions before turning away, disappearing from their sight. "They're leaving? We have repelled the pack." "Splendid." Zhou Yuanyuan and the others rejoiced, the earlier tension and fear dissipating completely. Xiaoyang, however, understood that the wolves would not retreat so easily. This was merely the initial wave of their assault. Outside, the Wolf King stood by the riverbank, observing the wounded wolves, 2 of which bore arrows lodged in their backs, while 3 others were riddled with wounds, blood oozing from their bodies. Beneath the stone wall, Xiaoyang and his companions sat in silence, heads bowed. "Xiaoyang, have they truly departed?" After a few moments, Song Fei'er could no longer contain her curiosity. Xiaoyang shook his head. "No, they are likely still outside." "What shall we do now?" Jenny inquired softly. Contemplating her words, Xiaoyang's eyes suddenly brightened with an idea. "You all should return," he declared to Jenny and the others. "I won't go back. I want to stay with you," came Jenny's resolute reply. "Indeed, big brother, we shall not abandon you," the others echoed. "To truly drive away the wolves, we must eliminate the Wolf King. Only then will they retreat," Xiaoyang explained in a low voice. "With so many of us here, they may hesitate to enter. Once we slay the Wolf King, they will not dare return." "You mean, capture the leader to defeat the band?" Song Fei'er murmured. "But after killing the Wolf King, will they not seek revenge upon us?" Lu Qing asked, her voice laced with concern. Young Nodet, that possibility exists. However, if we slay a few more wolves, they will likely refrain from returning. Xiaoyang understood that as long as the Wolf King was slain and a few more wolves dispatched, the pack would be significantly weakened. Once reduced to only the frail and elderly, the demise of the pack would be imminent. The strength of the pack relied on these robust wolves for hunting, which provided sustenance for the young. Should their numbers dwindle, the challenges of hunting would multiply, given that wolves operate as a cohesive unit. If other wolf packs were to catch wind of this, they might launch an attack, leading to the total annihilation of the pack. We will heed your counsel. Song Fai remarked tuchtfully. Let us return. You must exercise caution, Lu Qing advised as she gazed at Xiaoyang. Soon, the six departed, leaving Xiaoyang alone. Moments ago, he had spotted the Wolf King, a formidable figure looming in the background, instantly recognizable. He retrieved his rifle, inspecting it, knowing that to eliminate the Wolf King, he would have to resort to gunfire. He removed the magazine from his waist, replacing it with a fully loaded one. Leaning against the rocky wall, he closed his eyes, attuning himself to the sounds outside. Half an hour passed, then an hour, yet there was still no sign of movement outside. Xiaoyang remained with his eyes shut, seemingly asleep. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached, and Jinny appeared, clutching a sheepskin. "Why have you returned?" he asked. "I feared you might be cold," Jinny replied softly, settling beside him and draping the sheepskin over his shoulders. It was now midnight, with the moon hanging high in the sky, stars twinkling, and the valley enveloped in tranquility. As Jinny gazed at Xiaoyang, she unexpectedly embraced him, pressing her body against his and burying her head in his chest. "Jinny, do not speak. It feels warmer this way," she murmured, inhaling his scent and listening to his heartbeat, her eyes gently closed. Xiaoyang felt the warmth radiating from her, and his body began to heat up. Yet he endeavored to remain composed. "Jinny, this is somewhat overwhelming for me," he whispered, lowering his head. Jinny offered no reply, simply resting quietly in his embrace. Minutes passed. Suddenly, in the hazy moonlight, shadows began to draw near, and Xiaoyang realized the wolf pack had arrived. He gently tapped Jinny, and she opened her eyes, withdrawing from him. Outside, the sound of bamboo being gnawed upon echoed. Xiaoyang cautiously rose, peering out. 6 wild wolves were feasting on bamboo, and not far off, a massive figure stood watching. The Wolf King, Xiaoyang thought to himself, fully aware of its identity. Crack! The sound of bamboo snapping reached his ears, tightening his chest. He could not allow them to continue. "I'll take care of the wolf," gnawing on the bamboo. "You target the Wolf King outside," Xiaoyang whispered into Jinny's ear. She nodded gently, retrieving her rifle and chambering around. Xiaoyang, gripping his rifle, took a deep breath and swiftly maneuvered to the doorway, positioning the muzzle through the gap in the bamboo door, aiming directly at the Wolf King approximately 7 or 8 meters away before pulling the trigger. Hot, 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 hot. Jinny also dashed out, firing at the wolves that were gnawing on the bamboo. Howl, howl, howl. The Wolf King, startled by the sudden gunfire, darted chaotically on the ground, swiftly disappearing from sight. Hot, 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 hot. Then, with a firm press of the gun's muzzle, he fired at the fleeing wolves. Soon, 7 wolf carcasses lay sprawled on the ground, the pack that had been ravaging the bamboo eradicated. "Did you hit the Wolf King?" Jinny inquired anxiously. "I should have hit it, though perhaps not fatally," Xiaoyang replied, furrowing his brow. At that moment, the Wolf King staggered to the riverbank, where the other 6 wolves promptly gathered around it, licking its wounded body with their tongues. Without pausing, the Wolf King ascended, while a few wolves glanced into the valley, awaiting the emergence of their remaining companions. However, after 2 minutes passed without sight of their allies, they hastened to follow the Wolf King. Chapter 42. The abandoned cub. As the echoes of gunfire faded, Xiaoyang gazed out into the expanse, uncertain of the fate that had befallen the Wolf King, and thus he hesitated to venture outside. He glanced at the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground before retreating to sit beside the stone wall. Will they return?" Jinny inquired softly as she joined him. "I do not know," Xiaoyang replied, shaking his head. The two sat in silence against the stone wall, lost in thought. At the foot of the mountain, the Wolf King staggered upward, taking a few faltering steps before collapsing. After a brief struggle, it rose again, shaking its head, and continued its ascent. The 6 wild wolves trailing behind watched their king, emitting low, mournful sounds. Upon reaching the midpoint of the mountain, the Wolf King finally succumbed. Blood pooling beneath it, a bullet wound, piercing both its chest and abdomen. As the sight of their fallen leader struck them, the 6 wild wolves hurried over, whimpering softly. With its last breath, the Wolf King let out a couple of low howls, as if imparting a final message to its loyal pack before it breathed its last. Suddenly, the 6 wild wolves raised their heads in unison, howling at the moon with a resonant and haunting cry. After their lament, they circled the body of their king, lingering in sorrow. 10 minutes later, they turned and raced up the mountain, vanishing from sight. Hearing the anguished howls, Xiao Yang stood at the entrance, peering into the night. "What is it?" Jenny approached, gently resting her hand on his arm. "It is time to return. The Wolf King has perished," Xiao Yang sighed quietly. With that, he turned and walked back inside, Jenny following closely behind without further inquiry. Upon re-entering, Xiao Yang added some firewood to the flames and urged Jenny to rest in her room. At that moment, Song Fei'er and a few others emerged, having awaited their return without sleep. "It is all right now. You should all return to your beds. It is quite late," Xiao Yang reassured them. The group exchanged glances but said nothing as they retreated to their rooms. Half an hour later, still feeling uneasy, Xiao Yang took 2 torches and positioned himself by the door, lighting a small fire. 3 hours passed, and dawn began to break. Xiao Yang remained vigilant, steadfast in his watch. As daylight emerged, Xiao Yang opened the bamboo door and cautiously stepped outside. After ensuring the surroundings were safe, he proceeded to the riverbank to move the carcasses of the 7 wild wolves. Once all the bodies were relocated, he retrieved a dagger and meticulously began to skin the wolves, a task that consumed over an hour. At that moment, the sun rose, casting its golden rays upon the mountaintop as many creatures began to stir. Xiao Yang, Song Fei'er, and Lu Huai, along with the others, called out as they spotted him by the river. Hearing their voices, Xiao Yang turned his head and instructed, "Please fetch the baskets and packs." Shortly thereafter, the 4 returned, carrying the requested items. Upon witnessing such an abundance of wolf meat, a chill ran down the spines of Song Fei'er and her companions. "How are we to consume all this?" Lu Huai inquired. "Smoked wolf meat." "Hee," Xiao Yang replied with a slight smile. "Smoked? Is that feasible?" Song Fei'er asked, puzzled. "It must be feasible. Otherwise, it would be a tremendous waste," Xiao Yang responded with a grin. "Where are Yuan and Lin Lin? They're still asleep. Let us not concern ourselves with them. Let us proceed," he continued. Xiao Yang and Jenny took on the task of slicing the wolf meat into strips for easier marination, while Song Fei'er and the others ventured to the river to cleanse the wolf pelts. The bones were placed in a basket, and the strips of meat were stored in a backpack. After preparing the wolf meat, the 4 had also thoroughly cleaned the pelts. The group then returned to the valley with their findings. At that moment, Zhou Yuan and Lu Lin Lin emerged from their room. Xiao Yang gathered some branches and spread the wolf pelts out on the grass to prevent them from shrinking. He then fetched bamboo tubes from the house, poured sea salt into the backpack, and mixed it by hand for marination. Lu Huai and Lu Qing busied themselves boiling the bones. Noticing the diminishing supply of sea salt, Xiao Yang mused, "It seems we shall need to make another trip to the seaside. Although wolf meat may not be particularly palatable, it is sustenance." And Xiao Yang was determined not to squander it. "With so much food available, do we still need to seek out more?" Song Fei'er approached him with a question. "No need. Today you may do as you please. We shall visit the seaside the day after tomorrow," Xiao Yang replied with a gentle smile. "Really? That's wonderful," Zhou Yuan exclaimed, leaping in delight at the prospect of a seaside excursion. With such an abundance of wolf meat, Xiao Yang realized he could forego hunting for several days. At noon, after a hearty meal, Jenny led Song Fei'er and the others into the nearby woods to inspect the trees, leaving Xiao Yang uncertain of their intentions. He gathered the remaining bullets, placing them into a magazine, leaving him with only 18 rounds. Upon reaching the riverbank, Xiao Yang noticed some bloodstains on the ground and decided to follow them. Soon, the trail of blood vanished at the foot of the mountain, prompting him to ascend the slope. Midway up the mountain, he indeed discovered the corpse of the Wolf King. After a brief glance at the body, he continued his ascent. Upon reaching the summit, he descended the slope, traversed the woods, and forded the river, all the while observing his surroundings. After walking to the right for several minutes, he found himself in a hilly terrain, the hills rolling gently. Entering a depression in the landscape, he soon stumbled upon 2 entrances nestled among several large mounds of earth. The ground outside the entrances bore the tracks of wild wolves. It was evident that this was the den of the wolf pack. Xiaoyang swiftly retrieved his rifle and whispered a caution to himself. Remaining vigilant for safety, he cautiously explored the interior. After a thorough inspection, he found no wolves present, and the surroundings were eerily quiet. Suddenly, two high-pitched howls echoed from above. Reminiscent of puppy barks, Xiaoyang rushed over and beheld a pitch-black wolf cub, stumbling out from a burrow, its cries incessantly echoing in the air. A wolf cub? The sight of this small creature astonished Xiaoyang. He then inspected the nearby burrows and discovered that this was the only wolf cub present. The rest of the pack had evidently fled. He mused quietly to himself, pondering why the pack had not taken this little one with them. Returning to the cub, he realized that if he did not rescue it, it might not survive the night, either falling prey to other carnivorous beasts or succumbing to starvation. Keeping it as a pet could be a splendid idea. With a gentle murmur, Xiaoyang approached, bent down, and cradled the cub in his arms as he made his way back. He now felt assured that the wolf pack had retreated and that he would no longer have to worry about potential reprisals. Chapter 43. The predicament of Luo Yutong and Tong Yao upon returning to the valley. Jenny and her companions rushed toward Xiaoyang when they discovered the cub nestled in his arms. It is a natural instinct for women to be drawn to adorable creatures. How utterly charming it is. Look, it is entirely black, yet each of its paws is adorned with a touch of white, exclaimed Lu Linlin, cradling the cub and marveling at its tiny limbs. Xiaoyang entered the dwelling and retrieved a small piece of unseasoned wolf meat. Will it eat wolf meat? Inquired Song Feier, her curiosity piqued by the sight of the meat in Xiaoyang's hand. With a gentle smile, Xiaoyang replied, "Why wouldn't it? In times of scarcity, wolf packs will consume the remains of their deceased companions. You must understand, wolves are merciless and ferocious carnivores." He chopped the meat into smaller pieces and placed them on the grass. The cub hurried over to feast, its eagerness suggesting it had been famished for quite some time. At that moment, Xiaoyang noticed that a new shelter had been constructed beside the original one. "Did you all spend the day felling trees to build this wooden shelter?" he asked. "Indeed. This way we can hang the smoked meat inside, shielded from the rain," Jenny replied with a slight smile. Xiaoyang examined the wooden shelter and observed that horizontal beams had been secured to the pillars on either side, with several bamboo poles affixed for hanging items. It was evident that Jenny and her companions had developed considerable skills in their handiwork. Once the cub had satisfied its hunger, it scampered into the thatch of the shelter. Curling up to sleep, "Let us go chop some bamboo. I shall teach you how to craft stools," Xiaoyang announced with a grin. "I want to learn how to make a bed. I wish to create a grand bamboo bed. A long bench would be wonderful. It can serve as a seat and a place to rest," exclaimed Lu Linlin. Xiaoyang chuckled. "Very well, let's first gather the bamboo." With that, he led the 6 companions toward the bamboo grove. By the seaside, in a humble shelter nestled within the forest, Luo Yu and Tong Yao clung to one another. Both appeared exceptionally pale and feeble. "Sister Luo Yu, are we nearing death?" Tong Yao murmured weakly. "We shall not perish." This shelter was undoubtedly constructed by Xiaoyang and the others. "If we wait here for their return, we will be saved," Luo Yu reassured her, gently stroking Tong Yao's face. In recent days, their sustenance had consisted solely of small sea snails and a few mussels procured from the rocks, consumed raw. Last night, Tong Yao had endured 2 bouts of vomiting, leaving her in a dire state today. This location was where Xiaoyang and his companions had previously fished and prepared sea salt. Now, Luo Yu could only pray for divine intervention, hoping that Xiaoyang and the others would return to the seaside. Otherwise, she and Tong Yao would truly be unable to endure much longer. "I will fetch some water for you," Luo Yu said to Tong Yao before departing the shelter. As she stepped outside, a wave of discomfort surged through her abdomen, and she felt a rising urge to vomit, likely a consequence of consuming the raw sea snails. Furrowing her brows, she pressed on into the woods. Half an hour later, she emerged from the forest, cradling a large leaf filled with slightly murky, fresh water. "Tong Yao, come drink this," she called out. Upon entering the shelter, I helped Tong Yao to her feet and brought fresh water to her lips. She took a couple of sips, gradually opening her eyes, which appeared dull and devoid of any sparkle. Coughing softly, Tong Yao murmured, "Sister Luo Yu, if I were to die, please bury me on the hillside." I love wildflowers and wish to gaze upon the sea. Do not speak such foolishness. You will be just fine, Luo Yu reassured her, her voice hoarse, tears streaming down her cheeks. Luo Yu instinctively felt responsible for Tong Yao's plight. Had she not brought her here, she would not be in such a state, which filled her with immense guilt. I will catch some fish for you. You will soon recover, Luo Yu said gently, picking up a nearby spear and wading into the shallow waters to attempt to catch fish. Standing in the sea, each time she thrust the spear, the fish eluded her grasp, leaving her feeling increasingly disheartened. After half an hour, she had caught not a single fish, but had managed to collect a few sea urchins. Cracking open the urchins with a stone, she carefully extracted the yellow insides with a twig and fed it to Tong Yao. As night fell, Luo Yu draped her clothing over both of them, providing some warmth against the chill. The following morning, thud, thud, thud. Big brother, wake up. You said we would go to the beach today. Zhou Yuanyuan burst into Xiao Yang's room, her voice ringing out. What a racket so early in the morning. Xiao Yang mumbled, rubbing his eyes. It's not early. The sun has already risen. Zhou Yuanyuan laughed. All right, go gather your things, Xiao Yang called out to her. At his words, Zhou Yuanyuan dashed out of the room, packing smoked meat, guavas, bamboo tubes, tin cans, and water-filled mineral bottles into her backpack. Moments later, Xiao Yang emerged from his room. By then, Song Feier, Jenny, and the others were already prepared and waiting for him. After feeding the wolf pups some meat and placing a few guavas in the enclosure at the cliff's edge, the deer promptly emerged from their shelter to eat. Don't feed them so much. Let us go, we'll be back tomorrow anyway, Xiao Yang called to LV Huai, and the group made their way outside. Traversing mountains and rivers, after more than 2 hours of climbing and waiting, they finally reached the cliff, heading toward the gravel path. Xiao Yang, didn't you pick some coconuts up there last time? Song Feier asked. Let us first put our things away, Xiao Yang replied, then proceeded down the rocky path. Walking along the edge of the woods, they soon arrived next to the shelter. I'm going to grab the spear to catch fish, Zhou Yuanyuan shouted as she rushed into the woods to retrieve it. Xiao Yang glanced at the sea and took off his backpack. Big brother, come quick. Suddenly, Zhou Yuanyuan's loud call startled Xiao Yang and Jenny. Quickly, Jenny and Song Feier rushed inside. Luo Yu, Tong Yao. Upon seeing the two inside the shelter, Song Feier's expression changed, and she hurried in. Luo Yu, Tong Yao, wake up. Song Feier shook the arms of the two individuals and exclaimed, Why aren't they waking up? Are they dead? Lu Qing stepped in to investigate, her face contorted with fear. Step aside. Upon entering, Xiao Yang noticed the pallor of their faces and immediately commenced several chest compressions. After a brief moment, Luo Yu gradually regained consciousness, yet Tong Yao remained unresponsive. Luo Yu. Feiya? As Luo Yu recognized Song Feier, a grim smile appeared on her face. Water is here. At that moment, Lu Huai approached with a bottle of water, offering it to Luo Yu. Sister Luo Yu, have something to eat? Urged Lu Linlin, presenting 2 guavas. Upon seeing the food, Luo Yu glanced at the others and promptly accepted the guavas, devouring them hungrily. Despite Xiao Yang's efforts for several minutes, there was still no sign of Tong Yao awakening, which began to stir anxiety within him. You all go prepare some meat to boil, he instructed, retrieving a lighter from his pocket and handing it to Jenny. Zhou Yuanyuan and Lu Linlin promptly gathered some dry twigs and leaves, while Jenny ignited a fire, placing a pot on the nearby stove. Water, Xiao Yang called out, and Song Feier hurriedly handed him the water. Cough, cough. Xiao Yang administered some water to Tong Yao, who immediately coughed twice. Phew, she's finally awake. Seeing Tong Yao regain consciousness, Xiao Yang felt a wave of relief wash over him, exhaling deeply. Chapter 44. The Gathering of 8 Maidens as the two awoke. Smiles graced the faces of Song Feier and her companions. You startled me. I thought something had happened to you, Song Feier remarked, glancing at Luo Yu. After consuming several guavas and sipping on meat broth, they gradually regained their color. The primary reason for their pallor was the gnawing hunger. Once nourished, their condition improved significantly. With ample rest, they would soon be revitalized. Tong Yao and I had traversed the coastline for over 2 hours when we stumbled upon this shelter. We surmised it must have been constructed by you, Luo Yu smiled. Thus, We resolved to wait for your arrival here. Fortuitously, we came today, otherwise. Lu Qing shook her head as she spoke. Well then, let them rest properly, Jenny interjected. Agreed, Song Feier nodded. You should recuperate before we venture out. One Song Feier and the others exited. Luo Yu and Tong Yao slowly closed their eyes, finally able to enjoy a peaceful slumber. A sea turtle. What's the use? You can't swim, came the retort. A sea turtle glided across the surface, prompting Zhou Yuan to cry out, but it quickly submerged. Xiao Yang filled a tin can with seawater and set on the stove to boil. He peeked into the shelter to check on Luo Yu and Tong Yao, finding them in a deep sleep before stepping outside again. A big fish. Jenny, come help me. Lu Qing exclaimed from the reef, where she had speared a fish in the depths but fell to being tugged by something. Let go. Jenny rushed over, alarmed. She saw a shark, over a meter long, clamped onto the fish, and if Lu Qing were pulled underwater, it could spell disaster. Seeing the shark, Lu Qing promptly released her grip, allowing the shark to drag the fish, along with the spear, into the depths. Moments later, the spear floated back to the surface. We should fish in the shallows. It's too perilous here, Lu Qing said, patting her ample chest. She retrieved the spear and hurried toward the shallow waters. At noon, Song Feier and her companions returned with several sea fish. Xiao Yang poured fresh water from a mineral bottle into a tin can, slicing the fish and adding them in. After a mere 15 minutes, a delectable fish soup emerged from a pot. Here, have some fish soup, Song Feier offered a bowl to Luo Yu. Thank you. Luo Yu replied gratefully, taking the bamboo bowl to sip before passing it to Tong Yao. After their rest, both felt rejuvenated, their complexions improving slightly. Soon after, Xiao Yang prepared some smoked meat. Why did you come here to wait for us? What about Lin Zhe and the others? Song Feier finally voiced her thoughts. Upon hearing her inquiry, Luo Yu recounted the events of recent days. What? Lin Zhe ventured out to sea alone? I knew Fan Tong and Lu Yangwei were not trustworthy. As they spent time together, the pair's eyes would frequently steal glances toward their chests. Upon hearing Luo Yu's words, everyone began to murmur. Currently, Lin Zhe had set sail and was nowhere to be found, while Jean Fan had also vanished without a trace. Sigh, the unpredictability of life. Song Feier lamented softly. I hope he is safe, Xiao Yang pondered quietly. In truth, he had always gotten along quite well with Jean Fan, considering him a casual friend. And now that he was missing, Xiao Yang felt a tinge of concern. In the afternoon, Luo Yu strolled slowly to the shore, gazing at the vast expanse of the sea. The revitalizing sensation washed over her, making her realize how wonderful it was to be alive. Sister Luo Yu, come play with us, called out Zhou Yuan and a few others, splashing joyfully in the water, engaging in a playful exchange of water. Luo Yu smiled lightly and joined them. Tong Yao sat on the beach, watching them play, feeling somewhat unwell and opting not to join. Why don't you come play? Xiao Yang approached her, sitting down beside her with a smile. I'm still recuperating. I'll join once I feel better, Tong Yao replied, turning to look at Xiao Yang with a smile. Thank you, Xiao Yang. If it weren't for you, I might not be here, she said softly, reflecting on how they had once ostracized him. Let us not dwell on the past, Xiao Yang replied with a smile, waving his hand. Besides, I'm not one to turn a blind eye to someone in need. Tong Yao's face lit up with joy at his words. Throughout the afternoon, Song Feier and the others either played or searched the rocky areas for small seashells and other seafood. Xiao Yang filled 5 bamboo tubes with sea salt. As night fell, everyone gathered around the campfire, savoring small seashells, crabs, and sea urchins. Sister Luo Yu, how did you manage to bring this box out? Lu Linlin inquired, examining several garments. I discreetly retrieved them while Fan Tong and Lu Yangwei were gathering firewood. Luo Yu replied with a gentle smile. Without those garments, they might have shivered in the cold. This is a pair of glasses and their a box of skincare cream. Lu Linlin opened the box and rummaged through its contents. Glasses? Let me take a look, Xiao Yang said to Lu Linlin. Upon hearing this, she handed the glasses to him. As he examined the spectacles, a smile crept onto his face. He had previously mentioned to Jean Fan that upon his return, he would craft a pair of goggles from glasses. Little did he expect that they would now be in his hands. After trying them on, Xiao Yang noticed that the glasses only had a slight presbyopia. Not bad. Once we return, I shall fashion a pair of goggles. Next time, we can dive beneath the waves to catch lobsters, he remarked with a slight smile. Late at night, a fierce wind swept across the sea, sending tumultuous waves crashing. The 8 of them, including Jenny, huddled together in the shelter, feeling somewhat cramped. The warmth radiating from the fire allowed them to enjoy a restful sleep. Xiao Yang added a few logs to the fire, ensuring it burned even brighter. The flames danced in the sea breeze, crackling and sending sparks flying. The following morning, a ray of sunlight filtered through the trees. Where Xiaoyang was busy cooking a selection of small sea snails, mussels, and clams, freshly caught that very morning. After a short while, Song Fei and the others began to stir. Let us have something to eat. Once we finish, we shall return, Xiaoyang said to the group. We'll freshen up first, replied Song Fei and her companions as they dashed toward the shore. It was half an hour before they returned to partake in the meal. After satisfying their hunger and tidying up, Xiaoyang led them along the stony path above. Luo Yu and Tong Yao were filled with curiosity about where Xiaoyang and the others resided. Huai, is your home far from here? Tong Yao inquired as she approached Lu Huai. It is somewhat distant, Lu Huai nodded in response. It will take about 2 hours to walk there. Is there enough food at your place? With so many of us, will there be sufficient provisions? Tong Yao asked again, her worry stemming from past experiences of hunger while with Lin Zhe and the others. Once we return to the valley, you will find out, Lu Huai said with a mysterious smile. Chapter 45. Poisonous mushrooms upon returning to the valley, as they gazed upon the house, the shed, the wild chickens, the fawn, and the smoked meat hanging from the eaves, Luo Yu and Tong Yao were filled with astonishment and disbelief. So this is how well you live, Luo Yu remarked, casting a wry smile toward Song Fei. This has all been achieved little by little, Song Fei replied with a gentle smile. When I first arrived here, it was only a shed. This house was just completed a few days ago. By the way, did Xiao Yang impose any unreasonable demands on you? Luo Yu leaned closer to whisper into Song Fei's ear. In response, Song Fei chuckled and shook her head. Not at all. Initially, he kept a deliberate distance from us. And does he not indulge in meat? A look of surprise crossed Luo Yu's face. Surely, he must have requested something from you before sharing food. Is there truly still a good man in this world? None at all. Song Fei gently shook her head. Not only did he refrain from making demands, but he also taught us many things. Could it be a case of feigned indifference? Luo Yu murmured. I cannot say whether it is feigned indifference, but if he had indeed made excessive demands of us, I would think it quite justifiable. Song Fei stood up and said, All right, enough of this. Let us go forage for wild vegetables. As she watched Song Fei depart, Luo Yu's eyes darted about, unsure of what to think. Soon after, she too stood up, following Jenny and the others to gather wild vegetables. Xiao Yang remained alone in the valley, as he needed to tend to the smoked and cured wolf meat. A young wolf cub lay in the grass, observing him. Step over here, Tread Snow. Xiao Yang called out to the young wolf. Tread Snow was the name he had given it, inspired by the white markings on its paws. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's call, the cub promptly scrambled to its feet and trotted over. Xiao Yang smiled as he picked up Tread Snow, placing it atop a log, where he offered it a morsel of meat. Now go play, he said, feeding it a few pieces before setting it down to frolic in the nearby woods. Leaning against the post of the shed, he cast a glance at the meat that was being smoked and gradually closed his eyes. Before long, he drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he found himself seated in a rocking chair with Song Fei to his left, feeding him grapes, while Lu Qing on his right held a banana. On either side, Zhou Yuan and Lu Linlin stood, massaging his thighs. After a while, Jenny and Lu Huai entered, carrying exquisite wines and roasted meats, placing them on a nearby table. Soon, Jenny approached with a glass of fine wine, offering it to him, while Lu Huai sliced off a piece of meat and placed it in his mouth. 2 hours later, Jenny returned with Song Fei and the others, their basket brimming with mushrooms of various hues, alongside some wild greens. Lu Huai cradled a bundle of tender leaves, placing them into the fawn's enclosure. Is Xiao Yang asleep? Song Fei exclaimed upon noticing him resting against the post, a subtle smile gracing his lips. How can he be sleeping and smiling at the same time? Tong Yao walked back in time, lowering her head to gaze at Xiao Yang and softly remarked, "He must be lost in a beautiful dream." Lu Qing smiled faintly and responded, with such a mischievous grin, perhaps he is indulging in a spring dream. Luo Yu, observing Song Fei'er, visperet. Is that all that occupies your mind? Song Fei'er shot Luo Yu an annoyed glance before turning and entering the house. Hui, let us go outside to wash the mushrooms and then return to cook them, she called out to El Hui. Luo Yu approached Xiao Yang, leaning in closely, their distance barely a few centimeters apart. Suddenly, Xiao Yang opened his eyes, startled to see Luo Yu so near, and exclaimed, "What do you want?" Upon noticing Xiao Yang awake, Luo Yu quickly stepped back, feeling awkward and stammered, I saw you sleeping so soundly, I just wanted to take a look." Xiao Yang stood up, stretched lazily, and muttered, "You're the one who is insane." After saying this, he moved to the shelf to check the smoked meat. "You're the real lunatic," Luo Yu mumbled as she walked towards the house. Inside, Yuan Yuan was boiling water with Lu Linlin, waiting for Song Fei'er to return with the cleaned mushrooms to cook. "Yuan Yuan, whose fur is this? A dog?" Luo Yu inquired, holding up a wolf pelt as she stepped out of the room. "Sister Luo Yu, this isn't a dog. It's a wolf pelt," Yuan Yuan explained with a smile. "We even participated in hunting these wolves. You wouldn't believe it. That night, the big brother had us guarding the entrance, waiting for the wolf pack to arrive. My legs were trembling." The more Yuan Yuan recounted the events of that night, the more animated she became. Luo Yu listened, her face etched with astonishment. She had not anticipated that Xiao Yang had led them in hunting wolves. Such a notion was utterly terrifying. Shortly thereafter, Song Fei'er returned with a basket. "Faya, what do you have in your basket?" Xiao Yang asked as he spotted her. "Mushrooms, the ones we picked from that hill you took us to last time." Song Fei'er replied with a slight smile. "Mushrooms?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang immediately approached, peering into the basket filled with freshly washed mushrooms. "Give them to me." Confused, Song Fei'er handed the basket over to Xiao Yang. He placed the basket on the ground and began sorting through the mushrooms, setting aside some. "These are poisonous. Mushrooms that have any red on them should not be consumed. And this one," he continued, swiftly identifying that nearly half of the mushrooms were toxic. "Fortunately, I discovered this. Otherwise, we might not awaken tomorrow," Xiao Yang remarked to Song Fei'er. "Are all these poisonous?" Song Fei'er asked, looking at the pile of mushrooms on the ground. "Indeed," Xiao Yang affirmed with a nod. "Next time, if you bring back anything unfamiliar, you must inform me first. Do not attempt to cook it on your own. Many plants and mushrooms are highly toxic. Consuming them could lead to dire consequences." Xiao Yang explained before adding, "The mushrooms in the basket are safe to eat. Once sliced, they can be cooked." He then retrieved a dagger and handed it to Song Fei'er. Song Fei'er nodded, accepted the dagger, and, with the basket in hand, entered the house. Xiao Yang pondered for a moment, feeling somewhat uneasy, and followed her inside. "Zista Fei'er, why are there so few mushrooms? Wasn't there a whole basket?" Lu Linlin inquired, looking at the mushrooms in the basket. "Those are poisonous." Xiao Yang sorted them out. Song Fei'er replied. At that moment, Xiao Yang happened to walk in. "Allow me to remind you," he said, gazing intently at Song Fei'er and the others. "Mushrooms must be cooked for at least half an hour before consumption. Do not simply boil them for a short while and then drink the broth. It could be fatal. Do you understand?" "I'm not joking." "Understood." Zhou Yuan and Lu Linlin responded in unison. "Fei'er, you must keep a watchful eye on them. Do not let them sneak a taste. It could truly lead to dire consequences," Xiao Yang reiterated to Song Fei'er. His greatest concern lay with Zhou Yuan and Lu Linlin, as they were often rather careless. Chapter 46. The enigmatic Luo Yu. Upon concluding his words, Xiao Yang exited the room, prompting Luo Yu to follow suit. "There's no need for you to prepare any meals. Go to the riverside and catch fish with Jenny and the others," Song Fei'er instructed, ushering Zhou Yuan and Lu Linlin out. She was hesitant to consume anything they cooked, particularly Zhou Yuan, as she could not fathom what ingredients might be added to the pot. "Fine, if we're not cooking, I'm not particularly inclined to do so, either," Zhou Yuan muttered as they stepped outside. "Hurry along. Let us go catch some fish," Lu Linlin urged, pulling Zhou Yuan by the hand as they dashed away. Xiao Yang stood by the enclosure, observing young deer nibbling on tender leaves. This generous bundle of foliage would sustain the deer for a couple of days. Xiao Yang, Luo Yu called out as she descended. Hearing her, Xiao Yang turned to glance at her. Why aren't you joining them? He inquired. With a smile. Luo Yu shook her head. I just arrived here and am feeling quite curious. I wanted to explore. Xiao Yang merely chuckled in response, his gaze returning to the deer. With so many beautiful women around, have you taken a liking to any of them? Luo Yu inquired softly as she approached Xiao Yang. He shook his head. No. Really? Could it be that you are incapable? Luo Yu regarded Xiao Yang with a peculiar expression. Turning to appraise her curvaceous figure, Xiao Yang smirked. Am I incapable? Would you care to find out? Luo Yu, somewhat incredulous of Xiao Yang's assertion, found it hard to believe that he could remain unaffected in the presence of such beauty. I certainly won't be testing that, she retorted, hastily departing, unable to endure the intensity of his gaze. Upon reaching the riverside, she spotted Jenny and Lu Qing pursuing a school of small fish in the water above. Meanwhile, inside the house, Song Fei'er was alone, preparing mushrooms. The enticing aroma wafting from the iron pot made her yearn to taste the bowl, but she recalled Xiao Yang's words and refrained. After simmering for about 20 minutes, she added some diced smoked meat. The saltiness of the meat imparted a subtle flavor to the dish. Following that, she incorporated a bit of lard before finally adding the wild greens, stirring them gently to concoct 2 full iron pots of sustenance. At that moment, Xiao Yang entered, drawn in by the rich scent of mushrooms. This looks delightful, he remarked, eyeing the 2 pots of food with a smile. Not at all. It's merely a haphazard stew, Song Fei'er chuckled, acknowledging that anyone could prepare such a simple dish without any special ingredients. By the way, I discovered a plethora of that wild green you mentioned down in the grassy area at the foot of the hill. It's called shepherd's purse, yes. That's it, she recalled aloud. Shepherd's purse? Xiao Yang replied with a smile. It seems we are preparing for winter. This herb typically flourishes best in November. Winter? No wonder it has been growing increasingly cold these past few days, Song Fei'er noted. Even the river water outside feels icy. Do you think it will snow on this island? Unlikely. Xiao Yang shook his head in response. To be honest, I am uncertain, for we do not even know where we are at present. If only it would snow, how beautiful that would be, murmured Song Fei'er as she gazed at the sky. Xiao Yang approached the wall and observed, with winter's arrival, we must insulate the wall with a layer of straw to shield against the biting cold and retain warmth. Half an hour later, Jenny and the others returned indoors. Wow, one enticing aroma. It's mushrooms. I can tell just by the scent. Quickly bring a bowl, exclaimed Zhou Yuan as she and her companions rushed in, savoring the delicious hot soup, along with mushrooms, smoked meat, and wild vegetables. Luo Yu and Tong Yao felt overwhelmed with emotion, nearly moved to tears. This was the most delectable meal they had experienced since arriving on the island. Song Fei'er and Lu Qing exchanged knowing smiles, recognizing the excitement and sentiments of Luo Yu and Tong Yao, for they too had worn similar expressions upon their arrival. How does it feel? Lu Qing inquired with a smile. Luo Yu responded with a gentle smile. Had I known you were thriving so well, I would have sought you out much sooner. Indeed, Tong Yao chimed in with a laugh. You are well aware of the hardships of life by the sea. It is not the life by the sea that is harsh, but rather whom you choose to accompany, Jenny remarked, glancing at the two. Exactly. Ever since I joined my elder brother, I have never gone hungry, Zhou Yuan stood up to affirm. Luo Yu and Tong Yao nodded in agreement, recognizing the importance of being with the right companions. Within a matter of minutes, the food from the 2 iron cans had been devoured. As the weather grows colder, we must stockpile more provisions, Xiao Yang declared as they all gathered around the table. With winter's onset, hunting will become exceedingly challenging due to the cold, which will slow our movements. Tomorrow morning, we shall first venture out to the grassland to harvest straw. By midday, we will head to the river below to catch fish. Having outlined the plan, Xiao Yang made his way to the outdoor shed. There was still some time before sunset. Song Fei'er called for Tong Yao and Lu Linlin to assist her in bringing some firewood into the room. She then retrieved a burning log from the stove to kindle a fire. Xiao Yang, holding a piece of cedar wood, meticulously whittled it with a knife, occasionally comparing it with his glasses. He intended to craft a pair of goggles, enabling him to dive into the depths of the sea to catch lobsters or other seafood. Nearby, Zhou Yunyuan, El Huai, and Lu Linlin busily experimented with bamboo strips, crafting various new inventions. Ever since they learned to make stools, they had taken to creating all manner of peculiar items whenever they had spare time. Particularly Zhou Yuanyuan and Lu Linlin, who, despite their carefree demeanor, possessed remarkable learning abilities. They had nearly mastered the items Xiao Yang had made after just one demonstration. Xiao Yang, with all your house building and food storing, do you intend to stay here for a lifetime? Luo Yu approached and took a seat, inquiring, do you not wish to return to modern society? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang replied with a faint smile, indeed, I do. Why not send a ship or a helicopter to bring us back? Yumph. I shall not speak with you further, Luo Yu retorted, rising in a huff and retreating into the house. She had not anticipated being bested by Xiao Yang's words, and she found herself at a loss for a suitable retort. This woman had become increasingly peculiar since returning from the seaside. Xiao Yang mused as he watched her silhouette disappear. As night fell, Xiao Yang kindled a fire in the hall. Song Fei and the others, fearing the chill, chose to remain indoors. After retrieving the dried fish and smoked lamb, he hung them on the bamboo pole against the wooden wall before relocating the fire to the room. You shall sleep here, he declared, having fashioned a small nest of thatch in the corner for Ta Shui. Once the fire blazed, it significantly raised the temperature within the room. Lying atop the thatch, he draped a wolf pelt over himself and closed his eyes. Chapter 47. A tranquil life. The following morning, the radiant sun bathed the plains in its warm embrace, casting a shimmering glow upon the river surface. The water flowed silently, while two schools of fish playfully pursued one another beneath. At the entrance of the meadow, amidst the thatched grasses, Xiao Yang and Jinny were diligently harvesting reeds with their daggers. In winter, the serpents were in hibernation, allowing Xiao Yang to labor without fear of venomous snakes. Lu Qing and El Huai, along with others, gathered the cut reeds into bundles, preparing to transport them back to the valley. Song Fei, accompanied by Luo Yu and Tong Yao, ventured to the overgrown hillside to forage for shepherd's purse. An hour later, a significant patch of land was revealed, strewn with bundles of reeds awaiting their return to the valley. Are these mouse holes? The ground beneath the reeds revealed numerous small openings. Look, the mouse droppings are quite large. This mouse must be substantial, Lu Linlin exclaimed, pointing at the droppings outside the hole. Xiao Yang inspected the area, noting at least 20 openings, each leading to a smooth path beyond. These were field mice, distinct from house mice, primarily subsisting on roots, insects, and wild fruits. Moreover, the flesh of field mice was considered a delectable delicacy, suitable for drying into jerky. Let's first carry the reeds back, Xiao Yang instructed the group, leading the way with 2 bundles of reeds in tow, with Lu Qing and the others following closely behind. Upon returning to the valley, they placed the reeds beside the house. At that moment, Song Fei and her companions returned with their baskets. Xiao Yang, look at how fresh these shepherd's purse are, Song Fei exclaimed, presenting her basket with a smile. We even found some fresh beef liver mushrooms. Xiao Yang smiled faintly, acknowledging the freshness of their finds. During a brief respite, Xiao Yang crafted several bamboo strips into 2 circular cages, each about the size of a calf, measuring over a meter in length. These were intended for capturing field mice. Big brother, didn't you say we were going fishing? Zhou Yuanyuan called out as she approached. We shall go now, Xiao Yang replied, retrieving the bark nets as the 9 of them set off to fish. They walked along the riverbank where the water deepened, revealing a low-lying area surrounded by low shrubs, with a river flowing straight through the middle. Now, each of you take one side and lower into the water. Xiao Yang instructed Jinny and the others on the art of fishing with nets. Then, gradually move toward the shore but do not rush. After demonstrating twice and successfully netting a few small crucian carp, each about the size of 3 fingers, excitement filled the air. Ah, a fish just bumped into my foot, Lu Linlin exclaimed, bending down to feel around in the water. The river here was only thigh-deep, its clarity somewhat muddied, adorned with patches of aquatic plants on either side. Lu Qing dug a small pit on the riverbank, filling it with water to temporarily house the caught fish. Once Xiao Yang had taught Jenny and the others the technique of fishing, he called Zhou Yuan and Lu Linlin to join him in the reed field. "Brother Xiao Yang, are you taking us to catch the big mice?" Lu Linlin gazed at Xiao Yang and inquired. Xiao Yang nodded with a smile. "With so many rat holes, there must be numerous rats. Can rat meat be consumed? I have never tried it." Zhou Yuan interjected curiously. "Ha! We shall see if it is edible soon." Xiao Yang replied with a slight smile. "You two go gather some dry reeds." Upon hearing this, they promptly dashed into the thicket of reeds and soon returned with a large bundle of dry reeds. Xiao Yang then cut some green reeds and set them aside. He found an entrance and began to kindle a fire, placing some damp reeds atop it. When smoke starts to billow, seal it with mud to prevent it from escaping. He instructed them. Xiao Yang intended to use smoke to drive the rats out, a rather effective method. In no time, the fire produced white smoke, which Xiao Yang fanned toward the hole. Soon, several spots began to emit smoke. "There's smoke here. You seal this spot. I'll cover that side," Zhou Yuan exclaimed as they swiftly divided their tasks, sealing the smoking areas with earth. Xiao Yang quickly positioned a cage at the entrance. Any rat that emerged would directly enter the cage. After a brief interval, a shadow darted out from the hole and into the cage. Quite a sizable one. Xiao Yang chuckled softly as he observed the rat inside the cage. Shortly thereafter, another rat scurried in, prompting Xiao Yang to promptly secure the cage with its lid. "Did we catch one? Wow, what a large rat." The two rushed over, astonished, their mouths agape at the sight of the captured rat. One of them weighed at least a pound, hissing and baring its sharp teeth, glaring ferociously at Xiao Yang and the others. "It looks quite terrifying," Lu Linlin murmured, feeling a twinge of fear. "Let us continue to smoke out the other holes," Xiao Yang suggested with a gentle smile. By midday, Xiao Yang had captured 5 rats. Song Fei'er and her companions had also caught a considerable number of crucian carp and a few catfish, bringing them back wrapped in tree bark. "Is this a rat? So large? I wouldn't dare to eat rat meat." "Neither would I. Rats frighten me," they discussed as they looked at the cage. At noon, Xiao Yang chuckled as he carried the cage to the river, where he drowned the rats before returning indoors to boil water. After scalding the rats, he began to pluck their fur, roasting them until they turned a golden hue. Once the meat was diced, he commenced stir-frying it with lard. Meanwhile, Song Fei'er, Lu Qing, and others were enjoying a soup made from beef liver mushrooms and shepherd's purse. The aroma of the sizzling rat meat wafted through the air. "It smells so delightful. Should we try some?" Lu Qing asked Song Fei'er in a hushed tone as she watched Xiao Yang cook. Song Fei'er promptly shook her head. "I can't eat that." "You go ahead. It truly smells incredible," murmured Luo Yu and Tong Yao as they swallowed hard. Before long, 2 large bamboo bowls of rat meat were placed on the table. "Hee." Xiao Yang gazed at the group with a subtle smile before picking up his chopsticks and indulging in the meal. Observing that Xiao Yang was the first to eat, Zhou Yuan quickly followed suit, lifting a piece to her mouth and chewing thoughtfully. "Delicious. Linlin, hurry," she called out to Lu Linlin, eagerly devouring several pieces of meat. "Slow down. At this rate, you'll finish everything in no time," Xiao Yang exclaimed to Zhou Yuan and her companion. Janie approached slowly, eyeing the trio. Yuan, is this rat meat truly so delectable?" she inquired, skepticism evident in her tone, though the expressions on their faces suggested otherwise. "Indeed, Sister Janie. You'll understand once you try a piece," Zhou Yuan assured with enthusiastic nods. "I still can't believe it's that good." At that moment, Luo Yu chimed in, taking a piece of meat and placing it in her mouth, her eyes narrowing in anticipation. It's actually quite delicious," she exclaimed in surprise, her eyes widening. Before long, Lu Qing and the others also sampled a bit, leaving only Song Fei'er without a taste of the rat meat. Chapter 48. The Frigid Winter Afternoon. Under the guidance of Xiao Yang, Song Fei'er and her companions embarked on their first endeavor to cure fish, completing the task with remarkable speed. Xiao Yang explained that a curing time of 2 to 3 hours sufficed, although a longer period would enhance the flavors. They remained indoors that afternoon, engrossed in learning how to weave everyday utensils and stools, with Xiao Yang diligently instructing them. Time swiftly passed, and half a month later, during this interval, Xiaoyang imparted knowledge on how to excavate traps, devise mechanisms, track prey, and identify wild vegetables and mushrooms. Moreover, he taught them the essence of teamwork for successful hunting. Now, apart from the skill of creating fire by friction, Jenny and her companions had mastered everything else. In the biting cold of winter, they wielded bows and arrows, venturing into the nearby valleys and gorges to hunt, embodying the spirit of jungle warriors. Clad in wolf pelts to shield against the chill, they resembled inhabitants of an ancient tribe. One midday, Jenny and her companions returned, triumphantly carrying a wild goat. This goat had been cornered through the combined efforts of the four. A wild goat? What a fine catch! Xiaoyang chuckled as he observed their haul. It was isolated that allowed us to trap it. Luo Yu replied with a slight tilt of her head in amusement. We managed to corner it beneath a sheer cliff. Jenny added with a subtle smile, glancing around the interior. Have Fei and the others not returned yet? Not yet. Xiaoyang responded with a shake of his head. He had divided the 8 of them into 2 groups. Jenny and Luo Yu, along with Lu Huiyi and Zhou Yunyuan, formed one, while Song Fei, Lu Qing, Lu Linlin, and Tong Yao comprised the other. Generally, Xiaoyang ventured out alone to hunt. In the center of the shelter, a fire crackled, and the 5 settled onto stools to warm themselves. The weather is so frigid, we search for a considerable time before discovering the herd of wild goats. Prey is becoming increasingly elusive, Jenny remarked, extending her hands towards the flames for warmth. Fear not, Xiaoyang replied with a gentle smile. Our food reserves are ample. Come spring, we shall encounter more game, and wild vegetables will also abound. By then, we shall not fear the lack of sustenance. Besides, we are bringing back food daily. Surviving this winter shall be no challenge. Indeed, enduring this winter will bring a change, Lu Huiyi chimed in. Half an hour later, Song Fei and her group hurried back inside. It's become exceedingly difficult to find prey. We traversed 2 gorges before managing to capture a wild chicken. Song Fei announced as she entered the shelter. As long as there are gains, it suffices, Xiaoyang declared. Come, gather around to warm yourselves. Around 3 in the afternoon. After processing the wild goat, Xiaoyang propped it on sticks and set it over the charcoal fire to roast. He brushed the meat with goat fat rendered from the freshly caught animal. Meanwhile, Lu Huiyi was preparing a wild chicken soup inside, a warm bowl of which would provide comfort against the cold. The entire goat sizzled enticingly, releasing an aroma of roasted meat. An hour later, Xiaoyang used a dagger to carve chunks of meat, as everyone savored the delectable roasted goat and sipped the savory chicken soup. Indulging in meat is truly delightful. It has been many days since we last feasted so heartily. Treading in the snow, Tuo Shuel lies nearby, savoring the liver, and it has grown considerably since. Zhou Yunyuan and Lu Linlin are both delightfully messy, their mouths glistening with grease as they alternate between morsels of meat and sips of soup. The sensation is simply beyond description. Xiaoyang, you have yet to teach us how to create fire by friction, Jenny remarked after satisfying her hunger. Indeed, we are eager to learn, so please teach us swiftly, Song Fei chimed in eagerly. Hearing this, Xiaoyang chuckled, recognizing that it was indeed time to impart the art of fire-making, for there are occasions when one might be away hunting for days on end. Mastering the ability to kindle a fire would allow them to endure the wilderness for extended periods. Very well, let me explain, Xiaoyang addressed the group. First, we must seek out some dry woods, specifically those from soft and flammable tree species, such as cedar, pine, willow, or poplar. Shortly thereafter, Xiaoyang procured some dry cedar and a few harder sticks. The 8 of them gathered around, watching intently as he demonstrated the process. The drill should be crafted from wood of moderate hardness, he said, raising a cylindrical stick. He then used his knife to slightly flatten the top of the cedar and create a small indentation. Creating fire by friction requires patience. Maintain a steady rotation and gradually increase the speed. Feier, bring over some dry grass, he instructed. Minutes later, wisps of white smoke began to rise from the cedar's base. Yet Xiaoyang remained unhurried, accelerating his hand's motion. Eventually, he placed the stick on the ground, pouring the blackened, spark-emitting wood shavings into the prepared grass, then lifted the grass to his face and gently blew on it. Suddenly, the grass ignited, and Xiao Yang set it down triumphantly. Wow, it worked. It looks so easy. Yet, Xiao Yang cautioned them. Creating fire by friction is not as straightforward as you might imagine. Failure is a natural part of the process. Just keep trying. Encouraged, Jenny and the others sprang into action, gathering dry wood and attempting to replicate Xiao Yang's technique. After half an hour of persistent effort, however, they found themselves unable to produce flames. Each attempt ended in failure. You can also use a bow to rotate the stick, which will prevent your hands from blistering, Xiao Yang suggested with a gentle smile. Why didn't you mention that sooner? They replied in unison. You must learn from your failures to ignite the fire. Take your time, he advised before retreating indoors. My hands ache. I can't practice anymore until they heal, Zhou Yuanyuan pouted. I too will stop for now, Lu Linlin said as she set down the wood. By evening, Jenny became the first to successfully create fire by friction, igniting a flicker of envy in Song Fei'er and the others who had yet to succeed. Xiao Yang, why are we unable to do it? Song Fei'er questioned him. It is not that you cannot do it. Rather, you are too impatient, he replied. Xiao Yang shook his head gently, saying, Take your time, there is no need to rush. With diligent practice, you will undoubtedly succeed. I have faith in you. Encouraged by Xiao Yang's words, the expressions of Song Fei'er and her companions softened somewhat. The entire wild goat had been consumed, leaving only a third of the meat and a tin of offal untouched. In such frigid weather, it could be reserved for breakfast the following morning. As night fell, due to the biting cold, Song Fei'er and her friends retreated to their rooms. The temperature outside plummeted, and the chilling wind howled. In the dead of night, a figure approached Xiao Yang's room. Hearing the noise, he abruptly opened his eyes, and by the flickering firelight, he discerned the visitor. Lu Qing, why are you still awake at this hour? I just woke up and thought of you, Lu Qing whispered, settling herself on the edge of the bed. Well, I too have just stirred from slumber, Xiao Yang replied with a mischievous grin, drawing Lu Qing into his embrace and kissing her tenderly. Lu Qing let out a soft sigh, igniting a fervent warmth within Xiao Yang, who swiftly laid her down upon the bed. Before long, the two were engaged in an intimate exchange. Chapter 49. Has Luo Yu discovered them? As the two engaged in their primal dance, Lu Qing bit her teeth, striving to suppress any sounds. At that moment, Luo Yu sat up from the bed, added a few logs to the fire, and made her way to the door, feeling an urgent need to relieve herself. Meanwhile, Jenny and the others were huddled together, lost in a deep slumber. Just as she stepped outside, she heard faint sounds emanating from Xiao Yang's room. Peering through the crack of the door, Luo Yu was taken aback to find the two entangled in a passionate struggle. She instinctively covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes widening in astonishment, fixed in a gaze that betrayed her shock. Lu Qing? The realization struck her with even greater surprise. After a few moments of silent observation, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she momentarily forgot her pressing need. Minutes passed, and the intensity of the encounter inside continued to astonish Luo Yu, who pondered to herself. Aren't men supposed to finish in just a couple of minutes? How could this be lasting so long? Eventually, she stepped away from the doorway, relieved herself, and then returned to her room. However, sleep eluded her, as her mind was consumed by the fervent struggle she had just witnessed. 10 minutes later, Lu Qing cautiously entered and lay down on the bed. Luo Yu slightly opened her eyes to glance at her before closing them once more. The following morning dawned drearily, the sky heavy with clouds, hinting at impending rain. Are we going hunting today? Lu Qing inquired, stepping outside to find Song Fei'er. Song Fei'er glanced at the overcast sky and replied, Not today. It seems it will rain. Very well then. I shall sleep a little longer, Lu Qing said before retreating back into the room. Seated on a chair, Luo Yu gave Lu Qing a knowing look. Soon after, Xiao Yang emerged from his room, stretching and murmuring, I didn't sleep well. My back aches. Xiao Yang, it looks like it might rain today. So we want to be going hunting, Song Fei'er said, bringing over a bowl of offal soup. Then we won't go, Xiao Yang replied nonchalantly, sipping the soup and chewing on a piece of offal. Back pain? You certainly didn't have a restless night. Humph, thought Luo Yu to herself, observing him. Why are you staring at me like that? Xiao Yang felt her gaze and turned to face her, asking, Haven't you eaten? I have, Luo Yu said. averting her eyes and speaking softly. Half an hour later, light rain began to fall from the sky. Due to the downpour, they could not venture out to hunt. Instead, Jenny and Song Feier continued their practice of fire-making under the shelter, with Xiao Yang guiding them. Before long, Song Feier and Lu Qing successfully ignited a fire, eliciting their excitement. Remember, practice is essential to master the art of fire-making, Xiao Yang advised them. They all nodded in agreement, understanding the wisdom behind the saying that practice makes perfect. On this dreary, rainy day, with nowhere to go and feeling cold and damp, Xiao Yang reclined in the shelter. I can make fire by friction now, Zhou Yuanyuan exclaimed joyfully. Big brother, am I now a qualified hunter? Zhou Yuanyuan rushed to Xiao Yang's side, shaking his arm while calling out to him. It's about time, Xiao Yang murmured, not even opening his eyes. What do you mean by about time? Zhou Yuanyuan retorted, her cheeks puffed with annoyance. Suddenly, Xiao Yang sat up and addressed the eight of them. Come here. Upon hearing this, Jenny and the others set down their belongings and gathered around. You have all become quite skilled. Even if you were to get lost outside, you would still be able to ensure your safety, Xiao Yang stated. However, there is one crucial lesson you have yet to learn. What is it? Hurry up and tell us. Jenny and Song Feier chimed in eagerly. If you were to get injured while outside, what would you do? Xiao Yang posed the question back to them. Upon hearing his inquiry, the eight exchanged glances, momentarily rendered speechless. Occasionally, while hunting, one may encounter fierce beasts or might accidentally fall and sustain injuries. If not treated promptly, these injuries could threaten your very lives, Xiao Yang elaborated. Indeed, this is a matter they had never contemplated. What would they do if they were truly injured in the wilderness? A minor injury, if not properly addressed, could lead to far graver consequences, as an infected wound could escalate the situation drastically. What should we do then? We don't possess any medical knowledge, Lu Qing asked. We will address that when the time comes, Xiao Yang waved his hand dismissively. Thus, when you venture out to hunt in the future, your foremost concern must be your safety. Xiao Yang was aware that there were various herbs in the nearby valley and planned to take them to identify these remedies once the rain had ceased. The incessant rain lasted 2 days, finally clearing by the morning of the third day. As the clouds dispersed, sunlight bathed the land. Xiao Yang led the eight to the small stream beside the bamboo forest. Xiao Yang, what are we doing here? One of them inquired. Why ask so many questions? Just follow me, he replied. After searching the stream for a while, Xiao Yang crouched beside a patch of grass. This plant is called Herba sabotii, identifiable by its cluster of small yellow flowers, though its appearance is quite unremarkable. This is Herba sabotii, a medicinal herb that can staunch bleeding. Make sure to remember its appearance, Xiao Yang instructed, pointing to the herb. He then identified 3 additional herbs in the vicinity, explaining their properties and uses. Xiao Yang, you are truly impressive, recognizing so many herbs, Jenny remarked, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Just fairly adept, I suppose, Xiao Yang replied with a hint of pride. During these past 2 days, they had not ventured out to hunt, and the fish in the puddle by the river had been exhausted, prompting Xiao Yang to produce some smoked meat. Why are we still keeping those 3 wild chickens? Let us just cook them tonight, Luo Yu suggested upon returning to the valley, glancing at the small shed where 3 wild chickens were kept in a cage. If you wish to cook them, you should do it yourself, Xiao Yang laughed as he stepped out of the house. Upon witnessing Xiao Yang's smile, Luo Yu was instantly reminded of the events from that fateful night, her complexion transforming to a rosy hue. She turned and opened the cage, retrieving 2 wild chickens before stepping outside. Xiao Yang cast a glance at the departing Luo Yu, murmuring to himself, why does she blush so easily? I had never noticed this before. With that, he turned and entered the house to inform Jenny and the others that they would be preparing wild chicken soup that evening. 2 hours later, at the seaside, 3 boats were anchored, accompanied by several oars. Captain, all the supplies have been brought ashore, but the night is fast approaching. A pirate reported to the One-Eyed Dragon. Let us set up camp here for the night, the One-Eyed Dragon replied with a slight smile, a cigar clutched between his lips. I told you I would return, haha. Set up camp, a pirate shouted, prompting the others to begin erecting tents. Chapter 50. Van and Tong captured by the seaside. 4 tents were erected, with a bonfire crackling in the center. Above the flames, a makeshift rack held an iron kettle, from which wisps of smoke ascended. Several pirates sat around, indulging in libations and idle chatter. At that moment, the one-eyed dragon emerged from one of the tents, a goblet in hand. The other pirates followed suit, their gazes fixated on him. "Today, I have brought you here for fortune," the one-eyed dragon declared with a sly smile. "There lies a group of Orientals, exceedingly wealthy individuals. Thus, I implore you to capture them alive. Remember, they must be unharmed. A corpse holds no value." "Does the chief know?" a pirate inquired in a hushed tone. "Of course the chief is aware," the one-eyed dragon retorted, glaring at the pirate. "Capturing them alive is the chief's command. This time, I shall achieve a great feat to show that wretched woman, Mary, who truly wields power. I am a person of significance. Let her cease her disdain toward me." At the mention of Mary's name, a shiver ran through the bodies of the dozen pirates present. Mary, akin to the one-eyed dragon, was one of the 4 captains under the pirate chief, known for her ruthless tactics and extreme cruelty, even towards her own men. Many secretly referred to her as the venomous beauty for her striking and alluring appearance. "What if they resist?" another pirate queried. With a sharp clap, the one-eyed dragon struck the pirate on the head, scolding, "Fool, I care not for the rest. All I desire is the living. They cannot perish." "Yes, yes," the pirate replied, rubbing his sore head with a sheepish grin. "Damn it, in this frigid weather, I should have brought Deus along," the one-eyed dragon muttered as he strode back into the tent. "Hey, Blackie, are you and that Deus woman involved?" A pirate leaned closer to the dark-skinned pirate and whispered, "You ought to be cautious. The chief is with Deus now. The night before last, I saw them frolicking in the cabin. V.S. Do not speak such nonsense. Deus and I are merely friends," Blackie retorted, casting a furtive glance toward the one-eyed dragon's tent. "Just friends?" V.S. chuckled softly. "Would ordinary friends spend an entire night in her room?" I merely went to fix a light bulb in her room," Blackie mumbled, his voice laced with apprehension. "I care not whether you were repairing light bulbs," V.S. gently patted Blackie's shoulder. "In any case, you must tread carefully. Should the chief discover this, well..." At V's words, a chill gripped Blackie's heart. He understood the one-eyed dragon's methods. If he were to be discovered, he might well find himself thrown overboard to feed the fish. A glint of malice flashed in his eyes as he gazed at V.S., for only he was privy to the truth of his connection with Deus. "V.S., are you following me? Otherwise, how would you know I spent the night in Deus's room?" Blackie questioned in a low voice. "Only a fool would follow you. I merely happened upon the scene," V.S. replied casually. After Vis finished speaking, he stood up and walked into the tent, pondering whether he and Daisy had something going on that needed to be disclosed. That night, due to the chill, many pirates found solace sleeping by the campfire. The following morning, a voice rang out. "Hey, wake up, rise and shine." One-eyed dragon emerged from the tent, adjusting his clothing while kicking a few pirates who were still asleep. Soon, all 14 pirates were awake, gathered around the campfire, feasting on canned meat. "We only brought enough provisions for 3 days, so we must hasten to capture them and return to the island," One-eyed Dragon declared while munching on his food. "Heisey, take 3 men to search along the upper coastline. Vis, you lead 3 others to explore downward, and the rest will accompany me in the vicinity." Upon receiving the orders, Heisey and Vis promptly grabbed their rifles and cutlasses, setting off. "Let us go," One-eyed Dragon said, lighting a cigar as he led the remaining pirates into the woods. An hour later, "By God, this island is enormous. How will we find them?" One-eyed Dragon stood atop a slope, gazing at the vast meadow and the seemingly endless expanse of pristine forest, muttering to himself. "Boss, where should we search?" One pirate inquired. The area was indeed too vast. Locating those Easterners felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. "Pair up and proceed to search the surroundings," One-eyed Dragon commanded, narrowing his eyes. Soon, 8 pirates split into 4 groups, advancing toward the meadow. Alone on the slope, One-eyed Dragon sat smoking his cigar, lost in thought as he gazed at the distant peaks. "Boss, we captured 2 Easterners." At that moment, Heisey rushed back, spotting One-eyed Dragon on the slope and shouting with excitement. "Oh, you caught someone!" One-Eyed Dragon exclaimed, immediately rising and descending the slope. "Where are they?" "We brought them back to the camp. 2 brothers are keeping watch over them." "Let us go." Returning to the seaside camp, they found Fan Tong and Lu Yongwei bound by ropes. "Why are there only 2 of you? Where are the others?" One-Eyed Dragon questioned, standing before them. Last time, he had captured over a dozen. Now there were merely 2. I don't know," Fan Tong stammered, fear evident in his voice. You don't know?" One-Eyed Dragon smirked maliciously. "Reveal their whereabouts, and I shall release you." Fan Tong and Lu Yongwei exchanged glances, silently scornful. "Release us? Do you think we would believe that?" "Boss, we truly have no idea where they are," Lu Yongwei said, forcing a smile to appease him. "Damn it. Speak up. Let us see how long you can keep your lips sealed," Heisey exclaimed, stepping forward and delivering a few kicks, causing both to tumble to the ground, grimacing in pain. "Heisey, how could you be so crude?" One-Eyed Dragon scolded, taking a puff of his cigar. A mere half-hour of beating would suffice. With that, he turned away, and Heisey along with 2 other pirates began to rain blows upon the 2. Please stop. Don't hit us anymore." "We truly do not know," he exclaimed. "We can offer you a substantial sum. We can give you 1 million. Fan Tong's face was swollen and bruised, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and he shouted in desperation. "Stop." The One-Eyed Dragon's eyes lit up at his words, and he swiftly turned to Blackie and the other 2 pirates, kicking them with a scornful reprimand. "Damn it. I instructed you to be gentle, not to reduce our esteemed guest to this state." After receiving the kick, Blackie and his companions staggered back a few steps, harboring their disdain. The One-Eyed Dragon displayed a ghastly grin as he regarded the 2, assisting them to their feet while chuckling, "It's all my underlings' fault for being too heavy-handed, my apologies. Will you truly give us 1 million? Fan Tong nodded vigorously. Indeed, 1 million each. Upon hearing this, the One-Eyed Dragon's heart swelled with joy, and he looked at them with a grin. "Oh, haha, it seems you're quite wealthy. A small business at home can certainly yield 1 million, right?" Fan Tong, suppressing the pain on his face, forced a laugh. The One-Eyed Dragon contemplated. "To mention 1 million right off the bat, they must be affluent. Once we bring them back, we shall gradually extract every last drop." Chapter 51. The oncoming crisis. After a while, the One-Eyed Dragon brought 2 cans of meat and wine for Fan Tong and Lu Yongwei. Watching them devour the canned food with unrestrained enthusiasm, a slight smile crept across his lips. "Do you truly not know where the others are?" he inquired, settling down to gaze at the 2 after they had satisfied their hunger. "Honestly, we have been apart for quite some time," Fan Tong replied earnestly. "Boss, I have some good news for you," Lu Yongwei chimed in, eager to please. "One of them is the president of a major corporation. If you manage to capture her, her family would readily pay a fortune, even 1 or 2 billion. Upon hearing this, the One-Eyed Dragon was taken aback, squinting at Lu Yongwei. "Is what you say true? How could I dare deceive you?" Lu Yongwei quickly whispered with a grin. The One-Eyed Dragon rose to his feet, gazing out towards the sea, contemplating. If what he said is indeed true, with such wealth, they could recruit more men and expand their influence. They would become the rulers of the ocean. At that moment, Weiss and the other pirates returned. "Boss, we did not find any Orientals," Weiss reported as he approached the One-Eyed Dragon. "However, we discovered a shelter in the woods by the shore, suggesting someone has lived there." As he spoke, he cast a glance at Fan Tong and Lu Yongwei. "Now, you 2 will have to endure a little," the One-Eyed Dragon said with a smile, addressing Fan Tong and Lu Yongwei. "Once we capture the others, I won't require your money, and you will still be our good friends. Haha. No need to endure, no need at all." Lu Yongwei quickly nodded with a smile. "Pack up the camp," the One-Eyed Dragon shouted to Heisey and the others. He then turned to Weiss. "Lead us to the shelter you discovered." "Yes." Weiss nodded in response, joining the other pirates in packing up tents and belongings. An hour later, in the woods by the shore, the One-Eyed Dragon observed the small seashells on the ground and the harpoons within the shelter, smiling faintly. "It appears they have resided here for some time. Set up camp here. Heisey, you and Weiss take the men inside to search," he commanded. "Understood. Let us go." In the camp, only the One-Eyed Dragon and 4 pirates remained to pitch the tents, while Fan Tong, and Lu Yongwei were assigned to the shelter, guarded by a pirate with a rifle. In the valley, Xiao Yang and Jinny were setting traps on the mountain outside the thatched area. These footprints should have been left by a wild boar and its piglets searching for food, Xiao Yang observed while crouching down to examine the chaotic marks on the ground. But if they don't come here, won't our traps be in vain? Luo Yu remarked, looking at Xiao Yang. That depends on luck. Not every trap will catch prey, Xiao Yang replied, casting a glance at Luo Yu. All right, you can now search the surrounding area for game. Remember, if you encounter a wild boar, do not act rashly. Their power is formidable. If you spot one, return and inform me, Xiao Yang instructed as he stood up, addressing the group. Soon, the 8 individuals divided into 2 groups and ventured outward. Xiao Yang, solitary, made his way towards the ravine ahead. Sister Jenny, it's so cold now, and this place is so desolate. What prey could possibly be found? Zhou Yuanyuan remarked, surveying the silent woods and overgrown grassland. Xiao Yang is training us. We mustn't allow the frigid weather to confine us indoors, Jenny responded with a faint smile. Training us? Zhou Yuanyuan murmured, in this cold. I would prefer to stay inside and warm myself. Our food reserves are dwindling. Even finding a wild rabbit or a pheasant would be a boon. Let us go, Jenny declared, striding ahead. Meanwhile, Song Feier was in the damp grassland, gathering some shepherd's purse leaves. Sister Feier, is this what Brother Xiao Yang referred to as ground skin vegetable? Lu Linlin inquired, holding a handful of what resembled algae. Song Feier inspected it and nodded. Indeed, it is shepherd's purse. Xiao Yang brought some back last time. It tasted quite good. Where did you find it? Over there in the damp area, Lu Linlin pointed with a smile. Gather more to take back, Song Feier instructed, to which Lu Linlin nodded and dashed off with her basket. Sister Jenny, that thing looks like the rear of a wild chicken, Zhou Yuanyuan exclaimed, staring at a pile of weeds. A wild chicken had its head buried in the thicket, its feathery rear exposed. Upon seeing this, Jenny hurried over and swiftly captured the wild chicken hidden among the underbrush. In this dreadful weather, and with this island's conditions, how can we find anything? Indeed, you are clever. We should stay here in the ravine to warm ourselves and return when the sun sets, another voice chimed in. Suddenly, a faint sound reached Jenny's ears, causing her expression to shift dramatically as she rushed toward the source. Sister Jenny, where are you going? Zhou Yuanyuan, Lu Huai, and Luo Yu followed closely behind. Stay silent. Jenny turned back, whispering, stand here without moving, and do not make any noise. Wait for my return. After climbing a small slope to look down, she spotted 2 individuals seated in a low area, warming themselves by a fire and engaged in conversation. Could they be pirates? Jenny pondered, frowning. What do you think those Easterners are hiding? One asked. I have no idea. They must be somewhere within the island, the other replied. Cool, me. Let us drink to warm ourselves. We'll return to report soon. Listening to their dialogue, Jenny confirmed they were indeed pirates. She cautiously retreated and soon returned to Zhou Yuanyuan and the others, whispering, let us go back. At that moment, Xiao Yang emerged from the ravine, carrying a wild rabbit. Upon returning to the thatched area, Song Feier and the others were already waiting. Wow, Brother Xiao Yang, you caught a wild rabbit, Lu Linlin exclaimed as she rushed over, beaming at the sight of the rabbit in Xiao Yang's hands. Yes, he replied. Xiao Yang smiled as he handed the wild rabbit to Lu Linlin, glancing around and asking, have Jenny and the others not returned yet? Not yet, Song Feier replied, shaking her head. They're back, Lu Qing remarked, looking outside. Xiao Yang turned to see Jenny and her companions hastily approaching. Xiao Yang, Jenny called out as she quickly reached his side. I have discovered 2 pirates, she stated with a serious expression. What? Pirates? Are you certain, Jenny? I am sure they're pirates. I overheard their conversation, Jenny affirmed with a nod. Xiao Yang's expression darkened as he thought to himself. Indeed, they have come. Upon hearing the mention of pirates, fear instantly gripped Song Feier and the others, their faces revealing expressions of terror. Xiao Yang, what should we do? Song Feier anxiously inquired, clutching Xiao Yang's clothing. You all should return to the valley and stay hidden, Xiao Yang advised, furrowing his brow. Jenny, lead me to them. Chapter 52. Preparing to confront the pirates, Jenny led Xiao Yang to the hillside, where they lay in the grass. observing two pirates below. I heard from the two captured individuals that one of those Easterners is quite wealthy, one pirate remarked after taking a swig of his drink. Of course, if they weren't rich, would the boss come to this desolate island? Indeed, once we capture them, the ransom alone will secure our comfort for several years. An hour later, the two pirates stood and departed from the lowland, heading toward the shore. As they watched the pair leave, Xiaoyang rose, contemplating their retreat. Have two individuals been captured? Could it be that Fantong and Lu Yongwei have been apprehended? He pondered. During his time on this island, he had only encountered Fantong and his companions. Now, with Song Fei'er and the others present, and according to Luo Yu, Fantong and Lu Yongwei resided by the sea. Xiaoyang, let us return for now, he suggested, waving his hand as he began his descent down the hillside. Back in the valley, everyone sat around the table, their faces etched with worry, the atmosphere heavy with tension. The arrival of the pirates had instilled a profound fear in them, as the consequences of capture were beyond their imagination. Xiaoyang, what should we do now? Please, share your thoughts, Lu Qing urged, unable to contain her concern. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoyang spoke. At this point, we have no knowledge of how many pirates have arrived. By noon tomorrow, if they search the vicinity, they will undoubtedly discover the traps and snares we have set. At that moment, we shall be exposed. We have two options. First, we could relocate deeper into the island to evade them. Second, we could confront them head-on. Jenny furrowed her brow. Confront? How do we do that? They have guns. Indeed, Xiaoyang, perhaps we should just leave this place, another suggested. Xiaoyang contemplated for a while. Even if we retreat into the island, they will pursue us. With so many of us, we are a conspicuous target and cannot hide for long. Upon hearing his words, silence enveloped the group. In truth, there is no need for fear, Xiaoyang said, smiling at them. Here, we possess the advantage of terrain and environment. We are not without means to fight back. Our familiarity with this landscape allows us to set traps and mechanisms, catching them off guard. Since evasion is not an option, let us fight, Jenny declared. Her fist clenched resolutely. It is time for you all to play your part. Consider them as wild beasts, Xiaoyang said with a mischievous grin. In this place, it is a matter of survival of the fittest. There are no rules. Yes, we will treat them as beasts, Song Fei'er exclaimed, standing up. Indeed, we are not afraid of them. Under the leadership of Jenny and Song Fei'er, Lu Qing and the others rose, echoing their determination. Soon, Xiaoyang returned with the women after cutting some bamboo, shaping them into sharp stakes for traps to be set up at dawn. Lu Huiyi was inside, preparing a soup of shepherd's purse and roasting wild rabbit. In the evening, after a hearty meal, everyone continued their work on the bamboo and wooden stakes in the shelter. It was not until deep into the night that they retired to their chambers for rest. The following morning, as dawn broke, everyone arose, draped in wolf pelts, armed with bows and arrows, and wielding sharp spears. You have all learned to set the traps. Now, let us embark, Xiaoyang instructed, turning to head outside. Jenny and her companions followed with heads held high, displaying no hint of fear. Upon reaching the grassy area, they dispersed to set up their traps along the anticipated paths. Xiaoyang dug a pit filled with sharp bamboo stakes. 2 hours later, Jenny and the others emerged from the ravine, their baskets emptied of stakes. Have you all completed your tasks? Xiaoyang inquired. Yes, rest assured, if they come, it will be enough for them, Lu Qing replied with a faint smile. That is good, Xiaoyang nodded, returning her smile. Huiyi, please return and place the stored food into those 2 boxes and tidy up. Understood. Lu Huiyi responded before turning to leave. Xiaoyang, are you preparing to relocate? Song Fei'er asked. No, this is merely a precaution. If they come in overwhelming numbers, we must retreat, Xiaoyang replied with a gentle smile. If dozens arrive, confronting them head-on would be folly. I am not so reckless. In the event of an unexpected situation, we will regroup at the 3 Towers Peak, Xiaoyang informed Jenny and the others. The 3 Towers Peak, located beneath the slope in the woods across the river, was a place Xiaoyang had previously taken them for a hunt. The name had originated from his own suggestion, and everyone was well aware of it. Understood, they all nodded. All right, now spread out and take your positions, remain vigilant, and do not let your guard down, Xiaoyang said solemnly. Jenny, you take Yuan and Luo Yu to ambush on the left hill. Fei'er, You lead Lin Lin and Tong Yao to the right. I will go ahead with Lu Qing. Remember to coordinate with one another." With that, he and Lu Qing moved forward, while Jenny and Song Fei'er swiftly dispersed to their respective hills. "Tong Yao, are you feeling anxious?" Song Fei'er whispered, noticing Tong Yao trembling in the thicket. "Yes, Fei'er. I am a little scared," Tong Yao admitted, her face betraying her tension. "Do not fear. Remember, they are the beasts," Song Fei'er reassured her, though she herself felt a pang of anxiety, concealing it behind a brave facade. "I'm not afraid. What are you scared of?" Lu Lin Lin remarked with a dismissive glance at Tong Yao. Xiao Yang and Lu Qing arrived at the hillside from the previous day, spotting two pirates searching their way. Minutes later, the two pirates sauntered up from below, engaged in jovial conversation. Xiao Yang and Lu Qing concealed themselves within the sloping terrain on the right. Shortly thereafter, the pirates began to approach Jenny's location. "Damn, there's hardly enough food as it is, and now we have to share it with those two. There was no choice. After all, they were our benefactors," chuckled one. As their voices faded into the distance, Xiao Yang and Lu Qing made their exit. "Is it really just two pirates?" Xiao Yang turned to survey the surroundings, discovering that indeed only these two pirates were present. He had anticipated at least a dozen or 20 marauders, yet only these two had arrived. Moments later, the two pirates meandered through the low-lying grassland, drawing closer to the thicket. At that instant, both Jenny and Song Fei'er noticed the pirates, and the atmosphere grew exceedingly tense. Suddenly, thud. "Ah, a trap! Help me! Pull me up!" The leading pirate inadvertently stepped into a concealed pit, plummeting down, but quickly grasped the edge of the trap, calling out for assistance from his comrade above. The other pirate, witnessing his companion's misfortune, immediately raised his AK rifle in vigilance, scanning the hillsides anxiously. He was visibly agitated, constantly scrutinizing the wooded slopes, wary of potential ambushes. "Hurry and pull me up. What are you doing? I can't hold on much longer." His companion shouted from the depths of the pit. Glancing at the menacing spikes below, cold sweat trickled down his brow. He knew that falling would surely result in grievous injuries. Chapter 53. The pirate attacked the pirate, noticing the stillness in the surrounding woods. Felt a sense of relief as he called out to his companion. "Quick, grab my hand." He bent down and extended his arm towards the pirate trapped below. Suddenly, a flurry of arrows shot forth from the trees on either side of the mountains. Two arrows struck the upper pirate, one embedding itself in his thigh and the other in his back, causing him to scream in agony and release his grip. The pirate in the trap plummeted onto the sharp spikes below, meeting a swift and brutal end. In that moment of pain, the pirate raised his rifle, intent on pulling the trigger, when whoosh, an arrow pierced through his abdomen from behind, causing him to widen his eyes in shock before collapsing to the ground. Xiao Yang approached from behind with Lu Qing, while Jenny and Song Fei'er emerged from the thicket of trees atop the mountain. "You all must remember, next time, wait until the enemy is truly dead before you reveal yourselves," Xiao Yang admonished Jenny and the others. "In a situation as dire as just now, you should have shot again and finished him off. What if he had fired at you?" "Aye, we couldn't," Song Fei'er mumbled, her head lowered, momentarily at a loss for words. "Couldn't what?" Xiao Yang queried, his voice rising. "Couldn't kill?" Upon hearing his words, Song Fei'er and the others nodded in unison. "You must understand, this is a desolate island. I have told you before, there are no rules, no laws here." Xiao Yang exclaimed, his frustration evident. "This is a place where the strong prey upon the weak. It is a matter of survival. Either you perish or he does." Sorry, Jenny whispered, her gaze cast downwards. Xiao Yang took a deep breath. "There is no need for apologies. This is not your fault. After all, you have never encountered such a situation before. Now, let's tidy up and reset the trap." After dragging the pirate from the trap, Jenny and the others once again arranged the branches and leaves to conceal it. Xiao Yang searched the bodies of the two pirates, retrieving a dagger, a machete, 2 AK rifles, 2 magazines, a lighter, a small flask, and 2 cans of meat. He pocketed the lighter, cigarettes, and flask. As the rifles in their hideout were out of ammunition, and neither he nor Jenny had brought any with them. "Can you all handle a firearm?" Xiao Yang inquired, looking at Song Fei'er and Lu Qing. They all shook their heads in response, so he handed a rifle to Jenny and took one for himself. "You take this," he said, passing the dagger to Song Feier. "Who wants this machete?" he asked, glancing at the group. Receiving no response, he withdrew his own dagger and handed it to Lu Qing, securing the machete at his waist. "All right, do not hold my earlier loudness against me. I was not scolding you," Xiaoyang addressed them. "If the pirate had fired, it would have drawn attention from other pirates, or worse. You could have been hit by a bullet. At that point, regret would come too late. Now, you shall remain concealed in the forest atop the mountain, while I venture forth alone to gather intelligence. You may divide these canned meats among yourselves." With that, he handed 2 cans of meat to Jenny and Song Feier, took care of the 2 pirate corpses, and proceeded towards the slope ahead. The 2 of them grasped the cans of meat, watching as Xiaoyang's figure gradually faded into the distance, silently resolving that next time they would not be so soft-hearted. In truth, Xiaoyang held no resentment towards them. After all, they had never encountered such circumstances before. Their fear of taking a life was entirely understandable. Yet the previous moment had indeed been perilous. At present, Xiaoyang's thoughts were solely focused on methodically diminishing the pirates' numbers. If they were to swarm, their only recourse would be to flee. Upon returning to the slope, he seated himself to observe the surroundings, for the open vista afforded a clear view of the area below. He retrieved a small flask and some tobacco, igniting a cigarette after taking a swig of liquor. Xiaoyang was aware that the 2 pirates he had just encountered were merely out on a search. Should they fail to return tonight, more pirates would undoubtedly arrive by morning. By noon, having seen no trace of the pirates, Xiaoyang rose to make his way back. Upon reaching the trap, he summoned Jenny and Song Feier down from their perch. Back in the valley, Lu Huai and Tong Yao were preparing smoked meat along with the shepherd's purse left over from the previous night. "Xiaoyang, about this morning," Lu Huai began. "Let bygones be bygones," Xiaoyang interjected, waving his hand. "I understand your reluctance to take a life. However, you must realize that if you do not act, it may very well be your own lives that are at stake. Rest assured, I shall not falter again," Jenny declared resolutely. "I merely wish to convey that your lives are your own, and how you choose to navigate them is entirely up to you," Xiaoyang replied. In the afternoon, after savoring a bowl of shepherd's purse soup, Xiaoyang set out from the valley accompanied by Song Feier, Luo Yu, and Lu Qing. Jenny and the others remained in the valley to process the young deer they had tended, as they could depart at any moment. "Feier, you and Luo, you should ascend the mountain to the right and keep watch. I'm concerned the pirates may approach from that direction," Xiaoyang instructed. "Remember, should you spot any pirates, come back to inform me." "Understood," Song Feier nodded, leading Luo Yu toward the right. After taking a few steps, Luo Yu turned back for a lingering glance at the 2 before following Song Feier. "Are you still upset about this morning?" Lu Qing asked, embracing Xiaoyang from behind as the 2 distanced themselves. Xiaoyang chuckled wryly and shook his head. "No. Really? Indeed, not at all." Lu Qing's ample bosom pressed against Xiaoyang's back, stirring a rush of warmth within him, igniting a flicker of mischief. What are you up to?" he exclaimed. "Hee, what do you think?" Xiaoyang spun around, enveloping Lu Qing in his arms, causing her to cry out as they tumbled to the ground. Half an hour later, Xiaoyang sat on the grass, indulging in a post-activity cigarette. "It's all your fault. My clothes nearly suffered irreparable damage because of you," Lu Qing murmured, casting a sidelong glance at him. Hee. Upon hearing these words, Xiaoyang merely turned his head to glance at Lu Qing and smiled. By the seaside, within the sanctuary of the forest, Fan Tong and Lu Yangwei found themselves bound by ropes. "Do you think they can capture Xiaoyang and the others?" Lu Yangwei inquired softly, casting a glance at the pirates outside. "How would I know?" Fan Tong replied, squinting his eyes with a hint of indifference. Noting Fan Tong's demeanor, Lu Yangwei chose to remain silent. As evening approached, the pirates who had ventured out in search returned one after another. Why haven't Fein Yo and Shou Ho returned yet?" Hazy asked the newly arrived pirates. "We have no idea. We were searching separately. They might have lost their way," the 2 pirates responded. As night fell and darkness enveloped the surroundings, there was still no sign of the 2. "Boss, Fein Yo and Shou Ho haven't returned. Something may have happened to them." Hazy hurried into the tent of One-Eyed Dragon to report. "Oh, were they searching?" One-Eyed Dragon inquired, fixing his gaze on Hazy. To the left, they went deeper into the area, he replied. Ha! They must have encountered those Easterners. One-eyed dragon laughed joyfully. Tomorrow, aside from the brothers guarding those two Easterners, everyone else will accompany me. Yes, Hazy replied respectfully. Chapter 54. The encounter as night descended. The group gathered around the fire, seeking warmth after a hearty meal. Hui, have you finished packing? Xiao Yang inquired, glancing at Lu Hui. Yes, Lu Hui nodded in response. The dried fish and smoked meat are secured in the box. We could depart at any moment. Song Fei'er and Lu Oyu's expressions darkened, having settled here for some time. They had developed an attachment to the place and felt reluctant to leave. Tomorrow, if we discern any unusual activity, we must retreat to the sand-top peak. Do not engage in a direct confrontation, Xiao Yang advised Jenny and the others. Are we truly leaving? Song Fei'er asked, her voice tinged with uncertainty. I do not know. This is merely a precaution for the worst-case scenario, Xiao Yang replied with a shake of his head. The number of pirates remained uncertain, and if dozens were to arrive the next day, Xiao Yang would have no choice but to guide them deeper into the island. You all should return and rest to preserve your strength, he concluded. With that, Jenny and her companions rose and retreated to their room, alone by the fire. Xiao Yang fell into contemplation, pulling out a cigarette to light. After a while, he stood and stepped outside, gazing at the inky sky. A chilling gust swept past, biting at his skin like a knife, prompting him to tighten his wolf fur cloak. The following morning, Xiao Yang led Jenny and the others to the hillside. Jenny, take Fei'er and Lu Qing to the right side of the mountain. If you notice anything amiss, return immediately to inform me. Yuan and Lin Lin can remain here. He instructed. Understood, Jenny replied, leading Song Fei'er and the others towards the right slope. Get down. Do not stand, Xiao Yang whispered to the two remaining companions. Yuan and Lu Lin Lin immediately obeyed, crouching on the grass, bows and spears in hand. Time passed slowly, yet no sign of the pirates appeared. Could it be that they had not noticed the two who went missing last night? Xiao Yang pondered, feeling the weight of uncertainty. At that moment, Lu Oyu rushed up from behind, breathless. Xiao Yang, we spotted pirates over there. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang sprang to his feet. Let us go. Quickly. They ascended to the mountain peak. They are over there. Jenny pointed quietly to the grassland 100 meters ahead as Xiao Yang arrived. Crouching down, Xiao Yang counted the figures of the pirates scouring the area. 11 in total. Had they truly sent so many? He murmured to himself. After a moment of contemplation, a plan ignited in his mind, and his eyes sparkled with determination. Jenny, we'll fire together to lure them into the woods, he whispered. Fei'er, after your first volley of arrows, retreat immediately. Understood. Song Fei'er and the others nodded, swiftly retrieving their bows from their quivers, preparing for the onslaught. Ready. As soon as my shot rings out, unleash your arrows at them, Xiao Yang instructed, pulling back the bolt of his rifle. Jenny, too, aimed her firearm at the pirates below. The hillside was a barren expanse of grass, devoid of cover, save for a few uneven patches. Soon, the one-eyed pirate led his crew to the foot of the mountain, mere dozens of meters away. Fire! With a decisive command, Xiao Yang pulled the trigger. In an instant, gunfire erupted. Jenny also began to fire at the nearby pirates. Arrows whizzed through the air as Song Fei'er and her companions shot their bows before swiftly turning to retreat. Ambush! Scatter! Upon hearing the gunshots, the one-eyed pirate's expression changed drastically as he darted towards the lower grassy area to the right, narrowly avoiding the incoming bullets. However, 3 of his men fell to the ground, lifeless. Jenny, withdraw. We have few bullets left. Xiao Yang whispered urgently to Jenny. Take them to the woods behind and hide. What about you? Hurry. I will hold them off. Gritting her teeth, Jenny cast a glance at Xiao Yang before fleeing with Song Fei'er and the others. Return fire. The one-eyed pirate shouted to his crew. Gunfire rained down upon the mountain as Xiao Yang took cover. Advance. With a sweeping motion of his hand, the hidden pirates surged forward, raising their rifles to unleash a barrage upon the mountain. The overwhelming firepower forced Xiao Yang to keep his head down. Bending low, he shifted direction, realizing his rifle contained only a few rounds, rendering it nearly useless. He resorted to his bow. Whoosh! An arrow struck a pirate attempting to ascend, embedding itself in his chest, causing him to collapse in agony. Gunfire erupted again, and Xiao Yang rolled on the ground before sprinting down the mountain. Damn it! Those bastards! The one-eyed pirate cursed under his breath. Without even seeing the enemy, they had already lost 4 men, inciting his fury. Shortly thereafter, the pirates reached the summit to survey the area, only to discover that their adversaries had fled. "Boss, they've escaped," Blackie shouted from the mountainside. The one-eyed pirate cautiously rose from his crouched position and began to climb up the slope. "Damn it!" He cursed vehemently, glaring at the forest below. "Boss, we lost 4 men," Viz spoke up. "Fool, can't you see for yourself? Do I need to tell you?" The one-eyed pirate scolded Viz in a fit of rage. It must be him. The memory of their previous defeat at the seaside resurfaced, recalling the man responsible for their downfall. "Split up and search. Quickly," he commanded Viz and the other 6. Upon hearing this, the 6 men immediately raised their rifles and dispersed into the woods to search. One pirate circled into the thicket, his eyes scanning the dense underbrush. Suddenly, Song Feier emerged from behind a large tree, releasing an arrow that struck the pirate's arm, causing his rifle to clatter to the ground. Just as Song Feier prepared to shoot again, the enraged pirate charged at her, delivering a kick. Startled, she was thrown backward by the blow, landing on the ground. The pirate swiftly drew his dagger from his waist and lunged forward, intent on slaying Song Feier. With both hands, she clutched the pirate's wrist tightly, the sharp tip of the dagger perilously close to her chest, merely 10 centimeters away. Song Feier's complexion flushed crimson, and she was on the verge of losing her grip. Sister Feier, I'm coming," Zhou Yuanyuan shouted as she sprinted from the thicket, brandishing a spear. With a sudden thrust, the spear pierced the pirate's rear, eliciting a pained cry as his eyes widened in shock. I will kill you. I will kill you." Lu Huai also charged from the nearby woods, spear in hand, aiming for the pirate's waist. In an instant, the pirate was stripped of his strength, and with a forceful push, Song Feier sent him crashing to the ground. "I shall end your life," she cried, drawing the dagger and straddling the fallen pirate, stabbing fervently, blood splattering onto her clothes and face. "Sister Feier, he is already dead." Lu Huai quickly approached, gently pulling Song Feier away. After a moment, she regained her composure and took a deep breath. "Quick, let us assist Jenny," Song Feier urged, rummaging through the pirate's pockets for ammunition, retrieving both the dagger and rifle. And the 3 of them hurried deeper into the woods. Chapter 55. A hasty retreat in the shadowy woods. Danger lurked at every turn. The Cyclops gazed at the pirate pierced by wooden spikes, a wave of trepidation washing over him. "Boss!" Suddenly, Weiss emerged from the side, calling out to the Cyclops, who nearly fired at him in fright. "What madness is this?" The Cyclops berated Weiss in a flurry of curses. Whoosh! A sharp arrow whizzed through the air, embedding itself in the Cyclope's calf. He crouched down in agony, supporting his injured leg. "Boss!" Seeing the Cyclops wounded, Weiss rushed over. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, 3 more arrows flew in, striking the ground before Weiss, who, terrified, fired his rifle at the surrounding underbrush. Rat-a-tat-tat. After a hail of bullets, Weiss glanced at the Cyclops and, in a panic, retreated. Weiss, you scoundrel, come back and save me," the Cyclops shouted at Weiss's fleeing figure. Xiao Yang emerged from the woods behind the Cyclops, bow in hand. Hearing the footsteps, the Cyclops turned, raising his revolver, poised to shoot Xiao Yang. Whoosh! An arrow shot from the thicket, piercing his wrist. The Cyclops howled in agony as his pistol clattered to the ground. Jenny, Lu Qing, and Tong Yao stepped out of the woods, bows drawn, and aimed at the Cyclops. "Go after them. This one is mine," Xiao Yang instructed Jenny and the others. Jenny nodded, and the trio dashed off in pursuit of Weiss. Regarding the Cyclops, Xiao Yang felt a flicker of recognition. "You are the pirate from last time?" he inquired in English. "Are you the leader of the pirates?" The Cyclops offered no reply, merely clutching his wounded hand, glaring menacingly at Xiao Yang. Thud! Xiao Yang brandished his machete, driving the blade into the Cyclope's thigh, eliciting a pained scream and a gushing of blood. Please, I'll talk. Don't stab me again. Xiao Yang withdrew the machete, aiming for the other leg. The Cyclops cried out immediately. I am their leader, he confessed hurriedly. How many people did you bring this time? Xiao Yang presset pour terre. 10. 14 including me, a total of 15, the Cyclops gritted his teeth in response. He regretted not bringing more men, having underestimated the prowess of the Easterners. Why do you keep coming here to hunt us? Xiao Yang questioned, puzzled, as they had not offended the pirates. The Cyclops glanced at Xiao Yang. You Easterners are all wealthy. We merely seek to capture you for ransom. How can one escape this island? Do you know? Xiao Yang asked, his curiosity piqued. Escape? Huh. The one-eyed dragon revealed an unsightly grin, declaring, beyond this island lies only the vast ocean. Apart from a distant island 1,000 miles away, the nearest landmass is at least several thousand nautical miles away. Without a large vessel, it is utterly impossible to leave this island. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang furrowed his brow, astonished at the remoteness from the mainland. As he contemplated, the one-eyed dragon swiftly seized a handgun from the ground. With a swift motion, Xiao Yang brandished his machete. A glint of cold light flashing as the one-eyed dragon's eyes widened in shock. A crimson line appeared on his neck, slowly seeping blood before he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. I had intended to let you linger a while longer, but it seems you were so eager to meet your demise, Xiao Yang murmured, gazing at the corpse of the one-eyed dragon. He then removed the dragon's long coat, exclaiming, A revolver? Quite nice. He inspected the revolver, noting its exquisite silver finish and its capacity for 6 rounds. Upon opening it, he found all the bullets intact. Meanwhile, on the hillside, Weiss was frantically ascending, shouting, Heisey, wait for me. Upon reaching the summit, he spotted Heisey fleeing towards the seaside with 2 pirates. Weiss called out to them, but it appeared they were oblivious to his cries, dashing away without a hint of pause. Suddenly, arrows struck Weiss from behind, embedding 5 or 6 in his back. With a grunt, he fell, blood trickling from his lips, collapsing into the underbrush. Shortly after, Jenny and Song Feier, along with 6 others, arrived, kicking Weiss's lifeless body as they watched Heisey and the others escape into the distance. Half an hour later, Xiao Yang reached the mountaintop. Xiao Yang, 3 pirates have fled, Jenny reported, glancing at him. What are the others? He inquired. They are all dead, most having fallen victim to traps. Those who survived were slain by us, Jenny replied. Well done, Xiao Yang remarked with a slight smile. Shall we pursue them? Luo Yu inquired as he approached. Xiao Yang shook his head. It's futile. They've reached the seaside, and by the time we catch up, they will have long escaped. Let us secure the battlefield, gather their weapons and clothing, and return to the valley. I will go alone. With that, Jenny instructed her companions to depart, while Xiao Yang set off towards the seaside. Heisey and the 2 pirates, panting heavily, returned to their coastal camp. Heisey, where's the boss? A pirate guarding Fan Tong and Lu Yangwei questioned, eyeing the trio. Don't ask, the boss is dead. We must hurry and leave this island, Heisey urged hastily. The pirates were struck with disbelief at the news. Bring them along. Soon, Heisey and his group, escorting Fan Tong and Lu Yangwei, began their ascent. When Xiao Yang arrived at the coastline, he found only 4 tents and some canned meat. Along with an iron kettle, nothing else remained. A thorough search of the surrounding area revealed no traces of the pirates. Xiao Yang dismantled the tent, carefully packing the iron kettle and canned meat inside before departing. Upon returning to the valley, he found Jenny and the others awaiting him in the house. How'd it go? As he entered, Jenny and Song Feier rushed over to inquire. They fled, Xiao Yang replied, placing the tent on the ground and shaking his head. Stepping into the house, he was greeted by a table laden with rifles, daggers, and 3 machetes, along with ammunition clips, all AK rifles. Glancing at the firearms on the table, A Fine smiled gradually young as lips. Xiao Yang, what shall we do with so many guns? Jenny asked. Xiao Yang circled the table and responded, Jenny, when you have time, please teach Feier and the others how to handle these weapons. Yay, that sounds wonderful, Zhou Yuanyuan exclaimed, leaping up and clapping her hands in delight. Xiao Yang, now that the pirates have fled, isn't it all over? Why do we need to practice shooting? Song Feier questioned him. Over? Xiao Yang scoffed. a cold smile on his face. This is merely the beginning. Chapter 56. Preparations for relocation as night enveloped the surroundings. Xiao Yang gazed at the rifle positioned in the corner, feeling a newfound confidence imbued by the presence of these weapons. Although the pirates had retreated, he was certain they would return. "What are you pondering?" Song Feier inquired as she approached. "Nothing much," Xiao Yang replied, shaking his head. "By the way, I heard from Yuan that you were kicked by a pirate. Are you all right?" "It only hurt a bit, but it's fine now," Song Feier responded with a smile. "That's good to hear," Xiao Yang nodded, and for a moment, the two fell into an awkward silence. I'm going to sleep now," Song Feier suddenly declared before retreating to her room. Watching her silhouette, Xiao Yang chuckled softly. The following morning, Jinny and Song Feier, along with the others, set off early from the valley to hunt. Upon waking, Xiao Yang noticed their absence. "This outfit is rather warm," he remarked, donning his windbreaker with a slight smile. "Woof woof." Ta Shui dashed over excitedly. "Come, I'll take you fishing," he said, leading the way outside, with Ta Shui trailing behind. At the riverbank before the Three Towers Peak, a herd of wild goats grazed leisurely on the grass. Jinny waved to Song Feier and the others, who immediately dispersed to encircle the goats. Bah! Bah! Suddenly, one of the wild goats spotted Luo Yu and the others, bleating in alarm. "They've seen us. Let's drive them towards Jinny," Luo Yu shouted, brandishing her spear as she sprinted forward. As she ran, she waved her spear towards the herd of goats. Zhou Yuan and Lu Lin also emerged from either side. Startled, the herd of goats scattered in different directions. "Woo-hoo-hoo!" Zhou Yuan shouted, urging the goats along with Lu Qing. Gunshots rang out as Jinny emerged from a low area, rifle raised. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Song Feier, Tong Yao, and Lu Hui, positioned at various angles, began shooting arrows at the goats. "Look at those two goats," Tong Yao chuckled, delighted at having caught two for the first time. "If they hadn't T-spotted us, we could have caught even more," Luo Yu remarked with a faint smile. "All right, Lin, go fetch some vines," Jinny instructed Lu Lin. Shortly thereafter, Lu Lin returned with several thick vines, and together they bound the goats, with four of them lifting one goat as they made their way back to the valley. This successful collaboration had imparted to them the significance of teamwork. Upon returning to the riverside outside the valley, Xiao Yang was astonished to see the 8 of them carrying 2 wild goats. "Did you encounter a herd of goats?" he asked, intrigued. "We had been waiting there since early morning, planning to surround them as they emerged from the woods," Jinny said with a gentle smile. "Impressive," Xiao Yang exclaimed, giving a thumbs up before placing the 2 goats by the river to begin processing them. Zhou Yuan and Lu Lin hurried back into the house, emerging with baskets and woven containers. "Xiao Yang, what shall we do with these 2 wild goats?" "One is to be roasted, and the other smoked," Lu Lin inquired. Xiao Yang pondered for a moment before responding. "Hui, please take the entrails back to cook." Song Feier directed her words towards Lu Hui. By midday, outside the shed, a structure had been erected to support the wild goat, which was being roasted over an open fire. Jinny, Lu Qing, and Luo, you were busy marinating the other goat. "I need to go out for a while tomorrow, perhaps for a day or 2, Xiao Yang announced while everyone was present. "Going for so long? What's the purpose?" Jinny approached him with curiosity. "Can't we come along?" Zhou Yuan pouted, murmuring her discontent. "I'm searching for a suitable campsite," Xiao Yang declared. "Why? Is there something wrong here?" Jinny pressed, concern lacing her tone. "Indeed, Xiao Yang. We are living quite well here. Why must we leave?" The others remained silent, allowing Xiao Yang to finish his explanation. Jinny shot a glance at Luo Yu and the others, urging them to listen. "You all know that our location has been compromised," Xiao Yang stated, locking eyes with them. "A few pirates have fled, and if they return, we would be in peril. Next time, they are bound to come back with greater numbers. This place is no longer safe." The gravity of Xiao Yang's words cast a hush over the group, each aware of the validity of his concerns. Xiao Yang is right. If the pirates return, they will surely bring more men, and this will be their first target, Jinny voiced after a moment's contemplation. "Actually, there is no need for alarm. It's merely a change of residence," Xiao Yang reassured them with a smile. "But can you manage it alone?" Song Feier expressed her worries. Lu Qing glanced at her, a subtle smile touching her lips. "Don't worry, it will be fine," Xiaoyang replied, assuring her with a grin. After more than an hour, the roasted goat was ready, and everyone took out their knives to carve the meat. "Hui, is the goat offal soup ready?" Luo Yu asked after savoring a few bites of the meat. "It's been ready for a while. It's in the iron pot," Lui responded. Now, many tasks no longer required Xiaoyang's input. Jenny and the others had become quite adept. "It's a bit dry. I'll go fetch a bowl of goat offal soup," Tong Yao announced as she dashed inside. "I want some too," Zhou Yuanyuan shouted, quickly following her. In the afternoon, while Xiaoyang was rendering goat fat, Jenny and the others were smoking the goat meat outside. "Look, this is the gun bolt. When firing, you need to pull it back like this." Jenny began instructing Song Feier and the others on the usage of firearms as the meat smoked. "Also, each magazine holds only 30 rounds. You must remember this and check the firearms and magazines before preparing for battle." The 7 girls listened intently, even picking up other rifles to practice. Treading lightly, Tread Snow darted about nearby. After finishing with the goat fat, Xiaoyang stepped outside to observe Jenny's teachings. "Xiao Yang, I wish to train them with live ammunition," she proposed. Upon encountering Xiaoyang, Jenny spoke up. "All right, but only 2 magazines." Xiaoyang responded with a faint smile. The ammunition was precious. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not even discharge the firearm. Yet, without practical exercises, how would Song Feier and the others come to understand the use of a rifle? With Xiaoyang's consent, Jenny beamed with delight. Soon, she led them away from the valley to the riverbank. Before long, Xiaoyang heard the sporadic sounds of gunfire. He returned indoors, glancing at the garments in the corner, all of which had been stripped from pirates. How could they have even taken their underwear? Xiaoyang remarked disdainfully as he picked up a pair of underpants. An hour later, Jenny returned with them. "Feier, these clothes need to be washed before they can be worn. Also, why did you bring back the underwear?" "You should ask Yuan Yuan and Lin Lin. They were the ones who took them," Song Feier replied. Chapter 57. Setting off to find the camp at the break of dawn the following day, Xiaoyang packed some smoked meat into his backpack, along with 2 bottles of water, a tent, and 2 cans of meat. After checking his rifle and ammunition, he secured a revolver and a dagger at his waist, with a machete slung over his shoulder, fully armed and ready. "Be careful, big brother Xiaoyang, all right, it's just a trip for a day or 2. It's not like a life-and-death farewell. Just see me off here." By the riverbank, Xiaoyang smiled at the 8 companions, saying, "By the way, you all can go dig some winter bamboo shoots in the bamboo forest. After boiling them, lay them out to dry on the bamboo sieve. I'll be back shortly." As his words faded, he turned and ascended the path, leaving Jenny and the others watching him until he vanished from sight, before they returned to the valley. "Jenny, what shall we do now?" Zhou Yuanyuan inquired, glancing at Jenny. Now, without a doubt, Jenny had become their leader. "What else can we do?" "Let us go check the snares and traps," Jenny declared, taking the lead as they ventured forth. A trace of sorrow lingered on Song Feier's face. Xiaoyang's departure momentarily left an emptiness in her heart, prompting her to reminisce about him intermittently. Approximately 2,000 kilometers away, on a large island riddled with rocky mountains, lay the headquarters of the pirates. Within a stone cave, Hazy and several pirates knelt before a figure seated before them, their formidable leader, Chris. "Is it true that Cass was slain by those Easterners?" Chris inquired, fixing his gaze on Hazy and the others. "Cass, known as the One-Eyed Dragon." "Yes, great leader. Those Easterners are exceedingly cunning. They devised traps in the woods, and many of our brothers perished in those snares." Hazy answered, his head bowed. "Useless fools. You brought back 2 Easterners? Bring them in," Chris commanded, eyeing Hazy. Upon hearing this, Hazy promptly rose and exited the cave. Moments later, he returned escorting Fan Tong and Lu Yongwei. "This is our great leader, Neil," Hazy shouted at the 2. Great leader," Lu Yongwei stammered as he knelt, eagerly greeting Chris in English. Fan Tong merely cast a glance at Chris, lowering his head in silence, fully aware that his fate was sealed. Chris grinned wickedly at the pair. "You will each call your families and demand a ransom of 1 million. We will return you safely in exchange." 1 million? Lu Yongwei, upon hearing this, glanced at the still downcast Fan Tong, then turned back to Chris. "I will call. I'll do it immediately." At that moment, Hazy approached Chris and whispered a few words into his ear. Chris's expression shifted to one of shock, and then he burst into laughter. "Ha ha! Take them away." After his boisterous laughter subsided, he instructed a nearby pirate, and Fan Tong and Liu Yangwei were escorted out. "Is what you said true?" Chris asked Hazy. Hazy quickly replied, "Absolutely true." As Captain Cass posed his inquiries, I stood by his side. "Ah, Mary has ventured to Bab City. Upon her return, she shall lead a team to retrieve them." "Ha ha ha." Chris chuckled heartily, remarking, "If we manage to bring them all back, the captaincy shall be yours." He then patted Hazy on the shoulder. "Rest assured, great leader, I shall assist Captain Mary in capturing those Easterners," Hazy exclaimed with fervor. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang had traversed past the three-tower peak and ventured deeper within. After passing through a thicket, he entered a dense forest. The ground was scattered with large stones, some adorned with moss, which Xiaoyang cautiously navigated around. Suddenly, the calls of monkeys echoed overhead, their movements shaking the branches as if warning their kin of an approaching foe. Xiaoyang spotted some speckled yellow wild fruits, roughly the size of eggs, and picked one to examine. Upon discovering a few wriggling larvae within the decaying pulp, he cast the fruit aside. Not long after, the monkeys in the trees behind him erupted into frantic cries. Abruptly, a monkey-eating eagle swooped down with astonishing speed, seizing an unsuspecting monkey before soaring away. Xiaoyang merely glanced back before continuing on his path. After half an hour's journey, he settled upon a stone, indulging in a piece of smoked meat while murmuring to himself, "Why is it so eerily quiet here?" The forest was hauntingly silent, devoid of even the songs of birds. Once he finished eating, he took a few sips of water and lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply and exhaling rings of smoke. Several minutes later, Xiaoyang shouldered his pack and ventured deeper into the woods. Shortly after his departure, a shadow emerged atop a massive boulder, observing his retreating figure. "Oh, is that Chuanlian? It appears to be thriving," he mused. Within a thicket, Xiaoyang discovered a medicinal herb known as Chuanlian, or seven-leaf branch flower, renowned for its efficacy in reducing swelling and alleviating pain. He promptly unearthed it and placed it into his pack. As he continued, he entered a grove of tree chrysanthemums, characterized by towering trunks devoid of branches, reaching heights of over 10 to 20 meters, with lush foliage crowning the tops. The ground was littered with small, scraggly bushes. Since it was winter, Xiaoyang felt untroubled by the presence of snakes, as they were in hibernation. Upon exiting the grove, the sun hung low in the western sky, and Xiaoyang realized he had unwittingly traversed an entire day. Before him lay a grassy expanse sloping down to a small lake, encircled by the surrounding woods. Xiaoyang raised his gaze to the heavens and continued across the grass toward the trees ahead. After half an hour in the woods, the sky darkened ominously, dusk approaching. Xiaoyang sought a small clearing nearby, set down his pack, retrieved his tent, and proceeded to establish camp, gathering dry branches and leaves along the way. As night descended, Xiaoyang sat beside the fire, roasting a piece of smoked meat that sizzled and oozed with fat. Fortunately, he had managed to bring you along, he chuckled. He produced a small flask, took a sip, and felt warmth spread through his body. Savoring the smoked meat and sipping the liquor brought him a sense of contentment. As the temperature plummeted, Xiaoyang, clad in a trench coat, sat by the fire, indulging in a cigarette. To prevent the flames from extinguishing, he added several larger logs before retreating into his tent. At that moment, a pair of ethereal blue eyes appeared in the nearby thicket, observing the campfire and tent. It was an adult leopard, having followed Xiaoyang for most of the day, waiting until nightfall to reveal itself. The leopard's night vision was superior, boasting 6 times the visual acuity of a human, with its striking coat patterns captivating in the dim light. Renowned as one of the apex predators, the leopard primarily hunted at night and was also an adept climber. Chapter 58, Discovering the Perfect Campsite at this moment. Xiaoyang was curled up and slumbering within his tent. A leopard approached the tent cautiously, intrigued by the fire pit it encountered. Peering into the flames, it quickly withdrew, having felt the searing heat. Noticing the warmth radiating from the fire, it glanced back at the tent. Eventually, it lay down on the ground, refraining from attacking Xiaoyang, and licked its lips. Unbeknownst to Xiaoyang, who slept soundly inside. A leopard lingered outside. Suddenly, Xiao Yang turned over, producing a sound that caught the attention of the leopard. Instantly alert, the creature stood up, fixated on the tent before turning and vanishing into the woods. Morning arrived, heralded by the chirping of birds. Xiao Yang awoke, roused by their melodic calls. Exiting the tent, he discovered that the fire had long since extinguished. After stretching lazily, he began to tidy up the campsite. Last night's rest had been truly delightful. Once everything was in order, he donned his backpack and ventured into the woods. Wandering through the scattered trees, he observed wildflowers blooming amidst the underbrush, with sunlight streaming from the sky, creating a picturesque scene. The trees here were grand and straight, far too large for a single person to encircle. This locale was charming, adorned with stunning views. Residing here would certainly be comfortable, though it appeared devoid of a water source. As he took in the surrounding beauty, Xiao Yang mused aloud. Had there been a nearby water source, he would have chosen to settle here. After a few moments of contemplation, he continued deeper into the forest. Half an hour later, as Xiao Yang emerged from the woods onto a grassy expanse, he beheld a patch of wild grass, with 3 grand mountains looming in the distance, interconnected. Glancing at the majestic mountains, he made his way toward them. Traversing the uneven grassland, he startled several wild rabbits, munching on tender grass, which scurried back to their burrows. Not far to his right, 2 deer spotted him and swiftly retreated into the woods. Along the way, Xiao Yang noted numerous burrows scattered across the grassy terrain. Varying in size, this meadow was expansive, at least the size of several football fields. After about 20 minutes, he arrived at a small grove at the foot of the mountains. Passing through the thicket, he lifted his gaze to behold the magnificent peaks, towering at least a kilometer high. Following the base of the mountain, he soon found himself nestled between 2 peaks, where he noticed remnants of droppings on the ground. Crouching down to examine them, he identified them as the feces of herbivorous animals. Venturing further between the 2 mountains, the path gradually narrowed, flanked by rocky cliffs adorned with lush greenery. After approximately 2 minutes, the space began to widen. In this broader area, tufts of grasses emerged, increasingly abundant, revealing signs of animal activity as some roots were exposed. This was bulrush grass, which, in the summer and autumn seasons, would sprout large fluffy plumes reminiscent of reed flowers atop its stems. Xiao Yang drew his machete, cutting through the obstructive grasses as he advanced deeper into the wilderness. After approximately 5 minutes of walking, I emerged from the thatched terrain and arrived at a vast expanse of verdant grassland. This green meadow was as large as a basketball court, bordered by stone cliffs on either side, which were adorned with flourishing trees. At that moment, Xiao Yang heard the sound of flowing water nearby and hurriedly ran towards it. Soon, he found himself beside a small waterfall, where the water cascaded down the rocky cliff from the mountain peak. Below, a pristine pool reflected the clarity of its depths, with the water flowing leftward to form a gentle brook. To the left, a slight slope of grass led downward, following the incline to the flat ground. Xiao Yang discovered a small ravine that connected to the valley above. The brook's waters meandered into a river, where a patch of bamboo thrived on the right bank, while a tangle of weeds occupied the left. Not far in the distance, a series of undulating mountains was intertwined with the 2 peaks. This place was promising. Being connected to the mountains offered a potential escape should pirates arise. Xiao Yang mused over the surrounding landscape, deciding to establish camp here. In the valley, a commotion erupted. That's mine. Do not take my belongings. I had it first. How can it belong to you now? Quickly return it. Let go. Luo Yu and Zhou Yuanyuan were embroiled in a quarrel over an exquisite lighter. Zhou Yuanyuan clutched Luo Yu's hair, while Luo Yu held on to Zhou Yuanyuan, and the 2 wrestled, occasionally colliding with the wooden walls. Hey, are you 2 trying to destroy the place? At that moment, Jenny entered, exclaiming, "Stop it! You let go! No, you release my hair first. Both of you let go. Xiao Yang has only been gone for 2 days, and you already started fighting." Jenny approached and separated the 2 with authority. Zhou Yuanyuan shot a glance at Luo Yu before turning to Jenny with a sulky tone. "Sister Jenny." She snatched my lighter. With disheveled hair, Luo Yu immediately retorted, Who snatched your lighter? I had it first. She spoke while attempting to tidy her hair. Give me the lighter. Don't you realize how important it is here? Xiaoyang has mentioned it twice already, Jenny said, directing her gaze at Luo Yu. Reluctantly, Luo Yu surrendered the lighter to Jenny, casting a resentful glance at Zhou Yuanyuan before turning to leave. From now on, you are not to use the lighter again. Once it runs out of fuel, it becomes useless. Do you understand? After Luo Yu departed, Jenny addressed Zhou Yuanyuan. This minor altercation did not trouble Jenny much. Within the shelter, Lu Huiyi and Lu Qing, among others, were peeling bamboo shoots. Observing Luo Yu's disgruntled demeanor, the group chuckled lightly. Luo Yu, why bother quarreling with a child? Lu Qing remarked with a laugh. She is not a child. She is merely a few years younger than me. Luo Yu replied with a hint of indifference. It is not worth getting upset over trivial matters, Lu Huiyi added with a smile. Meanwhile, Song Feier kept her head down, peeling bamboo shoots, while Tong Yao sliced the peeled shoots into pieces with a dagger. Soon, Lu Huiyi placed the sliced bamboo shoots into an iron canister and returned indoors to stoke the fire. After bringing the water to a boil, she retrieved the bamboo shoots and spread them out on a bamboo, sieved to dry. Are these insects edible? Lu Linlin inquired, presenting a bamboo strip laden with a dozen bamboo worms before Jenny. Observing the wriggling creatures, Jenny replied, they should be safe to eat, but since we have food, let us refrain from consuming these. Linlin's eyes flickered as she took the bamboo worms outside. Approaching the fire pit in the shed, she poured the worms into the flames. A gentle aroma soon wafted through the air. Linlin, what are you grilling? It smells delightful, Lu Qing asked as she approached. Worms, Lu Linlin cheerfully responded, using a twig to extract the toasted, golden brown worms. Undeterred by the heat, she picked one up and popped it into her mouth. Sister Lu Qing, it's delicious. You should try some, Linlin exclaimed after savoring a worm. I dare not. Lu Qing quickly shook her head and walked away upon realizing they were insects. As night fell, having eaten their fill, everyone retreated to their rooms to escape the chill. Song Feier wandered to the door, gazing into the inky darkness and murmuring, why haven't they returned yet? Chapter 59. Catching mice. The following morning, by the river, Lu Huiyi and Tong Yao were fishing with a bark net. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuanyuan, Lu Linlin, and Lu Qing were busily smoking out the mouse holes amidst the reeds. After having tasted mouse meat once, they found themselves lingering on the memory of its flavor. Hurry, block those smoking spots, Zhou Yuanyuan shouted at Lu Linlin. Holding a cage, she positioned it at one of the holes while Lu Qing fanned the smoke nearby. Yuanyuan, first move the cage. The smoke can't get in. But what if the mouse escapes once I remove it? Yet if the smoke cannot penetrate, how shall we smoke it out? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuanyuan found the reasoning compelling and lifted the cage. It's coming out. As soon as the cage was removed, a large white-bellied mountain mouse darted from the hole, causing Zhou Yuanyuan to scream in fright. The mouse scurried toward the right side of the reeds, prompting Zhou Yuanyuan to grab the cage and pursue it. At that moment, Lu Qing had just begun to react. After a short while, the mouse slipped into another hole. Sister Qing, come quickly. It has entered this hole, Zhou Yuanyuan exclaimed, peering into the hole from the outside. Hearing this, Lu Qing hurriedly moved the fire pit closer to Zhou Yuanyuan, directing the smoke into the hole. Meanwhile, Lu Linlin searched for other smoking spots with mud to block them off. Quick, place the cage at the hole's mouth, Lu Qing urged Zhou Yuanyuan, concerned that the mouse might escape again. Qing, Yinyu and Linlin, we should head back now. Just then, Jenny approached the three and called out. Jenny, wait. We're catching a big mouse, Lu Linlin replied, turning her head. Jenny shook her head in response and turned away, leaving them to their task. It's coming out. It's coming out. Zhou Yuanyuan suddenly cried out with excitement. We've caught it. A plump mountain mouse bolted from the hole directly into the cage, and Zhou Yuanyuan quickly secured it with the lid. Wow, it's enormous. Bigger than the one Xiaoyang caught last time, Lu Qing exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the mouse within the cage. Hiss, hiss. The mouse bared its teeth at Lu Qing, emitting a hissing sound, its fur bristling, presenting a rather fearsome appearance. Oh, it even looks intimidating, Lu Qing replied with a slight smile. Sister Qing, shall we continue catching mice? There are still a few holes left, Lu Linlin inquired as she approached. No more. Let's head back. Jenny and the others have already returned, Lu Qing softly responded. Upon returning to the valley, Luo Yu, Tong Yao, and Lu Huei gathered around the cage, peering at the mouse inside. Goodness, I have never seen such a large mouse at home, Lu Huei remarked in surprise. What do you think it eats to grow so big? Tong Yao asked, glancing at the others. Don't ask me. I have barely seen 2 mice in my life, Luo Yu replied, shaking her head. Time to enjoy some fish soup. Jenny's voice rang out from inside the house. The delectable fish soup, accompanied by bits of fish flesh, would be their lunch. Sister Qing, your chi pao is torn. Look, the stitching has come undone here. Tong Yao glanced at Lu Qing's underarm and remarked. Lu Qing touched it, and indeed found a gap of about 7 to 8 centimeters, exposing even her undergarment. Sister Lu Qing, what have you been consuming? How did you grow so large? Tong Yao inquired softly, her gaze lingering on Lu Qing's ample bosom. Lu Qing cast a sidelong glance at Tong Yao's chest and chuckled. Yours is not lacking either. Not at all. Mine pales in comparison, Tong Yao murmured as she touched herself. In the afternoon, everyone remained indoors, gathering around a fire pit in the shelter, crafting arrows from bamboo. Sister Jenny, we have firearms. Why resort to bows and arrows? Lu Linlin asked. Once the bullets are expended, they are gone, but arrows can be fashioned anew, Jenny replied. The game around the valleys and ravines of the plains had become increasingly scarce, possibly due to the cold, or perhaps from their daily excursions scaring away the wildfowl. Presently, the river below was the only source where they could net some fish. However, fishing could only be done at noon when the sun was out, as it was not as cold then. They had just been in the water for a few minutes fishing when it was time for a change of personnel. How do we kill this mouse? I have no idea. The last time I saw Brother Xiaoyang, he took it outside, and when he returned, the mouse was dead. What if we just catch it? Zhou Yuanyuan smiled at Lu Linlin and Song Feier. I wouldn't dare catch it. Look at its teeth. If it bites me, I'd be in trouble. Song Feier quickly shook her head, eyeing the exposed teeth of the mouse. Oh, I know. Suddenly, Lu Linlin exclaimed. I remember when Brother Xiaoyang brought it back. The mouse was damp. It must have drowned. Hearing this, Zhou Yuanyuan immediately grabbed a cage and dashed outside. Woof, woof. Ta Shui saw the mouse being taken away and promptly chased after Zhou Yuanyuan. A single mouse is hardly worth it compared to feeding Ta Shui, Song Feier chuckled, shaking her head. About 10 minutes later, Zhou Yuanyuan returned joyfully with the cage. Upon seeing the motionless mouse, she opened the lid and tipped it out. Suddenly, as soon as the mouse hit the ground, it sprang to life and dashed towards the woods. Damn, it was playing dead, Zhou Yuanyuan exclaimed in surprise as she watched the mouse escape. Woof! Ta Shui swiftly ran after it, catching the mouse in its jaws as it disappeared into the forest. Forget it. Let Ta Shui have it, Song Feier said with a slight smile at Zhou Yuanyuan. In the evening, as the sun began to set, Jenny and the others squatted by the river, washing their faces with the icy water. Ah, so refreshing, Lu Linlin exclaimed, patting her slightly reddened cheeks. Refreshing? Your face is all red, Lu Qing laughed, observing her rosy complexion. Soon, they returned indoors, where Song Feier lit 2 candles, and a bonfire crackled in the center of the hall. On the stove nearby, 2 iron pots were steaming. As night fell, Tong Yao and El Huei set the bowls and chopsticks on the table. Yuanyuan, bring some wild scallions over, Lu Qing called to Zhou Yuanyuan. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuanyuan immediately approached the basket and retrieved a handful of wild leeks, which she presented to Lu Qing. Lu Qing then placed the leeks into the iron pot, alongside the smoked meat for cooking. Can we eat now? I am quite famished, Lu Linlin inquired, glancing at the pot filled with simmering smoked meat and fish soup. Swallowing hard. It will be ready soon. Just a few more minutes, Jenny replied with a smile. At that moment, Xiaoyang, brandishing a torch, had just reached the foothills and arrived at the plain. As night enveloped the landscape, a chilling breeze swept through, nearly extinguishing the flame of the torch. Upon returning to the entrance of the valley, Xiaoyang illuminated the bamboo gate with his torch, discovering it was closed. Jenny, Feier, come out and open the door. He called out into the depths. Did you hear that? It sounds like someone is calling, Tong Yao remarked, pausing mid-bite of smoked meat. Fool, "It's Xiao Yang who has returned," Jenny exclaimed, hastily setting down her bowl and chopsticks before rushing outside. Upon hearing that Xiao Yang was back, everyone set down their utensils and followed Jenny out. Chapter 60. Journey to the new camp inside the cabin. Xiao Yang savored his meat and sipped fish soup while Jenny and her companions observed him. "Haven't you eaten anything?" Luo Yu inquired, watching Xiao Yang devour his food. After swallowing his bite, Xiao Yang smiled slightly. "I haven't eaten all day," as I rushed back. "Have you found a suitable place?" Song Feier asked. "I did find a location. It's quite satisfactory." Xiao Yang nodded after taking another sip of the soup. "When shall we move?" "We shall depart tomorrow morning." That night, everyone returned to their rooms to rest, and Xiao Yang extinguished the candles. At the break of dawn the next day, before the sun had risen, Xiao Yang roused them all, packed the tents into the backpacks. "Luo Yu, Tong Yao, please take the chairs as well." Jenny placed the smoked meat into the backpacks. "The box is too small." "What about the table?" "Let us leave it. It's too long. We can construct another one at the new location." As they busied themselves with packing, each person shouldered a backpack and slung a rifle before exiting the valley. They paused to glance back at the bamboo gate, a place they had called home for over a month, now bittersweet to leave behind. "Let us go," Xiao Yang urged, leading the way toward the riverbank. The journey through the mountains was slow due to the weight they carried, making it impossible to reach the new camp in a single day. They moved at a leisurely pace, taking breaks along the way, and by mid-afternoon, they arrived at a grove of trees. "Xiao Yang, how much longer until we reach your designated place?" Lu Qing asked, panting slightly. "It's not possible to arrive today. We shall camp here for the night and continue in the morning," Xiao Yang replied, glancing at the sky. "Very well. Let us find a spot to set up camp here for the night," Jenny suggested. Soon, Xiao Yang located a suitable campsite not far ahead, beside a large rock, where an open area awaited. "Unpack the tents," he instructed Luo Yu and the others. Before long, they set to work erecting tents, gathering firewood, and building a stove. With many hands at work, they had everything ready in less than half an hour, allowing them to finally sit down and rest. "Stay close. Do not wander off. There may be wild beasts lurking about," Xiao Yang cautioned Yuan Yuan and Lulin, who were known for their tendency to roam. "What is there to fear? We have guns." Yuan Yuan lifted her rifle with a smile. Xiao Yang chuckled softly. "Do you think a gun is a panacea? Beasts lie in wait to ambush their prey. You cannot predict from where they might spring. By the time you realize it, it may be too late. They can swiftly seize your throat with their sharp fangs, and you would be gone in an instant." As he spoke, he mimicked the action of a beast locking its jaws around a throat. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, the two had their desires for an outing instantly extinguished. Do not presume that Xiao Yang is jesting. In the wilderness, anything can transpire. Jenny also chimed in, "All right. Everyone must be famished. Let us prepare the smoked meat and dried fish." No sooner had Xiao Yang spoken than Liu Huai and Tong Yao retrieved the provisions from their packs. Xiao Yang ventured into the nearby thicket to survey the surroundings. After delving deeper for a while, he suddenly crouched down, examining the droppings in the grass. And prodding with a twig, he uncovered some animal fur. Indeed, carnivorous creatures had roamed this area, judging by the freshness of the droppings. "It must have been within the past 2 or 3 days," Xiao Yang murmured as he slightly lifted his head to scan the vicinity. Upon returning to the campsite, Xiao Yang kept his findings to himself, fearing that revealing them might instill fear in the others. Half an hour later, everyone gathered around the campfire, savoring the steaming fish soup and smoked meat. As the sun began its descent, the chorus of birdsong increased. Heeding Xiao Yang's warning, Zhou Yuanyuan and Lu Linlin could only observe the ants busily relocating their colony on the ground. "What kind of ants are these?" "They are enormous, far larger than the others," Zhou Yuanyuan remarked. "I have no idea," Lu Linlin replied, shaking her head. As night fell, the group retreated to their tents, weary from a day of travel. Xiaoyang sat cross-legged beside the campfire with his eyes closed, a rifle and a machete resting beside him. A chill wind swept through, causing the flames to flicker and sending sparks into the air. The cold night was enveloped in silence, devoid even of the sounds of insects. Song Feier, Zhou Yuanyuan, and Lu Linlin huddled together for warmth, covered in wolf and wild goat pelts. At that moment, A pair of eerie blue eyes observed the camp from within the trees. Suddenly, Xiaoyang opened his eyes, sensing an unsettling presence, as if something were watching him. He gazed into the darkness of the woods, seeing nothing. After a moment, he closed his eyes once more, attuning his ears to the sounds outside, one hand slipping inside his clothing to grasp his revolver. In the dead of night, Xiaoyang heated water in a metal kettle, adding a couple of leaves for flavor. Just then, the tent flaps parted, and Song Feier emerged. "What brings you out here?" Xiaoyang inquired. "I woke up," Song Feier replied softly as she approached and sat down. Xiaoyang remained silent, pouring a cup of hot tea for her from the kettle. "Thank you," Song Feier said, accepting the bamboo cup with a smile. Xiaoyang smiled back, taking a sip of the warm tea to invigorate himself. Song Feier also took a sip, gazing at Xiaoyang's resolute visage, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Noticing her gaze, Xiaoyang touched his face. "Is there something on my face?" "No," she replied. "Then why do you look at me like that? Are you taken with me?" Xiaoyang teased, exuding a hint of vanity. "If I said yes, would you be excited? Overjoyed?" Song Feier half-jokingly remarked, her gaze fixed intently on the subtle changes in Xiaoyang's expression. Xiaoyang, avoiding her alluring eyes, lowered his head slightly, remaining silent as he fidgeted with a stick, stirring the embers of the fire. How could someone like him, a mere security guard, ever capture the interest of Song Feier? After all, she was the president of a major corporation, a veritable tycoon in her own right. It was inconceivable that she would take notice of someone as impoverished as himself. "Ha ha, I was merely jesting," Song Feier laughed, observing Xiaoyang's demeanor. "Surely, a distinguished president such as yourself would never look twice at a lowly security guard like me." "Ha ha." Xiaoyang offered an awkward chuckle in response. "I'm off to bed," Song Feier stated coolly, retreating into the tent, her expression tinged with displeasure. What was troubling her? Could it be that she truly held some affection for him? As he watched her disappear into the tent, Xiaoyang murmured to himself, "Could it be that my charm is truly this potent?" He sighed. Alas, this wretched charm. Chapter 61. A new beginning as dawn broke. Jenny and her companions began to gather their belongings. At that moment, two splendid parrots emerged from the nearby woods. "What exquisite creatures! How delightful it would be to capture one to keep," Jenny exclaimed. "Let us move. What are you standing around for?" She called out to Zhou Yuanyuan and Lu Linlin. Promptly, they dashed after her, joining the main group. Emerging from a grove, they arrived at a pristine lake, walking along the grassy expanse. "The water is so clear. How wonderful it would be to swim here," Tong Yao exclaimed as she gazed at the crystal waters. "It's freezing. Would you really want to swim?" Luo Yu retorted lightly. The water sparkled with clarity, though it lacked the transparency to see the bottom clearly. Fish could be spotted near the shore, while the center displayed a deep emerald hue, deterring most from taking a dip. "Let us hurry. Dark clouds are gathering above. It would be troublesome if it rains," Xiaoyang remarked, glancing at the sky and calling to the others. The two girls looked up and indeed noticed several clouds slowly converging. Traversing through the trees, they arrived at a collection of towering ancient trees, some of which lay fallen on the ground. These magnificent giants were too large for a single person to encircle, and some required two. The scenery was breathtaking. It would be a splendid choice to reside here. Lu Qing approached one of the grand trees and embraced it, laughing heartily. "When I first arrived here, I considered it, but there is no water source nearby," Xiaoyang replied with a faint smile. "Otherwise, I would have chosen this spot." "How far is it to the campsite you mentioned?" Song Feier inquired, looking at Xiaoyang. He pondered briefly before replying, "About an hour's journey." "An hour? That is not too far. We could come here to play and hunt when we have the time," Jenny said with a gentle smile. Indeed, Song Feier nodded in agreement, appreciating the serenity of the place. Walking alone here would evoke a sense of tranquility. After frolicking for a while, the group ventured further inward. By now, the sky had grown ominously overcast, threatening rain at any moment. Upon exiting the ancient grove, they found themselves on a grassy plain. "Look, the place I spoke of lies nestled between those two peaks. It's a valley. Let us hurry," Xiaoyang directed, pointing toward the majestic mountains ahead. No sooner had he spoken than he led the way forward. "Hey, Linlin, look. There are numerous burrows here. Could they be rabbit holes?" Lu Linlin remarked. Enough chatter. Let us go before we fall behind, she urged, sprinting after Jenny and the others. Crossing the grassland and weaving through the trees, Jenny and her friends gazed around, marveling at the novelty of their surroundings. After some 10 minutes, they reached the verdant carpet of the valley. Is this what you meant? Song Feier asked, surveying the area. Indeed. Do you hear the sound of flowing water ahead? There is even a small waterfall beside the rock wall, with a river flowing beneath it. Xiaoyang replied with a subtle smile. Enough with the chatter. The rain is imminent. Let us set up the tent first, Jenny remarked briskly as she approached. Soon, everyone was engaged in the task of erecting the tent and gathering firewood. Just as the tent was completed, the rain began to fall. Quickly, move the firewood inside the tent to prevent it from getting wet, Lu Qing shouted. Once the firewood was safely stored, everyone took refuge in the tent. Listening to the sound of the rain outside, Lu Qing and a few others engaged in conversation within the tent. The rain fell gently, enveloping the entire island in a delicate mist. An hour later, the rain ceased, and the clouds in the sky gradually dispersed. Everyone emerged from the tent, surveying their surroundings. This would mark the beginning of their new life. Xiaoyang, what shall we do now? Song Feier inquired, looking at him. The rain has just fallen, and the forest is damp, making it inconvenient to chop wood. Xiaoyang observed the trees on either side and suggested, how about this afternoon? You all familiarize yourselves with the environment. We shall chop wood and build a cabin tomorrow. Hooray! Lin, let us go have some fun, Zhou Yuan exclaimed joyfully, pulling Lu Linlin towards the waterfall. Jenny and her companions also made their way to the river behind them. Xiaoyang walked alone along a narrow path, deep in thought. If a door were installed between the stone walls, it would effectively block the sole entrance here, he murmured to himself while touching the stone walls on either side. The stone walls were steep and rugged, with formidable peaks that were nearly impossible to descend from. Installing a door here would significantly deter any large predators from entering. The walls were only 4 to 5 meters apart, making the installation of a wooden door relatively straightforward. Below the waterfall, Luo Yu and her companions were playing in the river. The riverbed was composed of sand and various sized stones, with the water only reaching mid-calf and spanning about 7 or 8 meters in width. To the right lay a bamboo grove, while to the left were patches of reeds, behind which was a dense thicket of green grass. Hurry up and peel the bamboo shoots. We aren't here, just to play, Song Feier called out to Luo Yu, Zhou Yuan, and Tong Yao as she emerged from the bamboo grove. Upon hearing her, the three dashed ashore and raced towards the bamboo grove. This place is far superior to the plains, Jenny remarked with a slight smile. The bamboo grove is vast, and the mountains beyond provide excellent hunting grounds. When shall we go hunting? Lu Qing inquired. Hunting? We should at least finish building the cabin first, Jenny replied thoughtfully. Jenny, Faya, come quickly. I've discovered a massive bamboo, Zhou Yuan shouted excitedly, emerging from the depths of the bamboo grove with several small vines. How large can bamboo really be? What a fuss, Luo Yu muttered, rolling her eyes at Zhou Yuan. Let's go take a look, Jenny said, glancing at Song Feier and the others before heading in that direction, followed closely by the group. Before long, they arrived at the site of the large bamboo that Zhou Yuan had mentioned. Wow, it truly is enormous. Have you ever encountered bamboo of such immense stature? No, this is my first time witnessing it. Luo Yu approached and gently touched several stalks, her eyes gleaming with astonishment. She could hardly fathom that bamboo could attain such gargantuan proportions. Look at its bamboo shoots. Wow, one alone could sustain us for an entire week, exclaimed Tong Yao as she stood before a towering shoot, roughly a meter in height, embracing it with a smile. This bamboo shoot is so large. I wonder if it is edible. Hui, could you please fetch Xiaoyang? After contemplating for a moment, Song Feier directed her request toward Lu Hui. Upon hearing this, Lu Hui promptly turned and dashed outside. Chapter 62. The Giant Dragon Bamboo. After a brief interval, Lu Hui led Xiaoyang into the bamboo grove. Xiaoyang, take a look at this bamboo. It has grown to such a magnificent size, Song Feier inquired eagerly upon their arrival. Xiaoyang raised his gaze slightly, astonished to discover the presence of giant dragon bamboo. Approaching the bamboo, He gently patted it and explained with a smile, "This is giant dragon bamboo, also known as the king of bamboo. It serves as an excellent material for constructing bamboo houses." Giant dragon bamboo, how fitting a name it has. Lu Qing remarked with a slight smile. "Can its shoots be consumed?" Tong Yao queried. "Certainly. They are edible," Xiao Yang replied with a chuckle. "Each shoot can weigh over 100 pounds. If we harvest a couple and dry them, they will last us for quite some time." With the availability of giant dragon bamboo, Xiao Yang resolved to forego cutting down trees, opting instead to construct a bamboo house. "Did you bring the machetes?" Xiao Yang asked the group. "No, they're all left in the tent," Jenny responded. Yuan, Lin, please go fetch the 3 machetes. "We will cut the bamboo now and transport it back tomorrow," Xiao Yang instructed, drawing his machete. Upon hearing this, the two dashed outside. Xiao Yang gazed up at the towering giant dragon bamboo, nearly 30 meters high, and began to chop. When Yuan and Lu Lin arrived with the machetes, Xiao Yang asked them to join him at the side. "We will harvest the bamboo shoots," Yuan announced, brandishing a machete at Tong Yao and Lu Lin. Soon, the sound of bamboo being chopped resonated throughout the grove. "Lu Hui, move aside. The bamboo is falling your way," Xiao Yang shouted as one of the giant dragon bamboos began to topple. Once the two had moved to safety, a resounding crash echoed as the bamboo hit the ground. Jenny, Lu Qing, and Song Feier took turns chopping down a giant dragon bamboo. An hour later, 6 giant dragon bamboos and 1 bamboo shoot lay on the ground, while Yuan and Lu Lin were busy peeling the bamboo shoot with their knives. "I'm so hungry. Should we return to cook something?" Lu Yu asked, rubbing her stomach as she looked at Xiao Yang and the others. "We're all quite famished," Lu Qing chuckled, noting that they had not eaten for nearly an entire day. "Let's head back. We shall return tomorrow," Xiao Yang said, sheathing his machete with a smile. The giant dragon bamboo shoot had been divided into 5 pieces, each person carrying one as they made their way back. Yuan, Lu Lin, and Tong Yao carried several stones from the river on their return. Upon reaching the campsite, Xiao Yang constructed 2 cooking platforms from stones. Lu Hui tended to the fire, while Jenny sliced smoked meat into chunks with her knife, placing them into an iron pot. In another container, she combined some dried bamboo shoots and fish for cooking. Xiao Yang stood amidst the grass, contemplating the best way to construct the bamboo house. Meanwhile, Lu Yu and Tong Yao sliced the bamboo shoots they had brought back, placing them into their carrying baskets. "What are your plans for the construction?" Song Feier approached to inquire. He chuckled, stating that any method of construction would suffice as long as it was sturdy. Soon, Xiao Yang used a machete to draw 8 circles in the earth, marking the spots for the pits to be excavated. "Food is ready," Lu Qing called out to the 2 individuals seated on the grass, holding a bamboo bowl. "Let us go. Everyone is tired today. Let us rest well tonight. We've all been quite busy these past few days," Xiao Yang remarked to Song Fei before turning to head back to the camp. The bamboo shoot and dried fish soup, accompanied by smoked meat, was savored by all, likely due to their ravenous appetites, as the meal was consumed in silence. After satisfying their hunger, with daylight still lingering, everyone settled onto chairs to engage in conversation. A sharp cry from an eagle pierced the air as a golden eagle soared above the valley. Treading snow, scurried about in the adjacent woods, playfully pursuing a butterfly. "What a magnificent bird!" Tong Yao exclaimed, gazing upward at the passing eagle. "I've seen it in Animal Planet. It's an eagle," Zhou Yuan chimed in. Before long, nightfall enveloped the surroundings, and everyone retreated to their tents. Xiao Yang sat beside the campfire, lost in thought as he stared into the flames, oblivious to his own musings. Exhausted, Jenny and the others quickly succumbed to slumber, their soft snores echoing in the stillness. It was only in the deep of night that Xiao Yang returned to his tent and lay down. At the break of dawn, a flock of small birds flitted through the woods in search of insects, with a few alighting on the grass, chirping excitedly. A beam of sunlight caressed the mountain peaks, creating a breathtaking sight. By the time Xiao Yang rubbed his eyes and emerged from his tent, Lu Hui and Song Fei were already busy preparing breakfast. "You're awake." Song Fei greeted him with a smile upon seeing him. "Why are you all up so early?" Xiao Yang noticed that all 8 individuals were already awake. "Those who retire early naturally rise early," Luo Yu replied casually. "Let us have breakfast." Nodding in agreement, Xiaoyang filled a bamboo bowl with fish soup and began to eat. Once satiated, they all made their way toward the bamboo grove. Upon reaching the grove, Xiaoyang felled 8 5-meter-long giant bamboos. The remaining giant bamboos were chopped into 2-meter segments. These giant bamboos are quite heavy. It will take several of us to carry them back, Xiaoyang remarked to Jenny and the others. Let us get to work. Jenny promptly instructed Song, Fei, and the others. The 9 individuals divided into 3 teams, with 3 people lifting each 5-meter-long giant bamboo, making the task less arduous. After several trips, they managed to transport the 8 5-meter-long giant bamboos back to the grass. For the 2-meter-long bamboos, 2 people carried one. By midday, they had only managed to bring back a little over a dozen 2-meter-long segments. Exhausted. These bamboos are incredibly heavy. Indeed, they could serve as barrels. Came the agreement. In the afternoon, after a hearty meal, everyone sat on chairs and chatted. You won't need to carry the giant bamboos anymore. Just go chop some other types of bamboo, Xiaoyang said with a smile. Is there enough giant bamboo? Song Fei inquired. Xiaoyang shook his head, expressing that it was still insufficient, far from adequate, and that they needed to gather more bamboo. Let us proceed at a leisurely pace. After all, we are not pressed for time in these next couple of days, he remarked. Jenny concurred. You are absolutely right. Xiaoyang nodded with a smile. In the afternoon, after an hour's rest, they resumed their journey into the bamboo grove. Zhou Yuan, Lu Linlin, and Tong Yao took on the task of cutting and dragging back various types of bamboo. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang, along with Jenny and the others, focused on harvesting the giant dragon bamboo, cutting it into segments before carrying it back. By evening, the grassy expanse was adorned with an abundance of giant dragon bamboo and other varieties. How much longer can we sustain ourselves with the current provisions? Xiaoyang inquired of Lu Hui. After contemplating, she replied, perhaps 3 days. If we minimize our cooking, we could stretch it to 5. Xiaoyang gazed at the sky, murmuring to himself, we should gather bamboo once more tomorrow. For the day after that, we must venture out to hunt. He knew he could not afford to wait until their supplies were depleted before considering the necessity of hunting. Chapter 63. Constructing the bamboo house the following morning. The sun shone brightly as Xiaoyang and the 8 others tirelessly transported bamboo from the forest. By noon, after a hearty meal, they began assembling a bamboo shelter at the edge of the meadow. Tong Yao, pass me the bamboo strips, Xiaoyang called down from the top of the shelter. Upon hearing this, Tong Yao promptly handed up the bamboo pieces, while Song Fei and the others busily tied horizontal strips with bamboo splints to facilitate the binding of the bamboo strips. Make sure the strips are straight. Do not send up any bent ones, Xiaoyang shouted again. Once he secured the framework of the roof, he covered it with bamboo strips placed alternately to ensure that rainwater would not seep through. Lin, you and Yuan can tie the horizontal strips on the right side, Jenny instructed the 2. Luo Yu and Lu Qing proceeded to secure the horizontal strips at the back of the shelter. After Xiaoyang completed the roof, Song Fei and the others finished constructing the walls. The shelter measured over 8 meters in length and 4 to 5 meters in width. In just about 2 hours, the 9 of them had erected it. With the shelter in place, they no longer feared the rain, as it provided at least some cover. After completing the shelter, they took a moment to rest before digging 8 pits on the grass, 1 for each person. Liu Hui busied herself with dinner while everyone held a bamboo piece, crouching on the grass to excavate the soil from the pits. Within a span of 10 minutes, all 8 pits were dug, each approximately half a meter deep. Once the pits were ready, Xiaoyang used a dagger to carve openings in the 5-meter-long giant bamboo. Big brother, let me help you, Zhou Yuan exclaimed as she rushed over. No need for your assistance. Step aside. I have measured the dimensions. This is not haphazard work, Xiaoyang quickly replied. He intended to carve openings 2.5 meters high in the middle of the 8 5-meter-long giant bamboos, allowing for smaller bamboo to be interspersed. These 8 giant bamboos would serve as pillars. How about this, Xiaoyang? You mark the spots, and we will carve at those locations, Jenny suggested, approaching him. Otherwise, how long will it take you to carve all 8 bamboos? All right, that works too. Xiaoyang nodded in agreement and began to draw a circle on the giant bamboo with his dagger. Be careful while carving, he advised the others. The thickness of the giant bamboo could reach 30 centimeters, making it no easy task to carve through. By nightfall, the 8 bamboos had just been successfully carved. Our food supplies are running low, so I have decided that tomorrow you will go hunting, Xiaoyang announced as they enjoyed boiled bamboo shoots. What do you all think? Aren't we finishing the bamboo house? Lu Qing inquired. I will stay to complete it, and Yuan and Lin Lin can assist me, Xiaoyang replied, glancing at the two. Then he turned to Jenny and Song Feier. You two take 2 people each to hunt in different locations. Remember to exercise caution. This place is not like the plains. Since we have just arrived, everything around us is unfamiliar. It's all right if you cannot find any game, but prioritize your safety. Understood. Jenny and Song Feier nodded in response. The night swiftly passed, and the following morning, Jenny and Song Feier each led 2 individuals towards the river's direction. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang, Zhou Yuanyuan, and Lu Linlin began to secure the 8 colossal dragon bamboo pillars. They proceeded to construct a 2-meter-high bamboo frame to facilitate climbing and interweaving the bamboo. Xiaoyang selected several mature and resilient bamboo stalks, laying them on the grass. Ascending the frame, Zhou Yuanyuan handed the bamboo to him, and Xiaoyang skillfully threaded them through the openings of the giant dragon bamboo. After successfully interweaving the bamboo, he commenced carving a groove at a height of 1 meter on the pillars, followed by splitting the 2-meter-high dragon bamboo with a machete. You can't do it this way. After creating an opening, insert a wooden stick, then gradually split it open. Otherwise, it will pinch the blade, Xiaoyang explained to the two. By noon, Xiaoyang casually cooked some bamboo shoots and smoked meat. Big brother, why haven't Feier and the others returned yet? Zhou Yuanyuan inquired, tilting her head as she savored the smoked meat. I don't know. They should be back shortly, Xiaoyang replied with a smile. Hey, Xiaoyang, look, treading snow has caught a mouse, Lu Linlin joyfully exclaimed, pointing towards the miscanthus. Indeed, Xiaoyang replied with a faint smile. He felt a sense of joy knowing that treading snow could catch a mouse independently. After a satisfying meal and a good rest, Xiaoyang made a slight groove on the bamboo, placing it horizontally in the groove on the pillar, allowing Zhou Yuanyuan and Lu Linlin to support it while he firmly tied it with bamboo strips. Next, as Zhou Yuanyuan and Lu Linlin had previous experience with binding bamboo slices, there was no need for Xiaoyang to elaborate further. Linlin, you need to leave a window there. Bring over a few short bamboo slices. Yuanyuan, the center will be the entrance, so no need to bind bamboo slices there. Inside, Xiaoyang tied 2 bamboo pieces to the pillars, arranging the bamboo slices in a row to form a bamboo wall. Half an hour later, Song Feier returned with Tong Yao and Lu Qing. Tong Yao was holding a wild rabbit, while Song Feier supported Lu Qing. What happened? Seeing Song Feier aiding Lu Qing, Xiaoyang hurried over to inquire. It's nothing. I tripped while chasing the wild rabbit, Lu Qing said with a slight smile directed at Xiaoyang. His concern warmed her heart like honey. I just scraped my knee a bit. There's no bleeding, Song Feier added. That's good to hear. Let's head back and rest properly. Xiaoyang nodded in agreement. Feier, Lu Qing, Zhou Yuanyuan rushed over upon seeing the two return. Tong Yao took the wild rabbit to the waterfall. The construction is progressing swiftly, Lu Qing remarked, gently rubbing her knee with a smile. The bamboo house has basically taken shape. We just need to arrange and secure the bamboo slices before we can build the second layer. This is merely the foundation. Xiaoyang chucklet softly. And where are Jenny and the others? Song Feier glanced around. They haven't returned yet, Xiaoyang replied. Soon, Tong Yao returned with a well-prepared wild rabbit. As evening approached, the absence of Jenny and her companions began to stir a sense of unease within Xiaoyang. Could something have happened to them? Song Feier inquired, casting a glance at Xiaoyang. They should be fine. All 3 of them are armed, Xiaoyang replied, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Could it be that they have encountered some trouble? Xiaoyang, they're back. At that moment, Tong Yao joyfully pointed towards the returning trio. There appeared Luo Yu and El Huai, both carrying a small wild boar, while Jenny walked ahead with her firearm in hand. It's a relief to see you back. Xiaoyang sighed, feeling a weight lift from his heart. We're back. Luo Yu and El Huai waved cheerfully at Xiao Yang and the others while still hoisting the small boar. I was starting to worry when you didn't return at this late hour, Xiao Yang remarked with a gentle smile. We would have been back sooner, but we almost lost our way in the ravine. Fortunately, I marked the trees nearby, Jenny explained with a laugh. Chapter 64, Jungle Crisis. As night fell, the sky was adorned with a multitude of twinkling stars, accompanied by a crescent moon illuminating the darkness. In the grassy expanse of the valley, Xiaoyang and his companions were roasting a wild rabbit and simmering wild boar meat. Within the shelter, Xiaoyang had constructed a rudimentary grill using stones, carefully placing the glowing embers from the fire within it. Zhou Yunyuan, Lu Linlin, and Tong Yao each held a small stick skewered with pieces of wild boar, cooking them over the flames. How did you manage to catch such a small wild boar? Xiaoyang inquired, directing his gaze towards Jenny. The boar weighed approximately 30 pounds. It was discovered by Luoyu, who shot it. Huai and I ran over after that, Jenny replied with a gentle chuckle. We traversed 2 ravines without encountering any wildlife. Perhaps the cold has driven them into hiding, Luo Qing remarked with a slight smile. Let us warm ourselves with some boar offal soup before we retire for the night, Song Feier suggested, approaching them. Each person received a bowl of soup, and, after indulging in a bit of roasted meat, they engaged in conversation by the fire for a while before retreating into their tents for slumber. Treading through the snow, Tread Snow consumed a piece of liver, then nestled beside the fire and drifted into sleep. That night, it seemed everyone had eaten sparingly, leaving much of the wild boar untouched. Xiaoyang gathered the remaining meat and brought it back to the tent, adding several large logs to the fire before entering. In the latter half of the night, he emerged from the tent to find the fire reduced to glowing embers. Hastily, he placed some branches atop the coals and blew gently until the flames reignited. It was exceptionally cold. The fabric of his clothing felt icy to the touch. Glancing up at the sky, he noticed it was clear, with the stars twinkling brightly and the moon preparing to descend. Finding warmth by the fire, he settled on the ground, closed his eyes, and allowed time to pass slowly. Before long, the horizon began to brighten, and the chirping of small birds filled the air. Upon hearing their calls, Xiaoyang opened his eyes slightly, noticing the dawn had arrived. Rising, he took 2 iron cans to the waterfall to fetch water, placing it on the stove to boil while slicing some wild boar meat into the pot. Here, eat this. He tossed a piece of meat to Tread Snow, who swiftly snatched it and darted into the woods. The iron kettle was also boiling, and Xiaoyang added some bamboo needles to it. After a few minutes, he retrieved a bamboo cup and poured himself a steaming cup of bamboo needle tea. As the warm liquid coursed through him, he felt his body instantly thaw. Half an hour later, the sky was brightening, though the sun had yet to rise. Xiaoyang consumed a bit of meat before heading to the bamboo hut to begin weaving bamboo strips. Even while residing in a tent, he felt the penetrating chill and was eager to complete the bamboo structure. The temperature had likely dipped below freezing, only rising slightly when the sun graced the sky with its warmth. It's so cold. At that moment, Luoyu and the others emerged from the tent, wrapped in wolf and wild goat pelts. Xiaoyang, later, Ui, and I will head out to hunt, while the rest of you stay behind to assist. This way, we can expedite the completion of the bamboo hut. Jenny approached, clutching a wild goat hide, and spoke. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoyang nodded and said, Very well, but do exercise caution. Rest assured, Jenny replied with a smile, turning back to the campfire to sip soup and consume meat. After half an hour, the 4 of them made their way toward the river. By this time, the sun had risen, casting its rays upon the mountain peaks. Yuan, you and Lin Lin should head over to the pampas grass and cut some down, Xiaoyang instructed the 2. Once you have harvested it, spread it out to dry. All right, Zhou Yuan cheerfully responded. Lin Lin, let us go. Lu Qing's foot had healed, and she joined Tong Yao to assist Xiaoyang. After walking along the riverbank for over half an hour, Jenny and her companions turned a corner and entered a valley. Let us separate, but do not stray too far apart, Jenny advised the 3. They nodded in agreement and ventured into the ravine. Luo Yu and Hui Yi walked deeper into the valley, remaining within mere meters of each other. Meanwhile, Jenny and Song Feier moved in opposite directions, hoping that their separation would lead them to game. After traversing the grassland, They entered the thicket. In the jungle, spider webs dangled from branches, prompting Luo Yu to unsheath her dagger and sever the webs that obstructed her path. Suddenly, a shriek erupted from the right. It was Lu Hui-yi, who fired her weapon. Hearing the commotion, Luo Yu swiftly drew her AK and raced toward the sound. Jenny and Song Fei'er, alerted by the gunfire, hurried to converge on Lu Hui-yi's location. Hui, Luo Yu, run! There's a giant spider. Lu Hui-yi shouted as she retreated, firing at the arachnids on the ground. These spiders were nearly the size of a dinner plate, with a brownish-gray hue and standing about half a meter tall, advancing furiously toward Lu Hui-yi. Hui, hurry! Luo Yu shouted, raising her rifle to shoot at the spiders ahead. The creatures closed in on them in droves, numbering at least in the dozens. They retreated while firing, making their way back toward the grassland. How can there be spiders of this size? Song Fei'er exclaimed upon joining them, astonishment etched on her face. Forget that. We must save her, Jenny exclaimed, rushing to Lu Hui-yi's side to fire at the spiders. Suddenly, a large spider leaped and landed on Lu Hui-yi's foot, causing her to fall to the ground in fright. Jenny unsheathed her machete and swiftly cleaved the spider in two, its green blood oozing forth. Quickly, let's South leave this place, Song Fei'er shouted after dispatching two spiders. Luo Yu hurried over to help Lu Hui-yi up, and they began to flee, with Jenny and Song Fei'er covering their retreat. After a flurry of gunfire, the two swiftly turned and raced for the exit. The four of them burst from the jungle and onto the grassland, sprinting desperately toward the river. Phew, they did not pursue us. Song Fei'er turned her head to glance behind, relieved to discover that the spiders had not pursued them. What shall we do now? She asked. We should return. Our ammunition is scarce, Jenny remarked as she examined the magazine. It seems we have no other choice, Luo Yu whispered, patting her ample chest. No sooner had she spoken than the four of them began to make their way back to the camp. Upon their return, they saw Xiao Yang, Lu Qing, and Tong Yao binding bamboo strips together. Oh, they returned so quickly? Lu Qing exclaimed, turning to spot Jenny and her companions. Brother Xiao Yang, Jenny and the others are back, Tong Yao joyfully announced as she gazed at the four. They quickly approached Xiao Yang's side. Back so soon? Where's the prey? Xiao Yang inquired, looking at them. Prey? We nearly lost our lives, Luo Yu replied. What happened? Tell me, Xiao Yang urged them. Soon, Tong Yao recounted the events that transpired in the valley. Spiders? As large as a face. Xiao Yang was taken aback, feeling a profound shock. Chapter 65. Completion of the bamboo house. Upon hearing the words of Luo Yu and the others, Xiao Yang felt the island's mysterious and perilous nature, with an air of strangeness permeating the surroundings. Now, with the great spider having ventured deep into the island, one could only speculate about the peculiar creatures that might lurk within. It was my first encounter with such a colossal spider. I nearly lost my wits. Song Fei'er remarked with a wry smile. As long as we return safely, that's what matters, Xiao Yang nodded in agreement. Let us refrain from venturing out this afternoon. We should prioritize completing the bamboo house first. Agreed, Song Fei'er replied with a nod. With the assistance of Jenny and her companions, the construction of the bamboo house progressed significantly. By midday, Tong Yao and El Hui brought out the dried bamboo shoots to cook alongside the wild boar meat. Given the dwindling food supply, Xiao Yang instructed the two to prepare a modest amount, ensuring each person received half a bamboo bowl of food, enough to stave off hunger, if not to feel fully satisfied. At this point, the first floor's walls were nearly complete, and they planned to commence the second floor in the afternoon. Why are we cooking so little today? Zhou Yuan inquired, eyeing her half bowl of sought-ed bamboo shoots with wild boar. It's fortunate we have something to eat. Our food supplies are limited, Song Fei'er responded softly. Oh, Zhou Yuan replied with a gentle acknowledgement. After their meal, Xiao Yang crafted another bamboo frame, allowing them to work on both sides simultaneously, significantly enhancing their efficiency. He secured two bamboo poles on the central beam, while Jenny and Song Fei'er laid bamboo on the right side, and Xiao Yang worked on the left, weaving and binding the pieces securely with bamboo strips. Luo Yu, El Hui, and Tong Yao assisted from below, passing up bamboo segments, while Lu Qing, Zhou Yuan, and Lu Linlin crafted bamboo sheets below, delineating 2 rooms, one large and one small. Once the second floor's flooring was complete, they began erecting the bamboo walls. We also divide the second floor into 2 rooms. Song Feier inquired, "What do we need so many rooms for?" Xiaoyang replied with a slight smile. "We can simply place 2 long benches in one room, and perhaps a table to enjoy tea," Jinny added with a chuckle. Xiaoyang smiled knowingly, as this had indeed been his intention. The group toiled diligently until dusk, pausing only as the sun began to set. The bamboo house was nearly finished, with only the roof remaining to be constructed. Xiaoyang surveyed the first floor's rooms and felt satisfied. He would occupy the smaller one, as he preferred solitude during sleep. "Xiaoyang, without a ladder, how will we access the second floor?" Luo Yu entered and looked up at an opening nearby. "Making a ladder is quite simple. I can craft one tomorrow," Xiaoyang replied with a reassuring smile. As Luo Yu turned to leave, something seemed to strike her, prompting her to exit with a thoughtful expression. Observing her retreating figure, Xiaoyang murmured to himself, "Her character remains as peculiar as ever." That evening, the group gathered around the fire, sipping hot tea and engaging in conversation. "Xiaoyang, why do you think there are such enormous spiders? Have they mutated?" Jinny voiced her curiosity, articulating the question that lingered in her mind. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang shook his head and replied, "I do not know either. I have not encountered such a situation before." Sighing, he continued, "Do you think this island might resemble the mysterious islands in movies, perhaps harboring giant lizards or colossal serpents?" Suddenly, Tong Yao interjected, "Hee, your imagination is quite vivid." Lu Qing smiled slightly, adding, "Yet, it is not entirely impossible." "Ah, does that mean we are in great danger?" Lu Linlin exclaimed in astonishment. "No, it is not danger. It is excitement," Zhou Yuanyuan suddenly shouted, her expression bold and fearless. "All right, enough of this. Let us retire for the night. We have tasks to attend to tomorrow," Song Feier suggested as she noticed their growing enthusiasm. "Now that the first floor is completed, shall we move the tents inside to sleep?" "Yes, let us dismantle the tents first." As soon as the words left her lips, Luo Yu and the others swiftly took down the 3 tents and transported them into the bamboo building. Zhou Yuanyuan and Lu Linlin carried some firewood inside, while Lu Huai grabbed 2 burning logs from the fire to bring in. The only tent remaining outside was the one occupied by Xiaoyang. "Are you not moving in?" Jinny asked, looking at Xiaoyang. "I'll move in tomorrow," Xiaoyang replied with a faint smile. "Very well." Hearing this, Jinny proceeded into the bamboo building. In the deep of night, Xiaoyang sat alone by the fire, lost in thought. After a while, he retreated into the tent. A few minutes later, a figure entered Xiaoyang's tent. Luo Yu, who had been sleeping in the tent, awoke to find Lu Qing missing. Could it be? Suddenly, Luo Yu stood up and walked outside. Reaching the entrance, she peeked into the shelter and saw 2 figures intertwined within Xiaoyang's tent, with faint sounds occasionally escaping. "Humph." Luo Yu scoffed softly, turning back to return to her room. Half an hour later, Lu Qing re-entered the tent. "Sister Lu Qing, where have you been at this late hour?" "Huh? I went outside for a moment," hee, startled by Luo Yu's sudden voice. Lu Qing responded and then lay down, closing her eyes. The next morning, a delicate mist enveloped the entire valley. By the time Jinny and the others emerged from the bamboo building, Xiaoyang had already prepared breakfast. "Let's have a light breakfast. We shall complete the roof this morning," Xiaoyang instructed as he observed them. Jinny and the others nodded and proceeded to the waterfall to freshen up before returning to eat. After breakfast, they began their work. Xiaoyang and Jinny started by splitting the bamboo at both ends, clearing the joints within, then climbing onto the structure to ascend to the second floor. First, secure the bamboo on the back, and then place the front bamboo on top. See, this way, the rainwater will flow down the grooves of the bamboo, Xiaoyang explained to Jinny and Song Feier. On the roof, Xiaoyang placed a large dragon bamboo slab atop, pressing down on the bamboo below. Luo Yu and Tong Yao continuously handed up bamboo pieces. One morning, the bamboo house was completed. On the second floor, a spacious balcony was left open, providing a clear view of the entrance to the valley beyond. At last, it was finished. Indeed, with so many hands at work, we had labored for nearly 3 days. As we beheld our creation, joyous smiles illuminated our faces. In the afternoon, Xiao Yang and her companions returned with the dried reeds, carefully laying them flat upon the bamboo slats. Subsequently, they placed another bamboo slat atop, firmly securing the reeds in between. They carried this assembly outside, attaching the reeds to the bamboo walls, thus ensuring that even the cold winds of the night would not penetrate the warmth of our bamboo abode, effectively creating an insulating layer. It is essential to connect it with the reeds below. Yes, just like that, Xiao Yang instructed Yuan and Tong Yao. After demonstrating how to install the reeds, she set about crafting a bamboo ladder on the grassy ground. Chapter 66. Jungle Hunting. After crafting a bamboo ladder, Xiao Yang transported it to the upper entrance on the right side of the bamboo hall, providing direct access to the second floor. With twilight still some time away, Jenny and her companions utilized the remaining bamboo strips to construct a table. As evening approached, the group moved the chairs and table into the bamboo hall. Song Fei and Lu Qing dug a pit in the center of the room, encircling it with stones to facilitate a fire for warmth during the night. Beneath the eaves, Xiao Yang built 2 stoves from stones. However, the door and main entrance remained unconstructed. Lu Huai retrieved the smoked meat stored in a box and hung it on the left wall, while a few dried fish remained in the bamboo tubes. To the left of the shed, several large dragon bamboo buckets were placed for storing water. For the time being, they continued to sleep in tents within the room. Xiao Yang, could we perhaps lay down some flooring? Lu Qing approached, stepping on the grass. Let us discuss it in a couple of days, Xiao Yang responded. We can cover the ground with a layer of sand and then lay another layer of bamboo strips on top. Where we find sand? Lu Qing tilted her head in curiosity. Isn't there plenty by the river? Xiao Yang replied with a slight smile. That seems rather far. Lu Qing murmured upon hearing this. Take your time. There is no rush. Xiao Yang shook his head. Night swiftly enveloped them, and Lu Linlin and Tong Yao carried some firewood into the room from the shed. Song Fei lit one of the half-burned candles she had remaining. Lu Huai held a wooden ladle to serve the fish soup. In the center of the hall, Jenny ignited a bonfire in the pit. Yuan, go fetch some firewood. Jenny called out to Zhou Yuan beside her. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan dashed outside. Xiao Yang, let us build the door tomorrow. The cold wind is seeping in. Lu Qing tightened the wild goat skin around her. Indeed, if it weren't dark, I would have already gone to the bamboo forest to cut some bamboo for the door. Xiao Yang nodded in agreement. On that chilly night, with a steaming bowl of fish soup, they felt quite content. After satisfying their hunger, everyone retreated to their respective rooms, clutching wolf pelts, and settled down in their tents. In the center of the room, a bonfire blazed, warming the surrounding air. In Xiao Yang's room, Ta Shui lay asleep beside the fire. Xiao Yang extinguished the candle in the hall and entered the room. The following morning, warm sunlight flooded the valley, and the mist gradually dissipated. Xiao Yang and Jenny tidied up, shouldering their baskets as they ventured outside. Traversing the narrow path, they arrived at a small grove. Upon crossing through the grove, they reached a patch of weeds. Hey, a wild rabbit! Look! As they stepped onto the weedy ground, Zhou Yuan excitedly pointed at a wild rabbit on the grass. Startled by the commotion, the rabbit darted towards a burrow and vanished in an instant. Why shout so loudly? You've scared the rabbit away. Lu Qing cast a glance at Zhou Yuan and whispered. All right, let us proceed. Today, our objective is to hunt large herbivores, such as the wild goat. Xiao Yang addressed the group. No sooner had he spoken than he veered to the left, traversing through the patchy grass and entering the dense thicket. After a brief passage of roughly 10 minutes, he declared, This forest is extensive. Let's split up to enhance our chances of locating our prey. He directed his gaze toward Jenny and the others. Well, Luo Yu, accompany me, Jenny nodded, instructing the two to follow her into the left side of the woods. Song Fei led Lu Qing and Tong Yao to the right, while Xiao Yang advanced directly forward with Zhou Yuan and Lu Linlin. After about 10 minutes of wandering through the underbrush, Xiao Yang encountered a pair of diminutive palm trees. He unsheathed his machete and felled one, stripping away its outer layer to extract the tender heart within. Brother Xiao Yang, look, there are 3 plump larvae here. Lu Linlin exclaimed joyfully, having discovered several larvae at the base of the palm tree with her dagger. Indeed, quite good. Let's wrap them up. Xiao Yang replied with a gentle smile. Zhou Yuanyuan promptly procured a leaf to encase the larvae. He then extracted the heart from another palm tree and found 2 more larvae, continuing onward while periodically surveying his surroundings. He noted traces of wild boar rooting in the ground, alongside remnants of their droppings. Glancing upward, he observed that the trees bore no wild fruits. You too. Set some snares nearby. This thicket is dense, and there should be some wild chickens roaming about, Xiao Yang instructed, gesturing toward the underbrush. The two immediately dashed into the thicket. After half an hour, they emerged, with Lu Linlin cheerfully announcing, "Brother Xiao Yang, we have set 6 snares in total." "Well then, let us proceed," he replied. Continuing deeper into the woods, they soon stumbled upon several fallen dead trees, their bark adorned with moss and parasitic plants, the trunks already decaying. Typically, such locales pose a high likelihood of harboring venomous snakes, yet given the winter season, the serpents would be in hibernation. Xiao Yang approached the dead trees and commenced chopping at the trunk with his machete, splintered wood scattering about. "Big brother, are you searching for insects?" Zhou Yuanyuan inquired as she approached. "Yes, such decayed trunks often conceal larvae within," Xiao Yang responded while continuing his work. Shortly thereafter, several larvae emerged, prompting Lu Linlin to swiftly unveil the leaves and collect them with a twig. After a span of 10 minutes, the entire dead tree lay in ruins, yielding a dozen larvae. Next, they proceeded to another nearby dead tree, continuing their chopping. Zhou Yuanyuan and Lu Linlin set about kindling a fire in a small clearing nearby. "Quick, let us take them out and skewer them one by one," Zhou Yuanyuan exclaimed excitedly. Lu Linlin hurriedly opened the leaves, fetched several twigs, and began threading the larvae onto them before placing them over the fire to roast. Moments later, Xiao Yang returned with 7 or 8 plump larvae. The aroma, a hint of sweetness mingled with the essence of wood. They were tender and delightful, a treat I relished. Linlin fetched the water. The roasted larvae, glistening in a golden hue, burst with high-protein goodness upon a single bite, proving to be quite delectable. Zhou Yuanyuan and Lu Linlin chewed on the larvae, their eyes squinting in sheer enjoyment. After their meal, Xiao Yang extinguished the fire, and the trio ventured deeper into the wilderness. They progressed with a rhythmic pace, pausing intermittently to scrutinize the footprints and droppings on the forest floor. Having searched for over an hour without a glimpse of their quarry, an unexpected sound broke the silence. The sharp crack of gunfire echoed from nearby on the right. Could there be trouble on Feiyer's end? Co, Yang Mu said, squinting in contemplation. "Let us go." He gestured emphatically to the others, sprinting towards the dense thicket on the right. Zhou Yuanyuan and Lu Linlin promptly followed suit, racing after Xiao Yang. Chapter 67. The pursuit of the elk in the depths of the jungle. Song Feier, Lu Qing, and Tong Yao were in hot pursuit of an elk. "Quick, don't let it escape," Song Feier shouted at the two, her voice barely fading as she dashed into the tangled thicket. At that moment, Xiao Yang and Zhou Yuanyuan had also arrived nearby, quickly spotting Lu Qing's figure. "Lu Qing, Sister Lu Qing." Upon hearing the calls, Lu Qing turned, her heart swelling with joy at the sight of Xiao Yang and his companions. "Hurry, Xiao Yang. We are chasing a magnificent creature." Lu Qing waved her hands frantically at them. "A magnificent creature?" Xiao Yang inquired eagerly, urging his companions to follow suit. "What kind of creature? I'm not sure how to describe it, but it has stunning antlers, much larger than those of a wild goat," Lu Qing replied vaguely, unable to articulate further. "Feier has gone after it. Let us go," Xiao Yang declared, hastily making his way into the forest, with Lu Qing and the others swiftly trailing behind. Minutes later, they found Song Feier searching for something among the trees. Hearing footsteps behind her, she looked up to see Xiao Yang and the others approaching. "Feier, how is it? Did you catch up to it?" Lu Qing rushed over to inquire. "No." Song Feier shook her head. "I followed it here, but it vanished quickly. However, I managed to injure it." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang furrowed his brow and began examining the area. Before long, he discovered clues, 2 broken branches and several drops of fresh blood along with some newly fallen leaves. Glancing ahead, Xiao Yang immediately set off in pursuit of the trail. The others exchanged glances and followed suit. After 10 minutes, the trail seemed to dwindle, and Xiao Yang stood still, scrutinizing his surroundings. What's wrong? Song Feier approached him with concern. Split up and search the nearby area for any traces of blood or footprints, Xiao Yang instructed the group. Without hesitation, they dispersed into the thicket and surrounding grass, searching for any signs. Brother Xiao Yang, I found blood, Lu Linlin soon called out, having spotted a drop of blood on the leaves, still fresh and uncoagulated. Xiao Yang rushed over to inspect it, touching the blood with his fingers. Let us go. To the right. The 6 of them immediately sprinted to the right, just as Tong Yao emerged from the underbrush. Tong Yao, did you see it? Song Feier asked hopefully. No, I didn't see spotted along the way, Tong Yao replied. Shaking her head, Xiao Yang remained silent, pressing onward to the right, with the 5 companions following closely behind. Suddenly, a frantic elk burst forth from the dense thicket, startling Xiao Yang. The sound of its hooves echoed through the air. Without hesitation, he raised his AK assault rifle and took aim at the elk. Bam! 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 Zhou Yuan rushed over, disregarding the situation, and began to fire wildly into the underbrush. Yuan, you are wasting ammunition. Next time, I won't let you bring a gun, Song Feier shouted at Zhou Yuan. What if we hit Brother Xiao Yang? Lu Linlin mumbled. Zhou Yuan, rubbing her shoulder that had been jolted, murmured, I can see it. Why not shoot? After chasing for a while, Xiao Yang spotted a deer lying in the grass, panting heavily. He immediately fired, putting it out of its misery. This is a deer. Had it not been injured, we would never have caught it, Xiao Yang said with a smile, standing beside the deer's lifeless body. With this deer, they could feast for a week. This creature can really run. Lu Qing chuckled, squatting down to touch the deer. Shall we carry it back? Song Feier asked Xiao Yang. Yes, find some sturdy vines and chop down a few trees, Xiao Yang nodded. Song Feier nodded in agreement and led Zhou Yuan and Lu Linlin into the thicket. In the jungle, they found several robust vines hanging down from the trees. The 3 of them cut down a few thick ones, then returned with several wrist-thick branches. Xiao Yang used the vines to bind the deer's limbs, and together, the 6 of them lifted the deer to retrace their steps. It's so heavy, my shoulders can't take it. Let's rest for a moment, Zhou Yuan exclaimed. They had no choice but to set the deer's corpse down and sat on a protruding tree root to rest. Hey, Sister Jenny and the others are here, Lu Linlin said, noticing Jenny supporting Lu Ou, while Lu Huai cradled a bunch of half-ripe bananas. Sister Jenny, what happened to Sister Lu Ou? Tong Yao rushed over to ask. She twisted her ankle accidentally, Jenny replied. Upon hearing this, Tong Yao hurried to assist Lu Ou. Twisted it? Let me see, Xiao Yang said, urging Lu Ou to sit down. Is this a deer? How did you catch it? Jenny asked in surprise as she approached the deer's body. Of course. We shot it, Zhou Yuan said with a grin. Xiao Yang removed Lu Ou's shoe, revealing her flawless, jade-like foot, slightly swollen at the joint, but not severe. Watching Xiao Yang touch her foot made Lu Ou blush, her heart racing. Bear with it, he instructed. Crack. A sharp sound echoed as Lu Ou cried out in pain. All done. Just rest, and you'll be fine, but you can't walk yet, Xiao Yang said, standing up to address her. Hey, bananas? Where did you find those? Xiao Yang asked, noticing the bananas in Lu Huai's hands. I discovered them in a riverbank. There were a few banana trees, some ripe, while others had been nibbled by birds and squirrels. Lu Huai smiled slightly. Everyone, have some. We haven't eaten anything all morning, Xiao Yang suggested. Lu Huai nodded, slicing the bananas with a dagger and distributing 2 to each person. Quite tasty and sweet, they remarked. Lu Qing, savoring the plantain, chuckled. It has been quite some time since I last indulged in such delightful fruit. In the past, I would only consume bananas. I have yet to taste it, but I must admit, it is indeed delectable, Song Feier chimed in with a laugh. After enjoying the plantains and resting for a brief while, the group hoisted the carcass of the elk and made their way back. As Lu Ou was unable to walk, Xiao Yang graciously carried her on his back. The comforting softness against his back brought Xiao Yang a sense of ease, while Lu Ou, inhaling the masculine scent of Xiao Yang, felt a ripple of emotions within her heart. They walked intermittently, pausing to rest when fatigue set in, and it took them nearly 2 hours to return to the valley. All right, you should sit here and rest well, Do not move around, Xiaoyang gently instructed as he helped Luo Yu settle into shelter. The elk's body was taken to the small waterfall, where a smooth, exposed stone lay to the left of the pool, perfect for placing their belongings. Fei or Yuanyuan, let's fetch some bamboo. We can leave the processing of the elk to Jenny and the others, Xiaoyang said to the two as they arrived by the pool, before heading towards the bamboo grove. Chapter 68. The cave in the ancient forest. Xiaoyang and his companions ventured into the bamboo grove, while Jenny and her group tended to the elk by the small waterfall. Ta Shui playfully gnawed at the elk's tail nearby. Let us begin with the entrails, Jenny instructed, as she extracted the innards and placed them into a backpack. Lu Hui took the pack aside. Lu Qing utilized a dagger to skin the elk, instructing Lu Linlin to scrape off the bits of meat, which they would then lay out on the grass to dry. Subsequently, Jenny and Tong Yao removed the bones, while Lu Qing attended to the head, cleaning it meticulously. After more than half an hour, Xiaoyang returned with Song Feier and Zhou Yuanyuan carrying bamboo. Do you need assistance? Song Feier inquired after setting down the bamboo. No need. You and Yuanyuan should fetch some pine branches from the forest. I intend to smoke the elk meat tonight, Xiaoyang replied. The two then departed with their axes towards the nearby woods. Constructing the bamboo door was quite straightforward. Split the bamboo down the sides, crush it with 1s foot, align it neatly atop 3 horizontal bamboo pieces, and secure it tightly with 3 additional pieces bound with bamboo strips. Xiaoyang, where's the sea salt? Jenny approached to ask. In the black box in my room, Xiaoyang indicated with a slight lift of his hand towards the bamboo house. Upon hearing this, Jenny headed towards the bamboo house and soon emerged with 2 bamboo tubes. Making her way to the waterfall, after an hour, the 3 bamboo doors were completed. Xiaoyang installed them at the entrance and within the room, wrapping the doorposts with bamboo strips to ensure they could be easily opened. Jenny, carrying the marinated meat in the backpack, entered the bamboo house with Lu Qing. Should we cook the bones or the entrails first? Lu Hui asked as she approached. Let us start with the entrails. Once they are ready, we can then cook the bones, Xiaoyang responded. Understood, Lu Hui nodded. Returning to the pond with Tong Yao to bring the bones and entrails back to the main hall of the bamboo house. It seems we will need to construct a smoking room, Xiaoyang murmured thoughtfully, sitting quietly in the shed. Luo Yu watched Xiaoyang craft the bamboo door while gently massaging her sprained foot. Noticing that the pain had lessened, she attempted to stand. You should wait until the pain subsides before getting up, Xiaoyang said, approaching her. I want to help, Luo Yu replied. Help with what? Everything is already taken care of. Just sit still, Xiaoyang advised before turning back to the bamboo house. In the afternoon, after Lu Hui had cooked the entrails, she placed the bones into a metal pot to continue boiling. There were too many bones to cook all at once. The entrails alone would suffice for 2 meals. Ta Shui, happily clutching a piece of liver, lounged beside Luo Yu. Sister Luo Yu, Tong Yao exclaimed, bringing a bowl of entrails to the shed to offer her. Is there no roasted meat? Luo Yu asked, glancing at Tong Yao. Sister Jenny said we would roast it later, Tong Yao replied with a smile. That afternoon, everyone assembled 5 or 6 racks beside the shed, preparing to hang the marinated meat for drying. Set it up nicely and hang the meat. If it falls, you'll regret it, Song Feier remarked as she approached the structure that Zhou Yuanyuan had assembled. Understood, Zista Feier. You can rest assured, Zhou Yuanyuan replied with a slight tilt of her head and a smile. Once the frame was completed, Xiaoyang led them into the bamboo grove. The sound of bamboo being chopped echoed through the air. Lu Qing, you all should carry these bamboo pieces back, Xiaoyang instructed as he cut several sections of giant dragon bamboo. Yuanyuan Linlin, come out and help lift the bamboo, Lu Qing called into the grove. Coming. Hurry. The lasso is almost finished, they replied. Zhou Yuanyuan and Lu Linlin were busy inside the bamboo grove assembling the lasso, hoping to catch some bamboo chickens. It's done. Let us go. The two emerged and joined Lu Qing and the others in carrying the giant bamboo back. After several trips, the grass beside the shed was piled high with bamboo. By now, it was around 4 in the afternoon, and the sun hung low on the mountainside. Jenny and the others placed 4 sections of giant bamboo inside the room, arranging them on either side. Once bamboo slats were secured on top, a simple bed would take shape. Soon, all 9 were outside the shed, shaving the bamboo slats. An hour later, the ground was littered with the finished slats. We need to place a giant bamboo in the middle for support. Let us bring in the remaining pieces, Xiao Yang instructed Jenny and the others. Upon hearing this, they rushed outside and brought in 2 more sections of giant bamboo, positioning them in the center. With 3 giant bamboo pieces spaced apart, Xiao Yang arranged the slats on top and bound them together with bamboo strips. The slats bore grooves, perfectly suited for securing the bamboo strips. Half an hour later, he announced, "All right, once we find some thatch, we can lay it on top. It will provide much more warmth." After securing 2 beds for them, Xiao Yang returned to his own room. As dusk fell, the sun sank below the horizon, and everyone gathered around the table, sipping soup and gnawing on bones. Their mouths slick with grease from the morsels. "Why does this taste similar to the deer meat from last time?" Zhou Yuanyuan pondered. "They might be relatives. Does that even matter?" "Of course it does." After satisfying their hunger, they chatted joyfully by the fire, laughter echoing throughout the bamboo lodge. Late into the night, they finally retired to sleep, while Xiao Yang remained outside, smoking the venison. Once it was adequately smoked, he returned to the bamboo lodge, secured the bamboo door, and went to bed. The next morning, Xiao Yang awoke early and stepped outside to inspect the smoked meat. Finding it cooked to perfection, he nodded in satisfaction. "Xiao Yang, where are we going today?" Song Feier inquired cheerfully as she approached. Xiao Yang smiled. "Let's head to the ancient forest. We can explore there." "Wonderful. I'll go tell the others," she exclaimed before dashing into the bamboo lodge. Upon hearing about the excursion to the ancient forest, Lu Qing and the others eagerly packed their belongings and strapped on their backpacks. Once ready, the group set off toward the ancient forest, filled with laughter and chatter. An hour later, they arrived at the ancient forest. Surrounded by towering ancient trees, everyone joyfully rushed forward to embrace them. It was a breathtaking sight. How wonderful it would be if it were spring. The area would surely be adorned with a multitude of wildflowers, remarked Song Feier as she crouched down to admire the various flora. Zhou Yuanyuan, accompanied by Lu Linlin and Tong Yao, ventured deeper into the woods. "Be careful. Don't stray too far. If you get lost, you may not find your way back," Xiao Yang called out as he watched the 3 wander off. "We know," they replied cheerfully. Xiao Yang chuckled, shook his head, and with his backpack slung over his shoulder, meandered to the left, taking in the beauty that surrounded him as he strolled through the thicket. Along the way, he stumbled upon some herbs, which he diligently unearthed and placed in his backpack. As he continued walking, he found himself next to a small rocky hill. This hill was modest in size, standing only a dozen meters high and covering an area of around 100 square meters. Xiao Yang approached slowly, circling the hill. There's an opening here. He noticed a hole in the ground to his right, bending down with curiosity to investigate further. Chapter 69. The altar of the cave. The entrance of the cave lay beneath a slope, its rugged walls showing no signs of having been hewn, suggesting a natural formation. Xiao Yang retrieved his rifle and cautiously descended the slope. Upon reaching the cave's mouth, he peered inside and, finding no immediate danger, ventured in. As he stepped further within, he stumbled upon 2 human skeletons. In the center of the cave rested a large stone, elongated like a bed, its surface remarkably smooth and flat. Faint traces of blood adorned the stone, now seamlessly integrated into the rock. Turning his gaze to the cave wall, he noticed a circular design painted in red, depicting several figures. For individuals restrained a person upon the stone, while one nearby raised a dagger, a smile still gracing their face. The presence of human remains, the blood-stained stone, and the mural on the wall all indicated that others had once inhabited this island. Could it be an indigenous tribe? Xiao Yang pondered silently. The implications were dire. If a native tribe existed here, they would likely eliminate all outsiders. Furrowing his brow, he murmured to himself, aware of the island's isolation. If natives truly resided here, the situation could become perilous. Casting one last glance at the mural, he exited the cave. Linlin, quickly, start the fire. He called out. Wait, why the rush? Came the reply from within a clearing to the right of the ancient forest, where Zhou Yuanyuan, Lu Linlin, and Tong Yao were busy. Lu Linlin was preparing to ignite a pile of twigs with a lighter, while Zhou Yuanyuan and Tong Yao crouched nearby, stringing the larvae onto branches. "All right, bring the insects over," Lu Linlin shouted once the fire was ablaze. Upon hearing this, Tong Yao promptly carried 3 skewered larvae to roast over the flames. Soon, the aroma of the roasting larvae mingled with the scent of wood in the air. At that moment, Xiao Yang retraced his steps to where he had first arrived, only to find Luo Yu seated against a tree root, her eyes closed. He noticed that Jenny and Song Feier were nowhere to be seen. "Why aren't you exploring with them?" he inquired as he settled beside Luo Yu. Opening her eyes, she replied, "My foot still aches a bit. Sitting quietly here is rather pleasant. What are you digging up all this grass for?" Luo Yu asked, noticing the herbs in the basket. "These are medicinal herbs, not mere weeds," Xiao Yang replied with a slight smile. "Why gather herbs? No one is injured," she remarked dismissively. "Herbs can be dried for future use," he explained. "If we wait until we need them to search, it may be too late, as you might not be able to find them then. Let me see your foot. If it's swollen, that could be troublesome," Xiao Yang said, crouching down to remove her shoe and examine her delicate foot. Luo Yu remained silent, staring vacantly at him, perhaps lost in thought, allowing him to gently inspect her foot. "Ah, no swelling. You'll be fine. It shouldn't hurt tomorrow," he concluded after a brief examination. Rising to his feet, at this moment, Jenny and Lu Qing returned, laughing and chatting. "Xiaoyang, look, I've caught 2 grouses," Lu Qing exclaimed joyfully, raising the birds in her hands upon seeing Xiao Yang seated on the tree roots. "Not bad," Xiao Yang responded with a smile, rising to his feet. "Where are Yuan and the others?" "We're right here." Before Xiao Yang finished speaking, Zhou Yuan and the others emerged from the nearby forest. "Let's head back," Xiao Yang suggested, relieved to see everyone together. The altar in the cave stirred a sense of unease within him. Returning to the valley felt like the safer option. Upon reaching the valley, Xiao Yang began to move some bamboo onto the narrow path, intending to construct a bamboo gate there. As evening fell, Lu Hui prepared a soup with the grouse, adding some smoked meat to enhance the flavor. At that moment, Xiao Yang shared his unsettling discovery of the altar in the cave. "Are you suggesting that there might be indigenous tribes on this island?" Song Feier asked incredulously. "Will they be like the cannibals depicted in movies, consuming human flesh?" "Consume human flesh? That seems rather extreme," Lu Qing pondered aloud. "Indeed, the notion of cannibalism is quite terrifying," Tong Yao shuddered at the thought. "I share this with you to ensure you remain vigilant while hunting outside," Xiao Yang cautioned Jenny and the others. "If you encounter any indigenous people, you must steer clear of them immediately." "What if we are discovered?" Song Feier inquired. Concern etched on her face. "If you are discovered, returning might not be an option," Xiao Yang replied solemnly. "I cannot say whether they practice cannibalism, but they may very well choose to kill you or capture you. Isn't there a possibility for peaceful coexistence?" Lu Hui interjected, seeking hope. "Peaceful coexistence? Huh, Xiao Yang chucked softly. "I too hope that if we ever cross paths with them, we can live harmoniously. All right, let us eat. It is quite late." Given the increasing difficulty in finding prey, Xiao Yang instructed Lu Hui to prepare only a modest amount of food each day. As time passed, a month slipped by. During this month, Xiao Yang took them hunting daily, yet the game they brought back was dismally scarce. At times, they couldn't even catch a single rabbit. Fortunately, they had not encountered any indigenous tribes, which eased Xiao Yang's concerns considerably. Jenny, Luo Yu, moved slightly to the right and remained silent. Xiao Yang whispered as he crouched in the underbrush, observing a solitary gray wild goat grazing nearby, oblivious to its encirclement. To conserve ammunition, they relied on bows and arrows for hunting. Lu Qing and Song Feier stealthily flanked the wild goat from behind, while Lu Hui, Tong Yao, and Zhou Yuan lay in wait within the dense grass on the left. Once everyone was in position, Xiao Yang slowly nocked an arrow, aiming carefully at the wild goat. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Xiao Yang released his arrow, the others followed suit, letting their arrows fly. Bah, bah. The wild goat was suddenly pierced by several arrows, letting out a few pained cries before collapsing onto the ground. "Let us carry it back," Xiao Yang said to Jenny upon witnessing the goat's demise. "Wonderful. We can finally enjoy a hearty meal," Zhou Yuan exclaimed with a smile as she approached. Hearing this, Xiaoyang lowered his head slightly, smiling softly. They had not had their fill for quite some time. Yet, Xiaoyang felt helpless, for hunting during winter proved to be exceedingly challenging. Soon, Jinny bound the wild goat, and with Song Fei'er and Luo Yu, they lifted it and made their way toward the valley. "Here, for you," Lu Qing said, tossing a liver to Ta Shui after extracting the entrails. Delighted, Ta Shui grabbed the liver and scampered into the woods to feast. Now, Ta Shui had gradually grown larger and had developed a bigger appetite. Fortunately, it could sometimes catch mountain mice for itself near the reed grass fields. Chapter 70. The Pirates' Disturbance. As evening descended, Lu Huai prepared 2 iron pots of lamb offal soup, while Song Fei'er and Tong Yao roasted some lamb meat. Xiaoyang, wielding a cleaver, was chopping the sheep's head on a wooden surface. "I shall serve the lamb offal soup. I intend to cook the sheep's head," he informed Jenny and the others. Lu Qing and Luo Yu promptly brought over a large bamboo bucket, pouring the contents of the iron pots into it, followed by additional water. Xiaoyang then placed the chopped sheep's head into the pot to simmer. Half an hour later, Xiaoyang retrieved the cooked sheep's head and set it in the bamboo bucket. At the table, everyone savored the lamb offal soup, feasted on roasted lamb, and gnawed at the sheep's skull. "Xiaoyang, when shall we venture to the seaside?" Luo Yu inquired, her mouth full of lamb. "Ah, the seaside? I too wish to go. It has been far too long since my last visit," Zhou Yuanyuan murmured as she gnawed on the skull. At that moment, all eyes turned to Xiaoyang. "I will speak of the seaside once I find a route. Returning to the plains is out of the question. It is too distant," Xiaoyang replied, placing several pieces of lamb offal into his mouth. "We are presently situated near the center of the island. Discovering a path to the coast will not be an easy endeavor," Jenny interjected. "That is of little concern. We have plenty of time to spare," Song Fei'er chuckled softly. Given the current scarcity of food, residing by the seaside for a while might be a commendable choice, Xiaoyang mused inwardly. Later that night, Xiaoyang sat alone by the fire in the hall, deep in contemplation. They had now inhabited this island for over 3 months. Winter was waning, and spring was on the horizon. "What occupies your thoughts at this hour? Why are you still awake?" A voice broke the silence as Song Fei'er emerged from a room. "Rest eludes me, so I remain here for a while," Xiaoyang replied with a faint smile. "I too could not find sleep. Upon seeing the flickering flames, I decided to join you," she remarked, taking a chair and warming her delicate hands by the fire. "Xiaoyang, would you share stories of your past with me?" Song Fei'er asked, gazing at him. "What is there to recount?" Xiaoyang smiled sleekly. "After my military service, I became a security guard. Truly, there is little worth telling. My elder brother also served in the army. He was away for 5 years, returning only twice." Song Fei'er reflected quietly as she watched the fire. "Oh, 5 years? He must be quite remarkable," Xiaoyang responded, chuckling at her words. "It was my grandfather who encouraged him to enlist. Initially, he was reluctant." Song Fei'er smiled gently. "By the way, how long did you serve?" "I also served for 5 years." Xiaoyang paused before responding. "If we were to return, what would you wish to do?" Song Fei'er shifted the conversation. "What to do?" Xiaoyang pondered. "I suppose I would continue as a security guard." Song Fei'er paused, taken aback. "Have you never considered pursuing something else?" "Not really." Xiaoyang shook his head with a smile. "Being a security guard is not so bad. Do you look down upon such work?" "Not at all. I harbor no disdain for anyone." Song Fei'er gently shook her head and spoke. The two engaged in a delightful exchange of conversation until late into the night before retiring to rest. Meanwhile, outside the stormy region, 2 pirate ships lay anchored, their decks teeming with pirates. A black flag, emblazoned with a large skull, billowed from the mast. A strikingly beautiful and alluring foreign woman, equipped with a telescope, stood at the bow, gazing intently into the tempestuous area. "Hey Z, are you certain we can navigate through this storm? I have no desire to perish here," the alluring woman remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Hey Z as she spoke in a measured tone. "Captain Mary, rest assured, as soon as the storm abates, we shall proceed," Hey Z replied respectfully. "Oomph. We have been waiting here for 3 days, and the storm shows no signs of relenting." Mary's voice carried a hint of frustration. "If the tempest persists tomorrow, we shall turn back, and I will inform the chief." Hey Z remained silent. well aware that once Mary made a decision, only the chief could sway her resolve. What a useless wretch Cass is, fumbling even the simplest of captures and sacrificing himself on the island. Truly of no value, Mary muttered under her breath, disdain evident in her tone. She then turned her gaze toward Hazy with a sly smile. Hazy, from now on, you shall follow my lead. Oh, thank you, Captain Mary, thank you. Hazy responded, bowing deeply in a bid to curry favor. From now on, I shall heed your commands, and those of the chief. Well, your attitude is commendable, Mary replied with a slight smile. This time, the chief has tasked me with capturing those Easterners. Do you know his intentions? Chris had summoned Mary to apprehend individuals, specifically instructing her to capture them alive. He had withheld further details from her. Upon observing Mary's expression, Hazy promptly divulged all that transpired on the island. He understood that failing to share this information could result in dire consequences. For this enchantress was not to be trifled with. As Mary listened to Hazy's account, a glimmer of excitement flashed in her eyes before she swiftly concealed it. So, those Easterners on the island are the offspring of magnates. If I capture them and secure a ransom, I could recruit my own crew, and then... Mary contemplated eagerly within her mind. She had brought only her most trusted allies, aside from Hazy and the 3 men he had accompanied. Once I capture those Easterners, Hazy and his companions cannot remain, Mary mused to herself. At that moment, the tempest within the stormy region seemed to wane. Captain, look, the storm appears to be abating. Hazy exclaimed with joy upon noticing the diminishing tempest. Mary lifted her telescope and, indeed, observed that the storm was gradually subsiding, poised to cease completely. Lisa, prepare them at once. Mary called out to a female pirate positioned behind her. Swiftly, the 2 pirate ships began to lower their small boats into the sea, a total of 7 in all. Mary approached to direct the operation, overseeing the transfer of supplies onto the vessels. Brother Hay, do you truly intend to align yourself with this femme fatale? She is known to devour men whole, leaving no trace behind. A pirate whispered into Hay's ear, exercise caution. I am aware, Hay replied, but presently we have no alternative for now. We must seek her temporary favor. He chuckled softly. However, should she dare to turn against us, we are not to be trifled with. Indeed, I have long desired to confront this enchantress, came the eager response. Lower your voice. If she hears you, your fate will be dire. Hay shot a glare at the talkative pirate, then suddenly grinned wickedly. Fear not, opportunity shall arise. Haha, I have thought of that as well. Half an hour later, on 7 small boats, 4 individuals occupied each vessel, laden with supplies. Let's proceed, Hay. Lead the way, Mary called out to him. Everyone, stay close. Paddle towards the left, as the right is fraught with hidden reefs. Set sail, Hay shouted, and the 7 boats lined up in formation, navigating towards the stormy waters ahead. Chapter 71. A failed attempt in the early hours of the following day. Just past 5 o'clock, the sky remained shrouded in darkness. 6 small boats made landfall on the northern coast, arriving at the fishing spot previously frequented by Xiao Yang. Hazy and several pirates stood around, holding lanterns. Captain, there was a ship following behind that has capsized due to the monstrous waves, losing both crew and supplies, Lisa reported as she approached Mary. Mary furrowed her brow. Forget about that for now. Let the men transfer the supplies from the ship to the shore. We will address everything once daylight breaks. Understood, Lisa nodded, turning away to organize the efforts. Lisa, Mary's capable second-in-command, sported a short bob that accentuated her efficiency. Half an hour later, the pirates had successfully moved the supplies to the beach, erected several tents, and kindled 3 campfires. After inventorying the supplies, Lisa entered Mary's tent. Captain, we initially brought enough food for a week, but the ship carrying our provisions sank. Now, we only have enough for 4 days, Lisa reported gravely. If our provisions are insufficient, we can forage on the island, Mary replied, casting a glance at Lisa. Our paramount objective is to locate and capture those Easterners as swiftly as possible. Understood. As soon as dawn breaks, we shall search the island, Lisa responded, her resolve evident in her eyes. Meanwhile, the pirates gathered around the campfires, warming themselves while indulging in canned meat and spirits, sharing laughter and camaraderie. The horizon gradually lightened, heralding the approach of dawn. Heisey, when you were last here, did you engage them in combat? Lisa inquired, fixing her gaze on Heisey. It's not far. A mere 2-hour walk from here, Heisey answered promptly. Very well. Lead us there now, Lisa commanded without hesitation. Now, Deputy Lisa, we haven't eaten yet, and it's barely dawn. Perhaps we should wait until it's fully light? Heisey suggested hesitantly. Eat what? This is an order. Do you dare disobey? Lisa's eyes glinted with intensity as she glared at Heisey and his companions. You can eat upon your return. With that, she set about gathering the pirates. Heisey, enough talk. While there is still a bit of time, have some canned meat, Heisey whispered to his 3 trusted brothers. At that moment, they numbered only 4, relying on others, forced to bow their heads. Despite their simmering frustration, they bore it in silence. 10 minutes later, Lisa had assembled 12 pirates, including Heisey and his 3 men, totaling 16, who hurriedly made their way toward the woods. Back at the camp, only Mary and 8 pirates remained. The cold morning air prompted Mary to indulge in 2 cups of strong liquor, bringing a subtle flush to her cheeks as she reclined on a folding bed, her long, elegant legs exposed, with a small stove crackling beside her. An hour and a half later, Heisey had led Lisa and the others beyond the plains. By this time, the sky had brightened significantly, a rosy hue gracing the mountaintops, heralding the sun's ascent. Quickly, Lisa called to the pirates trailing behind, prompting them to dash into the narrow path. Bang! Suddenly, the pirate running at the forefront stumbled into a trap, losing his balance and falling onto the sharp spikes below, which pierced his abdomen. Stop! A pirate immediately halted, spreading his arms to prevent his comrades from advancing. Lisa approached briskly, furrowing her brow as she circumvented the trap and continued deeper into the area. The other pirates glanced at their fallen comrade in the trap before swiftly following her lead. Soon, they arrived at a patch of thatch. Heisey, observing the 1/3 cut thatch on the ground, realized that the Easterners had lived here. Lisa surveyed the thatch field and called out to the pirates, everyone, spread out and search. Upon hearing her command, the pirates promptly drew their AK rifles and began their search across the plain. Half an hour later, Deputy Captain Weevee discovered a bamboo door. A pirate rushed over to Lisa, speaking with respect. Let us go. At her word, Lisa directed the pirate to lead the way to the valley's exterior. The bamboo door was quickly opened, and they entered. Inside the house, Heisey inspected the surroundings but found no signs of life. Deputy Captain, it appears they have already departed from here, Heisey remarked to Lisa. Furthermore, given the state of this place, it seems they left some time ago. Lisa frowned, contemplating. Let us return and report to the captain. With that, she swayed her alluring hips and exited. Heisey watched her retreating figure, a wicked smile creeping onto his face as he followed her out. 2 hours later, they returned to the seaside camp. Inside the tent, Lisa and Heisey were reporting to Mary. So you're saying they vacated their original camp, and now we have no idea where they've gone? Mary asked, scrutinizing the two. They shook their heads, remaining silent. Do you think we are gods? How could we possibly know where they've gone? Heisey pondered inwardly. The tent fell silent for a moment as Mary paced within. Pack your things immediately. Take me to sea, Mary instructed Lisa and Heisey. Upon her command, they promptly exited, instructing the other pirates to tidy up the camp. Once the camp was in order, they set off towards the plain, with Mary surveying her surroundings along the way. 2 hours later, they arrived at the house in the valley, where Mary contemplated her surroundings. How the brothers set up camp here, Mary turned to Lisa and said, You and Heisey take the others to search the vicinity. Yes, Lisa replied and swiftly departed. Soon, Lisa and Heisey led their respective groups to search the surrounding valleys. This house is well constructed. It seems these Easterners possess remarkable survival skills in the wild. Mary remarked with a slight smile as she circled the house. They can even weave baskets, and their craftsmanship is quite impressive, Mary mused. Taking down a bamboo basket from the wooden wall, it appears you must be hiding on the island. Rest assured, I will find you. He took out his phone and discovered there was no signal at all. He couldn't even make a call. Outside on the grass, several pirates had already set up their tents and were chopping dry branches from the nearby woods. What shall we do now, Black Brother? That Lisa gave us only 2 cans of meat. How can we possibly share it among 4? It's utterly insufficient. One remarked. Indeed, she is more detestable than a viper. I truly wish to pin her down and teach her a lesson. Keep your voice down, Black Brother whispered to the trio. Rest assured, I am merely biding my time. When the opportunity arises, we shall seize our moment. What is your plan, Black Brother? A pirate inquired quietly. We only need to wait until the viper and those Easterners are locked in a deadly struggle. Once they have nearly perished, we shall make our move. Black Brother glanced around and continued in hushed tones. At that point, we will subdue the viper and Lisa, eliminating the others. Then, won't the 2 of them be at our mercy? What then? Another asked, puzzled. Are you foolish? Naturally, we will eliminate them. When we return, we will claim that those Easterners were responsible for their deaths. Thus, all the credit will belong to us. Brilliant plan, Black Brother, they exclaimed, their admiration palpable. Your cunning astounds us, like the relentless flow of a mighty river. Enough talk. Let us take a stroll in the woods to maintain appearances, Black Brother declared, rising and striding towards the forest. Chapter 72. Jenny takes initiative in the heart of the jungle. Xiao Yang concealed himself behind a large tree, cautiously peering out at a wild boar resting in a depression ahead. The creature had dug a pit and was now slumbering within it. This boar was substantial, with coarse skin and thick flesh, rendering it impossible to take down with a bow and arrow. A firearm was necessary for the task. Squatting down, Xiao Yang whispered to Jenny and her companions. Understood? The group nodded in unison, swiftly retrieving their rifles. Taking advantage of the boar's slumber, Xiao Yang raised his rifle and approached cautiously, with Jenny and Song Feier flanking him. They halted a mere 10 meters from the beast. Fire! The command rang out, and 5 rifles were raised, unleashing a barrage of shots. The boar let out a few low grunts, convulsed, and then lay still, blood seeping from its wounds. Luoyu, go back and call Yuan and the others to join us. Remember to bring the baskets. Xiao Yang instructed as he observed the boar's lifeless form. Luoyu nodded and made her way back to the valley. Are you planning to process the boar right here? Song Feier inquired. Indeed, Xiao Yang replied with a nod. It's too much trouble to carry it back. Let's get to work. With that, he drew a machete and began to dissect the boar, while Jenny and the others crouched down, using their knives to cut open the belly. Half an hour later, Luoyu returned with Yuan and the others. Xiao Yang placed the butchered meat into one basket and the entrails into another. Big brother, how much does this massive boar weigh? Zhou Yuan asked, her eyes wide with astonishment at the quantity of meat. Around 200 pounds, give or take, Xiao Yang mused with a chuckle. Wow, so much meat means we can feast tonight. Lu Linlin exclaimed joyfully as she shouldered a basket. Let us head back. After processing the boar, Xiao Yang led them down the slope and out of the jungle. Upon their return to the valley, Tazu rushed over, drawn by the scent of meat, barking excitedly. Inside the shelter, everyone was occupied with their tasks. Liu Hui busied herself preparing a soup with the pig offal, while Jenny and Song Feier skewered pieces of meat. Zhou Yuan, Lu Linlin, and Tong Yao ventured into the woods to gather firewood. Lu Qing was chopping the pig's head with a machete, while Lu Yu washed the boar meat by the waterfall. Xiao Yang, come chop this. I can't get through it. Lu Qing called out after several futile attempts to break the skull. Let me handle it. You can assist Liu, Xiao Yang replied, arranging the grill. Upon hearing his words, she set down her machete and went to help Liu. A few minutes later, Xiao Yang had prepared the grill and approached to chop the pig's head. The bone was remarkably tough, explaining Lu Qing's difficulties. Xiao Yang, the soup is ready, Liu Hui announced, approaching him. Pour it into the bamboo bucket, and let us render the pig fat as well, he instructed while continuing to chop the head. Jenny and Song Feier neatly arranged the skewered meat in a basket. As night fell, a bonfire was kindled on a grassy expanse outside the shed. Jenny, Tong Yao, and Luo Yu were roasting skewers of meat, while Xiao Yang sipped from a bowl of pork offal soup, holding several skewers in his right hand. Tread Snow gnawed on a bone nearby. Xiao Yang, when shall we venture to the seaside? Asked one of them. Indeed, we yearn for seafood, another chimed in. Perhaps tomorrow. We merely need to walk southward, and we shall surely reach the shore. Xiao Yang replied with a faint smile directed at the group. It is settled then, Zhou Yuan exclaimed joyfully, raising her skewer in celebration. After satisfying their appetites, Zhou Yuan, Lu Linlin, and Tong Yao frolicked around the bonfire, while Jenny, Song Fei and Lu Qing engaged in conversation. As the deep of night enveloped them, everyone retreated to their slumber, leaving Xiao Yang alone beside the shed, smoking wild boar meat. Seated within, he sipped hot tea, idly gazing at the moon and stars above. At that moment, memories of the moon from his hometown resurfaced in his mind, round and luminous just like this one. 2 hours later, Xiao Yang decided to check on the meat to see how the smoking process was progressing. The sea salt was now nearly depleted, but he could procure more from the seaside tomorrow. Just then, Jenny emerged from the bamboo building and approached the shed. "Jenny, why are you still awake?" Xiao Yang inquired upon hearing her footsteps. "I cannot sleep," she replied, moving closer and gazing intently at him. Over the course of their time together, Jenny had gradually developed feelings for Xiao Yang, though she had kept these sentiments hidden within her heart. Noticing the intensity in her gaze, Xiao Yang turned slightly and smiled. "Cannot sleep? Then, perhaps we could count the stars." At that moment, he himself was uncertain of the words escaping his lips. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Jenny had removed her clothing, revealing her alluring form. Xiao Yang's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart racing as he thought, "Do foreign girls truly possess such openness?" "Xiao Yang, I like you," Jenny confessed, taking his hand and guiding it toward her ample bosom. Goodness! Xiao Yang's mind showed it internally, and he could no longer restrain himself. To hold back any longer would compromise his manhood. He embraced Jenny passionately, drawing her close to the warmth of the fire. Soon enough, the two were entwined beside the bonfire. Half an hour later, Xiao Yang softly inquired, "Jenny, why have you chosen to do this?" Cuddled in his arms, she smiled and replied, "Did I not say? I like you." "Oh, when did this affection for me begin?" he asked, caressing her soft form. "I'm not certain." "Oh, please do not move," she protested. "Not moving is simply not an option." He smirked mischievously, pressing her down once more. Just as they were lost in their fervor, a figure stood at the entrance of the bamboo building, Song Fei. Observing the intimate exchange between the two, Song Fei maintained a stoic expression, her hands clenched tightly. "Why is this happening? Why?" she murmured to herself, a solitary tear escaping the corner of her eye. "No, throughout my life, I have never failed to obtain what I desired." Wiping away her tear, Song Fei uttered a resolute statement before retreating to her room. The following morning, with plans to visit the seaside, Lu Qing and the others rose early. "Oh, Brother Xiao Yang, why do you have dark circles under your eyes? Have you not slept enough?" Lu Linlin inquired with surprise as she gazed at Xiao Yang. "Of course not. I was up all night smoking meat." Xiao Yang replied with a yawn. "Are you ready? If so, let's set off," Song Fei inquired coolly as she approached. "Let us go. Off to the seaside." Zhou Yuan exclaimed joyfully, sprinting out of the bamboo house with her backpack. Chapter 73. Arrival at the seaside as Xiao Yang and her companions journeyed southward. The pirates were already scouring the area around the Three Towers Peak. "Captain Lisa, this island is vast. How can we possibly find anyone with just our small group?" Hazy remarked from the hillside, addressing Lisa. "Just focus on the search. Do not concern yourself with anything else or ask unnecessary questions," Lisa replied coolly. Casting a brief glance at Hazy, "Take your men and search to the right." Upon hearing this, Hazy nodded and led 3 pirates to the right. "You wretched woman, sooner or later, I will bring you to your knees." Hazy seethed inwardly. Not long after Hazy departed, Mary approached, surveying the distant peaks and meadows. "Captain, this island is enormous. Searching for a few individuals feels like finding a needle in a haystack," she said. "Indeed, I must find them. It is crucial for our plans," Lisa asserted resolutely. "Understood." Lisa nodded solemnly in response. "If we do not uncover any leads by noon, we shall venture deeper into the island." Mary glanced towards the direction of the Three Towers Peak before turning and leaving the hillside. "If I capture them, once the ransom is secured, I shall establish my stronghold on this island. At that point, back in the valley, Mary sat beside a folding bed with a cup of wine, a sinister smile on her face. Meanwhile, He and his 3 companions settled into a low-lying area of the grass. "Brother He, aren't we going to search for them?" one pirate inquired, looking at He. "Search for what? Even if we find them, it's likely that we 4 would be the first to perish," He murmured, squinting. "Last time, with so many of us, we were defeated and fled in disarray. What do you think we can accomplish with just the 4 of us? Moreover, the boss was with us then. If I run swiftly, I wouldn't be here now. So what do we do now? We can't just sit here indefinitely," another pirate pressed. "What can we do? Let us go, consider it a scenic stroll." He stood up, dusting off his backside as he made his way into the thicket. In the southern jungles, Xiaoyang led her group further to the right, traversing mountains and meadows, crossing through forests and streams. "Janie, are you feeling tired?" Tong Yao asked, noticing Janie's unsteady gait as she followed behind. "Oh, I'm fine. Perhaps just a bit fatigued," Janie smiled faintly. Hearing this, Song Fei turned her head slightly to glance at Janie. "If you're tired, it would be wise to take a break," Xiaoyang suggested, and then they all settled down in the thicket to rest. "Why has the day turned so gloomy? Is it going to rain?" Lu Qing looked up at the sky, observing a few dark clouds obscuring the sun. "We brought a tent. Rain won't be an issue. So worry not." Luo Yu chuckled softly. "Let us keep moving. If it rains, navigating through the jungle will become even more challenging," Song Fei said. Looking at Xiaoyang nodded, and the group stood up to continue their journey, their steps echoing through the forest, though they never ventured too far apart. After a day of arduous travel, I finally arrived at the seaside just as the sun began its descent. Standing atop a large stone, I surveyed the surroundings and noted the distinct differences from the coast I had previously visited. Here, the beach was adorned with a scattering of imposing boulders, while to the right loomed a rocky hill. The stretch of sand was modest, giving way to crystalline waters that lapped rhythmically against the shore. Behind us lay a thicket of thorny shrubs interspersed with towering coconut palms. "Let's clear a space amidst the underbrush to pitch our tent," suggested Jenny, casting a glance around at her companions. Song Fei nodded in agreement, brandishing a machete. With collective effort, they cleared a small patch of land in under 10 minutes. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuanyuan, Lu Linlin, and Tong Yao ventured into the adjacent woods to gather firewood. As the sun dipped lower, the sky above the sea was painted with brilliant hues of sunset, a breathtaking sight to behold. Once the tent was erected, darkness enveloped the landscape. Xiaoyang produced a lighter and ignited a fire pit. Lu Huai and Luo Yu returned from the beach, carrying stones to construct a cooking area beside the cleared ground. Jenny retrieved several strips of smoked meat from her backpack, slicing them into small pieces with a dagger and placing them into a metal container. Lu Qing then poured in 2 bottles of water, prompting Lu Huai to commence the cooking. "This time, we must linger by the sea a little longer. It has taken us so long to arrive here," Jenny remarked with a smile as she settled beside me. "Indeed, we should stay for at least 10 days. Tong Yao exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Now that we are here, we must make the most of our time," Luo Yu added with a gentle smile. "I have no objections," I replied with a faint smile. Minutes passed, and soon everyone gathered their bamboo bowls to enjoy the smoked meat. After a long day's journey, fatigue set in, and once satisfied, we retreated into the tent to sleep, with Tazuo resting beside us as the campfire continued to crackle. The night was serenaded by the soothing sounds of the waves. The following morning, as I awoke, Jenny and the others had already dashed to the beach to frolic. "Higher, higher, I still can't reach," Lu Linlin exclaimed, her arms wrapped around Zhou Yuanyuan's legs as they stood beneath a 7 or 8 meter tall coconut tree. Zhou Yuanyuan held a long wooden stick, the end of which was affixed with a dagger. Rubbing my eyes, I made my way over. "Allow me," I offered. "Big brother," they called in unison upon seeing me approach. Lu Linlin gently set Zhou Yuanyuan down, who then handed me the wooden stick. "I don't need this," I chuckled, setting the stick aside as I grasped the tree trunk and began my ascent. Climbing the coconut tree was manageable for me, though any higher would have posed challenge. "Be careful," Zhou Yuanyuan and Lu Linlin called anxiously from below. Moments later, I had climbed to the top, plucking 5 or 6 coconuts, which I tossed onto the sand before descending. Zhou Yuanyuan and her companion immediately dashed down the beach to gather the fallen leaves. After a brief period of play, Jenny and her friends ventured out to the rocks in search of small sea snails. The snails clinging to the rocks were scarce, and after half an hour of effort, they managed to collect only a few. "There are too few sea snails here. Let us ascend to see what lies above," suggested Song Feier, glancing at the tiny creatures in their hands. "Let us go," the others agreed. They placed the sea snails into their baskets and made their way towards the rocky hill along the shallow waters. "Xiao Yang, Jenny and the others have gone to the rocky hill. We should follow," Lu Linlin urged, tugging Zhou Yuanyuan's hand as they hurried upward. Xiao Yang smiled sleekly, settling on the beach, and took a sip from a coconut he had cracked open. Chapter 74. Lisa's suggestion at this moment. Mary was leading the pirates in an exploration towards the north. She divided her crew along the coastline, extending into the grassy jungles, conducting a thorough search, albeit limited by their scant numbers. "Report immediately if you discover any signs of human activity," Mary commanded the pirates ahead. "Aye, Captain," they respectfully responded, and pairs of them set off in different directions. "Hey Z, what do you think they might be hiding?" Mary inquired with a smile after the pirates had departed. Hey Z shook his head vigorously. "Captain, I have no idea." "Oomph. If you don't know, then go find out." Mary's expression suddenly shifted, her voice stern. "The speed of your mood changes is remarkable." Yes, I shall go at once," Hey Z replied, bending low with a smile, and led 3 trusted companions towards the forest. "If it weren't for the fact that you still hold some value, I would have left you all here permanently," Mary muttered, watching Hey Z and his companions disappear into the distance. Currently, food was scarce, and with over 20 individuals to feed, ensuring everyone was well fed would pose a significant challenge. Thus, Mary had to prepare to search for people while also hunting. However, this dual endeavor would considerably slow their progress. If the targets were to notice them and hide again, locating them would become even more difficult. Mary had come to realize that her preparations were insufficient. She had initially thought capturing someone would take only a few days, yet 2 days had passed without a single sighting. "Where are you hiding?" she murmured, scanning the grasslands and jungles. If she searched directly through the center of the island, she would miss the coastline. Conversely, if she began her search from the shore, she would overlook the central area and the beach on the opposite side. With over 20 people, if they dispersed too widely, they could easily be picked off one by one, leading to even greater complications. Searching the entire island with inadequate manpower, compounded by their dwindling food supplies, posed another risk. Any gunfire during hunting would further expose them, should they be discovered, and, if the targets circled back to previously searched areas or behind them, the situation would become exceedingly troublesome. It was akin to a game of hide and seek. "I should not have brought so few people. It was careless of me," Mary mused, touching her forehead. In the jungle, "Hey Z, see the damn those winches. You old hag, order me around. I'll chop you to pieces." He swung a Nepalese knife violently against a tree. "Hey go, Lisa only provided us with 2 cans of meat, claiming it would last a day. How can that possibly suffice?" One pirate lamented, holding the 2 cans. "To hell with it. We'll find food ourselves. Let us go," Hazy exclaimed angrily, leading his 3 companions deeper into the jungle. Half an hour later, bang, 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 in a small ravine deep within the jungle, Hazy fired several shots into a nearby thicket. "Ha ha! Hazy's marksmanship is impressive. I hit a wild chicken with just a few shots," he boasted, blowing on the barrel of his pistol with a grin. "Indeed, were it not for our leader's absence, we would not be bullied by the enchanting serpent," a pirate exclaimed with indignation. "Alas, spare us the mention of her. It dampens my spirits," Blackie interjected. "Tend to the fire and roast the wild chicken." The 3 pirates gathered some firewood, and Blackie produced a cigar, igniting it before stoking the flames. "Hurry, fatty, prepare the chicken. My stomach is growling," Blackie called down to the pirate by the creek. "Hey, Blackie, toss me a cigar. I'm out," another pirate chimed in with a grin. "Scram, who told you to bring just 1 pack? I have only this one left," Blackie muttered, reluctantly handing over another cigar. As Blackie and his companions were roasting the wild chicken, Lisa approached with 5 or 6 pirates in tow. "Was it you who fired the shots?" Lisa demanded sternly. fixing her gaze upon Blackie and his crew. It was I. Blackie stood, addressing Lisa. Deputy Captain Lisa, is it forbidden to fire a weapon? Upon hearing this, Lisa unleashed a flurry of kicks at the fire, causing the 3 pirates to leap back and the flames to scatter. If you shoot recklessly again, I shall execute you. Lisa brandished her exquisite pistol, directing it at Blackie's head, before departing with her subordinates. Watching her leave, Blackie clenched his fist, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. As night fell, the pirates' camp was set upon a grassy slope. Captain, no signs of human activity have been discovered along the coastline or nearby, Lisa reported within Mary's tent. I suspect they have retreated deeper into the island. Tomorrow morning, we shall search further inland. Mary took a sip from her goblet and asserted, I refuse to believe we cannot find them. However, she continued, Captain, our provisions are nearly depleted. We may only last through tomorrow. After a moment's contemplation, Lisa spoke. We should inform the crew that if any animals are spotted during the search, they may hunt them. Captain, that could easily reveal our presence. If they are hiding, it will become exceedingly difficult to locate them, Lisa expressed, her brow furrowing. Do you possess a better strategy? Mary inquired, gazing at Lisa. After a moment's thought, Lisa shook her head. None. Captain, we could send a few back to request additional men and supplies from the chief. Absolutely not. Mary interrupted, waving her hand dismissively. Chris will surely send Robert to deal with us, and our plans will be thwarted. You must understand, Robert is Chris's right-hand man. Captain, we could. Lisa leaned closer to Mary's ear, whispering, once we capture those Easterners, we could devise a way to eliminate Robert. His subordinates will then gravitate toward us. Those who disobey shall be executed. Mary's face instantly lit up with a wicked smile. Robert had long been coveting her body, and with a beauty scheme, he could easily be dispatched. This plan has merit. Mary nodded gently and whispered, Lisa, at dawn tomorrow, take 2 brothers back with you. Yes, Captain. The following morning, Jenny and her companions were at the stone mountain, wielding fish spears to catch fish. The stone mountain, perched by the sea, featured a hollowed-out center resembling a lake, seamlessly connecting to the vast ocean beyond. Round and Lu Lin Lin, along with Tong Yao, utilized a bark net to capture sea urchins in the recessed area beneath the stone wall. Given the sea urchin's spiny exterior, all 3 wielded 2 wooden sticks for protection. Round, what you're catching is far too small, Tong Yao remarked upon noticing Round indiscriminately placing sea urchins of all sizes into the bark net. Who cares? If it's edible, that's all that matters, Round muttered in response. At that moment, Xiao Yang, clad only in a pair of shorts, stood atop a massive rock by the sea, a good 5 to 6 meters above the water surface. Finally, it's your time to shine, he chuckled, adjusting his goggles before donning them. Chapter 75. The pirates ambushed by the natives with a resounding splash. Xiao Yang plunged into the depths of the ocean, diving straight toward the seabed. Equipped with goggles, he could clearly observe the surroundings beneath the surface. Upon reaching a depth of 7 or 8 meters, he found himself at the ocean floor. Here, a myriad of colorful fish of various sizes darted among the coral reefs, while some algae swayed gently, offering shelter to several marine creatures. Among the crevices of the coral, predators lay in wait. Large sea snails moved sluggishly across the seabed, some as sizable as a human palm. Curious fish swam up to Xiao Yang, intrigued by his presence. Holding his breath, he searched within the coral's nooks and crannies. Suddenly, 2 long antennae emerged from a gap beneath the coral formation. As Xiao Yang swam closer, a look of delight spread across his face. He thought to himself, at last, I have found you. He swiftly aimed his harpoon at the large lobster nestled within the crevice and struck with precision. The harpoon pierced the creature's body, and he pulled it out, but another lobster quickly fled. By heavens, there's another one, Xiao Yang exclaimed in surprise upon realizing that a pair of lobsters had been hiding there. Ignoring the escaping lobster, he seized a large sea snail with his other hand and began his ascent, knowing he could hold his breath for just over 2 minutes. Breaking through the surface, Xiao Yang inhaled the fresh air and swam towards the shore. Once on the beach, he set the lobster and sea snail aside to catch his breath. A few minutes later, he dug a pit in the sand and placed the lobster and snail within, before climbing onto a large rock. The exhilarating sensation of leaping from a height filled him with joy. With another splash, he dove back into the sea. 2 minutes later, he resurfaced, a fish impaled on his harpoon. At that moment, Jenny and her companions returned from the rocky outcrop, laughing and chatting merrily. "Xiaoyang, did you catch a fish?" "Impressive," they exclaimed as they gathered by the water's edge, watching him emerge from the waves. Xiaoyang raised his harpoon, smiling. "Wow, a lobster, a sea snail," exclaimed Tong Yao upon spotting the treasures in the pit. Indeed, such a large lobster would fetch an exorbitant price at a restaurant, Song Fei remarked in astonishment, lifting the lobster to admire it. "Xiaoyang, did you really catch this lobster?" Luo Yu inquired as Xiaoyang approached. Taken aback for a moment, Xiaoyang smiled and replied, "No, it simply crawled up from the sea and into the pit by itself." "How could that be possible?" Luo Yu gasped in disbelief. "Truly, a beautiful face does not guarantee intelligence," Xiaoyang muttered under his breath before calling out to Jenny and the others. "Let us head back." "Does he mean me?" Luo Yu wondered aloud as Xiaoyang and the others walked away. Upon returning to the camp, Xiaoyang buried the lobster and sea snail in the embers of the fire. In a metal pot, Song Fei and her companions were boiling the small sea creatures they had brought back, including small conchs, scallops, and mussels. Nearby, Zhou Yuanyuan and her group were deftly removing the spines from sea urchins with a dagger, then cracking them open to savor the delectable urchin roe inside. LV Huai had brought back several fish, which she was gutting and hanging on branches to dry. After half an hour, Xiaoyang retrieved the large lobsters and conchs, skillfully cracking their shells and slicing the meat so that everyone could partake. "Gourmet, everyone, have a taste," Xiaoyang cheerfully urged Jenny and the others. "Delicious," they exclaimed. "Xiaoyang, please catch a few more lobsters. This isn't enough for us." "Indeed, eating lobsters is best done with hearty bites," Lu Qing chimed in, echoing the sentiment. "Heartily? I would love to, but are lobsters that easy to find?" Xiao Yangwu said. "The conch meat is best enjoyed with a dipping sauce." "Yes, adding a bit of chili would make it even more delightful." After finishing the lobsters and conchs, they began to indulge in the seafood from the metal pot. Once satiated, everyone rushed to the shore to frolic, and in no time, their clothes were thoroughly soaked, revealing their subtly curvaceous figures. In the depths of the northern jungle, Mary led her subordinates deeper into the thicket. "Hey, why haven't we seen that Lisa woman today?" one of them inquired. "Indeed, we haven't caught a glimpse of her all morning," another added. Hearing this, Hazy scanned the area around Mary and whispered, "Perhaps the beauty serpent has assigned her to other tasks." Navigating through the dense underbrush proved challenging, prompting Mary to draw a pure black machete from her waist and clear the surrounding branches. After half an hour, they emerged from the jungle, arriving at the bank of a river. On the opposite side lay another thicket, leaving Mary uncertain of their next move, as she had completely lost her bearings. "Captain, should we cross the river to the other side, or follow the riverbank?" A tall pirate approached and asked. He was Remy, Mary's trusted aide, towering at nearly 2 meters with a robust build. He always carried a machine gun, strapped with bullets across his body. "Let us cross the river," Mary decided after a moment's contemplation. Upon hearing this, Remy immediately gestured to the nearby pirates. The pirates promptly descended into the river, making their way across. The water was not very deep, reaching only to their thighs, and the current was gentle, making the crossing effortless. Minutes later, everyone had successfully traversed to the opposite bank, while Hazy and his 3 companions were still making their way through the river. Mary glanced back at them, her face displaying a hint of disdain. "Hey, vacancy, hurry up," Remy called out to them. "Big guy, we're at the back, so of course we're slower," Hazy replied with a slight smile. Suddenly, arrows, blow darts, and spears shot out from the jungle, and in an instant, 3 pirates fell to the ground. "Captain, be careful," Remy lunged forward, tackling Mary to the grass, narrowly evading a flurry of arrows. "Shoot! Fire into the woods," Mary shouted as she regained her senses, directing the other pirates. The sound of gunfire erupted as the pirates took cover, unleashing a barrage into the thicket. The 4 from Blackie, upon hearing of an ambush, turned and retreated. Suddenly, a volley of spears and arrows whistled through the air, embedding themselves in the ground. Without hesitation, Remy raised his machine gun and squeezed the trigger. "Remy, fall back," Mary called out, rising and sprinting toward the river. "Retreat, quickly," Remy shouted to the other pirates as he continued firing while retreating towards the river. The remaining pirates followed suit, shooting as they withdrew. They crossed the river and returned to their original position, taking shelter behind the trees, peering across the water at the jungle beyond. A haunting wail suddenly echoed from the thicket, and soon they beheld dozens of figures, their bodies painted red, brandishing bows and spears as they emerged. "Captain, they are natives. What should we do?" Remy inquired, glancing back at Mary. Arrows whistled past, some embedding themselves in the trunks of the trees. Chapter 76. The pirates retreat to the shore, gazing at the arrows embedded in the tree trunks ahead. Mary's countenance darkened with fury as she bellowed, "Kill!" The crack of gunfire erupted as Remy, obeying her command, immediately opened fire on the indigenous people, with other pirates swiftly following suit. In an instant, several of the natives lay lifeless on the ground, prompting the remaining ones to hastily retreat into the dense foliage. As the gunfire subsided, Mary shouted, "Let us go," and turned toward the jungle. An hour later, in a clearing within the forest, 5 or 6 tents were pitched, while several pirates stood guard at the periphery. "Captain, we've lost 3 brothers, and 2 have sustained injuries to their thighs," Remy reported to Mary inside one of the tents. "Take good care of the injured. Now, go fetch Blackie," Mary instructed with a wave of her hand. Nodding in acknowledgement, Remy exited the tent, and shortly thereafter, Blackie entered, slightly hunched over as he inquired, "Captain, did you call for me? Why did you not mention there were natives on this island?" Mary glared at Blackie, brandishing her machete menacingly. "It's not my fault, Captain. I swear I didn't TC any natives last time." Blackie hastily defended himself. "I truly did not know. Had I known you deceived me, you would have experienced the true sharpness of this blade." Mary snarled, pressing the machete against Blackie's throat. "Get out." Upon hearing the command, Blackie promptly turned and exited the tent, moving quickly as if fearing that a slower pace would result in his being cleaved in two by Mary's wrath. Once Blackie departed, Mary sat on a folding bed, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire erupted outside, jolting Mary from her thoughts. Grabbing an AK assault rifle, she rushed out. Arrows and spears rained down from the surrounding trees, and 2 pirates fell to the ground. "Ah, kill them," Mary shouted, unleashing a barrage of gunfire into the woods. After a moment, the onslaught of arrows and spears ceased. "Captain, we're running low on ammunition. We must leave this place swiftly." Remy approached with urgency. "Immediately instruct the men to pack up the camp. We shall return to the shore," Mary ordered. "When Lisa and the others arrive, I will personally lead the charge to annihilate this native tribe. Their presence poses a significant hindrance to our search for those Orientals on the island." Quickly, the pirates began to dismantle the camp, following Mary's lead back along the path they had come. Upon reaching the shore, the pirates hastily erected tents along the beach. Blackie and 3 others sat beneath a coconut tree, engaged in conversation. With dwindling ammunition and 5 or 6 men lost, Mary resolved to temporarily remain at the shore, awaiting Lisa's arrival. "Remy, instruct the men to heighten their vigilance against any further ambushes by the natives," Mary declared as she approached him. "Rest assured, Captain, the view here is unobstructed. As soon as they arrive, we shall detect them in advance." Remy nodded. Mary acknowledged with a nod before retreating to the tent. "Hey, Gat, come here. You are the best swimmer at catching fish. Take a few brothers and dive into the sea to catch some fish," Remy called out to a frail pirate in the distance. "On the southern coast, wow. Big brother has caught a large lobster." At the shore, Zhou Yuanyuan exclaimed in delight as she saw Xiao Yang emerge from the water, a lobster speared on his harpoon. "Why aren't you helping to net the fish?" he asked as he swam into the shallows. "There are too many of them, and they find me cumbersome," Zhou Yuanyuan pouted in reply. Come on. Let's take a look," said Xiao Yang, making his way up. In the shallow waters beyond the rocky shore, Luo Yu, Tong Yao, and Lu Linlin were pursuing schools of fish with wooden sticks, attempting to drive them into the nearby lake. Jenny and Lu Qing were waiting at the entrance, armed with a bark net. "Quick, block the net." As the school of fish was driven to the shore, Song Feier shouted urgently. Jenny and Lu Qing immediately spread the bark net, bending down to gather some fish trapped in the shallow waters. Just as Xiao Yang arrived at the rocky shore, he noticed the sea gradually rising, signaling an impending tide. "The water is getting deeper. Just moments ago, it only reached my calves, and now it's up to my knees," he exclaimed. "Hey, come back. The tide is rising," he shouted to Song Feier and the others. Upon hearing his warning, they quickly rushed toward the shore, with Song Feier helping to catch the fish in the net. In less than 10 minutes, the water level had risen significantly. "Look, Xiao Yang, we caught 7 or 8 fish, and some weigh over 3 pounds," Song Feier called out, running over with a basket. "These scallops are quite impressive as well." "They are sizable," Lu Qing added, carrying several scallops and placing them into the basket with a smile. "Today's haul is remarkable. Let us return," she concluded, glancing at the basket filled with fish and scallops alongside various seashells. Back at the campsite, they grilled the fish and boiled the seafood. After feasting, Zhou Yuanyuan and Lu Linlin continued to play on the beach, building sandcastles and other structures. Tashu was nearby, amusing herself by nibbling on a hermit crab. Luo Yu lay on the beach, allowing Tong Yao and Hui Yi to bury her in sand. Meanwhile, Jenny Song Feier and Lu Qing searched for crabs in the crevices beneath the rocks along the shore. Xiao Yang strolled alone along the coastline, occasionally picking up a pebble to toss into the deep sea. Suddenly, a cry resembling that of an infant echoed through the air, prompting Xiao Yang to hastily ascend a nearby boulder, peering into the depths of the ocean. Only a few adult orcas were visible, seemingly in pursuit of something in the deep sea, but in a fleeting moment, they vanished from sight. Were they chasing a great white shark? As he watched them swiftly disappear into the depths, Xiao Yang pondered. Jenny and her companions returned with several crabs, binding them together with strips of tree bark. "Oh, is this a pair of goggles?" Song Feier exclaimed, lifting the goggles hanging from a branch with a smile. "Jenny, shall we explore the ocean floor as well?" "Are you sure?" "That seems quite perilous," Jenny replied. "What is the problem? Didn't Xiao Yang dive down several times without incident?" Song Feier countered with a grin. "This is different." Jenny hastily shook her head. "Is your swimming ability truly on par with Xiao Yang's?" "Oomph. My swimming skills are excellent. Let us go." Before Jenny could protest further, Song Feier seized her hand and dashed toward the sea. Lu Qing watched the two run off, a twinge of concern gripping her heart. While Song Feier might swim well at the pool, this was the ocean, and one misstep could spell disaster. Yuan, have you seen where Xiao Yang went?" Lu Qing called out to Zhou Yuan by the shore. Zhou Yuan turned and pointed below. "I saw the big brother go down there." Upon hearing this, Lu Qing immediately rushed down. At that moment, Jenny and Song Feier had reached the outer edge of the reef. Beyond lay the deep sea. "Faya, I really think you shouldn't go down there," Jenny said, her concern evident as she gazed at the dark waters. "What are you afraid of? Can't you see? The sea is calm here. Nothing will happen. Just relax." Song Feier laughed as she pointed to the tranquil surface. "I'll be the first to dive in, and when I surface, it will be your turn." With that, she donned the goggles and tentatively tested the water with her foot. Chapter 77. Returning to the valley as Song Feier leaped into the deep sea, a wave of anxiety washed over Jenny. Descending several meters, she encountered a school of fish. When she reached a depth of 7 or 8 meters, she realized she had not yet touched the ocean floor. At that moment, a mesmerizing array of small fish appeared around her. Feeling the urgent need to breathe, Song Feier hesitated, unwilling to ascend without having reached the seafloor. Her face flushed crimson as she dove deeper, finally reaching the ocean bed at over 10 meters. Yet, the pressing need for air overwhelmed her. Her head spun in confusion, instinctively urging her to swim upwards, but her body felt paralyzed. Suddenly, Xiao Yang swam swiftly towards her, enveloping her in his arms and kissing her, transferring air from his lungs to hers as they ascended together. Moments later, he emerged from the water, cradling her securely. Gasping for air, Song Feier sat exhausted on the reef as Jenny and Lu Qing helped her up. Xiaoyang climbed out, wringing out his wet clothes. You shouldn't do that again. It was far too perilous. You nearly, Xiaoyang cautioned, glancing at Song Feier. Still disoriented, she took deep breaths, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Jenny, let us help her to the beach, Lu Qing suggested, and together they guided Song Feier to the shore for a much-needed rest. Several minutes passed before Song Feier slowly regained her composure. What happened? Ro Yu and Lu Hui approached, observing her state. She's fine. She just swallowed a bit of water. Lu Qing replied with a smile. Oh, I thought she had fallen into the sea, Ro Yu said, bending slightly to examine Song Feier. Shall we go pick some coconuts? You all go ahead, Song Feier softly declined, shaking her head. Seeing her reluctance, Ro Yu took Lu Hui by the hand, wielding a stick as they headed towards the coconut trees. Xiaoyang settled beside a rock, placing his clothes out to dry. Are you feeling better? Jenny gently patted her back, inquiring. I'm all right now. Thank you. Song Feier responded with a faint smile directed at Jenny and Lu Qing. If you owe thanks, it should be to Xiaoyang, Lu Qing remarked with a subtle grin. At her words, Song Feier turned a glance at Xiaoyang sitting below on the rock, recalling the kiss they had shared during her rescue. Her cheeks flushed slightly, realizing it had been her first kiss. As the joyful moments swiftly passed, 3 days later, morning arrived. After rising, Lu Qing and the others began to pack up their campsite. Today, they would return to the valley, having been away for 5 or 6 days. Yuan, you and Tong Yao can carry those coconuts. Place the dried fish in my basket, Lu Hui instructed as she approached. After a brief interval of several minutes, everyone gathered their belongings and began to stroll towards the thicket beyond. Along the way, Xiaoyang observed some withered weeds, seemingly on the verge of revival, bursting forth with newfound vitality. Is spring upon us? Xiaoyang muttered to himself. With the arrival of spring, life awakens. Various hibernating creatures will rouse from their slumber, heralding the season of mating, during which the animal population will flourish. As temperatures gradually warm, wild vegetables will also begin to sprout and flourish. After a series of stops and starts, they returned to the valley just as dusk fell. Finally back. Upon entering the valley, Zhou Yuanyuan and Lu Linlin joyfully dashed towards the bamboo cottage. Exhausted, Luo Yu dropped her basket in the shed and reclined on a wooden beam. In their haste, they had not even paused for a meal at noon. As Lu Hui and Lu Qing laid down their baskets, they prepared to cook dinner. Let me handle the cooking. You two should rest well, Xiaoyang said with a smile. How wonderful! Lu Qing exclaimed joyfully. This is your reward. She then affectionately pecked Xiaoyang on the cheek before taking a seat on a chair. Observing this, Lu Hui lowered her head slightly and smiled, casting a furtive glance at Xiaoyang before also sitting down to rest. Aren't you going to reward me as well? Xiaoyang chuckled at Lu Hui. Hearing this, Lu Hui lowered her head in silence. What reward? At that moment, Song Feier entered, inquiring. Oh, nothing much. I'll be busy now, Xiaoyang replied, stepping beneath the eaves to retrieve several strips of smoked meat and commence preparing dinner. Linlin, there's smoke over there. Quick, block it, Zhou Yuanyuan shouted to Lu Linlin. It turned out that Zhou Yuanyuan, Lu Linlin, and Tong Yao were smoking mice in the grassland, while Ta Shui stood guard nearby. Lu Linlin used mud to seal the smoking area, while Tong Yao held a cage, waiting expectantly. Suddenly, Ta Shui lunged to the right, and a large rat darted out from a concealed burrow. The rat has been caught by Ta Shui, Tong Yao exclaimed upon witnessing the capture. As the rodent attempted to escape to another hole, Ta Shui seized it firmly. Let it be. Let it eat, Zhou Yuanyuan remarked with a glance at Ta Shui. As dusk settled in, the three swiftly returned to the shed. For dinner, they had a simple fare of smoked meat stir-fried with dry bamboo shoots and fish soup, made from the sea fish they had brought back. A few pieces of smoked meat paired with a steaming bowl of fish soup delighted everyone's palate. This smoked meat is tastier than when boiled in water, Lu Qing nodded in approval. Indeed, it's delicious, albeit a tad salty, Lu Hui chuckled softly. Time was too tight. Had we soaked it a bit, it wouldn't be so salty, Xiaoyang remarked with a grin. After satisfying their hunger, they retired to their rooms to set up tents, kindled a fire, and drifted into slumber. The day's journey had thoroughly exhausted them. On this night, the sky is adorned with a few stars, and the melodious chirping of crickets resonates from the grassy expanse outside. After quenching his thirst, Xiaoyang retreated to his chamber to repose. The following morning, sunlight streamed into the bamboo dwelling, rousing Jenny and her companions. "Hui, is breakfast ready? We may eat now." Upon hearing that breakfast was served, everyone eagerly retrieved their bamboo bowls. "Where shall we venture later?" "Certainly, we shall go hunting. By the way, we can set traps in the mountains to the left of the river. The thicket is dense there, and we should be able to find wild chickens. Let's head there." As Jenny and her friends partook of their morning meal, they deliberated on their destination. Once satiated, Jenny, accompanied by Lu Qing and Lu Hui, dashed towards the mountains to the left of the river. Song Fei, along with Luo Yu, Tong Yao, Zhou Yuan, and Lu Lin, made their way to the grassy area outside, claiming they would return with a couple of wild rabbits. Upon rising, Xiaoyang discovered only a small amount of broth left in the iron pot. Jenny and the others had already departed. Chapter 78. The boar attacked Xiaoyang savored a modest meal of broth and smoked meat before shouldering his rifle and bow, making his way to the waterfall to wash his face, then proceeding towards the bamboo grove, with Tread Snow following closely behind. Upon arriving at the riverbank, he ventured downstream, occasionally crouching to inspect the underbrush. After a brisk walk of several minutes, he turned towards a nearby mountain peak, which loomed majestically like a dragon, stretching for miles in a captivating display. Drawing his machete, Xiaoyang approached the mountain, navigating through patches of grass and reeds that reached over 1/2 meter in height. Clearing the way with his blade, Tread Snow darted through the reeds, perhaps having caught a glimpse of a mouse. After approximately half an hour, they reached the foot of the mountain. Looking up, he beheld a lush array of low shrubs clinging to the sheer cliffs. The sound of bleating sheep drew his gaze, revealing a few wild goats grazing on tender leaves halfway up the mountain before they swiftly vanished from sight. Continuing along the base of the mountain to the right, Xiaoyang soon discovered a recessed gorge. Venturing inward, he found the uneven grassy terrain gradually widening as he progressed. The soothing sound of flowing water beckoned him, and upon investigation, he encountered a babbling brook, flanked by trees alive with the chirping of small birds. He also spotted several exquisite kingfishers perched on branches by the stream, attentively awaiting the appearance of fish. Suddenly, a flurry of vibrant colors caught his eye as a few beautiful parrots flew overhead. After a brief walk, he stumbled upon a narrow path ascending to the right. Though modestly termed a path, it was essentially a dried riverbed strewn with stones of varying sizes. When it rains, the water cascades down from the mountain, flowing into the brook below. Cautiously crossing the stream, Xiaoyang began to climb, wary of the loose stones that threatened to give way. After ascending several hundred meters, he found himself at a dead end and decided to rest upon a large stone. Surveying his surroundings, Tread Snow had not accompanied him, still lingering in the underbrush at the mountain's base. After 10 minutes, Xiaoyang resumed his climb, grasping a sturdy tree root to aid his ascent. He traversed a slightly sloped area, continuing upward. The dense vines obstructed his path, compelling him to wield his machete once more. Along the way, he noted numerous fissures. A fall into one would mean a perilous descent. 2 hours later, Xiaoyang finally reached the mountain ridge, which resembled the back of a dragon. Gazing ahead, he spotted a colossal peak in the distance, resembling a volcano with a rounded, slightly concave summit, standing solitary amidst the terrain. Surrounding the volcano was a barren expanse free of greenery, save for scattered shrubs and a lake at the base. The view from the ridge somewhat obscured. To reach the volcano, he first needed to locate a pathway downward. The scenery from this vantage point was undeniably beautiful. Xiaoyang gazed at the distant volcano and murmured, "It must be a dormant volcano." Suddenly, a few bleats echoed nearby, prompting him to hasten towards the source of the sound. After running along the ridge for a while, he discovered a group of 5 or 6 ibex standing on a sheer cliff. He retrieved his rifle, contemplating a shot, but soon realized that even if he succeeded, the daunting precipice would thwart any attempt to retrieve it. Suddenly, a piercing eagle cry resonated from above as a golden eagle swooped down from the sky, targeting the ibex with fierce intent. The ibex, startled, moved anxiously along the cliff, bleeding in distress. The golden eagle quickly locked onto one of the ibex, descending with deadly precision. Its sharp talons seized the unfortunate creature, lifting it away from the cliff before releasing it to plummet downwards, following the prey in its descent. The sheer height of the fall would undoubtedly spell doom for the ibex, allowing the eagle to savor its hard-earned meal. This breathtaking spectacle stirred a sense of exhilaration within Xiaoyang, who mused that possessing a golden eagle would render him fearless in the pursuit of game. As the eagle soared away, he cast one last glance at the remaining ibex before turning to depart. Swoosh! I hit it! I hit it! In the mountain's thicket, Lu Huai exclaimed joyfully as she successfully shot a wild chicken with her bow and arrow. Well done! Your archery skills are improving, Lu Qing remarked as she approached to collect the wild chicken, smiling. Suddenly, movement in the nearby underbrush caught their attention, and a significant commotion suggested something was charging towards them. Huai! Qing! Climb a tree! Jenny shouted urgently from the right. A wild boar is heading your way. A wild boar? Lu Qing, hearing this, promptly drew her AK rifle, displaying no sign of panic or hesitation, and unleashed a barrage at the rustling thicket. Hot! Roar! Roar! Lu Huai quickly turned her head, realizing the wild boar was already upon them. With a swift movement, Lu Huai leaped to the right, narrowly evading the boar's charge. Rat-a-tat-tat! Jenny fired from the side. The wild boar's cries were deafening, echoing throughout the forest. Soon, the boar collapsed beside Lu Huai, blood trickling from its mouth. Phew! Jenny exhaled in relief upon seeing the boar lifeless. I was worried you might not react in time. Please, with guns in hand, what do we have to fear from a wild boar? Lu Qing replied with a slight smile, raising her rifle. Baby wild boars. Quick, catch them! Lu Huai suddenly shouted, scrambling into the thicket. The tiny wild boars, only a few days old, had been drawn by the earlier commotion caused by their mother. Lu Qing and Jenny, hearing her cry, immediately rushed to assist. 10 minutes later, they managed to capture 2 of the young boars. Jenny placed them into a backpack, saying, Huai, go back and fetch Feier and the others. This boar is too large for us to carry. Upon hearing this, Lu Huai promptly shouldered the pack and made her way down the mountain. Meanwhile, Jenny and Lu Qing unsheathed their knives and began to process the wild boar, ensuring that when Song Feier and the others arrived, they could easily transport the spoils home. Why did that wild boar attack us? Lu Qing inquired, perplexed. We ventured into its territory, and with young boars present, it was provoked to charge at us, Jenny elucidated. If we had not brought a firearm, we would be in dire straits. Oh, you mean we pose a threat to it? Lu Qing asked. Indeed, Jenny nodded. Sometimes, even in the absence of young boars, wild boars will still assault humans. After waiting for approximately an hour, Lu Huai finally arrived with Song Feier and a few others. Wow, Sister Jenny, you are incredible. 3 of you managed to take down a large wild boar. As soon as they arrived, Zhou Yuanyuan exclaimed loudly. Wait, where is Xiaoyang? Jenny glanced at Song Feier and the others, inquiring. I haven't seen him. He took tread snow somewhere unknown, Song Feier replied. Let us hasten to carry the wild boar meat back. I feel an uneasy sense of danger here, Lu Qing remarked, casting a wary glance around the surrounding forest. Chapter 79. The Dilemma of Kuriko upon Xiaoyang's return to the valley with Ta Shui. He beheld Jenny and her companions merrily engaged in the task of washing wild boar meat by the waterfall. What have you caught? So much meat. Xiaoyang exclaimed in astonishment, holding a wild rabbit. A sow. It attempted to attack Hui, Yi, and me, but we shot it down, and we also captured 2 piglets. Lu Qing replied joyfully upon seeing Xiaoyang. Oh, impressive. Truly impressive. Xiaoyang commended, giving a thumbs up. Of course. We are jungle warrior maidens. Lu Qing said with a slight tilt of her head and a smile. By the way, Xiaoyang, what should we do with the 2 piglets? Jenny inquired. Let us raise them for now. Xiaoyang pondered before departing from the waterfall and returning to the shelter. Yuan, Lin, and Tong Yao, come with me. He called out after securing the wild rabbit. Big brother, what do you need us for? Zhou Yuan asked as she ran over. We're going to enclose a pig pen in the woods to raise those two piglets, Xiao Yang replied with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, the three followed Xiao Yang into the nearby woods, where the terrain was more level than on the left, making it more suitable for constructing a pig pen. Xiao Yang found a small flat area surrounded by several trees, which could be utilized. They merely needed to encircle it with wooden logs. The group chopped down some trees in the woods, laying them horizontally across the surrounding trunks and binding them with vines. The fence, standing at 1.5 meters high, was secure enough to prevent the piglets from escaping. Tong Yao, place those branches atop the fence, Xiao Yang called out as he tied the wood. Hearing this, Tong Yao proceeded to lay the branches across the fence. Is the enclosure ready? Lu Qing and Luo Yu asked as they approached, cradling the two piglets. Yes, you may place them inside, Xiao Yang responded, turning to face them. The two gently set the piglets into the pen, and they immediately began to scamper about within. In the afternoon, warm sunlight bathed the valley, and the weather was delightful, with an increase in the number of birds flitting through the trees. Jinny, Song Fei and Lu Hui busied themselves with marinating the wild boar meat. Xiao Yang and Lu Qing searched for stones nearby, transporting them back to the side of the shelter. Yuan, Lin, are you still playing? Hurry and bring your baskets to gather stones. Lu Qing called to the two who were chasing after birds. We're coming. Quick. Let's go before Lu Qing's sister gets angry, they exclaimed, rushing back from the woods with their baskets towards the riverbank. Take fewer stones. If you fill it too heavy, you won't be able to carry it, Luo Yu admonished as she observed Tong Yao loading stones into her basket. If I take more, then I won't have to make as many trips, Tong Yao replied. You make a valid point, but you must also be able to carry it, Luo Yu retorted. A snake. Suddenly, a water snake, no thicker than a thumb, slithered up from the river, causing Lu Lin to scream and dash onto the shore in fright. Xiao Yang observed that it was a harmless little water snake, which swiftly made its way to the shore and slithered into the bamboo grove. Do not be afraid. It poses no threat, he reassured the startled companions. The appearance of the snake confirmed to Xiao Yang that spring had indeed arrived, as many serpents were just waking from their winter slumber. We must exercise caution during our next hunting expedition. Venomous snakes will be more prevalent now, particularly in the jungles and overgrown areas, Xiao Yang advised softly to his companions. Xiao Yang, does this mean spring is approaching? Lu Qing inquired joyfully. Indeed, it has arrived the moment you spotted the snake, Xiao Yang replied with a faint smile. Let's return and carry the stones back. The 6 of them, laden with their burdens, made their way toward the bamboo hut. As evening descended, Jenny and Song Fei began to thread the marinated wild boar meat onto bamboo skewers, hanging them on a rack. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang and Lu Qing collected some earth, preparing to construct a smoking chamber the following day. This pig's head broth is quite delightful, Xiao Yang remarked, tearing off a piece of the pig's skin to savor. Hui, your cooking has improved remarkably. Oh, it's nothing special. I merely added some sand ginger and wild scallions into the pot, Lu Hui replied, her heart swelling with joy at Xiao Yang's praise. You have no idea. The pig's head has been simmering for 2 hours now, Jenny chimed in with a gentle smile. Oh, for such a long time? No wonder it tastes so good. We still have some of the sand ginger left from our last harvest, don't we? Xiao Yang responded. Intrigued. I brought back several pieces, but I only used 2. There's still some remaining, Lu Hui nodded with a smile. That night, the group gathered around the table, enjoying the pig offal soup and gnawing on bones. The particularly tender pork ribs brought immense satisfaction, as Zhou Yuan and Lu Lin devoured the meat with abandon, so much so that they spoke little. Tread Snow was also beside them, gnawing on a bone. After feasting, Zhou Yuan and the others leaned back in their chairs, patting their full bellies. I haven't indulged in such hearty eating in ages. How delightful! Those ribs were exquisite. I am quite stuffed, they exclaimed. What shall we do about the wild chicken, Xiao Yang? Lu Qing asked, looking toward him. Let us cook it tonight. We can enjoy it for breakfast tomorrow, Xiao Yang suggested after a moment's thought. As the night deepened, Xiao Yang tended to the smoking of the meat outside the shelter before retiring for the night. The following morning, on the northern coast, Black Z lamented by the heavens. Here I am, once a proud pirate, reduced to a mere fisherman. This is utterly ridiculous. Sitting in a small boat, he expressed his frustration. The two small vessels had been rowed over from the landing island the previous day. Black brother, there is no other choice. We lack food. And venturing into the jungle risks ambush by the natives. One of the pirates nearby commented. Those accursed natives. One day, I shall eradicate them all. Black Z declared vehemently. His hatred palpable. If only they had sufficient ammunition, they would have already vanquished the natives. Hey, Johnny, hurry up and drag your wretched bark net over here. I am going fishing. Black Z shouted toward a young pirate on the shore. Inside the tent, Captain, two brothers have returned from their reconnaissance, and there are no signs of natives for dozens of miles. We can venture into the jungle to hunt and replenish our food supplies, Remy remarked to Mary. Very well. Take a few brothers with you, Mary replied softly. Be cautious. Nodding in acknowledgement, Remy exited the tent, accompanied by 3 pirates as they made their way toward the dense foliage. Lisa, I hope you return swiftly, Mary murmured, gazing at the coconuts resting on the small table. She then reclined on the folding bed, her striking figure capable of igniting passion even in the hearts of men. Along the coastline, several coconut trees lay felled, remnants of the pirates' efforts to procure coconuts. Fatty, it's your turn. I need a break, Heisey called out, guiding the small boat into shallower waters before disembarking and heading toward the tent. As he passed by Mary's tent, a gust of sea breeze swept through, momentarily lifting the entrance flap. Heisey glanced over and beheld Mary reclining on her folding bed, her eyes closed. Upon witnessing her magnificent form and exquisite visage, a wicked thought flickered through Heisey's mind. I will have my way with you in due time, he mused as he discreetly adjusted himself. Chapter 80. The essence of spring in the valley. Xiao Yang was pouring water onto a mound of soil while Luo Yu stirred it with a wooden stick, striving for an even consistency. We must mix it thoroughly, Xiao Yang remarked as he continued to add water. Nearby, Jenny, Song Fei, and Lu Qing were on a grassy patch, uprooting entire patches of turf before leveling the ground with a wooden shovel. Once the soil was transformed into clay, they could commence the construction of the smokehouse. Xiao Yang began by placing larger stones at the base, followed by layers of clay, and then additional stones gradually building upwards. Yuan, Tong Yao, we VE run out of soil. Go dig some more, Song Fei, called to the 2 in the shed. Ojo Yuan responded, grabbing 2 dustpans and dashing towards the earthen slope beside the woods with Tong Yao. Meanwhile, Lu Huai and Lu Qing were weaving bamboo mats inside the shed, a skill imparted to them by Xiao Yang. Tong Yao, look, there are several wildflowers blooming here. They're truly beautiful. Zhou Yuan exclaimed as she spotted a cluster of yellow wildflowers at the edge of the slope. She crouched down to caress them gently. Hurry up, or we'll get scolded again, Tong Yao urged promptly. After a few tender touches, Zhou Yuan gathered her dustpan and headed back towards the shed. With the arrival of spring, life awakened, and the surroundings brimmed with vibrant vitality. By midday, Xiao Yang had raised the stone wall to a height of half a meter. The smokehouse measured approximately 15 square meters. After a hearty lunch, everyone retreated to the shed for a rest. This bamboo mat is quite well woven, sufficiently flat. Though the strips are a tad thick, Xiao Yang remarked with a slight smile as he inspected the semi-finished mat. It matters not. Once we place it on the bed, we shall cover it with a layer of thatch, Luo Yu replied. Xiao Yang, shall we continue building later? Song Fei inquired, gazing at him. Let us postpone it until tomorrow and explore the wasteland by the river, Xiao Yang suggested as he rose. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan and Lu Linlin immediately stood up and returned to the bamboo house to fetch some baskets. Let us go, Xiao Yang said with a smile at Jenny and the others, as they all stood and followed him towards the river, with tread snow trailing behind. The wasteland stretched expansively, extending from the riverbank to the foot of the mountains, overgrown with reeds, bulrushes, and various weeds. After searching through the underbrush for a while, Xiao Yang knelt down to uproot a plant. Look, this is dandelion, with its round flower crown and yellow blossoms. It is quite lovely. It is also a type of wild vegetable and medicinal herb, suitable for stir-frying, soup, or even dried for tea, he explained, plucking a flower crown and gently blowing on it, sending the seeds drifting away. Wow, how delightful! Zhou Yuan exclaimed, inspired by the moment. And she too plucked a flower crown and blew on it. In less than 10 minutes, Xiaoyang had discovered several varieties of wild vegetables in the vicinity, including plantain, shepherdess purse, bitter lettuce, and dandelion. Wow, Xiaoyang, are all these edible wild vegetables? Lu Qing asked in astonishment as she examined the assortment. Indeed, you are already familiar with plantain and shepherdess purse, he confirmed. Xiaoyang observed the 8 individuals, including Jenny, and remarked, dandelions and bitter lettuce. You should search diligently. For this vast wasteland surely harbors an abundance. Let us go foraging for wild vegetables. Jenny responded joyfully. Before long, the group of 8 with baskets in hand bent down among the weeds in search of edible plants. Xiaoyang made his way to the riverbank, where he stumbled upon a wild vegetable known as thunder root. However, as it was still scarce, he decided to wait until it proliferated before harvesting. The thunder root possesses a slightly bitter flavor, yet it proves delightful when prepared as a soup. Amidst the thicket, a wild hen was foraging with her brood of 7 or 8 chicks. Suddenly, the mother hen lifted her head and, spotting Yuan and her companions, quickly turned to lead her chicks away to safety. Half an hour later, Jenny and her friends had filled their baskets with wild vegetables. Xiaoyang, there are so many. Some are just beginning to sprout, so we didn't dig them up, they said with laughter. This bounty is sufficient. We need only gather enough for our needs. No need for excess, Xiaoyang replied with a gentle smile. There are countless dandelions over there. I can hardly keep up, Lu Huai exclaimed with delight. Indeed, the soil here is remarkably fertile, which accounts for the abundance of wild vegetables, Xiaoyang remarked as he crouched down to examine the earth, chuckling softly. The soil was dark, reminiscent of rich black earth. He also noted that it was quite loose, making it easy to dig. If one were to plant fruits and vegetables here, they would surely thrive. He mused while gazing at the dark soil in his hands. Standing up, Xiaoyang decided to introduce the group to the thunder root before heading back to the valley. By the waterfall, Song Fei, Luo Yu, and Tong Yao were busy cleaning the wild vegetables, removing any decayed leaves. Do not discard those rotten leaves. They could be used to feed the young wild boars, Xiaoyang advised as he approached the trio. Understood. I will place the rotten leaves in a separate basket. Song Fei replied softly. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xiaoyang turned and returned to the bamboo house. Under the eaves on the left side of the bamboo house, Jenny, Lu Qing, and Lu Linlin were constructing a long cage out of bamboo strips. Xiaoyang, should the cage have 1 entrance or 2? Jenny inquired upon seeing him approach. 2 entrances would be preferable for ease of feeding, Xiaoyang considered before responding. The cage, over 3 meters in length, was intended for the purpose of keeping various animals, such as wild rabbits and chickens. At that moment, Luo Yu and Tong Yao returned with 3 baskets brimming with cleaned wild vegetables, while Song Fei took the decayed leaves to feed the young wild boars. With still ample time before dusk, Xiaoyang planned to take Song Fei, and the others to cut bamboo once she returned. Upon arriving at the bamboo grove, Luo Yu seemed to detect some commotion and hurried deeper into the thicket. Moments later, she emerged, clutching a bamboo chicken. I set 5 or 6 snares inside, and today I finally caught a bamboo chicken, Luo Yu exclaimed joyfully, raising the captured bird in triumph. By the way, Xiaoyang, I also discovered several burrows within the bamboo grove. Could they possibly belong to bamboo rats? Suddenly, Luo Yu inquired of Xiaoyang. Should we proceed? Let us gather some bamboo to take back. We shall return tomorrow. With that, Xiaoyang unsheathed his machete and commenced chopping bamboo. Half an hour later, each of the 4 individuals was hauling 2 stalks of bamboo towards a shelter. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lu Huai placed the chopped bamboo chicken into an iron pot to boil. After a while, she added some wild vegetables to the mix. She then retrieved a bamboo tube and poured in some lard. Another can of powdered milk simmered with more wild vegetables, while Lu Qing took down 2 pieces of smoked meat and sliced them with a dagger before adding them in. Inside the shelter, Song Fei sat alone on a chair, gazing dreamily at the clouds in the sky. Are you thinking of home? Xiaoyang approached and asked. Yes, Song Fei replied, nodding. Whenever the silence descends, my mind inevitably wanders back home. Things will work out in due time. Do not dwell too much on it. Come, let us return for dinner, Xiaoyang said, taking her hand and leading her towards the bamboo house. Seeing Xiaoyang grasp her hand, Song Fire smiled knowingly and did not resist. Chapter 81. The Aurora and the Emergence of Monsters in the Dead of Night. A breathtakingly colorful and fantastical aurora illuminated the sky, casting a mesmerizing spectacle. Howl! Howl! Treading through the snow, he tilted his head skyward, calling out wildly at the celestial display. The following morning, Xiaoyang busied himself constructing a smoking chamber, while Song Fei'er and Tong Yao lent their assistance nearby. Jenny, accompanied by Lu Qing and a few others, worked outside the shelter to craft a long table. Lin, please smooth out the bamboo strips on your side, Jenny remarked, observing the uneven lengths of bamboo at the table's edge, directing her words to Lu Lin. Throughout the morning, no one ventured outside. Each remained engrossed in their tasks. Xiaoyang laid the strips of bark he had peeled, one by one, atop the wooden frame of the smoking chamber. Once finished, he declared the job complete. Don't we need a door? Song Fei'er inquired, gazing at the finished chamber. No, it's just fine as it is, Xiaoyang replied with a smile and a shake of his head. Jenny and Lu Qing, having completed their table, carried it back to the bamboo house and placed it beside the stove. From now on, when cooking, you can place the food on the table. It will be much more convenient, Jenny said with a gentle smile. By the way, where are we going this afternoon? Zhou Yuanyuan asked aloud. We shall go hunting. Let's prepare something to eat first, Lu Hui suggested with a subtle smile, as she poured water from the giant bamboo bucket into an iron pot to start the fire. Tong Yao retrieved the leftover wild vegetables from the previous day. Let's use these to feed the little wild boars, Jenny remarked, glancing at another basket filled with vegetables. I'll go, Zhou Yuanyuan exclaimed, taking the basket and dashing outside. At that moment, Song Fei'er and Luo Yu returned, carrying a bundle of firewood, which they placed beside the stove. Where's Xiaoyang? Jenny inquired upon noticing his absence. He went alone to the bamboo forest, Song Fei'er replied. He said not to wait for him to return for dinner. Then we shall eat our fill before heading to the ancient forest. Jenny nodded in agreement. Xiaoyang followed the riverbank downstream until he reached a bend in the water. This place felt somewhat eerie. He paused, surveying his surroundings, and murmured to himself. A faint mist enveloped the surrounding valleys. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to venture further in, for he had never been here before. Continuing along the riverbank for half an hour, he arrived at the river's end, where water cascaded over a cliff, forming a waterfall. Peering down, he noticed the drop was several dozen meters high, leading to a vast gorge below. The tumultuous river rushed through the canyon, flanked by sheer cliffs. To his right lay a dense forest, while to his left loomed a fog-laden valley. Lowering his head in thought, Xiaoyang chose to proceed to the left. He traversed grassy meadows and navigated a narrow path between the peaks, delving deeper into the interior. Along the way, an unsettling sensation gnawed at his heart, as though unseen eyes were upon him, causing his hand to instinctively grip the handle of his machete. Suddenly, a series of eerie cries echoed as several strange birds swooped down from the precipice, hurtling toward Xiaoyang at an alarming speed. What on earth are those? Xiaoyang let out a startled cry, swiftly drawing his machete to strike at the monstrous birds soaring towards him. With a resounding thud, one creature was cleaved in two. He deftly maneuvered the blade again, targeting another, and with a flash of cold light. Thud! Thud! 3 of the grotesque birds fell to the ground. Observing closely, Xiaoyang noted that their blood was a vivid green, their beaks serrated and extending over 10 centimeters, larger than that of ordinary birds, adorned with dark gray feathers and sharp claws. What manner of creature is this? Xiaoyang crouched down, astonished, murmuring to himself. In his lifetime, he had never encountered such ferocious beings capable of attacking humans. Suddenly, a series of beastly roars echoed from the nearby woods, accompanied by the sound of snapping branches. A swarm of monstrous birds burst forth from the valley, sweeping through the air. Xiaoyang, intrigued, hurried towards the source of the roars, eager to uncover the unfolding events. As he entered the thicket, he concealed himself behind a large tree and beheld a startling scene. A colossal, fire-red lizard was viciously tearing into an adult brown bear. The lizard bore several scars and was bleeding, evidently inflicted by the bear. This fire lizard measured over 2 meters in length, its limbs robust, exuding an air of formidable strength. The brown bear, in a desperate attempt, clawed at the lizard's shoulder. In response, the fire lizard, in pain, swiftly struck with its razor-sharp claws, inflicting deep gashes in the bear's abdomen, causing blood to pour forth. With a low growl, the bear relinquished its grip on the lizard, which, seizing the opportunity, clamped its sharp teeth around the bear's throat. Suddenly, Xiaoyang stepped on a twig, producing a crackling sound. The fire lizard, momentarily distracted, turned its gaze toward Xiaoyang, hissing and charging at him with alarming speed. "Damn it!" Xiaoyang cursed, scrambling up the tree. The lizard approached the base of the tree, lifting its head to peer up at him. Bang! Bang! Without warning, the fire lizard lashed its long, robust tail against the trunk, causing the tree to sway. Xiaoyang clung tightly to a sturdy branch, striving to maintain his balance. To his dismay, the fire lizard began to ascend the tree with surprising agility despite its size. It can climb trees. Panic surged through Xiaoyang. As the lizard reached halfway up, he leapt down, landing on the ground and rolling several times. The lizard, noticing his descent, followed suit, lunging at Xiaoyang with its gaping maw. "To hell with this." Xiaoyang knew he couldn't outrun the beast. He drew his AK rifle and pulled the trigger. Tot-tot-tot-tot. Hiss! The fire lizard suddenly twisted, unleashing a tongue over a meter long that ensnared Xiaoyang's leg, yanking him backwards. With a thud, he lost his footing and fell to the ground, his rifle slipping from his grasp. The fire lizard dragged him away with its tongue. Xiaoyang deftly drew the machete from his waist, delivering a swift blow that severed the tongue of the colossal lizard. Hiss! Enraged by the loss, the fire lizard lunged toward Xiaoyang with alarming speed. Roar! Suddenly, a mighty roar erupted from the brown bear, which charged at the fire lizard, its massive form pinning the creature down, rendering it immobile. In that fleeting moment, Xiaoyang rolled to his feet and leaped, gripping the machete with both hands and plunging it directly into the fire lizard's head. Thud! The blade pierced through the creature's skull. With a resounding shout, Xiaoyang exerted force, driving the machete deeper. Soon, the fire lizard struggled a few times before falling still. Growl! The brown bear opened its eyes, gazing at Xiaoyang, letting out a low growl as it lay atop the fire lizard, already on the brink of death. Fearing that the fire lizard had not yet perished, Xiaoyang decisively severed its head with the machete, before finally sitting down to catch his breath. Suddenly, a small figure darted from the nearby woods. Xiaoyang turned to see that it was a bear cub. Ow! Ow! The cub rushed to the side of the brown bear, gently nudging its body with its head while calling out plaintively. The brown bear, upon seeing its cub, weakly attempted to push it toward Xiaoyang, but it lacked the strength and soon succumbed. Crack! Thud! Suddenly, a noise from the forest caught Xiaoyang's attention. He quickly rose, glanced at the brown bear, and, grabbing his rifle, scooped up the cub before dashing out. Chapter 82. Luo Yu is bitten by a venomous snake upon returning to the bamboo house. Xiaoyang discovered that Jenny and the others had yet to return, so he placed the young bear cub on the ground. Howl! Howl! Tread Snow approached, growling at the cub. Tread Snow, do not bully it, Xiaoyang admonished. To his surprise, within 10 minutes, Tread Snow had begun to play with the bear cub. By this time, the sun had dipped below the horizon, casting shadows as dusk settled in. And Xiaoyang felt a twinge of concern as Jenny and her companions were still absent. Typically, they would return from their hunting excursions before sunset. Just as Xiaoyang was about to venture out in search of them, Jenny and her 8 companions hurriedly entered through the narrow path. Lu Qing was carrying Luo Yu on her back, while Song Fei'er and a few others supported her. Xiaoyang, before they even reached him, Jenny rushed into the bamboo house, calling out loudly. Jenny, I was just about to look for you. Xiaoyang replied with a smile upon hearing her voice. Xiaoyang, Luo Yu has been bitten by a venomous snake. You must take a look. Jenny urgently grasped Xiaoyang's hand, her face bearing 2 distinct scratches. At that moment, Lu Qing entered, carrying the unconscious Luo Yu. Quickly, Place her in the room. Xiaoyang instructed Lu Qing without delay. Lu Qing promptly carried Luo Yu into the room and laid her on the bamboo bed. Inside the room, Xiaoyang examined the bite mark on Luo Yu's thigh, where 2 puncture wounds were slightly darkened. Xiaoyang, how is she? Will she be all right? Song Fei and Tong Yao immediately inquired anxiously. You all should step outside. Do not crowd here, Xiaoyang urged them, and they complied, taking seats with an air of unease. All of them bore some injuries, albeit minor scratches, nothing severe. Xiaoyang furrowed his brow, drew his dagger, and heated the blade with a lighter before making an incision at the site of the bite on Luo Yu's alluring thigh. Luo Yu, eyes closed, felt the pain and let out a soft moan, her brow furrowing in response. After making the cut, Xiaoyang quickly leaned down and began to suck the venom from her thigh. Spitting out the venom, he promptly exited the room, crafting a torch from several pieces of wood. Xiaoyang, how is Luo Yu? Upon seeing him emerge, Jinny and Song Fei rushed to ask. I must go in search of medicinal herbs. Do not move her, Xiaoyang instructed before departing with the torch in hand. By this time, darkness enveloped the landscape as Xiaoyang ignited the torch and made his way to the wilderness. After several minutes, he finally located the herbs he sought, white-flowered snake-tongue grass. Meanwhile, Jinny and the others anxiously awaited his return. Shortly thereafter, Xiaoyang strode back into the room, chewing something in his mouth. Ignoring their inquiries, he entered the room and applied the crushed white-flowered snake-tongue grass to Luo Yu's thigh. Her recovery now rests in her hands. As he gazed at the slumbering Luo Yu, Xiaoyang let out a sigh. Sitting on a chair, everyone was deeply concerned about her condition. Xiaoyang, is Luo Yu all right? Upon seeing him emerge, Song Fei immediately rose to inquire. Whether she is fine or not remains to be seen when she awakens. Xiaoyang replied as he settled down. Xiaoyang, we encountered a terrifying creature in the ancient forest, a massive spider, Jinny interjected. We fought valiantly to slay it, but alas. Luo Yu was bitten by a venomous snake. A giant spider? Was it larger than the one you encountered previously? Xiaoyang asked, furrowing his brow. Much larger, but it was merely a... Lu Qing responded, a shiver of fear coursing through her. It seems this island is rife with mystery and peril. From now on, you must exercise caution while hunting, Xiaoyang advised Jinny and the others. He then recounted his own encounter with the fire giant lizard. The revelation left Jinny and her companions astonished. It turned out Xiaoyang too had faced a monster. This bear cub, you brought it back with you? Lu Qing approached and inquired, eyeing the cub nestled in the corner. Indeed, had I not brought it back, it wouldn't survive the night, Xiaoyang nodded. Now, let's not dwell on worries. I imagine you are all quite hungry. I shall prepare something to eat. With that, he stood up and stepped outside. I'll assist you. LV Huei followed suit. Meanwhile, Jinny and the others entered the room to check on Luo Yu, and upon observing her unchanged complexion, they felt a wave of relief wash over them. Half an hour later, they ate the smoked meat in silence, and after satisfying their hunger, retreated back to their rooms without a word. In the deep of night, the sky illuminated with breathtaking auroras. Standing on the grassy expanse, Xiaoyang gazed upward, murmuring, how could auroras appear here? After all this time, this is the first time I have witnessed them. Might the fire, giant lizards, and monstrous birds, as well as the giant spider, be connected to this phenomenon? After pondering for a while, Xiaoyang returned to his room, yet sleep eluded him. His mind incessantly replayed the image of the auroras, pondering their mysterious origins. The following morning, Xiaoyang rose early and went to check on Luo Yu. Finding her breathing steady and her complexion rosy, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. At that moment, Jinny and her companions were still in a deep slumber, likely exhausted from their battle with the giant spider. Xiaoyang chose not to wake them and quietly stepped outside. Upon exiting the bamboo house, he spotted Ta Shui playing on the grass with the bear cub. As soon as Ta Shui saw Xiaoyang, she rushed over, with the bear cub trailing behind her. Come, let me take you to find some food, Xiaoyang said to the two little creatures, before heading to the shed to fetch a basket. Making his way toward the bamboo forest. Bang! Bang! Xiaoyang stood in the river, wielding a thick bamboo pole, repeatedly striking the water surface. After a while, several small fish floated belly up, and he hurriedly dashed over to catch them, tossing them onto the shore. Ta Shui and the bear cub eagerly scrambled to feast on the small fish. Half an hour later, Xiao Yang arrived at the wasteland, gathering a handful of dandelions and plantain to take back. The two little ones had been trailing closely behind him. Upon returning to the waterfall, he meticulously washed the wild vegetables before retreating to the bamboo lodge to prepare breakfast. He filled a metal pot with water and added some smoked meat to simmer. After a few minutes, he tossed in the freshly washed wild greens. Moments later, Xiao Yang ladled some of the wild vegetables and smoked meat into a bamboo bowl, pouring in a bit of broth before placing it on the table to enjoy his meal. Wow, Xiao Yang, you prepared breakfast so early? Lu Qing emerged from the room, her astonishment evident as she spotted him dining. Early? Haha, it will soon be noon, Xiao Yang replied with a faint smile. Is that so? Have we really slept for so long? Lu Qing murmured in disbelief. Stepping outside the bamboo lodge, she confirmed that the sun had already graced the valley. It was now at least around 9 in the morning. Are they awake? I have something to discuss, Xiao Yang inquired after finishing his meal. Oh, they're already awake and are about to come out? Lu Qing replied, bringing over a bowl of wild vegetable soup. Chapter 83. The Discovery of Honey in the Spring. Flowers bloom in splendid array, and the wasteland is adorned with colorful wildflowers. Butterflies and bees dance gracefully among the blossoms. Linlin, come here. The wildflowers are breathtaking, Zhou Yunyuan exclaimed, kneeling amidst the flowers, gathering them and fashioning a floral crown to wear atop her head. Stop playing and come help clear the weeds. Lu Qing called out to the frolicking Zhou Yunyuan and Lu Linlin. In the wasteland near the woods, Jenny and her companions busily uprooted the surrounding wild vegetables and weeds, preparing to cultivate a vegetable garden. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang discovered a dozen taro plants in a gully within the woods. He examined the taro leaves, mindful that they bore a resemblance to those of the peace lily, and a moment of inattention could lead to a mistake. The gully was strewn with rubble, particularly in the small stream, where layers of rock lay concealed beneath the gently flowing water, easily overlooked if one did not pay close attention. Here it is, taro, Xiao Yang murmured joyfully as he unearthed a taro tuber. He intended to harvest all the surrounding taro and transplant them in the wasteland, ensuring a future supply of taro. The tubers were a delectable food source, with just a couple sufficing to satiate hunger, serving as an excellent source of carbohydrates. Suddenly, something stirred beneath a nearby stone. Curious, Xiao Yang approached and lifted the stone to investigate. Stone frogs, he exclaimed, observing a pair of stone frogs, one large and one small, nestled together and hiding. Had they not moved, they would have remained undetected. As temperatures gradually rose, stone frogs emerged in the gully to breed. They favored damp, tranquil environments, shielded from light and close to water sources, nestled in the cool crevices of stones. Xiao Yang gently captured the stone frogs and continued along the small stream. Upon exiting the woods and reaching the wasteland, he found that Jenny and her companions had cleared a patch of land. Brother Xiao Yang, what do you have in your hands? Tong Yao inquired, noticing the two stone frogs. Xiao Yang remained silent, smiling as he approached and presented the frogs for their viewing. Frogs? Zhou Yuanyuan exclaimed in surprise as she rushed over. These are stone frogs, Xiao Yang replied with a smile, picking up a piece of weed from the ground to fashion a makeshift binding for the frogs. Is this patch of land suitable? Jenny asked with a smile, looking at Xiao Yang. Yes, it is sufficiently spacious. We just need to loosen the soil a bit before planting, Xiao Yang replied, glancing around with a grin. Be cautious while clearing the weeds. Places like this are often favored by venomous snakes. Rest assured, we conducted a thorough inspection before we began clearing. Song Feier said with a gentle smile. Let us head back now and return in the afternoon, Xiao Yang remarked, glancing at the sun. Upon returning to the bamboo house, Xiao Yang prepared the stone frogs for lunch, chopping them into pieces. After washing the wild vegetables, Zhou Yuanyuan took the wilted leaves from the basket to feed the little wild boars, while treading snow and the bear cub played in the woods. Lu Huai sliced the smoked meat and then took out some dried bamboo shoots. Once the iron pot was heated, Xiao Yang poured in a small amount of lard, followed by a sprinkling of sand ginger and wild scallions to release their aromatic essence. Next, he added the meat of stone frogs and smoked pork. stirring them until a delightful fragrance wafted through the air. Meanwhile, a pot of wild vegetable soup simmered nearby. The aroma was simply enchanting. Zhou Yuanyuan caught a whiff of the savory scent and hurried over to watch Xiao Yang cook. Quickly fetch a bowl for the wild vegetable soup. It will be ready soon, Xiao Yang instructed Zhou Yuanyuan, as Xiao Yang presented the sought Edstone frog and smoked meat. Zhou Yuanyuan and her companions could hardly contain their salivation. Sipping the soup and savoring the wild vegetables alongside the stone frog meat, they found it impossible to stop. This stone frog meat is incredibly flavorful. I've had bullfrog before, but this taste is distinctly superior, Lu Qing remarked as she chewed. Of course, the bullfrog you had was farmed, whereas this stone frog is wild. They are incomparable, Xiao Yang replied with a gentle smile. What a pity there's so little meat. I've only had 2 pieces and it's gone, Song Feier lamented, using her chopsticks to search for more stone frog meat. There were only 2 frogs and not much meat. It was merely to sample the flavor, Jenny chimed in with a smile. After satiating their appetites, Xiao Yang brewed a pot of dandelion tea and carried it to the balcony on the 2nd floor, settling into a chair to admire the view outside. Shortly after, Lu Qing ascended the stairs, joining Xiao Yang at his side to gaze at the scenery. This spot offers a perfect view of the landscape beyond the door. Indeed, this is precisely the effect I desired, convenient for observation, Xiao Yang remarked, pulling Lu Qing into his embrace and speaking softly. A bold hand began to wander toward Lu Qing's softer regions. Oh dear, in broad daylight, be cautious of being seen, Lu Qing exclaimed playfully. Yet her hand found its way to Xiao Yang's chest. The softness of her touch sent a thrill through Xiao Yang, who whispered, What's wrong with broad daylight? I'm not doing anything immoral. You claim you're not doing anything immoral. Lu Qing began, only to emit a soft moan, gradually succumbing to gentle gasps, leaning her flushed face closer to Xiao Yang's, and soon they were lost in intimacy. Xiao Yang. Suddenly, a voice called out, and Luo Yu climbed the bamboo ladder to join them. Instantly, Lu Qing stepped back from Xiao Yang, frantically adjusting her disheveled attire. Sister Lu Qing, you are here too? Luo Yu inquired as she approached. Yes, I came to ask Xiao Yang a few things, Lu Qing replied, her embarrassment evident as she finished tidying her clothes. I'll head down now. You both carry on, she added before slowly descending the bamboo ladder. What do you need to discuss with me? Xiao Yang asked, watching Luo Yu from his seat. Now, Luo Yu appeared to have fully recovered, her complexion healthy. Stealing a glance at the departing Lu Qing, she suspected that something had transpired between the two. I came to express my gratitude, Luo Yu said earnestly, looking at Xiao Yang. Without you, I might not have survived. Haha, Xiao Yang responded with a slight smile. There's no need for thanks. We should help each other. No, I must thank you. Otherwise, I would feel guilty. Luo Yu insisted, shaking her head gently. Well, it's up to you, Xiao Yang nodded in agreement. Luo Yu softly uttered her thanks before turning away and departing. In the afternoon, the group ventured to the wasteland, where Zhou Yuanyuan, Lu Linlin, and Tong Yao took their snow and the bear cubs to the river. Meanwhile, Jenny and her companions wielded wooden shovels, diligently turning the dark soil in the open space. The earth was loose, and, with a gentle turn, it was easily upheaved, significantly easing their labor. I need to step away for a moment, Luo Yu remarked, making her way into the woods. The azure sky was adorned with a flock of birds soaring toward the volcano. A few minutes later, Luo Yu emerged from the forest in a state of panic. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yang thought to himself, surely, she hasn't been bitten by a snake again? Xiao Yang, Jenny, come quickly, I've discovered a plethora of bees. Luo Yu called out to them. A multitude of bees? Could be a beehive? Xiao Yang mumbled, then urged Luo Yu to lead the way. Not far into the woods on the left, Luo Yu pointed to a tree trunk struck by lightning and whispered, It's right there. As Xiao Yang approached, he discovered that the trunk was hollow, revealing a tree hollow, teeming with bees. Chapter 84. The bear paw prints in the bamboo grove, gazing at the honey nestled within the hollow of the tree, Xiao Yang smiled with delight. For it had been an age since he had savored anything sweet. There's honey inside. Stand back, be cautious of the bees, he advised Jenny and the others with an amused expression. Upon hearing this, the group promptly retreated from the grove, leaving Xiao Yang alone. He gathered some dry twigs and leaves, placing them at the base of the tree, and procured a lighter to ignite them. He added a few blades of grass, and soon a plume of smoke began to rise. The smoke enveloped the great tree, and the bees, affected by the white haze, gradually quieted down. Swiftly, Xiao Yang drew out his dagger and reached into the hollow, cutting down 2 pieces of honeycomb while leaving 2 behind. After securing the honey, he extinguished the fire and exited the grove. Wow, is this honey? It's so sweet. Sister Jenny, you must have a piece too. In the wilderness, everyone relished the delectable honey. Even Tread Snow and the bear cub were offered a share, as the honey brimmed with energy and nutrients. Big brother, I want more. I want some too. Zhou Yuan and Lu Linlin, having consumed their portions, rushed back to Xiao Yang for more. Just a little more will suffice. We can take the rest home to brew with hot water, Xiao Yang replied with a gentle smile. In the afternoon, after the group had tilled the land, they returned to the bamboo cottage. Zhou Yuan placed the small fish she had caught into the giant dragon bamboo bucket for safekeeping. Xiao Yang, this morning you mentioned building a wooden wall on the slope by the waterfall. Is that truly the case? Song Fei'er inquired as she settled beside him. Indeed, Xiao Yang nodded. Constructing a wooden wall will deter wild beasts from intruding. Moreover, there are other creatures outside that we must remain vigilant against. Xiao Yang is right. They could easily access our area, and if those monsters invade, we would be in grave danger. Lu Qing remarked as she carried a platter of smoked meat stir-fried with bamboo shoots. What are you all discussing? Dinner is ready, Jenny announced, approaching with a giant dragon bamboo bucket filled with vegetable soup. The group promptly rose to retrieve their bowls and chopsticks. Huei, how much dried bamboo shoot do we have left? Xiao Yang asked, directing his gaze toward Lu Huei. Well, there is still plenty. We could last a week without issue, she affirmed. There is also a good amount of smoked meat remaining. Good, we have sufficient provisions, Xiao Yang nodded, turning to Jenny. How many bullets do we have left? Not many, around 100, Jenny replied. 100 bullets? That is just a bit more than 3 magazines, Xiao Yang pondered. Does that include the ones in the gun? Jenny shook her head. The ones in the gun are not counted. In the future, we must conserve our ammunition. Under normal circumstances, let us rely on bows and arrows, Xiao Yang instructed the 8 members. That night, after everyone had retired to their slumber, Xiao Yang remained by the fire, polishing his revolver with the edge of his garment. This revolver was his prized possession, having yet to be fired. It held a total of 10 rounds, of which 4 were safely stored in the box. The following morning, the sky was overcast, as if rain could fall at any moment. Xiao Yang, accompanied by Jenny, Lu Qing, Lu Oyu, and Lu Linlin, ventured into a small ravine within the woods to excavate some taro. Song Fei'er had taken the others to the bamboo grove to gather bamboo. Be careful while digging. There are edible taros beneath, so do not break them, Xiao Yang advised the group, observing Lu Oyu and the others. Do we still need these leaves? Lu Qing inquired. Of course, we can feed the wild boars with them or stir-fry them for a meal, Xiao Yang promptly replied. After half an hour of diligent effort, they had unearthed all the nearby taros, leaving behind the smaller ones to grow larger before harvesting. They had 2 baskets, one filled with taros and the other with leaves. Upon exiting the woods and arriving at the open land, Xiao Yang examined the taros. Look, these with sprouts can be planted, he indicated, pointing at the sprouts on the taro. Remember, when planting, the sprouts must face upwards. Just dig a hole about 10 centimeters deep. The black soil is very fertile, so you can plant them directly. While explaining, he dug several holes and buried the taros before covering them with soil. Lu Qing and the others quickly learned from Xiao Yang's demonstration and began planting the taros themselves. In less than 10 minutes, they had successfully planted over 20 taros, with 5 or 6 larger ones remaining, which they decided to take back for cooking. Xiao Yang, shall we go collect honey? Lu Oyu suddenly suggested with a smile. Honey? No, we still need to leave some for the bees in the tree hollow. We cannot harvest it all, or the bees will leave. Xiao Yang replied with a slight smile. Let's go and assist Fei'er and the others. No sooner had he spoken than he turned and headed toward the bamboo grove. Suddenly, a series of splashes reached their ears. It turned out that Zhou Yuan and Tong Yao were in the river, attempting to stun the small fish by slapping the water. Quick, there are 2 over there, Zhou Yuanyuan exclaimed, running over to catch the fish that had turned belly up. Yuan, Tong Yao. Weren't you supposed to be gathering bamboo? Why are you here fishing? Xiao Yang inquired as he approached them. Sister Fei called us to catch some fish for the little bear, Zhou Yuanyuan explained upon seeing Xiao Yang and the others. Suddenly, a series of gunshots echoed from deep within the bamboo grove, startling Xiao Yang and the others. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang dashed towards the direction of the shots. Fearing for the safety of Song Fei and Lu Huai, Lu Qing and the others quickly grabbed their AK rifles and followed suit. Fei, after running 100 meters, Xiao Yang spotted Song Fei and Lu Huai standing beside the bamboo grove, both holding rifles. Xiao Yang. Upon hearing his voice, Song Fei joyfully called out. What happened? Xiao Yang asked as he approached them. Look over there. Song Fei pointed to a wild boar nearby with a smile. While we were cutting bamboo, this wild boar suddenly charged at us, and I shot it. Xiao Yang turned his head and indeed saw a wild boar, weighing around 70 to 80 pounds. Lying on the ground, blood oozing from its body. At that moment, Jenny and her companions rushed out. Xiao Yang surveyed the surroundings and approached for a closer inspection. Not far from where he stood, he observed freshly dug bamboo shoots, with new soil scattered about. It seemed that the wild boar had been foraging for bamboo shoots nearby and was startled by the sound of you chopping bamboo, which prompted its attack. Xiao Yang explained, noting the footprints on the ground, suggesting that there was more than one wild boar. Xiao Yang, lo up. These tracks appeared to belong to a bear. Jenny called out from within the bamboo grove to the left. It is not surprising to find bear tracks, Xiao Yang acknowledged. Bears are omnivorous creatures and have a particular fondness for bamboo shoots. It seems we must exercise caution when visiting the bamboo grove in the future. This area was the innermost part of the bamboo forest, with a steep slope rising at a 45-degree angle. Ascending further, the bamboo would eventually cease, leading to the summit several hundred meters above. You all should carry the wild boar back. I will remain here with Lu Qing to continue chopping bamboo. Xiao Yang instructed Jenny and her companions. I wish to stay as well. Jenny and the others can manage the return trip, Luo Yu remarked, glancing at Xiao Yang and Lu Qing. Very well, Song Fei nodded. Hui, go fetch some bamboo strips. We will first transport the wild boar back for processing. Soon, they placed the boar's carcass on 2 bamboo poles, securing it with bamboo strips, and the 6 of them proceeded to carry it back to the bamboo dwelling. Chapter 85. Luo Yu is captured by the natives in the bamboo grove. Xiao Yang felled 2 massive dragon bamboos, subsequently cutting them into segments 2 meters long for ease of transport. Can you carry them? He inquired. If not, we can simply lift them back. With a section of dragon bamboo on his back, he turned to Luo Yu and Lu Qing before making his way outside. After several trips back and forth, he finally transported all the bamboo to the slope. At that moment, a gentle drizzle began to fall from the sky, prompting the 3 to hastily return to the bamboo house. Inside the bamboo house, beneath the eaves, Jenny and her companions lifted a wild boar onto the long table, separating its head and legs, meticulously extracting the bones, while placing the entrails into a large dragon bamboo bucket. Their roles were clearly delineated, and they swiftly completed the processing of the wild boar. How dull it is in this rain. If only we had mahjong to play, Luo Yu mused while seated. When will we have the time for mahjong? Lu Qing replied with a faint smile. We could play when we have a moment, Luo Yu countered. Like now, without mahjong. There's no point in discussing it. Let us focus on roasting the meat, Lu Qing declared as she stood up to fetch a piece of meat for grilling. The spring rain fell softly, nourishing the entire island, prompting many plant seeds to sprout, and a few wild goats and antelopes began to appear on the grassy plains. 2 hours later, the rain ceased, revealing a beautiful rainbow in the sky. On the northern coast, inside the tent, Mary sat with a frown on her face. Captain, Remy called out as he lifted the tent flap and entered. What is it, Remy? Mary asked, gazing at him. Captain, some of the brothers are clamoring to return. Remy replied in a low voice. We are facing a food shortage, and the brothers are going to bed hungry every night. But we have fish, don't we? Mary inquired, her brow furrowing. Remy sighed bitterly. Captain, there are over 10 of us now. That little bit of fish is hardly sufficient. We can't even hunt in the jungle. One of the brothers was bitten by a venomous snake. Upon hearing this, Mary fell silent, contemplating her next words. "We must send the brothers out to search for food," she finally stated after a long pause. "We must wait for Lisa's arrival." "Understood," Remy nodded before exiting. At this moment, Mary was resolute in her decision to remain. If she left and Lisa arrived with her team, she would be impossible to locate. In the forest, Heisey and 3 others sat beside a fire, roasting a wild rabbit. "Black brother is clever. Hiding here, that beauty Mary 1T find us," one pirate chuckled softly. "Indeed, every time we catch something, she takes it away, leaving us with nothing but a few tiny sea snails. It's inhumane," another pirate grumbled indignantly. "Fear not. The beautiful serpent's hard days are coming, and then we can." Heisey sneered darkly. The thought of Mary's long, alluring legs and her enticing figure ignited a fire within him. But Black Brother, what if Lisa has returned? What if she brings people with her? The pirate, roasting a wild hare, inquired, "Haha, do you think it is so easy to escape the storm region?" Black Z chuckled softly, remarking, "Perhaps that wench Lisa has already perished there." "Brother Black, I have a plan." A pirate suddenly leaned in and whispered into Black Z's ear. "We could lure the beautiful serpent's subordinates to the natives and let them deal with them." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light sparkled in Black Z's eyes as he murmured, "But we do not know where the native tribe is." "Brother Black, if we can eliminate Remy, the others will be manageable," another pirate whispered. "I am willing to scout the location of the native tribe for you, Brother Black." "That is too dangerous." Black Z furrowed his brow, murmuring, "For your happiness, Brother Black, no matter the danger, I am willing." A pirate declared with unwavering resolve. "Leo, you truly are my good brother." Black Z patted Leo's shoulder, touched. "Rest assured, when the time comes, the beautiful serpent will be yours second. Brother Black, you can trust me. I will complete the mission." Leo exclaimed excitedly. "Brother Black, here, have this leg. Delicious. After days of fish, this is a welcome change." The 4 of them joyously feasted on the roasted wild hare, conversing merrily. Once satiated, Leo promptly departed. In the ancient forest, after the rains ceased, Jenny and her companions ventured into the grove. "Isn't this the 7-leaf flower that Xiaoyang once harvested?" Lu Qing squatted among the underbrush, examining a plant, murmuring. She then took out her dagger to dig it up and placed it in her backpack. "Sister Lu Qing, come quickly. I've found wild fruit," came Tong Yao's voice from nearby, prompting Lu Qing to rise and approach. "Sister Lu Qing, can we eat this wild fruit?" Tong Yao asked, gazing at Lu Qing. On a tree over a meter tall, enticing red wild fruits hung in abundance. "I do not recognize it," Lu Qing replied after a moment of observation, shaking her head. "Let us not eat it. What if it's poisonous?" "Then let us pick a few to show Brother Xiaoyang," Tong Yao suggested, plucking several and placing them in her pocket. Meanwhile, Luo Yu wandered alone to the stone mountain, curiosity compelling her to enter. Inside the cave, she gazed at the murals on the stone walls, even reaching out to touch them, becoming momentarily entranced. After a while, she wandered over to examine the stones, surveying her surroundings. When she noticed the scattered bones on the ground, she was startled and hurried towards the cave entrance. Just as she reached the mouth of the cave, a multitude of eyes suddenly fixed upon her from outside. Luo Yu froze, taken aback, as she beheld 7 or 8 individuals, unclothed and painted entirely in red. With only leaves shielding their modesty, brandishing spears and bows, one adorned with a bone through his nose, presenting a terrifying visage. Today, Luo Yu had not brought her rifle. Deeming it too heavy, she had only a bow and a dagger. Upon seeing these individuals, anxiety and panic surged within her, causing her legs to tremble. "Capture her!" shouted the native with the bone through his nose in their tongue. A group of 5 or 6 indigenous individuals, brandishing spears and shouting fervently, charged towards Luo Yu. "Ah, Jenny, save me!" Luo Yu cried out, drawing her dagger in a desperate attempt to resist, furiously waving the weapon. Thud! One of the indigenous men was grazed on the arm by Luo Yu's dagger, letting out a cry. Bang! In an instant, Luo Yu was kicked into a cave by one of the natives, her dagger clattering to the ground. The others rushed in, seizing the fallen Luo Yu and stripping her of her bow and arrows. A man with a pronounced nasal bone entered, picking up the dagger from the ground and examining it closely, nodding repeatedly. Cough, cough. Luo Yu, having been struck, felt blood trickle from the corner of her mouth as she coughed twice. What brings you to our altar? Speak. The man with the nasal bone demanded of Luo Yu. Bewildered, she stared at him, utterly unable to comprehend their language. Chapter 86. A life and death rescue. Jenny and Liu Huai were nearby when they heard Luo Yu's cries for help and immediately rushed over. They took cover behind a large tree near the stone mountain and spotted two indigenous guards at the cave entrance. Who are they, Jenny? Liu Huai whispered, her voice trembling with fear. Observing the attire of the indigenous people, Jenny quickly deduced their identity. They are natives, Huai. You must hurry back and fetch Xiaoyang. Upon hearing this, Liu Huai cautiously retreated and soon vanished into the woods. At that moment, Jenny was unaware of the whereabouts of Song Fei'er and the others, as they had all separated upon arriving. A few minutes later, Jenny witnessed the natives emerging from the cave, escorting Luo Yu. Jenny, Fei'er. As soon as he stepped out, Luo Yu shouted fervently. With a swift motion, a native struck Luo Yu across the face, rendering him unconscious. Jenny, armed with a rifle, concealed herself behind a tree, her heart racing with anxiety. If she fired, she feared hitting Luo Yu. If she refrained, the natives would seize him. The natives began to move forward with Luo Yu in tow, followed closely by several others. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, Jenny dashed out, raising her rifle and firing at the two natives trailing behind. The two natives fell to the ground, motionless, seeing their comrades incapacitated. The remaining natives quickly sought refuge behind the trees. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several arrows whizzed towards Jenny, prompting her to dart behind a nearby tree for safety. The native leader commanded the others to hasten their retreat with Luo Yu. Minutes later, they arrived at the riverbank, where two canoes were moored. The natives forced Luo Yu onto one of the canoes and began to paddle downstream. Rat-tat-tat, whoosh. As Jenny peeked out, arrows shot towards her, embedding themselves in the tree trunk. At this moment, Song Fei'er and the others, alerted by the gunfire, rushed over. Jenny, what happened? Song Fei'er and Lu Qing inquired breathlessly. Take cover. It's dangerous. Jenny shouted urgently. Heeding her warning, Song Fei'er and the others quickly ducked behind the nearby trees. Song Fei'er retrieved her rifle, while Lu Qing and the others readied their bows. Fei'er, head left. The natives have taken Luo Yu. Be cautious. Jenny called out to Song Fei'er. Upon hearing this, Song Fei'er bent low and sprinted left, while Lu Qing and the others remained still. The natives hiding behind the trees dashed towards the riverbank. Tot-tot-tot. Another native fell to Jenny's shot, prompting the others to quicken their pace. Suddenly, Jenny's rifle clicked empty. Damn it, she cursed, discarding the rifle and drawing her bow to pursue. Song Fei'er followed closely behind. Jenny, Song Fei'er shouted, tossing her rifle to Jenny, who swiftly caught it. At that moment, Xiaoyang had arrived at the stone mountain. Xiaoyang. Upon spotting Xiaoyang, Lu Qing and her companions hurried over. Where are Jenny and Fei'er? Xiaoyang inquired anxiously. They went that way. Tong Yao pointed ahead. Hearing this, Xiaoyang dashed forward, with Lu Qing and the others trailing closely behind. Soon, he reached the riverbank and spotted Jenny and Song Fei'er. Xiaoyang, Jenny exclaimed, rushing toward him in a state of distress. Luo Yu has been captured by the natives. They have a boat. What should we do? Xiaoyang furrowed his brow, glancing around. I will pursue them. You all return to the bamboo house first. I want to go too. We will go as well. Jenny, Song Fei'er, and Lu Qing chimed in unison. You are too slow to keep up with me. Return to the bamboo house. Before he finished speaking, Xiaoyang had already sprinted into the woods, following the riverbank relentlessly. Jenny, what should we do? Tong Yao asked, her voice trembling with fear. Jenny glanced at Xiaoyang's disappearing figure in the forest. Let's go back and wait for them to return. Xiaoyang raced forward with unparalleled speed, akin to a cheetah darting through the jungle, covering several meters in the blink of an eye. Minutes later, he spotted a canoe paddling in the river, one of which had already drifted far away. Suddenly, the two natives on the canoe began to shoot arrows at him. Xiaoyang leaped, rolled, and swiftly drew his bow, sprinting forward for several meters before crouching behind a tree. He knocked an arrow, aimed, and released it in one fluid motion. Whoosh! One of the natives, struck in the chest, fell into the river, leaving two others remaining on the canoe. Without hesitation, Xiaoyang fired another arrow and continued his pursuit. The two natives on the canoe relentlessly fired arrows in his direction. Xiaoyang evaded their shots as they shouted in panic, hastily rowing the canoe downstream. Whoosh! A native cried out, an arrow piercing his back, and he collapsed onto the canoe. The remaining native, seeing this, paddled frantically. Xiaoyang closed the distance, knocking another arrow, and carefully aimed at the final native. Whoosh! The arrow flew true, striking the native in the head, leaving all three natives lifeless on the canoe. Seeing that the threat had been neutralized, Xiaoyang dove into the river, swam to the canoe, climbed aboard, and disposed of the two corpses into the water before seizing the paddle and propelling the canoe forward in pursuit. After a brief interval, he noticed the distant canoe at least 200 meters ahead. He paddled swiftly, determined to catch up, knowing that Luo Yu must be on that very canoe. Approximately 10 minutes later, he observed the canoe drifting gradually to the right, where a multitude of natives had gathered along the riverbank. Xiaoyang's brow furrowed once more as he maneuvered the canoe ashore and advanced cautiously. Xiaoyang understood that he had arrived at the indigenous people's tribe. Uncertain of the tribe's population, he refrained from impulsive actions. Luo Yu was forcibly taken from the canoe and brought ashore, where numerous indigenous elders, women, and children approached, gently caressing her face and body. At that moment, Luo Yu regained consciousness and, upon witnessing the scene, was overwhelmed with fear and burst into tears, her sobs echoing through the air. Soon, she was led into a valley and confined within a cage. Strangely, another woman was also imprisoned inside, dressed in a manner that suggested she was not of the indigenous people. The valley was adorned with numerous thatched huts and tree houses, with two caves situated beneath the adjacent cliff. Xiaoyang ascended a steep cliff to reach the summit, where he surveyed the valley below. The drop was approximately 20 meters, presenting a steep slope that would be easy to descend but difficult to ascend. Observing the indigenous people gathered below, numbering over 100, he realized that any attempt at rescue would be exceedingly challenging. After lying on the ground for a closer inspection, Xiaoyang finally spotted a large cage on the open ground, containing two individuals. However, he was uncertain whether Luo Yu was among them, as the distance rendered it difficult to discern clearly. Chapter 87. Survivors of the cruise ship. Xiaoyang cautiously retreated, rising to his feet before settling beneath a tree, contemplating how he might rescue Luo Yu. In the native tribe, within the cage on the open ground, Luo Yu gazed around in terror at the indigenous people who observed her as one might a monkey. Some children even hurled stones in her direction. Go away! A robust native approached, brandishing a spear, shooing away the onlookers, and stationed himself nearby. At that moment, Luo Yu felt as though her heart had turned to ash. Slumping within the confines of the cage, murmuring to herself, Xiaoyang, will you come to save me? At this juncture, a woman confined alongside her cast a glance, appraising her before speaking. Are you also from the cruise ship? Luo Yu, upon hearing this, glanced at her and nodded silently. Unexpectedly, she found a companion in her final moments. A soft chuckle escaped the woman's lips. Observing Luo Yu's silence, the woman continued, there are 5 of us in total. We just awakened by the seaside, only to be captured by these natives. They seize 2 individuals every full moon for their sacrificial rites. Alas, tonight is the full moon. How do you know tonight is the full moon? Luo Yu inquired, her voice laced with confusion. The woman smiled faintly, gesturing toward a nearby piece of wood, which bore numerous scratches. Look, I've been counting. Each day I mark it with a scratch on my nail. By the way, what is your name? I am Luo Yu, she replied, reluctantly revealing her name. Luo Yu? Such a beautiful name, the woman said with a gentle smile. I am Lu Ruyen. But names matter little now, for we are unlikely to survive the night. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu vigorously shook her head, murmuring, no, I will not die. He will come to rescue me. He will surely come. Lu Ruyen, upon hearing this, fixed her gaze upon Luo Yu and quietly inquired, "Are you suggesting that there are other survivors outside? That he will come to save you?" At this moment, Luo Yu fell silent, slowly closing her eyes and leaning against the wooden bars of the cage. Xiao Yang sat beneath the tree, skillfully whittling a branch with his dagger. Beside him lay a collection of over a dozen arrows. An hour later, darkness began to envelop the landscape. As night descended, several bonfires ignited within the native village, a cacophony of voices filling the air. Women danced strangely by the fires, while the indigenous men shouted excitedly nearby. "Behold, this is their preparation for the sacrificial ceremony," Lu Ruyen remarked, observing the chaotic crowd outside. Luo Yu remained silent, her eyes closed. Soon, 4 natives emerged carrying a wild boar, which they slaughtered on the spot. Some women and children held a platter-like object adorned with wild fruits. At that moment, a full moon ascended over the mountaintop within the valley. It was indeed a night of the full moon, the moon remarkably round, with stars twinkling across the sky. The silvery moonlight bathed the entire valley, illuminating the surroundings as though it were daytime. In a remote indigenous tribe, an elder emerged from a cave, his body adorned with red paint. A feathered headdress perched upon his head and a staff in his hand, crowned with a skull. The air was filled with mournful wails as the elder appeared. The other tribespeople rose in fervent cheers, parting to honor him. This elder was the priest of the tribe. "This evening marks the feast of the scorpion god," he proclaimed, raising his hands and shouting in the native tongue, "Bring forth the offerings." No sooner had he spoken than 4 robust tribesmen approached the cage, dragging Luo Yu and Lu Ruyen into the clearing. Luo Yu, from his vantage point atop the mountain, Xiao Yang was struck with alarm upon witnessing Luo Yu's capture. His mind racing with dread. Would they roast her tonight? The priest cast a glance at Luo Yu and Lu Ruyen before turning and striding into the valley, where a narrow path was illuminated by torches on either side. The 4 tribesmen escorted the 2 women closely behind the priest, followed by a throng of indigenous people. Seeing Luo Yu and another captive being led away, Xiao Yang swiftly crouched and made his way toward the valley. Before long, the 2 were brought to an altar, bound to a wooden post. Xiao Yang concealed himself behind a grand tree, retrieving his revolver for a quick polish before drawing his bow, preparing for a rescue. The priest stood beside the altar, shaking his head in disapproval. Upon the altar rested a hollow human skull, emitting wisps of white smoke, alongside a bull's skull. At this moment, Luo Yu was gripped by sheer terror, her heart sinking into despair. She believed Xiao Yang would not come for her. "Let us summon the scorpion god with our blood to partake of its offerings." The priest suddenly turned, raising his arms high and calling out to the tribesmen. He approached the altar, donned the bull's skull over his face, and slowly drew a dagger crafted from bone, advancing towards Luo Yu. With a swift motion, he tore open her garment, revealing her heaving bosom, and Luo Yu closed her eyes in hopeless resignation. "Xiao Yang, I despise you," she cried out in despair. The priest gripped the dagger tightly, poised to plunge it into her chest. Just then, a swift arrow whizzed from behind the great tree, striking the priest squarely in the throat. He let out a horrific scream before collapsing to the ground. Xiao Yang leaped from behind the tree and onto the altar. Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed as he dispatched 2 tribesmen in an instant. Drawing his machete, he charged toward the remaining warriors. With a revolver in his left hand and a machete in his right, he swiftly felled several more tribesmen, causing the others to scatter in fear. At the sight of Xiao Yang's arrival, Luo Yu's heart surged with joy, and Lu Ruyen wept tears of relief. They were finally saved, and death was no longer their fate. After the indigenous people scattered, Xiao Yang swiftly returned to the altar, severing the ropes that bound the 2 individuals with his machete. He then grasped Luo Yu's hand and began to ascend the towering tree. "Climb quickly. The natives will be upon us shortly," Xiao Yang urged urgently. "Wait for me," Lu Ruyen called out as she followed closely behind. Once the 3 had scaled the tree, they continued their ascent. At that moment, a multitude of indigenous people armed with spears, bows, and blow darts rushed towards them. Under the silvery light of the moon, the trio reached the summit of the mountain, where Xiao Yang led them to the spot from which he had climbed. Suddenly, a dark silhouette emerged atop a massive rock at the peak. Upon sighting the shadow, The hearts of the three sank in astonishment. It was a colossal black scorpion, as large as a refrigerator, with its tail raised high above human height. You two, head to the right in front. There's a way down. Hurry, Xiaoyang shouted at them. I won't leave. I want to stay with you and face it together. Luo Yu insisted, gripping Xiaoyang's hand tightly. We must go. There won't be time later. Xiaoyang pushed Luo Yu away and brandished his machete towards the gigantic scorpion. Let's make haste, Lu Ruyin urged, pulling Luo Yu to retreat. At that moment, the enormous scorpion leapt from the rock and lunged toward Xiaoyang. Come on, Xiaoyang coldly declared, adjusting his grip on the machete. Chapter 88. The colossal scorpion lunged forward, raising its enormous pincers to strike at Xiaoyang. With a swift bend of his body, Xiaoyang evaded the attack, then rolled to avoid the second claw's onslaught. The scorpion's venomous stings relentlessly pierced the air towards him, and Xiaoyang continued to roll on the ground, evading the assaults. Clang! A massive claw came crashing down before him, and Xiaoyang promptly countered with his machete. The two forces colliding with a resounding noise, forcing him back a few steps. Boom! A venomous sting thrust forward with great force, and Xiaoyang swiftly dodged, delivering a powerful horizontal slash. With a sharp sound, the scorpion's venomous stinger was severed by his blade, a viscous green liquid oozing from the severed appendage. Hiss! Hiss! The scorpion recoiled a few steps, emitting a furious hiss as its anger escalated. Suddenly, a throng of indigenous people approached, their mournful wails echoing in the air. This cacophony instantly captured the scorpion's attention, which then charged towards the natives. Run! The scorpion god is enraged. In an instant, the scorpion wreaked havoc upon the fleeing tribesmen. Observing the chaos, Xiaoyang swiftly retreated, making his way to the side and quickly descending. Xiaoyang, you're safe! How wonderful! Upon seeing Xiaoyang's safe descent, Luo Yu rushed over, embracing him with fervor. All right, this isn't the place for conversation. We must hasten our departure. Xiaoyang gently patted Luo Yu's shoulder, urging her onward. Taking her hand, he led the way, while Luo Yu grasped Lu Ruyin's hand. Despite the moonlight illuminating their path, Xiaoyang's vigilance remained unwavering. Soon, the trio reached the dugout canoe. As Xiaoyang stepped onto the canoe, he noticed unusual ripples on the water's surface, sensing something amiss. Suddenly, a tentacle as thick as an arm surged from the depths, crashing down onto the canoe. Damn it! Xiaoyang leaped directly into the bank's aquatic vegetation, scrambling ashore as the tentacle splintered the canoe into two. Run! Xiaoyang urged the still-shocked duo as they dashed into the woods. Meanwhile, numerous indigenous people paddled dugout canoes in pursuit along the river. Xiaoyang led the two deeper into the forest, running tirelessly for half an hour until they emerged into an expansive patch of tall grass, flourishing over a meter high. Hidden within, they could easily remain undetected if they did not draw close. The three settled in the grassland to catch their breath. Xiaoyang, I knew you would come to rescue me, Luo Yu said, her eyes shining with gratitude. What is this? You no longer harbor resentment towards me? Xiaoyang responded with a gentle smile. At his words, Luo Yu lowered her head, feeling a touch of embarrassment, and remained silent. Hello, I am Lu Ruyin. Thank you for saving me, she said, looking at Xiaoyang with appreciation. No need for thanks. It was merely a coincidence. Xiaoyang waved his hand dismissively. At that moment, the silvery moonlight bathed the entire island in a luminous glow, casting a serene and ethereal ambience. The trio fell into a contemplative silence, with Xiaoyang lifting his gaze to admire the round moon and the myriad of twinkling stars above. A sudden howl pierced the quietude, echoing from a distance. The night air held a chill, prompting Luo Yu and Lu Ruyin to huddle closely together, appearing to have succumbed to slumber. Xiaoyang resolved to remain until dawn. Fully aware of the lurking dangers in the nocturnal jungle, fraught with perils and threats, time slipped by with an agonizing slowness as hours trickled away, the moon descending beyond the horizon while the sky began to take on a faint glow. Xiaoyang opened his eyes to survey their surroundings, realizing that in merely half an hour, daylight would break. At that moment, Luo Yu and Lu Ruyin stirred awake. Is it not yet dawn? Luo Yu queried, glancing skyward. Soon, Xiao Yang replied in a hushed tone. Unbeknownst to them, the world outside gradually brightened. Just as the three stood up, Xiao Yang abruptly pressed them down to the ground. Silence. The natives are on our trail, he whispered urgently. At his words, the two immediately stilled, covering their mouths with their hands, their faces betraying a mix of fear and trepidation. They observed as three indigenous individuals, armed with spears and bows, entered the thicket, scanning their surroundings. Soon after, the trio departed the thicket, venturing into the woods to the left. Xiao Yang cautiously raised his head, confirming their departure before signaling the others to flee to the right. "Oh no!" Lu Ruyin exclaimed as they darted from the thicket, pain etched across her face. "What is it?" Xiao Yang inquired, concern lacing his voice. "My calf hurts," she murmured, gradually rolling up her pant leg to reveal a jagged wound, blood seeping from it. "It must be from when I descended the cliff last night," she remarked, examining her injury. Xiao Yang glanced around before dashing into the nearby underbrush. Moments later, he emerged, chewing on something. Kneeling beside Lu Ruyin, he spat out the contents of his mouth, applying it to her wound, then wrapping it with a leaf and securing it with a slender vine. He understood that if the injury was not treated properly, it could lead to infection, which would be tantamount to courting death in this wilderness. "We must hurry. The natives will soon scour this area," he urged after securing the bandage. The trio ventured deeper into the jungle. As predicted, about 10 minutes after their departure, a group of over a dozen indigenous people appeared in the thicket. Meanwhile, within the bamboo house, Jenny and Song Fei anxiously awaited the return of Xiao Yang and Luo Yu. "This waiting is futile. The current situation is precarious. We must take decisive action," Jenny stated, surveying her companions. "What should we do?" "Just say the word," Lu Qing replied. "Very well," Jenny nodded. "Hui Yu Tong Yao and Lin Lin should head to the slope and bring back a section of giant dragon bamboo to craft arrows. Our ammunition is limited. We need to produce more arrows. Lu Qing, please step outside to scout. If you notice anything unusual, return immediately with a report. Fear, you, and I along with Yuan, shall reinforce the bamboo gate outside." After Jenny assigned the tasks, everyone immediately sprang into action. Lu Qing, armed with a rifle, ventured outside and lay on a hillside, surveying the surroundings. Jenny and the others felled several saplings, transporting them to the bamboo gate for fortification. By noon, the gate had been secured, and Jenny instructed Yuan to keep watch by the river. Inside the shelter, some wild chicken feathers were gathered by Lu Huiyi and her companions to craft arrows. Upon returning to the bamboo house, Jenny meticulously loaded the remaining ammunition. As evening approached, Lu Qing returned to the bamboo house after observing no unusual activity. At that moment, Xiao Yang and his companions emerged from the thicket, spotting a volcano not far ahead. Xiao Yang glanced around and pointed to the mountain on the right, saying with a smile, "Once we traverse that peak, we shall reach the valley. Let us rest here for the night." After a long day's journey without a morsel of food and only a sip of water, Luo Yu and Lu Ruyin felt the weight of fatigue and an overwhelming sense of weakness, promptly seating themselves upon a nearby stone. Chapter 89. Overnight in the forest, in the depths of the forest, a clearing was illuminated by a crackling bonfire, where Xiao Yang and his companions sat nearby. Lu Ruyin felt as though she were ensnared in a dream. After being confined within a cage for over 3 months, she had just been rescued, only to encounter unprecedented monsters and now find herself pursued by the indigenous people. The moonlight was indeed enchanting. Luo Yu gazed up at the full moon and remarked, "Isn't it beautiful? Beautiful?" Lu Ruyin shook her head. "It feels rather eerie to me." She then turned to Xiao Yang. "Why is there such a gigantic scorpion? It feels like a scene from a movie. What's so strange about that?" "We've seen spiders larger than dinner plates," Luo Yu interjected. "Though, we did manage to slay them." "Is that true? How terrifying." Lu Ruyin's face displayed astonishment upon hearing this. Xiao Yang chuckled and nodded thus. "If you encounter any colossal creatures on this island in the future, do not be overly alarmed." "Why do I feel like we are filming a movie?" Lu Ruyin murmured in disbelief. "Just consider it a film," Xiao Yang replied with a soft laugh. "But remember, there is only one chance. If you die, it is truly the end. Now, Let's rest well. We must continue our journey at dawn. In the dead of night, Luo Yu and Lu Ruyin embraced one another, lying on the ground as they succumbed to slumber. Xiao Yang, however, refrained from sleep, vigilantly watching over them. For within the jungle, slumber could invite unforeseen dangers. As dawn broke, a ray of sunlight filtered through the trees, awakening wildflowers to bloom and birds to chirp merrily upon the branches. Suddenly, Xiao Yang, concealed behind a large tree, released an arrow that struck a wild chicken foraging in the underbrush. Upon witnessing his success, he hurried over to retrieve it, plucking its feathers before extracting its innards and propping it open with branches to roast over the fire. At this moment, Luo Yu and Lu Ruyin stirred leisurely awake, rubbing their eyes. "Hey, Xiao Yang, what are you roasting?" Lu Ruyin inquired upon noticing his culinary endeavor. "A wild chicken," Xiao Yang replied, turning the bird. Gazing at the roasting chicken, Lu Ruyin swallowed hard, her hunger overwhelming her. "Is it ready?" she asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "It will take about 10 minutes. Xiao Yang reassured her with a slight smile. The minutes passed swiftly, and, as the time elapsed, Xiao Yang tore off a leg and divided the rest between the two women. Lu Ruyin, driven by hunger, devoured even the bones. "Let's go." After consuming some food, Lu Ruyin felt her strength gradually returning. Exiting the forest, Xiao Yang led the way towards the looming mountains ahead. "Get down." Suddenly, Xiao Yang glanced towards the direction of the volcano and swiftly pulled the two women into a low-lying area, urging them to lie flat. "Xiao Yang, what is it? Are the indigenous people chasing us?" Luo Yu asked, her voice tinged with concern. Xiao Yang shook his head and whispered, "You may look but remain silent." The two individuals promptly nodded, slowly lifting their heads to gaze towards the volcano. Before them, a colossal fire lizard swiftly descended from the volcanic summit, making its way towards the forest. It seemed that the lair of this fire lizard was nestled within the volcano, thought Xiao Yang, furrowing his brow. Once the fire lizard entered the woods, he led the two companions towards the mountain peak. At the foot of the mountain, sheer cliffs surrounded them, rendering any attempt to ascend impossible. Xiao Yang had no choice but to guide his companions along the base of the mountain in search of a feasible route upward. "What shall we do? There is no way up here," Luo Yu exclaimed, surveying the surroundings. "Look, that rock up there. If we can climb it, we can traverse along its edge to reach the summit." Xiao Yang pointed out a massive boulder above. "That stone is rather high. Do you think we could scale it?" Lu Ruyin remarked, her brow furrowing as she regarded the boulder. "It should be possible." "Let us go," replied Xiao Yang, taking the lead in the ascent. After climbing several dozen meters, they arrived at the base of the boulder. "Luo Yu, step onto my shoulders to climb up," Xiao Yang instructed as he crouched down. Without further ado, Luo Yu placed her feet on his shoulders, gripping the stone with her hands as Xiao Yang gradually stood upright. "Xiao Yang, a bit higher," Luo Yu called out, prompting him to rise onto his toes. Just then, Luo Yu's hands grasped the top of the rock, and with Xiao Yang supporting her feet, she was soon able to pull herself up. Next was Lu Ruyan's turn. Given her height, Xiao Yang did not need to rise on his toes for her to ascend, while Luo Yu extended her hand to assist her from above. At that moment, Luo Yu noticed a fire lizard rapidly approaching from the foot of the mountain, and she gasped in alarm. "Xiao Yang, hurry! That creature is coming." Turning back, Xiao Yang saw that indeed a fire lizard was racing towards him at a remarkable speed. He retreated a few steps to the left, for there was no space behind him. Reaching the edge of the cliff, he took a deep breath and dashed towards the boulder, leaping with one foot planted firmly against it to propel himself upward. "Luo Yu, quickly!" Lu Ruyin grasped one of Xiao Yang's hands from above, urgently calling to Luo Yu as they both exerted their strength to pull him up. Suddenly, the fire lizard reached the base of the boulder and shot out its long tongue, ensnaring one of Xiao Yang's feet. "Xiao Yang, hurry! More monsters are coming!" Luo Yu shouted, glancing down to see several fire lizards advancing towards them, one of which was twice the size of the others. With determination, Xiao Yang unsheathed the machete at his waist, lifting his foot slightly. With a swift motion, he severed the fire lizard's tongue. In that instant, Luo Yu and Lu Ruyin pulled with all their might, successfully hoisting Xiao Yang up. Let us go. As they reached the top, the trio immediately resumed their ascent. Climbing the sheer cliffs and steep slopes was arduous, yet they persevered. After 3 hours of strenuous effort, they finally reached the ridge, collapsing onto 2 stones to rest. After a brief respite of several minutes, Lu Ruyin stood atop, gazing at the breathtaking scenery around them. The view here is truly magnificent. Indeed, it is beautiful, replied Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang approached and said, "Let us head back. Jinny and the others are waiting for us." At that moment, Zhou Yunyuan and Tong Yao were seated by the riverbank at the foot of the slope, occasionally peering around them. "Do you think Brother Xiaoyang and Sister Luo you might have encountered trouble? They've been gone for quite a while," Tong Yao asked with concern. "Surely not," Zhou Yuanyuan replied softly. "Big Brother is the strongest. He will undoubtedly send those natives fleeing." As the two chatted, Xiaoyang had already led them to the base of the mountain, arriving at a desolate area as they made their way toward the valley. Tong Yao stood up, slightly craning her neck to survey the surroundings. Suddenly, she spotted 3 shadowy figures in the wasteland. Yuan, there is something. Where? Zhou Yuanyuan quickly leaned forward, drawing her bow. Soon, the indistinct silhouettes became increasingly clear. "It's Big Brother and Sister Luo Yu," Zhou Yuanyuan exclaimed joyfully and dashed out, with Tong Yao following closely behind. Chapter 90, Building the Wall, Big Brother. Sister Luo Yu, Zhou Yuanyuan and Tong Yao joyfully shouted as they ran towards the 3. It was Yuanyuan and Tong Yao. Upon hearing their voices, Xiaoyang glanced over and smiled. "I'm so relieved that you two are safe," Zhou Yuanyuan exclaimed, grabbing their hands and beaming, while also glancing at Lu Ruyin beside them. "What brings you here?" Luo Yu inquired, looking at the two. "Oh, Sister Jinny asked us to hide by the riverbank, saying that if we spotted any indigenous people, we should report back to her," Tong Yao explained with a nod. "Let's return," Xiaoyang suggested to the group as he started to walk towards the valley. Upon returning to the bamboo house, everyone was overjoyed to see Xiaoyang and Lu Yu safe. Lu Ruyin greeted the others, introducing herself. "Are you Lu Ruyin, the president of Lu Group?" Song Feier asked, gazing at Lu Ruyin. "Yes, do you know me?" Lu Ruyin replied with a gentle smile. "I am Song Feier, the president of Song Group." Song Feier responded, offering a slight smile. "Song Group? Oh, I remember now. We had a collaboration some time ago," Lu Ruyin recalled after a moment of thought. "You are both presidents. Who is wealthier?" Xiaoyang inquired while pouring himself a cup of dandelion tea. "Of course, it is President Lu. Her group is worth billions. I am far behind," Song Feier smiled modestly. "Oh, such wealth? It seems I have saved a super rich lady," Xiaoyang chuckled, adding, "When we return, remember to treat us to a grand feast. Time to eat." At that moment, Lu Linlin entered carrying a large bamboo bucket filled with wild vegetable fish soup, followed by Tong Yao who brought in stir-fried bamboo shoots with smoked meat. "These dishes might suit your palate. Please enjoy," Xiaoyang said with a smile directed at Lu Ruyin. As Lu Ruyin savored the wild vegetables and soup, she sighed with a bittersweet smile. "Having this to eat is already quite fortunate. During my confinement, it was, well, better left unsaid." After they had eaten their fill, Song Feier took Lu Ruyin to explore the surroundings. Arriving at the riverbank, Lu Ruyin, captivated by the crystal-clear water, removed her clothes and immersed herself in the river, gently rubbing the fine sand against her exquisite body. "Feier, have you always lived here?" Lu Ruyin asked while cleansing herself. Glancing at Song Feier, Song Feier shook her head. "Initially, we resided by the seaside. When rescue did not arrive and pirates appeared, we were forced to come here." "Pirates?" Lu Ruyin frowned at the mention of them. "Are there still pirates on this island?" "Indeed. Otherwise, do you think our firearms came from nowhere?" Song Feier laughed lightly, tilting her head. "However, they are not from this island. They come from elsewhere." Lu Ruyin pondered. Could these pirates be the same ones that attacked the cruise ship? Song Feier nodded in agreement. "It is likely them." "Sister Feier, Brother Xiaoyang is calling you both back." At that moment, Lu Linlin rushed over, calling out. In the bamboo house, everyone sat on chairs, gazing at Xiaoyang. "Now we must barricade the slope to keep other things at bay." The things Xiaoyang referred to were the fire, giant lizards, and other monstrous creatures. The volcano served as the lair of the fire, giant lizards, and should they ascend the mountain and descend into the valley, it would spell danger. Previously, we encountered one in the valley beneath the river. By constructing a bamboo wall at the slope, we could enclose the entire valley. Let us commence. Without this barrier, we cannot sleep soundly at night. Song Feier asserted as she stood. Let us go. We will chop bamboo now. Jenny and Lu Qing echoed, rising to their feet. Xiaoyang nodded, and they all exited the bamboo house, heading towards the bamboo grove. Upon reaching the grove, machetes were put to use. Why are these bamboos so enormous? Lu Ruyin exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the giant dragon bamboo. This is called giant dragon bamboo, Lu Qing replied with a slight smile, swinging her machete towards the base of the enormous bamboo. An hour later, a dozen giant dragon bamboos lay felled on the ground, with Xiaoyang trimming their ends, leaving 8-meter-long poles. Ruo Yu, Tong Yao, Lin Lin, join me in lifting the bamboo to the slope, Jenny called to the three. We four will carry one, Song Feier said, looking at Lu Ruyin, Lu Qing, and Lu Huiyi. Yuan, let us go. We have enough giant dragon bamboo. Now, we shall cut down some Nanju, Xiaoyang instructed Yuan, watching as they carried the giant dragon bamboo out. Nanju is smooth and straight, capable of growing over 10 meters. It is suitable for crafting chopsticks, brooms, cutting boards, and more. Due to its substantial girth, it is ideal for construction, and bamboo shoots are quite delectable. Compared to giant dragon bamboo, it is significantly smaller and easier to transport. One person can drag 2 poles at a time. By the time Jenny and the others placed the 14 giant dragon bamboos at the slope, Xiaoyang and Yuan had felled numerous Nanju, which lay scattered on the ground. Like bamboo shoots sprouting after rain, the Nanju grove was dotted with many new shoots. At this moment, the 8 gathered by the waterfall to drink water and rest on the grass. Can we drink this water directly? Lu Ruyin inquired, looking up at the waterfall. Fear not. This is spring water, which we often consume, Lu Qing replied with a gentle smile. After hearing this, Lu Ruyin took a sip and indeed found it slightly sweet and delightful. Half an hour later, Xiaoyang and Yuan returned, carrying several Nanju shoots. Yi, please prepare dinner, Xiaoyang said as he placed the bamboo shoots on the grass. Hui nodded and took the bamboo shoots back to the bamboo house. Everyone gathered at the slope, where Xiaoyang measured the narrowest point between the cliffs on either side, noting a distance of 7 to 8 meters. Having chosen the location, he drew 14 circles on the grass, spaced 1 meter apart both in front and on the sides. Everyone, try to dig the pits deeper. This will ensure the bamboo wall is sturdier, Xiaoyang instructed Jenny and the others. Digging the pit. Everyone initially used sharpened bamboo to excavate before employing wooden shovels to extract the earth within. After half an hour, the group had managed to dig a pit approximately 1 meter deep. Xiaoyang, is it deep enough? Song Feier inquired as she approached him. Yes, that's sufficient. Now, we can proceed to plant the dozen or so giant dragon bamboos, Xiaoyang replied, nodding. As soon as he finished speaking, he guided them in placing the giant dragon bamboos into the pit one by one, standing them upright before covering their bases with soil. All right, let's call it day. Everyone is tired. We shall return tomorrow, Xiaoyang smiled and turned toward the bamboo house. On the northern coast, in the jungle, Hazy was leisurely wandering with 3 pirates. Suddenly, Leo burst forth from the depths of the thicket. Who goes there? Hazy shouted, raising his rifle at the sound of approaching footsteps, while the other 3 pirates prepared to fire. Brother Hay, it's me, Leo. Don't shoot. Leo's voice quickly resonated from within the jungle. Moments later, Leo emerged, joyfully running up to Hazy. Leo, you've returned. How is it? Hazy eagerly supported Leo, as the other 3 pirates gathered around. Brother Hay, I bring splendid news. Monumental news, Leo exclaimed with delight. I have not only discovered the location of the indigenous tribes, but also found those Easterners. Really? Easterners? Upon hearing this, Hazy urgently whispered quickly, tell us everything you observed. Chapter 91. Mary's decision. Leo sat amidst the dense undergrowth of the jungle, reporting his observations to Blackie, while 2 other pirates stood guard nearby. Blackie, you won't believe it. By the river in the woods, I discovered 2 canoes, and those natives were fishing in the water. I hid for quite a while before stealthily following them back to their village, Leo whispered. Get to the point. How did you come across those Orientals? Blackie inquired, fixing his gaze on Leo. Well, I tracked them to their village and concealed myself in the tall grass across the way. Before long, I saw them return, escorting an Oriental woman, Leo recounted with precision. Later that night, I even heard gunfire. Are you saying those Orientals were captured by the natives? Blackie's brow furrowed in concern. The natives are inherently savage and brutal. This could pose a significant problem. Blackie, we could inform the Viper about this development, inciting a conflict between them. Then we could, Leo said with a sly grin. Blackie's eyes lit up at this suggestion, and he replied, Not bad, Leo. It seems you possess a bit of wit after all. Delighted by Blackie's praise, Leo chuckled and scratched his head. Blackie was aware that the chief had instructed the Viper to capture the Orientals alive. If they perished, it would be difficult for her to account to the chief. Let us go. We shall return and meet with the Viper, Blackie said, standing up with a smile. At the seaside, within the tent, Mary paced back and forth, her expression heavy with thought. Captain, good news. At that moment, Blackie, accompanied by Leo, entered the tent with broad smiles. Mary glanced at the two as they stepped inside, then moved to sit on a folding bed, offering a slight smile. Oh, Blackie, what is this good news that has you so cheerful? Hee. Blackie grinned, observing Mary and thinking to himself, this woman is truly captivating. Captain, we have located the position of the native tribe, and we have seen them capture several Orientals. Blackie said, lowering his voice as he spoke to Mary. Whoosh. Upon hearing this, Mary instantly rose and approached Blackie, her eyes fixed intently upon him. Is what you say true? Indeed. Blackie gestured towards Leo. How could we dare deceive you? Right, Captain? This is the brother who discovered the native tribe. Mary turned to Leo. Speak of all that you know. Leo, seeing Mary's demeanor, nodded quickly and recounted all that he had witnessed. As Mary listened to Leo's report, her brow slightly furrowed, and she remained silent. Captain, the natives are exceedingly ruthless. If those Orientals are taken as sacrifices, Blackie murmured, glancing at Mary. I hope you are not deceiving me. Otherwise, Mary fixed a steely gaze on Leo and Blackie, her voice low and serious. You two may leave now. Upon hearing this, the two men respectfully exited the tent. That night, in the woods by the sea, 2 bonfires blazed, and some pirates were grilling fish. Mary summoned Remy into the tent and reiterated what Leo had mentioned. Captain, if those Easterners are truly captured by the natives, we must rescue them as swiftly as possible. Otherwise, Remy said quietly, gazing at Mary. I understand, Mary replied. How many bullets do we have left? After a moment's contemplation, Remy answered, some were used for hunting. Now each person has only 1 magazine left. 1 magazine? That is sufficient, Mary declared solemnly. Go inform the others. They must be prepared by dawn tomorrow. We will rescue those Easterners. They must not come to harm. Understood. Remy nodded and exited. In the deep of night, Mary remained awake, pondering that once they rescued the Easterners and secured the ransom, her plan would be fulfilled. In a nearby tent, Black and his 3 companions were also awake. Remember, tomorrow, during the shootout, be cautious, try to stay at the back, fire less, and conserve ammunition. Black instructed the trio in a hushed tone. Understood. You need not worry, Brother Black. But what if the beauty dies and Lisa arrives with her crew? Leo queried quietly. Are you foolish? We will simply claim she perished during a skirmish with the natives. Black smirked. At the first opportunity, we shall eliminate Remy. Early the next morning, Remy gathered all the pirates. Within minutes, Mary emerged from the tent, waving her hand, and a dozen pirates promptly ventured into the jungle, with Leo leading the way. They traversed mountains, crossed jungles, and waded through rivers, all in silence. 3 hours later, in the dense thicket of the jungle, all the pirates lay flat on the ground. A wide river lay ahead, and on the opposite bank, several native women washed something while armed natives roamed nearby. Captain, that is the camp of the native tribe. Leo whispered to Mary. It is highly likely that the Easterners are imprisoned within. Captain, there are too many of them. A direct assault may not be wise. Remy observed quietly. What is there to fear? A barrage of bullets will send them fleeing for their lives, Black interjected. If we delay, I fear for the safety of those Easterners. Listening to their words, Mary furrowed her brow, remaining silent as she stared across the river. "We shall act tonight," Mary finally stated, turning and making her way back into the jungle, with the other pirates following suit. "Damn woman," Black cursed quietly under his breath as he trailed behind. In the valley, Jenny and her companions began constructing a wall after dragging the bamboo from the grove. Liu Huai and Lu Qing were tasked with peeling bamboo strips. Xiao Yang, along with others, tied several crosspieces onto the giant dragon bamboo, securing upright bamboo poles firmly in place, each standing 7 to 8 meters tall. "Do not place the bamboo in the middle. Leave it clear to serve as the entrance," Xiao Yang remarked to Luo Yu. "The giant dragon bamboos at both the front and rear must be secured with additional bamboo. The section in between, which spans 1 meter, should also be horizontally affixed with bamboo to serve as a support point. Surrounding them stood rows of smooth Nan bamboo, devoid of any foothold for climbing, directly connected to the sheer cliff, rising to a height of 7 or 8 meters. Everyone, please ensure the bamboo strips are tightly bound," Xiao Yang instructed Jenny and the others. Hui, Yu, and Lu Qing should return to prepare the meal. As he surveyed the wall, now a third complete, Xiao Yang nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 92. The Assassination of Remy at noon. Everyone returned to the bamboo house, indulging in sautéed bamboo shoots and wild vegetable soup, as the smoked meat had dwindled and would only be prepared later in the evening. "The wall is a meter thick. Could we possibly construct a walkway atop it?" Jenny inquired, holding a bowl of bamboo shoots. After finishing the wild vegetable soup in his bowl, Xiao Yang smiled gently and replied, "That was precisely my intention. Standing high allows one to see far, much like a city wall. But how can we climb up? It's so high," Luo Yu asked as she approached. "We could build bamboo ladders on either side, allowing us to ascend directly," Xiao Yang pondered aloud. "That plan is feasible," Jenny nodded in agreement. Once everyone had their fill, they rested for about 10 minutes before heading toward the wall. Little Bear and Ta Shui scampered off to the miscanthus field. Under Xiao Yang's supervision, the wall was being constructed at a swift pace. Loose bamboo was reinforced by Xiao Yang using bamboo strips for added stability. He personally handled the construction of the central support beams. "Be cautious when binding the bamboo strips. They can be quite sharp," Xiao Yang advised as he approached Lu Ruyan. "I've already cut myself." "Look," Lu Ruyan extended her palm to show Xiao Yang. "Fortunately, it's just a minor scrape with a bit of blood, but the wound is sealing quickly." "How careless. Saliva can disinfect. Let me tend to it," Xiao Yang said with a playful smirk. "Ha, I have saliva too. No need for yours," Lu Ruyan replied with a half-squinting smile. "Do you often flirt like this?" "Not at all. I was merely jesting," Xiao Yang chuckled softly before turning away. By around 4 in the afternoon, the wall was nearly complete. Yet much remained to be done. Xiao Yang intended to install the bamboo door first before addressing other tasks. He called for Lu Qing and Song Fei, leading them to the bamboo grove to fell a giant dragon bamboo, which they then carried back to the slope. Xiao Yang first split the giant bamboo into 2 sections, then trimmed the edges to flatten them slightly. He placed the bamboo pieces parallel on 5 1-meter-long Nan bamboo poles, then secured them with another 5 1-meter-long Nan bamboo pieces on top, binding them tightly with bamboo strips. As evening descended, the wall was finally erected, and the sturdy bamboo door was installed, leaving only the walkway above and the bamboo ladders on either side unfinished. "Well, the wall is finally complete. The rest can be addressed gradually," Xiao Yang remarked with a faint smile as he surveyed the robust structure. "Does that mean we don't need to come tomorrow?" Lu Lin asked. "Tomorrow morning, I will take you all hunting. If we catch something, we can construct the walkway upon our return," Xiao Yang affirmed with a nod. "Xiao Yang, I suddenly feel a strong desire to visit the seaside," Song Fei said, glancing at Xiao Yang with a smile. Hearing this, Xiao Yang shook his head. "It's a critical time. Let us reassess in a few days." After securing the bamboo door, everyone returned to the bamboo house. At this moment, the evening glow illuminated the sky, painting half of it in brilliant hues. Luo Yu placed the freshly washed wild vegetables into an iron pot and added some water to boil. Xiao Yang, wielding a dagger, sliced smoked meat on a wooden cutting board. Meanwhile, El Huai took out the bamboo shoots that had soaked for a day and night, preparing to stir-fry them with the smoked meat. In the center of the hall, Song Fei ignited a fire. while Zhou Yuan and Lu Linlin entered the shed to bring in a bundle of firewood. "Big brother, we're nearly out of firewood in the shed," Zhou Yuan said after setting down the wood and running to Xiaoyang. "Has it run out so soon?" "No matter, we'll chop a few trees tomorrow," Xiaoyang replied with a gentle nod. As night fell, after Xiaoyang had stir-fried the smoked meat and bamboo shoots, Luo Yu had already served the wild vegetable soup. "Everyone is tired today. Let us eat," Xiaoyang said, placing 2 plates of stir-fried smoked meat and bamboo shoots down with a smile. On the opposite bank of the river, the indigenous tribe's camp came alive as a bonfire blazed. Mary and her companions lay concealed in the jungle. The darkness had enveloped the surroundings. "Captain, with it being so dark, how shall we cross the river?" Remy inquired of Mary. She lifted her gaze to the sky and replied softly, "Patience, let us wait a moment longer." An hour later, a full moon ascended from behind the treetops, soon illuminating the island in a silvery glow. "Move," Mary whispered to the surrounding pirates. "Remember, those Easterners must remain alive." At her command, the pirates rose silently and approached the riverbank. As they waded into the water, it deepened until it reached their chests. The pirates raised their rifles above their heads. Crossing to the other side, Heisey and his 3 companions exchanged glances and nodded, falling to the back of the group. After crossing the river, Mary's drenched clothes accentuated her figure, showcasing her curves. Leading the way, she drew near the valley and spotted a clearing with thatched huts, where some indigenous people were roasting something. Following this, Mary and the pirates dispersed, taking cover by the huts to scout for any Easterners. Suddenly, an indigenous person emerged from one of the huts, staring at Heisey and Mary, causing them all to freeze momentarily. In a swift motion, Mary unsheathed her machete, preparing to strike down the indigenous individual. Bang! A gunshot rang out as Heisey fired his silver desert eagle into the native's abdomen. The indigenous people, alerted by the gunfire, scattered to retrieve their weapons. "Why did you shoot?" Mary glared at Heisey in anger. I feared he might pose a threat to us," Heisey murmured, glancing at the furious Mary. "Captain, the natives are attacking," Remy shouted. Suddenly, a flurry of arrows and spears flew toward them. The pirates, realizing they had been exposed, had no choice but to open fire to suppress the indigenous people. In an instant, chaos erupted throughout the valley. The sound of gunfire echoed. Numerous women and children, caught in the crossfire, fell victim to bullets, their lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. "Remy, take a group and search for those Easterners," Mary shouted, firing her weapon. Remy nodded and, accompanied by 4 others, dashed to the left, advancing along the precipice. The gunfire continued. An indigenous warrior, brandishing a spear, charged at them but was met with a hail of gunfire from Remy. They glanced at Leo and swiftly followed behind Remy. At that moment, the air was thick with the wrath of enraged natives, instilling a sense of unease in Mary, as her group had already lost 3 members. The sound of arrows whistled through the air, striking down 2 pirates beside Remy, who soon lay motionless on the ground. As Hay drew closer to Remy, a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he slowly unsheathed his dagger. "Remy!" Suddenly, Hay shouted, catching Remy off guard. As Remy turned, Hay lunged forward, wrapping his arms around him and viciously plunging the dagger into Remy's abdomen repeatedly. At that moment, Remy's mouth gaped open in disbelief. With swift precision, Leo drew his machete and dispatched the 3 pirates nearby who had yet to react. "You can only blame yourself for choosing the wrong companions." "My apologies, brother," Hay whispered maliciously into Remy's ear. Chapter 93. Mary captured Remy lay sprawled on the ground, his eyes wide open, lifeless. With a swift motion, Blackie extracted an arrow lodged in a nearby sapling and plunged it directly into Remy's neck. Suddenly, an indigenous warrior crept forward, brandishing a long bamboo spear, and thrust it at a pirate, piercing the right side of his neck. The pirate howled in agony, reaching instinctively for his wound, only to be impaled by a spear hurled through the air. "Captain, we're running low on ammunition. There are too many of them. We must retreat at once. If we don't leave now, it will be too late," a pirate shouted as he rushed towards Mary. "Tell the brothers to hold the line. We will retreat once Remy returns. Mary responded in a grave tone. No sooner had she spoken than she drew a finely crafted pistol, firing at the advancing natives. Bang! Bang! Swish! Mary rolled to evade the incoming arrows and spears. Captain, bad news. Remy has been killed by the natives. At that moment, Blackie dashed over, shouting while firing his rifle into the fray. Upon hearing this, Mary's expression shifted dramatically. How can this be true? It is indeed true. Blackie crouched down urgently. Captain, we must flee. What about the Easterners? Mary inquired hastily. We haven't spotted them, Blackie replied in a low voice. Surveying her dwindling crew, Mary recognized that her rifle was out of ammunition, leaving her with only a few rounds in her pistol. Retreat. She commanded her remaining men who were fending off the natives, and she sprinted towards the exit. As the pirates retreated, they were pursued by the natives, and only 5 or 6 managed to escape. Blackie led Mary and the others along the riverbank, the natives hot on their heels. Run into the woods. They dashed for several minutes until they reached the cover of the trees. A dozen natives halted at the forest's edge, murmuring to one another before turning back towards the valley. Within the indigenous village, corpses lay scattered, men, women, and children alike. Some women wept over the bodies, their wails piercing the air, creating a scene of unspeakable brutality. A robust native, gazing at the remains of his kin, howled towards the heavens, releasing his pent-up fury. The other natives, gripping their spears, bowed their heads, their faces etched with rage. Stone Bull, we must avenge our fallen kin. An elder approached a strong native, speaking mournfully. Chief, fear not. I shall bring them back to honor the spirits of our ancestors. The strong native roared, raising his spear defiantly. Meanwhile, Mary and her companions pressed deeper into the woods. Suddenly, one of the pirates trailing behind was seized by a colossal man-eating spider, vanishing swiftly into the shadows. Mary and her group heard the agonizing scream and turned back to witness a massive dark figure disappearing into the dense underbrush. What was that? A pirate murmured in terror. Run. This place is not safe, Mary urged, immediately darting further into the forest. Under the silvery glow of the moonlight, a handful of individuals dashed swiftly through the jungle. Suddenly, a pirate let out a blood-curdling scream as several 1-meter-long centipedes ensnared him, viciously gnawing at his flesh. Black brother, it seems there are monsters here, Leo exclaimed in terror, casting a glance at the grotesque centipedes. No wonder the natives refrained from pursuing us into this place. There's a cave over there. Let us take refuge until dawn, suggested Blackie, spotting a dark opening beneath a nearby cliff. The group, in agreement, hurried toward the cave, eager to escape the terrifying jungle. Captain, hurry inside. It's safe, one pirate called out to Mary. The cave was modest in size, but sufficient to accommodate a few individuals. Blackie illuminated the interior with his lighter, revealing the skeletal remains and droppings of various animals scattered across the ground. Now, only 4 remained: Mary, Blackie, Leo, and another pirate. Mary shot an angry glance at Blackie, her thoughts swirling with suspicion. Had he deliberately fired that shot, leading to the loss of so many men? The 4 sat in silence, anxiously awaiting the break of dawn. Outside, the eerie calls of strange birds echoed through the trees. The prolonged wait gnawed at Mary's nerves, prompting her to lean against the stone wall and close her eyes. Blackie observed Mary with a smirk. If he eliminated her and located those Easterners, the chief would surely elevate him to captain. In that scenario, he would have access to women and wealth alike. Time passed slowly, and after 5 hours, the sky gradually brightened, accompanied by the cheerful chirps of birds. As Mary awoke, she found Blackie pointing a pistol at her, while Leo had subdued another pirate. What are you doing, Blackie? Are you betraying me? Mary asked, her voice unwavering in the face of danger. Ha, I was never truly one of yours. So how could I betray you? Blackie sneered. What I said aboard the ship was merely a means of self-preservation. Had I spoken otherwise, I would have been tossed overboard to feed the fish. What do you want? Mary demanded, staring at Blackie. Remy, was it you who killed him? Blackie nodded in affirmation. Yes, I killed Remy. Upon hearing this, Mary instinctively reached for her sidearm, only to discover it was missing. Looking for this? Blackie taunted, producing the elegant pistol with a sinister grin. It's in my possession, Mary. It would be wise to remain compliant. What do you truly desire? Mary replied, her expression steely. Ha. Blackie chuckled, caressing her cheek. So smooth, delightful to the touch. Mary glared at him with a look that could pierce through flesh. Suddenly, with a gunshot, Blackie killed the last of her remaining crew. He then turned the weapon towards Mary. You, she hissed, her eyes ablaze with fury at the sight of her fallen comrade. I will not let you escape. Now that you have fallen into my grasp, refrain from uttering any grandiose declarations. Heiko chuckled with satisfaction. Leo, go fetch some vines. Upon hearing this, Leo promptly exited the cave and returned moments later, wielding several thick vines, which he used to bind Mary's hands behind her back. Brother, hey, where shall we head now? Leo inquired, gazing at Heiko. After a moment's contemplation, Heiko replied, this place is far too perilous. Let us return to the seaside. The two men escorted Mary out of the cave, navigating through the dense underbrush. Before long, they arrived at the riverbank, crossed it, and continued their journey toward the shore. Lisa will not let you escape, Mary proclaimed as she walked, casting a venomous glance at Heiko. Lisa, ha. Heiko laughed heartily. Once you are dead, I shall claim that it was those indigenous people who killed you and Remy. By then, there will be no witnesses to contradict me. What did she possibly do to me? You scoundrel, may you suffer a terrible fate. As for my fate, who can say? Yet, yes, you. I will make you wish for death. Heiko erupted into maniacal laughter, reveling in his malicious intent. Chapter 94. The Hunt for Sustenance in the Heart of the Jungle. Heisey and Leo were escorting Mary towards the shoreline. Suddenly, with a whoosh, several natives emerged from behind a towering tree, wielding blowpipes and directing their projectiles towards the trio. Leo was struck in the thigh by an arrow, causing him to scream in agony. Quick on his feet, Heisey darted into the underbrush while Mary, seizing the moment, lunged forward, rolling away in an attempt to escape. Whoosh! Just as Leo prepared to retaliate, he was riddled with darts, his wide eyes staring blankly as he collapsed to the ground. Bang! Heisey, crouched amid the foliage, unleashed a hail of gunfire at the natives. After dispatching two of them, he began to retreat, but had barely taken a few steps when bang! A native kicked him violently, sending his rifle clattering to the earth. As Heisey struggled to rise, he was confronted by 5 or 6 natives who thrust their spears against his abdomen and neck. Take him back to the tribe, shouted Shinryu. Meanwhile, Mary frantically sprinted deeper into the jungle, glancing back occasionally despite her hands being bound, which hindered her speed significantly. Suddenly, she lost her footing, tumbling down a steep slope and rolling rapidly for several meters before being halted by some underbrush. Gasping for breath, she lay still for a few moments before struggling to her feet, spotting a cliff not far ahead, and hurriedly making her way towards it. At the cliff's edge, she noticed several protruding rocks and quickly turned around, utilizing them to fray the vine binding her wrists. After 2 minutes of effort, the vine snapped, and she discarded it on the ground before dashing to the right. Shortly thereafter, a group of natives began to search the slope above. On the grassy expanse beyond the mountain peaks, Xiaoyang was leading Jenny and the others to the right. Upon entering the woods, Xiaoyang wielded a machete, clearing the path ahead. After half an hour, they emerged from the forest, arriving at a series of hills. Ascending one of the hills, they were greeted by a breathtaking view. Below lay a vast expanse of verdant grassland, adorned with wildflowers, while in the distance loomed majestic peaks reaching toward the clouds. Xiaoyang, there's a herd of wild goats, Jenny exclaimed, pointing to the right where a group of goats grazed on tender grass. Xiaoyang surveyed the surroundings. There are no obstructions here. If we proceed openly, the goats will surely detect us. He turned toward the forest, suggesting, if we maneuver slightly through the woods and launch a surprise attack, our chances of success will increase. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoyang led the way back into the forest. After a brief trek to the right, they emerged moments later, lying low on a hill, gazing at the herd of wild goats, now only about 100 meters away. Jenny, take Luo Yu and the others down there. If the goats move in your direction, you may fire at will, Xiaoyang whispered to Jenny. Jenny nodded, leading Luo Yu, Lu Qing, and Tong Yao as they bent slightly and descended into the low-lying area. Lu Ru Yin crouched behind the hillside, feeling a twinge of anxiety, yet simultaneously experiencing a thrill. Do not fire your guns. Use your bows and arrows instead. Conserve your ammunition, Xiao Yang instructed Song Fei Er and the others. At that moment, a herd of wild goats stirred, slowly making their way down towards Jenny and her companions. Suddenly, the goats seemed to panic, fleeing downwards. Xiao Yang, unsure of what was amiss, stood up to peer ahead, where he spotted 7 or 8 prairie wolves advancing towards the herd of goats. Wolves, he murmured, his brow furrowing. Xiao Yang, what should we do now? Song Fei Er and the others rose, their faces etched with concern. Deep down, they all harbored a fear of wolves, and a wave of dread washed over them. Meanwhile, the prairie wolves had managed to seize 2 wild goats, tearing at them viciously, while the remaining goats had long since vanished into the thicket on their right. We cannot return empty-handed. It's merely a few wolves. Let us go, Xiao Yang declared coldly, retrieving his rifle. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged towards the prairie wolves, intent on reclaiming the prey. Song Fei Er and the others quickly followed suit, rifles in hand, ready for action. Lu Ruyen, however, dare not join them, remaining crouched behind the hillside, occasionally peering out. Tot! Tot! As Xiao Yang approached within several meters of the wolves, he fired at the one gnawing on the goat, instantly killing it. A howl erupted from the remaining wolves, who turned to bare their teeth at Xiao Yang. Poised to attack. Tot! Tot! Howl! Xiao Yang aimed at another growling wolf. Hearing the gunfire, Jenny and her companions rushed back from the low area. Be cautious. If they charge, fire immediately. Xiao Yang called back to Song Fei Er and the others. Upon hearing his warning, they raised their rifles, appearing tense and ready for confrontation. Yet, to Xiao Yang's surprise, after the death of 2 wolves, the remaining pack began to retreat, abandoning their prize. Xiao Yang pressed set forward, with Song Fei Er and the others following closely behind. Soon, they reached the carcasses of the 2 wild goats. Xiao Yang, Jenny shouted as she ran over, spotting the remaining wolves. Tat-tat! Xiao Yang fired at the retreating wolves, which, upon hearing the shots, quickly turned and fled. Quick, Lin Lin, bring the vines and help lift the goats. We must hurry, Xiao Yang called to Lu Lin Lin. Responding promptly, Lu Lin Lin dashed over, retrieving vines from her satchel. Together, they swiftly bound the 2 goat carcasses and began to carry them up the slope. Xiao Yang did not overlook the bodies of the 2 prairie wolves either. Ascending the slope and making their way towards the forest, Jenny and Song Fei were at the forefront, while Lu Qing and Luo Yu carried the wild goat, with Xiao Yang bringing up the rear. Shortly after they departed, over 20 prairie wolves emerged on the grassy plain, surveying their surroundings. At that moment, they discovered that the vast expanse was utterly devoid of life, not even a solitary hare in sight. Upon returning to the valley, everyone finally felt a sense of relief. Having retrieved their provisions from the jaws of the wolves, something they had never dared to contemplate before. Xiao Yang, don't wolves typically hunt at night? Jenny voiced her curiosity. Xiao Yang took a sip of tea and replied with a smile. Not necessarily. At times, they venture out to hunt during the day. After resting for a brief period, they began to prepare the wild goat and 2 prairie wolves. Ru Yin, you handle this wolf, Xiao Yang said, presenting the dagger to her. I can't. Lu Ru Yin responded hastily, shaking her head in fear at the sight of the wolf's carcass, let alone the thought of dissecting it. No one is born with this skill. Let Yuan Yuan teach you, Xiao Yang remarked, placing the dagger down and stepping away. Come on, Ru Yin, I'll guide you. Here, everyone must contribute, otherwise, Big Brother will be upset, Zhou Yuan Yuan whispered as she approached. Chapter 95. The pure white fox. Xiao Yang arrived at the waterfall and summoned Lu Qing and Tong Yao, leading them to the wall where Jenny and the others would handle the wild goats. To construct the walkway above, a bamboo ladder must first be erected, necessitating a considerable amount of bamboo. Let's first go to cut some bamboo and return with it tomorrow. Come along, Xiao Yang instructed as he handed 2 machetes to Lu Qing and Tong Yao, opened the bamboo gate, and ventured into the bamboo forest. Lin Lin, you and Luo, you take the entrails to the restroom and clean them up before bringing them back, Jenny called to the 2. After El Huai cleaned and processed the skins of the wild goats and wolves, she propped them up with branches and laid them out on the grass to dry. Song Fei placed the cut wild goat meat into a backpack while Lu Ruyin, using a dagger to slice the wolf meat, occasionally glanced at Jenny and the others. Observing their adept handling of the wild goats, Lu Ruyin felt a surge of curiosity. Fei Jenny, do you often process wild goats in this manner? You seem so skilled, Lu Ruyin inquired with curiosity. Song Fei smiled gently. At first, we knew nothing. It was Xiao Yang who taught us. He said that to survive in such an environment, we must rely on ourselves, so he imparted many skills to us. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyin whispered, "Oh, I noticed you are quite proficient with the bow. Did Xiao Yang teach you that as well?" Song Fei nodded with a smile. Indeed. We can also set traps and mechanisms. Impressive. Perhaps you could teach me as well someday. Lu Ruyin chuckled softly. Rest assured. Soon you will be just like us, capable of many things, Jenny remarked with a smile at Lu Ruyin. Half an hour later, Luo Yu and Lin Lin returned with the entrails in a basket for cleaning. Once cleaned, El Huai took a basket of entrails back to the bamboo lodge to cook. Tread lightly. Snow, little bear, come here, El Huai called as she tossed 2 livers onto the ground and left. Upon hearing her voice, the 2 little creatures scampered out from the woods. In the bamboo grove, the 3 wielded their machetes, tirelessly chopping the mozo bamboo. The adjacent clearing was already piled high with bamboo, over 100 stalks in total. Xiao Yang, there are so many bamboo shoots here. Should we dig some up to take back? Lu Qing suggested as she and Tong Yao rested atop the bamboo heap, gazing at Xiao Yang. Let us discuss that in a couple of days. Then we could dry out more bamboo shoots, Xiao Yang replied, nodding at the tender bamboo shoots sprouting around them. Hey, Sister Lu Qing, look, there's a beautiful animal over there. Suddenly, Tong Yao exclaimed, pointing toward the bamboo forest ahead. Xiao Yang and Lu Qing turned simultaneously to see a pure white fox foraging for insects in the bamboo grove. Upon hearing the commotion, it turned its head and gazed curiously at the 3 before darting away into the undergrowth. Wow, its fur is so pure white. How stunning, Lu Qing marveled, her mouth agape in awe. You all head back. I shall see if I can catch it, Xiao Yang declared. Xiao Yang, in pursuit of the fox, hastened after it. After his departure, Lu Qing and Tong Yao each carried a bamboo pole towards the surrounding wall. As Xiao Yang chased along, he noticed the fox darting towards the mountain summit, and he followed closely. Half an hour later, he reached the peak, only to find that the fox had vanished without a trace. How swift it is, Xiao Yang murmured to himself. Just as he contemplated leaving, a white figure suddenly reappeared in his line of sight. The fox, nimbly navigating the rocky terrain, leapt left and right, heading down the slope to the left. Observing this, Xiao Yang dashed to the left, descending the gentle slope, albeit littered with loose stones. Unexpectedly, a viper coiled within the crevices of the rocks caught his attention, and as he was about to step upon a stone, he fortunately noticed it. Goodness, that was close, he exclaimed, stepping back a few paces while eyeing the snake. If it bites me, it would be the end. With that, he unsheathed his machete and struck at the viper, which soon lay lifeless beneath his blade. Whenever Xiao Yang encountered such venomous snakes, he would eliminate them, for future encounter could prove fatal. Luck does not always favor one. Descending the slope, he arrived at the base of the mountain, where sparse trees dotted the grassy expanse, and small water puddles formed in the uneven lowlands. Suddenly, an odd cacophony echoed through the air. Xiao Yang turned and swiftly concealed himself among the nearby woods. He observed a flock of peculiar birds soaring overhead at remarkable speed, quickly vanishing from sight. Once the strange birds had departed, he emerged from a thicket and proceeded to the left, only to find that the fox had long since disappeared. After a leisurely stroll of several minutes, he arrived at the edge of a cliff, beneath which sprawled a dense forest extending endlessly into the horizon. To his left, the cliff stretched far above. After surveying his surroundings, Xiao Yang ventured left, where the grass began to feel damp, with water seeping through the ground towards the precipice below. After half an hour, he found himself amidst the trees. Upon traversing the woodland, he emerged onto the grassy bank, where a river flowed ahead. So this is where it leads, Xiao Yang mused, smiling faintly at the familiar river and cliff. He realized he had arrived at the base of the cliff. The mountain peak to the left was where he first encountered the odd birds. After such a long journey, he merely circled back. Standing at the cliff's edge, gazing at the rushing river below, he muttered, "I must explore down there someday." With that, he turned and made his way into the valley. Upon returning to the surrounding wall, Tong Yao stood guard within. Seeing Xiao Yang, she hurried over to open the bamboo gate. "Brother Xiao Yang, you're back. Did you catch that animal?" she inquired excitedly. Xiao Yang stepped inside the enclosure, offering a slight smile. "I did not catch it. It was a fox, an entirely white one. No wonder it was so beautiful," Tong Yao murmured. Approaching the shed, they found Jenny and the others engaged in conversation. Xiao Yang, upon hearing Lu Qing's words, was in pursuit of a white creature. "How did it fare? Did you manage to capture it?" Song Fei'er approached with a smile and inquired. Xiao Yang extended his hands, chuckling. "Did you not notice that I returned empty-handed?" With that, he entered the bamboo pavilion, where he observed El Hui and Luo Yu busily preparing a pot of bones. "A bowl of lamb offal soup has already been served for you. It should still be warm. Please do partake," El Hui remarked upon seeing Xiao Yang enter. Nodding in acknowledgement, he proceeded to the main hall, seated himself at the table, and began to savor the lamb entrails while sipping the soup. Meanwhile, a white fox rested atop the precipice of the valley, gazing down into its depths, accompanied by two playful kits, their fur as pristine as snow. Chapter 96. Mary's deception in the afternoon, on a patch of grass at the lower left corner of the waterfall. Jenny and her companions were constructing a bathing area using wood and bamboo. They first enclosed a space of several square meters with wooden planks, then covered the gaps with bamboo strips, binding them together with bamboo twine, leaving a small entrance on the right. Xiao Yang split a bamboo pole down the middle, using a wooden stick to clear the joints inside. He then erected 3 cross supports beside the waterfall, upon which the bamboo strips could be placed. By extending the bamboo strips to the flowing water of the waterfall, it would channel the water into the bathing area.